The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 1212 to Chapter 1284. Zhao Daodu was only slightly frustrated by the temporary access to the light screen and then the endless darkness, but he soon became energetic. That's right. I'm out of prison, and I'm in again, but not as a prisoner, but as a deputy warden. Thud. Zhao Daodu tidied up his clothes and walked into the prison with his head held high and his chest puffed out. My former cellmates. From today on, I'll take good care of you. Smack. Suddenly, there was the sound of wind breaking. Zhao Daodu was whipped on the back without warning. The pain that hit his soul suddenly surged into his heart, and he couldn't help but howl. Don't make noise in the prison. Arya raised the whip and lashed out fiercely. Smack, smack, smack. Ah, ah, ah. In the monitoring room. Arya was like a child who had done something wrong. She stood in the corner with her head down and her hands rubbed the corner of her clothes. She whispered, Master, he didn't say he was a deputy warden. Zhao Daodu, who was tortured beyond words, collapsed on the ground and wanted to vomit blood. Big sister, you whipped me, and the pain that hurt my soul made me howl in pain. I didn't even have the chance to introduce myself. Xianxia sat on the chair and said, I'll leave this prison to you too. You must help each other in the future. Don't let me down. Yes. Zhao Daodu endured the pain. Arya muttered in her heart, can such a rookie be a deputy warden? With Zhao Daodu's strength, it was indeed difficult for him to manage the imprisoned Emperor Wu and Wu Xing. But don't forget that he knew how to cheat, and he had a mouth that could speak chicken soup for the soul at any time. Ha ha ha. In the heaven prison, Dai Lu covered his face and laughed. That annoying guy who was as annoying as a fly was finally out of prison. This was definitely something worth celebrating. Creak. Suddenly, the door opened again. Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaoma walked in, and then carried Dai Lu out of the prison without any explanation. Are you going to torture me again? Humph. If I frown, I'll take your surname. During this period of time, Dai Lu had been bullied by many disciples. He had long since become accustomed to it and was completely unafraid. After walking out of the cell, the strong sunlight made him close his eyes instinctively. When he gradually adapted to it and was ready to open them again, he suddenly felt that the environment had turned dark again. Creak. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji closed the door and left. Dai Lu steadied himself and opened his eyes in a daze. He realized that he was in an environment that was even darker than heaven. The ground was paved with stone slabs, which looked exceptionally neat. Where is this place? Coming, brother. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. Dai Lu's facial muscles immediately stiffened. Not only was this voice familiar, but it was also very unforgettable. After a while, Dai Lu turned his head with difficulty and saw Zhao Daodu standing in front of him with a bright smile on his face. He was here. Hadn't he been released from prison? Zhao Daodu smiled and said, This is Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, a luxurious underground prison. I'm the deputy warden. Brother, you're now one of the prisoners under my management. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Pfft. Dai Lu spat out blood on the spot. He thought that he had finally gotten rid of the annoying fly. In the end, not only did they meet again, but their relationship had also changed. TSK. Arya, who was sitting in the distance, said in surprise, I didn't know that my deputy warden had some ability. A smile was enough to make a prisoner spit out blood. Don't talk nonsense. She shouted, hurry up and take this kid to the first floor of the prison. Yes. After all, Zhao Daodu was the deputy warden, so he obeyed her orders and hurriedly escorted Dai Lu to the lowest level of the prison. Brother, you're really awesome. On the way, he said with great admiration, all the prisoners locked up in the first floor of the prison are at the Martial Grand Emperor realm. The fact that the Patriarch locked you up here means that you have great potential. Although Zhao Daodu had just become the deputy warden, he already knew enough about Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, especially that the prisoners were assigned to different floors according to their strength. Dai Lu didn't say anything. If I had great potential, how could I be a prisoner, Patriarch? In the study, Li Qingyang was puzzled and said, Dai Lu has just entered Wu Huang. Why is he locked up in the first floor of the prison? Jun Chongxiao said, because it's very dangerous. Very dangerous? Li Qingyang was confused. Jun Changxiao stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the sky with his hands behind his back and said, "This boy has been locked up for a long time, but he still hasn't surrendered to me. This means that he has great perseverance. As long as he has the opportunity, he can achieve great things. If that's the case, why keep him?" Li Qingyang asked. Because, Jun Changxiao thought for a while and said, "Dealing with a tough guy is more challenging than subduing a martial grand emperor." "Host, aren't you afraid of raising a tiger in your bosom?" the system asked. Jun Changxiao said, "Do you think the author will play out such a melodramatic plot?" The system was silent for a while and said, "Unless his brain was kicked by a donkey." Jun Changxiao said, "So no matter what, I will take that guy in. If he really doesn't surrender, he can spend the rest of his life in the first floor of the prison. Maybe in the future, he can happily pick up soap with the martial grand emperors." In the first floor of the prison, Dai Lu was placed in an independent cell. The environment inside was really good. There was a soft bed, a bathroom, and many books to read. "Who?" Dai Lu sat cross-legged on the bed and let out a long breath. The Qi meridian had been unlocked, and Wu Huang's cultivation had completely recovered. However, he was not happy at all. This was because the soul that helped him become stronger was gone. Even though there were still powerful heaven and earth attributes here, it would be difficult for him to improve with his aptitude. Sigh. Dai Lu shook his head and said, "It's hard to escape from prison. Even if you have the cultivation of a martial grand emperor, you can only live alone for the rest of your life." "So." Zhao Daoda leaned his head over and said, "Joining my sect of all times is your wise choice." Dai Lu roared, "How did you get in?" "Of course I walked in." Zhao Daoda sat down on the bed and said, "You have been locked up in the sect of all times for a long time. You should know that becoming a member can make you stronger. Why do you insist? Why don't you compromise?" "Because," Dai Lu clenched his fists and said, "this is my principle." "Principle my ass," Zhao Daoda said, "you are stubborn. You want to keep up appearances so that you can suffer." These words hit the nail on the head. From the fact that he had been possessed by a soul and forced to break through quickly, and still adhered to his principle of not harming the innocent, it showed that Dai Lu had a conscience. The label of villain would not belong to him even if it was Jun Changxiao's turn. The conflict between him and Gosheng originated from the first chapter, as well as the Spirit Spring sect that was involved later. Because he was too stubborn, he could not get over the hurdle in his heart. He had always treated Jun Changxiao and the sect of all times as enemies. Surrender to the enemy? He, who had principles, could not do such a thing that would lead to eternal infamy. "I heard about your matter from my senior brothers," Zhao Daoda said. "It's nothing more than the patriarch destroying your sect." "Gotcha." Dai Lu clenched his fists, saying angrily, "The hatred of destroying my sect is no different from the hatred of killing my father." Sigh. Zhao Daoda shook her head, and then she withdrew a command token and said, "Do you recognize this?" Dai Lu glanced at it, saying in surprise, "This is the identity token of a disciple of the Spirit Spring sect." "You are also a disciple of the Spirit Spring sect?" "That's right." Zhao Daoda's eyes shone with the light of the past, then slowly said, "If we count according to the time I entered the sect, you should call me senior brother." Dai Lu looked at him. "You may think that I am lying to you. But the truth is, I really was a disciple of the Spirit Spring sect. Later, for some reason, I defected." Zhao Daoda's face was sincere. "What reason?" "You should have heard of the Black Wind Stronghold?" "I have. 10 years ago, thousands of people in Shaolin Village and Dongyang Village were slaughtered in one night." "Have you heard of it?" "I have. The Black Wind Stronghold did it." "What do you mean by telling me this?" "The Black Wind Stronghold did such a heartless thing because the Spirit Spring sect instructed them to do it behind the scenes. The two are just jackals of the same tribe." "Ha ha ha." Dai Lu suddenly laughed. "I understand now. You telling me so much is to let me know that the Spirit Spring sect is a completely evil sect. You want me to let go of my grudge against the sect of all times." Although he was mercilessly exposed, Zhao Daoda didn't panic. A true master of deception, when deceiving others, first deceives himself. You are wrong. Zhao Daodu stood up, roaring, I just want you to know, even if an evil sect isn't destroyed by the patriarch, sooner or later it will be destroyed by the heavens. You are such an unyielding man, you shouldn't seek justice for the Spirit Spring sect, because, it doesn't deserve. The last 3 words splashed Dai Lu's face with saliva. As a disciple, I can seek revenge. Then let me ask you. Zhao Daodu pointed to the sky, his emotions reaching the peak. He roared, the thousands of villagers who died, the women who were humiliated, the children who were buried alive, who should avenge them? My patriarch destroyed the Spirit Spring sect to get rid of evil for the people, to do justice for the heavens. But you, Dai Lu, as a man, not only do you help the evildoers, you also seek justice for a sect that deserves to die. Is this your so-called principle? Bullshit. Fuck your bullshit principle. At the end, Zhao Daodu's voice was almost hoarse. His entire face was red and ferocious, veins popping out on his forehead. This kind of textbook-level acting would make Su Xiaoma feel ashamed. Dai Lv remained silent from the beginning to the end. Every word he heard was like a sharp sword, madly attacking his heart, attacking his seemingly invincible belief. Arya, who was standing outside, opened her small mouth, her face filled with disbelief. He clearly didn't have a strong cultivation base, so why was it that when he roared, he emitted a very special aura? Why was it so contagious, at this moment? Arya's attitude towards Zhao Daodu changed. She truly recognized the deputy warden that her master sent to her. Xianxia sat in the monitoring room. He saw the scene just now through the projection array. He couldn't help but sigh, with this person here, who can't be persuaded to surrender and be used by the sect of all times. P.S. 3,000 words, no status, today I owe you half a card. Zhao Daodu's anger and roaring emotions were exaggerated to the extreme. It was simply textbook acting. No wonder he could cheat for so many years in a world where martial arts were respected. Here came the problem. Was what Zhao Daodu said before true? The token was fake. The identity of a Spirit Spring sect disciple was also fake. However, the destruction of the 2 villages 10 years ago was true, and the culprits were indeed Haifeng's and Spirit Spring sect. The 2 forces were destroyed by Jun Changxiao. It should have been a secret that no one knew, but it was later investigated by the Drizzle Hall. This was definitely not an excuse for what Jun Changxiao had done in the past, because there was no right or wrong in the world of martial arts. Moreover, a bandit group and a hired assassin had repeatedly launched sneak attacks on them. Was the reason not enough to destroy them? People with principles are worthy of respect. Zhao Daodu calmed down and said, if you defend evil because of principles, you will only be despised by the world. Is there a need to say that? Think about it yourself. Creak. Zhao Daodu closed the door and left the prison. He, who had not used deception for a long time, was still so relaxed. I'm really AF * King Genius. Wow. Arya exclaimed, you are so powerful. It was unknown whether Dai Lu was convinced or not, but this prison warden had already approved of the deputy warden. Shua. Zhao Daodu flipped his hair and said, don't be infatuated with this brother. This brother is just a legend. Seeing his self-satisfied face, Arya held the soul-subduing whip tightly, and the impulse to hit 999 combos rose in her heart. Just kidding, just kidding. Pa 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 pa. Dai Lu was stunned for a long time in the prison, and then lowered his head to look at the token with the words Spirit Spring Sect engraved on it, and the expression on his face gradually became ferocious. Why do I have to take revenge? Is it really because the Spirit Spring sect was destroyed? Memories of the past emerged in Dai Lu's mind, and he thought for a long time before he understood. Revenge was only the second reason. The real reason was that he could not swallow the anger of being trampled under the feet of Jun Changxiao at the beginning of the first chapter. He could not swallow the anger that he could not even defeat his disciple Yi Xingchen. Brother. Stop fooling around. One was the time travel system. The other was the reincarnation school of the great emperor, the most powerful existence in novels. Don't deceive yourself. How can you compete with these monsters? His beliefs and principles were gradually being shaken. In the following period of time, Zhao Daodu never came. She didn't even appear in front of him. Since she had already given him instructions, she needed to give him time to think. If it was too frequent, it would seem too deliberate. Haven't you figured it out yet? Jun Changxiao occasionally came to the prison to ask. Seeing that Dai Lu was still not enlightened, he shook his head and said, since you can't do it, then use Arya's method. Patriarch. Zhao Daodu hurriedly said, give him a little more time, and he will definitely figure it out. All right. I'll leave it to you. Jun Changxiao had just casually said that to deal with unyielding people, if he relied on Arya's soul whip to make them yield, it would be meaningless. Because the sect's achievement value was more than 20,000 at the beginning, even if he was promoted now, the exclusive sect task had not been completed, so he could still hear the 2 kinds of rewards every day. Under the strengthened version of the Elixir Pavilion, various elixirs for cultivation were produced one after another and distributed to the disciples for cultivation, and the effect was also greatly increased. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, the newly refined Gathering Qi elixir is very effective, and the progress of the small realm of the same sect will be faster. N. Jun Changxiao nodded and then leaned back on the chair. His mind was full of thoughts on how to refine the half-step wuxing elixir. With all kinds of resources, although the sect's disciples' progress was fast, it was just a small realm. They had to rely on this to enter the big realm. For example, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were stuck at the peak of Wuhuang for a period of time. If they had the half-step Saint elixir, it would not be difficult for them to advance. It's time to go to the Starry Sky Fortress. Jun Changxiao had been waiting for the sect's construction to be upgraded. Now that it was completed, he focused on the special place in the universe. Of course. It was not to cause trouble. He planned to sneak in and carefully investigate the internal situation, and at the same time, go to the underground black market to look for materials. The second-class residents were all martial emperors, and the subordinates sent to investigate were not weak either. Jun Changxiao was still quite cautious about this mysterious place. Starry Sky Fortress. Lord. A black-robed old man walked into the secret room and said, General Wu, who was sent to investigate, has been confirmed dead. Who killed him? The fortress master sat cross-legged on a stone bed. Because he was wearing a mask, it was difficult to see his expression. However, one could hear anger in his voice. We can't find out for now. However, with Guanzhou and the other person, I think it might have something to do with the Falling Star Continent. The black-robed old man said. The Falling Star Continent is just a low-level realm, and the strongest person is not here. How could they have the ability to kill General Wu? The fortress master said. Perhaps, the black-robed old man was silent for a while and said, the murderer is someone else who deliberately created the illusion that it was done by the Falling Star Continent, so as to distract us and get away with it. It's not impossible. The fortress master said, we'll talk about this after I've recovered from my injuries. Yes. The black-robed old man received the order and left. On the way, he was puzzled and thought to himself, someone in the mortal universe can actually hurt the Lord. This is a bit unbelievable. The fortress master continued to use his cultivation method, enveloping himself with majestic energy. However, every time he thought of the terrifying aura that suppressed him, he thought to himself in fear, could it be the power from the upper realm? Falling Star Continent, outside the universe. The white Rakshasa, who came to send him off, asked again, little brother, are you really going to the cosmic fortress alone? It's too dangerous. The black Rakshasa said, we'll go with you. Standing on the ancient warship, Jun Changxiao said, brothers, you should stay and protect the sect. If he was going to cause trouble, he would definitely bring 2 super fighters. However, this trip was just to gather information. If they were responsible for the sect's safety, he would be able to play without worry. All right. The white Rakshasa cupped her hands and said, little brother, have a safe trip. Brothers, Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, I'll leave the Falling Star Continent and the sect of all times to you. Little brother, don't worry. The black Rakshasa vowed, with the 2 of us here, no one will be able to break in. Whoosh, in the dark universe, the ancient warship turned into a streak of light and flew over. On this day, Jun Changxiao left the Falling Star Continent and merged with the vast universe. This meant that he had officially embarked on the path to conquering the Sea of Stars. Cosmic fortress, thousands of planes. A sonorous and powerful shout resounded in the endless universe. Your emperor is here. No one knew how big the universe was. However, there was one thing that was certain: the vast starry sky that was like a mother had nurtured countless planes that formed their own systems. The falling star continent was just one of them. It was the most inconspicuous grain of sand in the Ganges River. Standing on the ancient warship and looking at the endless dark universe, Xianxia also deeply felt that although he had a cultivation base, he was exceptionally small in the boundless starry sky. So, the system said, only martial artists will seek the peak of martial arts, hoping to break through the void one day. Xianxia shook his head and said, it is the fate of martial artists to not accept their fate. But who knows if there is a bigger cage waiting for them after breaking free from this cage? If there is, they will also go. Why? The mortal universe has too many limitations. If they want to break through to a higher level and have a longer lifespan, even if they know that there is a bigger cage waiting outside the cage, they have to give it a try. That makes sense. Xianxia, who was at the peak of Wu Xing, could live for a long time as long as the soul bomb did not explode. But it was not true eternity. Knowing that breaking through the void could prolong one's life, could it be that he could ascend or not and wait for the end of his life? He could live. Who would be willing to die? Sigh. Xianxia said, I am also an ordinary person. Beep. 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 Suddenly, a sound came from the cockpit. The spirit stones embedded in the engine were about to be used up. No way. Xianxia broke down and said, we have only flown for a short distance and the energy is already out. Boom. Boom. In the gloomy forest, the earth shook frequently. Dozens of huge ferocious beasts like Tyrannosaurus Rex walked over. Their big emotionless eyes locked onto 10 disheveled humans wearing animal skin clothes. What's wrong? We are going to die today. It's all Heijia's fault. He didn't listen to the chief's orders and took us out without permission. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair. Compared to the group of beasts that were as tall as mountains, these humans with primitive spears in their hands were like pitiful little ants. Roar. Roar. The huge creatures roared, their voices shaking the world. Hoo hoo hoo. One of the ferocious beasts suddenly raised its foot and stomped down on the 10 weak humans. Although the strength it emitted was barely comparable to that of a martial master, it was undoubtedly fatal to the latter. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The 10 of them knew that there was no hope of escaping, so they could only close their eyes. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions rang out, sweeping up gusts of wind, sweeping them all away, falling to the ground in various postures. What was going on? Everyone steadied themselves and tried to open their eyes. A large ship with a heavy aura appeared out of thin air in his field of vision. The group of beasts that were as tall as mountains were lying on the ground, with large holes in their heads. Blood and exacs flowed all over the ground. All 10 of them were dumbfounded. Shwa. A human figure flew out from the ship and hovered in midair. With a wave of his hand, he collected the scattered crystal cores and said, although the level is not high, the energy contained inside is not bad. Everyone turned pale with fright. That guy could actually fly and hover in the air. Oh my god, could it be that a god had descended to earth? Plop. Plop. Everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed with the most devout attitude. However, when they raised their heads, they found that the ship and the people were gone. Only the corpses of the beasts were left. Xianxia drove the warship out of the world of demonic beasts and continued to travel through the vast starry sky. He didn't look back at all. During this period, he entered many planes. Some were dominated by humans, while others were dominated by other races. It could be said that each plane had its own style and characteristics. Life is like a journey. You don't have to care about the destination. What you care about is the scenery along the way and the feeling of enjoying the scenery. After flying out of a plane, Xianxia stood on the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. Let the soul travel. Bah. The system said. Why did it have to spit? Because this guy's soul was traveling. The plane that he had just visited was already in chaos. Who stole the heaven and earth treasure that I have collected for hundreds of years? It's that bastard. He dug out the 9 spirits jade Ganoderma. Brother, our spirit stone mine has been robbed. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones are gone. Lord Patriarch, the secret manuals in the library have all been stolen. Almost on the same day, all the major sects and forces in the plane were visited by thieves. All kinds of martial arts resources were calculated. The economic losses were immeasurable. Moreover, the thieves had a common point. Their reputation were very bad in the pugilistic world. There were even many vicious and evil people. The most troublesome thing was, after the thief succeeded in the theft, he wrote 5 words on the wall: handsome thief Jun Liuxiang. Handsome thief? Jun Liuxiang? Who the hell is this person? F***ck his grandpa. How dare he steal from me? I must make him suffer. The various forces that had been robbed began to mobilize people and use their connections to carry out a carpet search. The name handsome thief Jun Liuxiang gradually spread and became a hot topic among the martial artists. At the current speed, it will take about half a month to reach the Starry Sky Fortress. Jun Changxiao held the Starry Sky map and looked at the dozens of plane markings on the route. He thought to himself, I'll visit one after another. After all, it's not easy to come out. The system said, host, it's best to keep a low profile. Some planes' overall strength is not to be trifled with. Once discovered, you might not be able to come out. Don't worry. Jun Changxiao said, I know what I'm doing. Swish. The scene changed spiritually. The ancient battlefield was in the sky above a certain plane. Dozens of martial emperors' auras appeared around it, as if they could crush heaven and earth. F***ck your grandpa. Jun Changxiao stood at the bow of the ship and roared, is your mouth blessed? Little thief, you dare to sneak into my limitless divine palace's spirit fields to steal medicinal herbs. No one in the world can save you. An old man in Taoist robes reprimanded angrily. In front of him, there were more than 10 experts. With similar cultivation. They were all the top forces of limitless divine palace. And the plane that Goxing entered, whether it was the number of people or the overall strength, was above the 9 heavens continent. Simply put. He kicked an iron plate. Everyone. Jun Changxiao said seriously, this is a beautiful misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The limitless divine palace experts obviously wouldn't listen to his nonsense. They released even more pressure. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head. He raised his right hand lightly, and his entire body was instantly covered by the Xianyuan divine armor. The Sky Tyrant spear appeared from the void, and he transformed into Lu Bu. With a cold gaze, he said, from now on, the battlefield is under my control. The limitless divine palace leader's expression changed slightly. He transmitted, the battle armor and weapon on this child's body are clearly extraordinary. His strength must be extremely strong. We must not lower our guard. N. All the experts waited solemnly. Huff, huff, huff. A violent aura spread out from Jun Changxiao's body. It was as if he had turned into a devil walking out from the darkness. He said, if God blocks, I'll kill God. If devil blocks, I'll kill devil. Swish, the ancient warship turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After a long while, the limitless divine palace experts came back to their senses and almost vomited blood on the spot. So that guy had armed himself to the teeth just to confuse everyone and take the opportunity to escape. All kinds of equipment were summoned, and all kinds of pretentious words were uttered, indicating that an exciting battle was about to begin. In the end, Jun Changxiao actually ran away. Goxing. Why did I come out from the falling star continent? Isn't it just to go to the cosmic fortress? So there's no point in fighting with those people. It's better to hurry. Jun Changxiao stood at the bow of the ship and said. You're a coward. The system said, don't make so many excuses. Jun Changxiao couldn't be bothered with it. He focused all his attention on the cosmic fortress. As for the planes that they were passing by, he had no interest in them. However, traveling in the vast universe wasn't safe. Not to mention the various undercurrents and meteorites, There were also many space bandits like the handsome man. Swish. 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 Just as Xianxia stopped the ship to change the energy source, a few battleships flew over from afar. There were hundreds of martial artists on them. Some were strong, and some were weak. The leader was a middle-aged man whose strength was comparable to a martial emperor. The strongest of the falling star continent is very cheap in the vast universe. Xianxia thought to himself. Nonsense. The system said, there are countless planes in the mortal universe. Sending one from each plane is already a huge number. That's true. Xianxia walked out from the cockpit and smiled. What's the matter? The bandit boss, who had been in this region for many years, sneered. Kid, your battleship's grade isn't low. You should know the rules of this business, right? No. Xianxia said. The bandit boss smiled. Then I'll let you know today. Boom. 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 A moment later, a series of explosions appeared in the starry sky. The few battleships turned into nothingness, and the flickering light illuminated the darkness. Swish. The ancient battleship flew out. Xianxia stood at the bow of the ship with many interspatial rings in his hands. He shook his head and said, I was still worried about where to rob. Instead, they came to me. Gosheng didn't want to provoke a powerful force like the immeasurable divine palace because he was in a hurry. However, as long as those bandits in the universe dared to provoke him, they would definitely retaliate and rob him. They might even take the initiative to attack in order to obtain resources. As a result, on the way to the interstellar fortress, all the interstellar bandits were met with a nightmare. Give, give, give. In a desolate plain, a bandit leader who had been robbing people for hundreds of years endured his heavy injuries and offered up all his assets. Hundreds of his subordinates were lying behind him. Some had been killed, while others were playing dead. Shua. Xianxia accepted it unceremoniously and said coldly, if you dare to kill and rob again, I will come and take your life at any time. Understood, understood. Swish, the ancient battlefield tore through the void, merging into the boundless universe. Awesome. Xianxia grinned as he reclined on the chair. He had already been on the road for 10 days. During this time, he had plundered more than 10 bandit territories and obtained countless martial arts resources. In particular, he had obtained many high-grade spirit stones which could barely be used as fuel. Boom, boom, one day, Xianxia arrived at a certain region of the universe and vaguely heard movement. Thus, he released his spiritual senses and saw a faint flame flickering in the distance. It was very similar to the scene of an interstellar warship exploding. Swish, swish, several streaks of light rushed out from the flame. They were 4 experts whose strength was not inferior to the handsome man. At this moment, they were battered and exhausted, but they still released their spiritual energy to form a group and enveloped a young man who was about 13 or 14 years old. Swish. Swish, dozens of streaks of light flew out from the flame. They were wearing the same black armor, and the leaders among them were also abnormally strong. The 2 groups of people, one in front and one behind, were engaged in a chase in the universe. Tisk, tisk. Xianxia said, their formation is quite big. On the way here, he had encountered experts who were fighting due to some kind of grudge, but the number of people was limited to 2 or 3. This was the first time he had seen such a level and number. In particular, the young man who was enveloped was wearing extraordinary clothes and had an extraordinary temperament. At a glance, one could tell that he was a noble. Now that he was being chased by a large group of soldiers, could he be a descendant of a plane in distress? Little brother. At this moment, a slightly hurried voice sounded in his ear. This old man is willing to pay a large amount of spirit stones to let young master safely leave this place on your warship. The one who spoke was the white-haired old man who was protecting the young man. From his pale face, it could be seen that his injuries were very serious. If they were caught, they would definitely die. Seeing injustice on the road, he would draw his sword to help. Xianxia asked without hesitation, what grade? How many spirit stones? 1,000,000 9th-grade spirit stones. The old man transmitted his voice. From the speed of his words, it was obvious that he could not wait to throw the young man he was protecting over. There was no other way. He and the other three were already injured, and the warship was also destroyed. It was impossible to shake off the pursuers behind them, so they could only pin their hopes on this passing outsider. Was he not afraid that they were accomplices? At this point, he could only take the gamble. The old man made the right bet. Xianxia was really passing by. Moreover, this guy was not a chivalrous person, but as long as he showed enough sincerity, he would definitely be very tempted. Gosheng did not understand the concept of 9th grade spirit stones, but he still said, "Throw it over." "Young master," the white-haired old man said, "you must survive. You must restore the glory of the Tianyuan continent." Shua. As he spoke, he and the other three used all their strength to throw the energy ball that protected the young man from the spatial tear onto the warship's flight path. Huff, huff, huff. Xianxia waved his hand, and his powerful spiritual energy turned into a solid giant hand. It caught the energy ball as if it was a baseball, and then forcefully pulled it over. Pung! The energy ball was completely exhausted, and it instantly collapsed into nothingness. The young man fell to the ground, and then he hurriedly stood up and shouted sorrowfully, "You guys come up too." At this point, he suddenly stopped speaking. Because the four experts had resolutely turned around and charged towards the group of black-armored experts, specks of light gradually gathered. Shit! Xianxia's face changed drastically. They want to self-destruct their soul. Whoosh! The ancient warship flew over at an extremely fast speed, and the energy in the control room was completely exhausted in an instant. Boom! Boom! In the next second after the warship left, a magnificent explosion occurred in the area where it was previously, and the space around it shook violently. "They're crazy." Seeing the huge mushroom cloud caused by the self-destruction of the soul, Xianxia's expression became interesting. Plop! The young man knelt on the deck, and tears fell like rain. Gone. My last family member is gone. Xianxia walked over and reached out to take the 2 space rings from his waist. He found that there were indeed 1,000,000 spirit stones that were stronger than the 6-pointed star stone, and so he comforted him. "Little guy, the dead cannot be brought back to life. My condolences." Revenge. The young man clenched his fists, and blood flowed out. He said angrily, "I will definitely avenge my father and the people of the Tianyuan continent." Because of the anger in his heart, he fainted on the spot. Tianyuan continent? The name of the continent reminded Xianxia of the Tianyuan soul-suppressing tower, and so he muttered, "Is there a connection between the two? I swear." The system said the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda was definitely not stolen from someone else. What about the remnant scroll? That is just a special existence. Xianxia had a suspicious look on his face. The system said, excluding the remnant scroll, all the items purchased in the store were obtained through legal channels. The host has no doubt about this. Like hell, I'll believe you. Xianxia rolled his eyes, then grabbed the young man and placed him in the cabin. Then, he replaced the energy and continued on their journey. Since he was paid, he had to help. In this aspect, Gosheng was very honest. However, he was still considering whether the Tianyuan continent and the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda were related, or if the latter was a treasure of the former that was stolen by the system. It was actually very simple to understand this point. He just had to wait for the young man to wake up and ask him directly. Cough, cough. A day later, the young man woke up from his coma. Thinking of the scene of the 4 powerhouses self-destructing, he was extremely depressed and sat down with his head down, tears dripping down. He had been on the run in the universe for a long time and had been protected by 4 bodyguards. He had long established a relationship that surpassed that of a master and servant. Xianxia expressed his understanding and put down a pile of tissues. The young man tried to calm down and said politely, "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome." Xianxia said, "You took the money, so it's only right." The young man was slightly stunned and then said bitterly, "You're very honest, unlike some people who say one thing on the surface and another behind their backs." "Yes." Xianxia said, "People's hearts are separated by their bellies. Who knows if they're good or bad?" The young man did not speak anymore. "You're from the Tianyuan continent?" Xianxia asked. Yes. Have you heard of the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda? Hearing this, the young man said with a pained expression, that's the divine weapon of the Tianyuan continent. F***ck. Jun Changxiao cursed in his heart, and you still say it's not stolen? It's not stolen. The system insisted, it's definitely not stolen. Then it's stolen. The system was speechless. The young man gritted his teeth and said, if the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda had not mysteriously disappeared for thousands of years, our Tianyuan continent would not have been destroyed. Disappeared for thousands of years? A stunned expression appeared on Jun Changxia's face. The system finally seized the opportunity and roared angrily, the host has only bought it a few years ago. The timing doesn't match at all. Do you understand now? TSK, Jun Changxiao said indifferently, maybe the system can skip the past and the future by stealing things. The system was so angry that it was speechless. Wait. The young man suddenly raised his head and asked in astonishment, how do you know about the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower? This. Jun Changxiao thought for a moment and said, I often travel to the major plains. Naturally, I heard it from others. I see. The young man didn't take it to heart. Jun Changxiao asked curiously, what's the artifact like in the Tianyuan continent? He was not 100% sure that the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower in his hands was the divine weapon of the Tianyuan continent. After all, it was common to see people with the same name in novels, let alone in the mortal realm. I've never seen it before. The young man said, I've only heard of it. It looks like, when Jun Changxiao heard the description, he was absolutely sure that the divine weapon of the Tianyuan continent was his Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower. Regardless of how the system got it, he was traveling in the vast universe and met a warrior with a divine weapon. Was this the legendary Will of the Heavens? What's your name? The young man asked. Jun Changxiao said, Jun Chao Shui. He too. The young man's expression was a little interesting, but he bowed again and said, although I took the money, Brother Jun saved me. I still have to thank you. Jun Changxiao said, what's your name? Shang Yuhen. What's your identity in the Tianyuan continent? Shang Yuhen was silent. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, I'm just asking. It didn't matter if the other party was the son of the plain or a relative of the royal family. It had nothing to do with him. He just needed to send him to the next plane safely. Shang Yuhen said, my identity is the prince of the Shang Empire of the Tianyuan continent. No wonder you have such a temperament. Jun Changxiao wasn't surprised. Temperament? Shang Yuhen said self-deprecatingly, what kind of temperament can a wanderer with a ruined country have? Jun Changxiao didn't ask in detail because he could roughly guess from the situation just now. It was nothing more than an accident in the empire, and then under the protection of a few strong warriors, he killed his way out and began to wander the universe. It was very pitiful. But something like this would happen often. I will send you to the next plane. Jun Changxiao said. Shang Yuhen said, Brother Jun, those who are chasing after me, they won't easily. Jun Changxiao interrupted, I'm only responsible for helping you get out of danger. I'm not responsible for your safety in the future. So whether they come after you or not has nothing to do with me. These words were very realistic and cruel. Shang Yuhen could tell from the conversation just now, so he wasn't surprised. He said seriously, I will continue to spend money to hire you. Sorry. Jun Changxiao said, I'm the master of a sect, not the king of mercenaries. Besides, do you still have money? When Gosheng took the ring, he had already searched Shang Yuhen's body with his spiritual sense. He didn't find any other spatial rings, so he didn't think that Shang Yuhen had the ability to hire a handsome god like him as a bodyguard. Yes. Shang Yuhen raised his hand, and the space suddenly rippled. He then reached in and took out a ring. There are 5 million spirit stones inside. I hope Brother Jun can guarantee my safety. As a former prince, he had already realized that this warship was extraordinary. Since the other party had it, he must be very strong. Maybe he could really help him get away from the pursuit of his enemies. Swoosh, Jun Changxiao sat beside Shang Yuhen and put a hand on his shoulder, meeting in the universe's fate. From now on, I will be responsible for your safety. At the same time, he reached out and took the ring. "Thank you, Brother Jun," Zhang Yuhan said. After Jun Changxiao checked the goods, he said, "Of course, I can't protect you all year long. Tell me a place and I will send you there." "I want to go." Zhang Yuhan went silent for a while and said with a firm gaze, "Universal Fortress." "What a coincidence." Jun Changxiao said, "I want to go too. I can give you a ride." Zhang Yuhan was surprised. Why is Brother Jun going to the Universal Fortress? To visit an old friend. Jun Changxiao said perfunctorily. Zhang Yuhan was even more surprised. Brother Jun has a friend who lives in the Universal Fortress. He must be one of the top experts in the mortal universe. Can you tell me his name? Jun Changxiao wanted to say that he was friends with the fortress master, but he felt that it was a little too much. So he changed the topic. "What about you? Why are you going to the fortress?" "To ransom someone." "Ransom someone?" Jun Changxiao was stunned. Zhang Yuhan's face was filled with pain. The ancestor who founded the great Shang Empire was imprisoned in the 9 levels of hell because he violated the rules. If I want to take revenge for the people of the continent, I can only ransom him. Jun Changxiao said, "Hell?" The Universal Fortress used to be called Astral Hell. This hell actually means prison. It mainly imprisons criminals. Zhang Yuhan said. Damn, that place actually has a prison system like my sect of all times. Jun Changxiao's interest was piqued. "Tell me about the 9 hells in detail." Zhang Yuhan muttered in his heart, doesn't he have friends in the Universal Fortress? Why hasn't he heard of something that everyone knows? Goxing didn't have any friends. He knew very little about the Universal Fortress. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way from the Falling Star continent to investigate. Zhang Yuhan told him what he knew about the 9 levels of hell. After Jun Changxiao heard it, he thought to himself, he must have stolen the prison system of my sect of all times. Please. The system broke down. He has existed for a long time. Who is the one who stole who? Pa. Jun Changxiao clenched his right hand into a fist and hit his left hand. He suddenly realized, this universal fortress must be able to cross time and space and steal from the future to the past. The system roared, who would be so bored as to use a godly ability to steal a bullshit prison system? Shua. Jun Changxiao crossed his arms and looked around cautiously, maybe some big shot is using a godly ability to spy on me from the future. The system said helplessly, everyone come quickly, there is a big sand eagle here. Jun Changxiao learned from Zhang Yuhan that there were 9 levels of hell in the interstellar fortress. They were similar to the prison he created, and each level held prisoners of different strengths. It was not important who he used as a reference. What was important was what did the interstellar fortress think of him as? That it could imprison martial artists from the mortal plane at will? I heard that the interstellar fortress is related to the higher realm, Zhang Yuhan said. Higher realm? Jun Changxiao thought of the enforcer bow that he had obtained earlier. It could shoot arrows of punishment by pulling the bowstring. The twin ghosts of black and white said that it came from the higher realm, and only the Jia Hall had it. Now that the interstellar fortress was related to it, could it be that the higher realm ordered it to be a prison built in the mortal plane to imprison all kinds of creatures that violated the rules? That's possible, the system agreed. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, if that's the case, doesn't that mean the interstellar fortress has the higher realm as its backer? I'm a little scared. Being scared is not the host's personality. If the heavens bully you, then go against them, the system said. Scram. Jun Chang smiled and said, don't stand here and make sarcastic remarks. He only wanted to complete the main quest now. If the conditions allowed, going to the higher realm to take a look was not a bad idea. As for going against the heavens, he had to think twice before doing so. After all, it was not a joke. Of course. Goxing remembered the Jia Hall. Because the punishments and sanctions that he had to endure on the battlefield had to be approved by this department before they could be implemented. Damn it. Thinking of the old and new grudges, Jun Changxiao clenched his fists and said angrily, when I ascend, I'll definitely overturn the Jia Hall. The seed of hatred that was buried in her heart had already grown to the point where the tip of a small lotus flower had just emerged. Jun Changxiao asked Shang Yuhen about the strength of the Shang dynasty's ancestor and which level of hell he was imprisoned in. In the end, the answer he received was that he did not know. If you don't know anything, how are you going to ransom him? Get resources. Can the prisoners be ransomed? According to the rules of the interstellar fortress, as long as you pay enough resources, you can release him for a certain period of time. However, he will still be imprisoned in the end. Jun Changxiao said, interesting. The person still had to be locked up. At most, they would be bailed out for a period of time with money. It could be used repeatedly. His own prison could also implement this model. The system complained, I'm just afraid that after receiving the ransom, the criminals will run to the ends of the earth and we won't be able to catch them. Jun Changxiao said, that's why we still need to wait until we have absolute strength before we can implement it. Don't worry. He patted Shang Yuhen's shoulder and said, since I've taken your money, I will bring you safely to the interstellar fortress. Thank you, Brother Jun. Swish, the ancient warship advanced at full speed, leaving behind a faint trail of light wherever it passed. Jun Changxiao had completely given up on the idea of exploring other planes after accepting the money from the fallen prince. He focused all his attention on the journey to the Starry Sky Fortress. Of course, his interest in the Nine Hells was piqued. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda had just been built, so there were not many prisoners in there. The Nine Hells had existed for a long time, so there should be many prisoners from other planes. How strong were they as a whole? If, Jun Changxiao thought, all the prisoners in the Nine Hells are released, will the fortress master's mind explode on the spot? I don't know if his mind will explode or not, but I know that it will be a very scary thing. The system said. The Starry Sky Fortress's strength could be seen from the 2 investigations they had sent out. The prisoners locked up in the Nine Hells were definitely not ordinary people. Releasing them would be tantamount to a disaster. If the fortress master doesn't let me go, I'll just break the Nine Hells. Jun Changxiao said calmly. The system said, that's a bit too much. Of course. Jun Changxiao narrowed his eyes and said, I can also transfer all the prisoners to Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. The system broke down, that's a very bold idea. No matter what, Gosheng already had his eyes on the Nine Hells. If the situation allowed, he would definitely do something. There were many meteorites in the universe. They slowly gathered together, forming a special existence similar to the Milky Way. Of course, it could also be described as a garbage dump, because not only were there rocks, there were also fragments and bones. At this moment, the ancient warship was traveling at a low speed in the garbage dump. Because the Milky Way covered a large area, Jun Changxiao could not choose to take a detour. He could only carefully move through it. Brother Jun, Shang Yuhen said worriedly, it's easy to be ambushed in this garbage dump. As soon as he said that, the ancient warship went around a few giant meteorites. In front of the pile of rocks, there were several warships floating quietly, full of fully armed black-armored martial artists. Jun Changxiao said helplessly, you really have a crow's mouth. Shang Yuhen smiled bitterly, but his eyes were filled with endless anger. Because the black-armored martial artists on the warships were his enemies. His home was gone. His family was gone. Why are they still not letting me go, and still want to kill me? Your Highness. The middle-aged leader standing at the bow of the warship smiled and said, quickly go to the Yellow Springs and meet your father. Gotcha. Shang Yuhen clenched his fists, unable to suppress his anger. Of course. The middle-aged man said again, if you know what's good for you, hand over the great Shang's treasure. Perhaps you can avoid death. Shang Yuhen's eyes were about to split open, the great Shang's treasure is the blood and sweat of my ancestors. How can I hand it over to you ugly demons? Kikik. The middle-aged man laughed strangely, since you don't want to cooperate, then die. After saying that, he looked at Jun Changxiao and said disdainfully, brat, you dare to help us hunt prey. You must be tired of living. I thought you were treating me as if I didn't exist. Jun Changxiao shrugged. The middle-aged man said indifferently, it doesn't matter if you exist or not, because you will soon cease to exist. You want to kill me? Jun Changxiao asked. The middle-aged man was amused by his words because this question was simply too stupid. General. One of his subordinates whispered, "This guy's warship is not bad." The middle-aged man had already noticed this and said indifferently, "Be careful when you attack. Don't damage the warship. This general still needs to drive it back." "Yes." Everyone shouted. The middle-aged man pointed at Xianxia and said, "Hurry up and get out." From the moment this guy appeared until now, he had not looked at Xianxia at all. He was simply arrogant to the extreme. "All right." Xianxia tapped his feet and flew out of the ancient battlefield. Because the area where the meteorites gathered also had a planar system, the feeling of being torn apart by the power of the universe was not very obvious. With his strength, he could easily deal with it. "Brother Jun!" Xiang Yuhen shouted. There was still a chance to escape on the warship, but if he flew down like this, he would definitely be surrounded. "Quite cooperative." The middle-aged man waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 1,000 black-armored cultivators on the warship flew out and then burst out with their cultivation. They split into two groups and charged at Xianxia and Xiang Yuhen. They wanted to kill. They also wanted to take away the ancient warship. Plop! At the edge of the garbage dump, the middle-aged leader stood on a meteorite. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. There was a huge hole in his chest. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. It was clear that it had been bombarded. From the only wound, he should have been attacked only once. The middle-aged man's strength was not inferior to any of the 5 tyrants. He was also wearing an armor that was not inferior to the battlefield specter. In the end, his chest was pierced through. However, the camera zoomed out. The river-like garbage dump showed a huge empty area that extended towards the meteorite where the middle-aged man was. There was not even a grain of sand in it. It also contained energy that had not completely dissipated. It felt like a raging river that was cut in half by a terrifying force. On the other side of the empty area, the ancient warship was quietly suspended in the air. Xiang Yuhen, who was standing on the deck, was dumbstruck. In the end, he could not support himself and fell to the ground. His heart was in turmoil. As the only witness, he swore that he had never seen anything like this before. It would be unforgettable. Because Brother Jun had punched the black-armored martial artists when they rushed over. It was very plain. It felt like he had casually thrown it out. However, such a simple and unadorned punch actually contained a terrifying strength. Not only did it kill the thousands of black-armored martial artists, but it also directly destroyed the warship. The captain of the warship was even sent flying away, revealing the scene that was before everyone's eyes. Xiang Yuhen was dumbfounded. He had guessed that Brother Jun was very strong from the ancient warship, but he did not expect him to be so strong. He could actually kill a lower-level space-breaking realm expert with one punch. Middle level. Xiang Yuhen was shocked. Brother Jun must be middle level. The strongest realm in the falling star continent was Martial Emperor. However, there was no detailed division of the realms. In fact, in the mortal world's martial arts system, this realm was classified as Space-Breaking Realm. It was called Space-Breaking Realm or Space-Breaking Realm. Space-Breaking Realm had a very clear division of the realms. They were lower level, middle level, and upper level. Before the Night Emperor fell, he belonged to the lower level Space-Breaking Realm. Experts of this level had a very good understanding of the heaven and earth attribute and the power of space. They were completely uncontrollable in the universe. To put it bluntly, they had already broken free from the shackles of the continent. As for ascending to the upper realm, he needed to comprehend the power of the universe. This kind of power was higher than the heaven and earth attribute of the continent, and could only be comprehended after reaching the lower void-piercing realm. When an elite cultivator comprehended the power of the universe, it was equivalent to stepping into the middle level of the void-piercing realm, and already had the qualifications to ascend to the upper realm. Of course, the middle level of the void-piercing tier was also considered to be in a hurry to throw away one's life. After reaching this level, many people would choose to ascend, but in the end, they would fail and die. According to the statistics of the relevant departments, the success rate of a middle void-piercing realm cultivator ascending to the upper realm was less than 5%. On average, only 5 out of 100 people. successfully ascended, but this still couldn't stop the desire of mortals to become stronger. Therefore, almost every day, there would be experts who died because of this. There were many reasons for failing to ascend. For example, the tempering of the physical body was not good enough, or the soul was not strong enough. However, the main reason was that one's understanding of the power of the universe was not comprehensive enough. Therefore, the upper void-piercing tier was born. Powerhouses of this realm would be greatly improved in all aspects, especially their understanding of the power of the universe. According to the author's statistics, the success rate of ascension was about 30%. The probability was greatly increased, but the success rate of breaking through to the upper void-piercing realm was much lower than that of the middle void-piercing realm. If anyone could reach this level, they would definitely be at the level of monsters in the mortal universe. It was precisely because the upper void-piercing realm was too difficult to reach, and because of lifespan and other factors, many powerhouses could only take the risk and forcibly ascend at the middle level. Failure meant stepping into death. Success meant a comprehensive sublimation. After the introduction of the realm, the main topic turned to Xianxia. At this moment, he firmly believed that Xianxia killed the middle-aged man with one punch, and his strength must have reached the middle level of the void-piercing realm. But the truth, Gosheng didn't even touch the threshold of the lower level. To be able to kill the lower level of the void-piercing realm, he completely relied on one punch to kill. The middle-aged man was quite miserable. From the appearance to the conversation with Xianxia, he never looked at Xianxia. He even treated him as heir and directly charged for one punch to kill. His subsequent words were also very pretentious, and his energy rose all the way to 100%. In that case, Xianxia certainly wouldn't be stingy. He locked onto the middle-aged man and blasted over. This time, he didn't use his feet because he already understood that even if he attacked with his butt, he would suffer the side effects. Who? A gust of wind blew over. Xianxia, who was standing proudly in front of the warship, had a head full of black hair that fluttered in the wind, revealing his shiny head. Brother. Brother Jun. Xianxia stared and said, You're bald. Xianxia didn't say anything. He silently took out the black robe that never wore out, and then put it on his head, saying, With me protecting you, you will be very safe. Xiao. The ancient battlefield flew along the empty space created by the one punch to kill and smoothly flew out of the starry sky garbage dump. Plop. The middle-aged man kneeling on the meteorite fell. Although the pair of eyes had lost their vitality, there was still a painful and disbelieving expression on his face. He, who was infinitely close to the strength of two commanders, actually received a boxed meal so easily. On the ancient warship, Xianxia happily held the other's spatial ring and said with a smile, This guy is quite rich. Brother Jun. Xianxia gradually calmed down, his eyes flashing with admiration, So you're at the middle level of the void-piercing realm. Middle level of the void-piercing realm? Xianxia said, What do you mean? Xianxia said in shock, Brother Jun doesn't know about the void-piercing realm? Xianxia spread out his hands and said, This one is managing the sect in the plane all year round, and rarely goes out, so I don't know many things. I see. Xianxia understood and then explained the void-piercing realm to him. It's so complicated? Knowing that the void-piercing realm was divided into 3 levels, Xianxia was a bit speechless. According to his Wuxing perfection, he still had to break through 3 levels to become the strongest existence in the mortal universe. The system said, You say it as if the host can break through casually. Brother Jun, Xianxia said weakly, You're managing a sect? Yes. Xianxia said. Is it very strong? Xianxia asked. Xianxia didn't even think and said, This one is the strongest sect in the plane, and there's no one else. In terms of overall strength, it was indeed so, but when it came from Gosheng's mouth, it really made people have the impulse to spit all over his face. Brother Jun, can I join your sect? Xianxia asked. One punch to kill the lower level of the void-piercing realm, he was definitely an expert among experts. If he joined his sect, his future would definitely be bright. Reader, Dai Lu, come out and take a beating. Of course you can join. Jun Changxiao said, however, my sect of all times mainly walks the path of the elite, and also talks about talent and money. If you don't have both, then I'm very sorry. Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen hurriedly said, I have money. Although Shang Yuhen was a prince in distress, he was really rich. This money was referring to spirit stones. The quality of spirit stones in Tianyuan continent was much higher than in Jiutian continent and other plains. Jun Changxiao had long understood this, which was why he changed the sect of all times from an assessment method to a new model where one could join with qualifications and money. Of course, qualifications were not required, but money was a must. Are you sure you want to join my sect of all times? Jun Changxiao asked seriously. Yes. Shang Yuhen said, however, you need to wait for a while. Why? Jun Changxiao asked. Shang Yuhen's eyes flashed with anger. I want to redeem my ancestor and avenge the plane that was destroyed. Are you confident? Jun Changxiao looked at him. Shang Yuhen was silent for a while and said, even if I'm not confident, I have to try. How much does it cost to redeem your ancestor? I heard from others that it seems to cost 10 million spirit stones. So expensive? Jun Changxiao was stunned. His spirit stones that had reached the 9th grade, 10 million was completely comparable to 50 million six-pointed star stones. On the way, Goxing had already understood that spirit stones were divided into different grades. Falling Star Continent spirit stones could be classified as the lowest grade, Jiutian Continent spirit stones as the 5th grade, and Tianyuan Continent spirit stones as the highest grade, 9th grade. It did not matter if it was expensive to redeem someone, but the key was that there was a time limit and he had to be locked up again. It was simply too wasteful. How about this? Jun Changxiao said seriously, give me the money, I'll help you take revenge. He had never flaunted himself as a chivalrous person, and would never help take revenge for someone unrelated to him. However, if the commission was enough, then he could consider it. Not to mention, 10 million 9th grade spirit stones was not a small amount, in short. As long as the money was in place, there was nothing that Jun Changxiao did not dare to do. Brother Jun, Shang Yuhen said, although you are strong, my enemy is stronger. What, did he not believe in this seat? Jun Changxiao put a hand on his shoulder and said, don't easily doubt others, especially a handsome guy. Speak. Who is your enemy? Seeing his proud expression, Shang Yuhen's heart was immediately moved, and he said, Great Dark Demon King. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Why didn't he call himself King Piccolo? How strong are they? How many subordinates do they have? Where are they? Jun Changxiao asked. Shang Yuhen said, the Dark Demon King was once suppressed in the Demon Sealing Valley by the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda. After the divine artifact disappeared, he broke the seal and rushed out. His expression gradually became pained. That was because after the demon broke the seal, a calamity befell the continent. The various countries, including the Shang dynasty, were attacked by the devil army. In a short period of time, the entire plain was filled with corpses, and the people were in a terrible situation. Although he was able to escape safely in the end, whenever he saw the shattered mountains and rivers before he left, it would appear in his nightmares, tormenting him to the point where he wished he was dead. On the Tianyuan continent? Yes. What about strength? I'm not too sure about the situation, but according to the guard's speculation, he's probably infinitely close to the upper level of the void-piercing tier. It doesn't seem to be too strong, Jun Changxiao said. He had just learned about the brand new realm system and had not seen much of a gap between the lower and middle levels. Shang Yuhen said, those who have reached the middle level of the void-piercing tier have already mastered the power of the universe and can easily kill the lower level of the void-piercing tier. Jun Changxiao was quite surprised. It seems a bit strong. You can kill the lower level with one punch, don't you know the strength of the middle level of the void-piercing tier? Shang Yuhen muttered in his heart. Of course. He said, the Dark Demon King is infinitely close to the upper level of the middle level of the void-piercing tier. His strength will only be more terrifying. Dozens of the lower level of the void-piercing tier on my continent were still easily obliterated. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know how much power the middle level of the void-piercing tier had. But to be able to easily obliterate dozens of the lower level, it was absolutely explosive. With his current strength, it would be very difficult to fight with him. AI. Zhang Yuhan sighed. If the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda was still there, my Tianyuan continent would not have been destroyed. Why do you say that? Jun Changxiao asked. Zhang Yuhan said, the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda can suppress all evil things in the world. It just so happens to restrain the Dark Demon King formed by the convergence of evil power. Jun Changxiao's eyebrows raised in joy. Before leaving this time, he specially brought the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda with him. This kind of treasure that could shrink and enlarge at any time could be placed in an underground prison 1 second, and the next second it could be taken out to smash walnuts for people to eat. Give me 10 million spirit stones, I will help you take revenge. Jun Changxiao stood up, a rare serious expression on his face. Big brother Jun, Zhang Yuhan said, the Dark Demon King still has 10 lower-level void-piercing tier subordinates, close to 100,000 well-trained subordinates. Jun Changxiao, who had just cultivated a heroic aura, suddenly felt a bit discouraged. Whether the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda could absolutely restrain the Dark Demon King, he was now uncertain. Now that he learned that he still had so many subordinates, he suddenly felt a bit difficult to deal with. Ding! Side quest triggered. At this time, a prompt sounded in his ear. Jun Changxiao opened the panel and saw the side quest. Please kill the Dark Demon King and his subordinates within 3 months. Remaining time, 89 days, super elite mission. I just had the thought of being scared, and the quest immediately forced me to be tough. Kid. Jun Changxiao straightened his back and said, how do I get to Tianyuan continent? Big brother Jun wants to take revenge for me? That's right. Zhang Yuhan was a bit conflicted. After all, it was a bit unrealistic for him to go alone and face so many subordinates of the Dark Demon King. Don't worry. Jun Changxiao put on the Xianyuan divine armor and said proudly, there are only things this lord doesn't want to do, there is nothing this lord can't do. With the support of the equipment, his imposing manner reached the peak, which made Zhang Yuhan feel safer, so he stood up and pointed in a direction, go here. How long will it take to reach the location? According to the current speed, it will take at least a year. Plop. Jun Changxiao fell. The time limit given by the mission was only 3 months. If he rushed over in a year, it would be too late. No, for the 10 million 9th grade spirit stones, he had to increase his speed to the extreme. Whoosh, there was a faint ripple in the starry sky, and the ancient warship seemed to travel through space and disappeared on the spot. Can the unstoppable blade deal with a middle void-piercing realm cultivator? On the way, Jun Changxiao kept thinking. Although the arrival of the side quest made him decide to punish evil, if his biggest trump card couldn't deal with this level, then he would definitely be sending himself to death. Ask Area. The system said. Yes. Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead, and his soul entered the Tianyuan prison pagoda. He called Area, who was managing the prisoners, to the surveillance room and said, girl, have you heard of the Dark Demon King? Master. Area said with a look of disdain, this little bastard, of course I have heard of him. Little, turtle grandson, Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. This title was too contemptuous of a great demon king. Master. Area asked curiously, why would you mention the guy I bullied for 10,000 years for no reason? Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched slightly. Although he did not have the taste of being taught by the soul-suppressing whip, he was still looking forward to it. However, the Soul Clan Palace Masters immediately became cowards and were obedient to him. He knew that the process must be very painful. The so-called Dark Great Demon King was bullied by Area for 10,000 years. That was simply unimaginable. Swoosh. Jun Changxiao sat down and waved his hand, saying, please tell me the story of you and the Dark Great Demon King. Area said, there is a special dark attribute in the mortal universe. In the long river of time, it slowly gathered into a great demon king who gathered all evil. On the day it was formed, it was seen by the mighty people of the upper realm. They used the energy to purify the evil in the world to create a tower. Then, they suppressed the great demon king who wanted to bring disaster to the mortal world in the Tianyuan continent. This tower is the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower? Jun Changxiao asked. Yes. Arius said, and I am the energy that purifies the evil in the world. In the end, I exist in the form of an artifact spirit in the tower. Xianxia was stunned. He knew that the heaven origin soul suppressing tower was very strong, but he did not expect it to come from the upper realm. No matter how awesome the equipment in the mortal universe was, it would definitely be overshadowed by the upper realm label. It's normal. The system said, after all, it resisted the power of the thunder tribulation. That's true. Xianxia was overjoyed and said, you and the heaven origin soul suppressing tower exist to suppress the dark great demon king? Yes. Arya nodded. Xianxia said, if you meet that guy again, can you deal with it? Why? Arya opened her eyes wide and said fiercely, did that little turtle bully master? Yes. Xianxia pretended to be pitiful and said, I was bullied badly by it. Swoosh. Whoosh. In an instant, whips, candles, handcuffs, shackles, ropes, and other training tools appeared behind Arya. Her eyes turned red and she said, Master, I will avenge you. Coincidentally, Zhao Daodu, who had just finished giving mental counseling to a few prisoners, passed by the monitoring room. When he saw the blackened area, he was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. The Dark Demon King probably wouldn't have thought that he would be arranged like this even though he clearly didn't know Gosheng. Are you sure it can be done? As long as Master smashes the Heaven Origin Soul suppressing pagoda on him, leave the rest to me. No problem. Xianxia felt a little guilty about defeating the Dark Demon King with his own strength. But if it was just smashing the pagoda, it should be easy. Right. Xianxia said, that guy still has a group of subordinates. Arya said, it must have been formed by its own dark attribute. As long as we can control the main body, we can easily take care of it. I see. Xianxia was a little surprised in his heart. This Dark Demon King's strength was originally very strong. It could even create 10 lower-level void-piercing realm and 100,000 subordinates. It could completely be called the top big boss of the mortal world. If Arya can control it and a group of subordinates, I can save a talisman to open the seal. Xianxia's initial thought was to hand the Dark Demon King over to the soul-suppressing pagoda, and use hard to take back to deal with his subordinates. Although the final result would be a long period of weakness, for 10 million 9th grade spirit stones, for a side mission, it was definitely worth it. Moreover, for 2 side missions, he even dared to marry the Rose Queen. What else in the world did he not dare to do? The system ridiculed, this is what the host thought of, not what I said. Haven't you said enough? Xiao. The ancient warship went all out, heading towards Tianyuan continent at the fastest speed. Of course. The energy consumption was also fast. For the side mission and 10 million spirit stones, Xianxia didn't care about the cost at all. The closer they got to Tianyuan continent, the more worried Shang Yuhen was, afraid that Brother Jun wouldn't be able to deal with the Dark Demon King. It didn't matter if he died. If he implicated his benefactor, he would really be a bastard. Xianxia saw his worry and comforted him, don't worry, in this mortal universe, no one can threaten me. I hope so. Shang Yuhen secretly said. 1 month later. After crossing the endless universe, the ancient warship finally flew into the region of Tianyuan continent. Strange. Xianxia was puzzled, why are there so many abandoned planes? After entering this region of the universe, he passed by a few planes, but all of them had withered spiritual energy and were deserted. The vast universe nurtured countless habitable continents. Some would gradually reach the peak, some would slowly decline. This was a normal law of nature. However, it was a little strange for there to be abandoned planes in a small area. Brother Jun Shang Yuhen clenched his fist and said, the Dark Demon King is born by devouring planes. It's not only targeting Tianyuan continent. These planes were all destroyed by it? Xianxia asked. Without a doubt. Xianxia secretly said, such a powerful and evil creature should at least be classified as an epic mission. How could it be classified as a side mission? Xiao. The ancient warship continued to move forward. A few days later, it floated in the starry sky of a desolate plain. This continent was very big, and the falling star continent could only be described as a child. looking from the outside. There were many small cracks visible to the naked eye, as if it would break apart at any time. Shang Yuhen stood on the deck with his fists clenched, his eyes bloodshot. Jun Changxiao knew that this was Tianyuan continent. From the degree of desolation, it was even worse than the ones they passed by previously. Xiao. The ancient warship flew in. After passing through the spatial barrier and seeing everything, Jun Changxiao fell silent. The entire world was filled with cracks and craters. Even the space was in a state of collapse, as if it had just experienced the end of the world. Drip, drip. Shang Yuhen's body seemed to be frozen in place. Blood flowed from his fist and splattered on the floor. Jun Changxiao did not console him. Because he thought that if the falling star continent he lived in became like this, the anger and pain in his heart would not be any weaker than Shang Yuhen's. The ancient warship slowed down and flew in the shattered land. One could vaguely see that under the ruins of a city, there were many withered corpses. In a huge crater, there were even hundreds of thousands of skeletons. From the various movements, it was obvious that they had struggled when they were alive. Not to mention Shang Yuhen. When Jun Changxiao saw this scene, the unerasable grief of the descendants of Huaxia flooded his mind. The anger in his bones, blood, and soul was instantly ignited. Kid. I don't want the money. This dark demon king, I must kill him. That's right. Jun Changxiao didn't want money anymore, even if it was just voluntary help. He wanted to destroy the Dark Demon King. The system didn't take this opportunity to complain because this man was really angry now. Mentioning money was an insult to his character. Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen was stunned. Why was the anger in his eyes so strong? He didn't know that some things were not only experienced by him, but also happened in other star fields and were engraved in the hearts of future generations. Hoo. Jun Changxiao stood at the bow of the ship and released his spiritual sense. Soon, he caught many black-armored warriors in the ruins of a city in the distance. They seemed to have undergone strict training. Boom! Boom! There was a roar in the ruins. Dozens of warriors fought like trapped beasts, even if they were injured and could fall at any time. Behind them, in the deepest stone room, thousands of survivors knelt on the ground and prayed, praying that the heavens would bless them to live. Boom! The black energy exploded on the ground, and the whole ground cracked again. The originally dilapidated city buildings suddenly turned into powder. A warrior from the Tianyuan continent was lying on the ground with a hole in his chest. His ferocious face was filled with anger and unwillingness. Old he. His companions roared angrily, and all their grief and anger gathered on their weapons. They charged without caring about their lives. Although they could kill a few black-armored warriors, they were surrounded by enemies. This was just the tip of the iceberg. The warriors of the Tianyuan continent who had not been completely wiped out were still resisting, using their blood and lives to win a glimmer of light for their descendants. Kill them all. A black-armored leader shouted in a deep voice. Shua! Shua! In an instant, thousands of soldiers rushed over, their bodies releasing strange attributes, rendering the environment incomparably dark. Dozens of wounded warriors of the Tianyuan continent knew that they didn't have long to live. They released all their spiritual power and strength, just to drag a few of them down with them before they died. Whoosh! Suddenly, a colorful stream of light burst from the sky, directly passing through the heads of thousands of black-armored warriors, and finally hit the black-armored leader accurately. The dark environment was torn apart by the light, and then gradually faded until the world returned to normal. The cultivators of the Tianyuan continent who were prepared to die were all dumbfounded. The sudden burst of multicolored light gave them an unprecedented sense of security. Swoosh! Whoosh! Everyone looked in the direction where the light came from. In his field of vision, a man in a black robe floated proudly in the air. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his gaze was like ice. The aura he exuded was like that of a god of war. Your Highness! When the surviving warriors saw the young man standing in front of the black-robed man, their eyes lit up with excitement. I'm sorry. Shang Yuhen clenched his fists and said, I'm late. The Great Shang Empire occupied close to 60% of the continent's land, and had an unprecedented number of citizens. As a prince, he was unable to live and die with his family, yet he was the first to escape when the disaster struck. He had always been deeply remorseful. Shwa. Shwa. More black-armored martial artists flew over from afar. There were about 3,000 to 5,000 of them. Xianxia raised his hand and the Sky Tyrant spear appeared out of thin air. He grabbed the spear's hilt with one hand and disappeared in an instant. Then, he appeared in front of the incoming enemy and said, "It's not too late." Boom, boom, the cold spear light seemed to turn into a line and swept across the sky. The thousands of black-armored martial artists were instantly killed on the spot. Dark Demon King. Xianxia held his spear in midair and roared, "Come out for me." His voice reverberated in the sky, and the anger it carried seemed to tear the space apart. He did not wish to fight his way to the final checkpoint. Instead, he wanted to go straight to the point and call out the final boss. After all, he still had to go to the cosmic fortress. Time was tight. Hoo. Before the echoing voice had even died down, the eastern region of the Tianyuan continent surged with rolling black clouds like a huge wave. The sky darkened once again, and the gloomy aura became even denser. Woo-woo. A cold wind blew, and it sounded like the cries of ghosts. The faces of the injured Tianyuan continent martial artists changed drastically. "Brother Jun." Shang Yuhen clenched his fists and said, "The Dark Demon King is here." Jun Changxiao said coldly, "A guy who is at death's door. His entrance is quite stylish." Hoo. The huge wave of black clouds quickly approached. One by one, the black-armored martial artists flew over and hovered a few hundred feet away from Jun Changxiao. The number increased from a few thousand to tens of thousands. This formation was very strong, and it made Shang Yuhen panic. Jun Changxiao had a look of disdain. As a man who had been punished on the battlefield and faced 100,000 spirits, he would not frown even if there were a few 100,000 more. The black-armored martial artists that gradually appeared did not move. They were like soldiers who had undergone strict training. They hovered in midair or stood on the ground, emitting a strange aura that made people shudder. "Kid." The rolling black clouds pressed over, and a sharp voice sounded, "Who are you?" Jun Changxiao held his head high and said proudly, "Beauty and wisdom, the embodiment of heroes and chivalry, Jun Chao Shui." "Bah." A voice came from the black clouds. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "Only a rascal would hide his head and show his tail." Kikik. The classic villain's unique strange laughter resounded through the sky. Immediately, a black attribute appeared from the clouds and gradually condensed into a bald old man wearing a black robe. His eyes were emitting an evil light. At first glance, one could tell that he was not a good person. Jun Changxiao's mentality exploded. Because not only did he wear the same clothes as the other party, but also his head, as the only handsome person in this drama, he would not allow an ugly person to wear the same clothes and head shape as him. "Kid." The Dark Demon King who revealed his true body smiled coldly and said, "You are the helper invited by Tianyuan continent?" "Yes." Jun Changxiao said indifferently. Kikik. The Dark Demon King laughed strangely, "Lower void-piercing realm and you dare to be a hero. Who gave you such courage?" Shang Yuhen was stunned. Brother Jun was not a middle void-piercing realm? Or, he deliberately hid his cultivation, not letting the Dark Demon King see through it, so that he could catch him off guard during the battle? His strength was not high, so it was difficult for him to spy on Jun Changxiao's cultivation. However, the injured Tianyuan continent martial artist standing behind him had strength only second to the lower void-piercing realm. At this moment, they were all secretly cursing. The helper invited by His Highness, no matter how they looked at it, seemed to be similar to themselves. Could he beat the Dark Demon King? Although they had doubts in their hearts, they did not say it out loud. After all, this person was invited by His Highness, so he should have extraordinary strength. To deal with trash like you, I don't need to have a high realm. Jun Changxiao said indifferently. At this moment, his brain was working rapidly, considering how to take out the Sky Origin soul-suppressing pagoda and then smash it on the opponent, handing it over to Arya to deal with. Hoo. At this moment, the Dark Demon King gathered his evil power and quickly condensed a big hand in the sky. He said coldly, "This king will now send you, the real trash, on your way." Feeling the pressure of the terrifying power, Xianxia roared in his heart, "Why does this villain not talk much? Who said that villains die from talking too much?" Not only did this dark demon king not talk much, he did not even shoot his mouth off. He directly gathered his powerful force and pressed it down on Xianxia, with the absolute strength to kill, who would have nothing to say. Moreover, Xianxia's arrogance had made it very unhappy. That was why it had suppressed him without hesitation. It felt as if it was swatting an annoying fly with its hand. Whoosh whoosh. The terrifying evil chi came first and blew away Xianxia's black robe, revealing his head that was still bright in the dark environment. "So it's Baldy," the dark demon king said disdainfully. "F*ck, aren't you Baldy too?" Xianxia did not have time to complain, because the situation was very dangerous. Whoosh. In an instant, the Xianyuan divine armor covered his body and his cultivation erupted, forming layers of defensive walls around him. He could also use the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda to increase the strength, but this was equivalent to exposing himself, which was not good for surprise. "Your Highness!" Whoosh! 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 The injured Tianyuan continent warriors rushed over and grabbed Shang Yuhen, flying out of the area covered by the palm print. Because the power was locked onto Xianxia, although they could not avoid being eroded by the evil chi, they still managed to escape the moment it pressed down. Rumble. The huge palm print pressed down, and the originally broken ground was heavily damaged, immediately cracking open. Looking down from the starry sky, the small cracks that were originally clearly visible on the plain expanded by a lot, as if it was about to collapse and disintegrate. The huge movement affected the stone room deep underground, and the surviving old, weak, women, and children trembled violently, and all of them sped up their prayers. In the face of a terrifying disaster, they were powerless to stop it, and could only pray to the heavens to save them. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the area where the palm print pressed down, the wind was still roaring. The sky was filled with dust, and the originally dark world seemed to be covered with a layer of demon's gauze. Pooh! Pooh! The cultivators who had brought Shang Yuhen to safety all vomited blood as they struggled to stand with pale white faces. They were already seriously injured, and they had risked their lives to save the prince despite the evil energy entering their bodies. At this moment, they had completely lost the ability to fight. Of course. At this time, no one cared about themselves. What they cared about was the dust-filled area. With that kind of power, if the prince's helper couldn't dodge it in time, he would be in deep trouble. Big Brother June. Shang Yuhen was extremely worried. Gradually, the dust was blown away by the wind, and Xianxia's figure appeared, causing him to be overjoyed. However, in the next second, his expression froze. The injured martial artists from the Yuan continent were stunned. Even the Dark Demon King had a look of surprise on his face. Everything in the area was clearly visible. They saw that not only was Xianxia standing there unscathed, but there were also strange weapons floating around him. Why was it strange? Because no one had ever seen or heard of it before. If one had to find something to compare it to in terms of form, it would be like a broom. It was not a broom. It was a more advanced vacuum cleaner. That was close, that was close. Xianxia looked calm, but he was secretly rejoicing. Even with the protection of the Xianyuan divine armor, he might not be able to withstand the power of the palm print just now. Therefore, when he took it head-on, he directly took out 20 modified vacuum cleaners. This item was useless against the handsome man and the 5 hegemons of Starry Sky because the other party was considered a villain and not an evil cultivator. The Dark Demon King was different. This guy was definitely a fighter jet of the evil cultivators. The moment the evil palm print pressed down, Xianxia first used the gathered defense to offset the power that he could withstand. Then, he directly activated the enhanced mode of the modified vacuum cleaner and crazily absorbed the remaining power. To deal with the soul race hiding in the body of a martial artist, one modified vacuum cleaner was enough. Facing such a demon king that was comparable to a mid-level void-piercing realm, even if Xianxia offset most of the evil power, there was no guarantee that 20 vacuum cleaners could finish him off. Fortunately, it succeeded. As the price, all 20 modified vacuum cleaners exploded. Kid. The Dark Demon King said with interest, what kind of treasure is this? It can actually absorb this king's power? Mutton fat jade bottle, Xianxia said indifferently. Bottle? The Dark Demon King was stunned. It couldn't see what this broom-like thing had to do with a bottle. Of course. Xianxia said, I also have a purple gold-red gourd that has unpredictable power. Do you want to try its power? Pooh. At this point, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hee hee hee. The Dark Demon King laughed strangely and said, although you resolved the palm, you still can't avoid being injured. Even if you have a treasure that can steal the fortune of heaven and earth, how can you hurt this king? Damn it. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Come. The Dark Demon King said, take out that gourd of yours and let this king see how unpredictable it is. It was now very sure that the helper it invited was very weak. Now that it was injured after taking a palm, it could crush it to death at will. Shwa. Xianxia waved his hand, and the Patriarch's exclusive weapon, Finger of Empire, appeared out of thin air. This is the gourd you were talking about? The Dark Demon King frowned. Just now, he called the broom-like weapon a bottle. Now, he called the itchy weapon a gourd. Was he bullying him for having no intelligence? Xianxia pointed at the part with the finger facing the sky and said, don't you think it looks like a gourd? Shang Yohan's mouth twitched. This strange thing didn't look like a gourd at all. It looked more like a special gesture. Less nonsense. The Dark Demon King sneered and said, hurry up and let this king see how unpredictable it is. Pa. At this moment, Xianxia pressed the Finger of Empire button with one hand. His eyes were even bigger than a bull's. He first locked onto the big boss, then locked onto the surrounding black-armored martial artists, and shouted at the top of his voice, because I saw you in the crowd. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky were stirred and then split into two. One gathered into the shape of a huge finger, and the other gathered into the shape of a huge whirlpool. It's coming, Dog Leftover's most shameless AoE skill that covered the entire screen. The Dark Demon King frowned after being glanced at. At the moment when the dark clouds in the sky merged, a slight chill came from his butt. Not good. His expression changed, and he immediately waved his hand. Pa. The invisible force that suddenly appeared behind him was grabbed tightly. He sneered and said, good lad, you actually used a dirty move, Xiao. At this moment, Xianxia appeared above his head. He assumed a difficult and enchanting pose that could only be found in JoJo. Then, he made a heart gesture and said, go, my darling. Huff huff. The Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda appeared out of thin air and rapidly expanded from its pocket-sized form. Then, it ruthlessly pressed down on the Dark Demon King. Little bastard. Great Aunt is coming. Arya's voice sounded out of thin air, and the Dark Demon King's scalp was about to explode. Rumble, the enlarged Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda landed on the ground. Rolling dust swirled around it, adding a bit of majesty and weight to it. After all, the Dark Demon King had the body of a human, so the sure-kill skill of World Pointer had an effect on it. However, after the vortex in the sky merged with the finger, the invisible force formed was caught by the opponent before it could reach the designated position. From this, it could be seen. As the exclusive divine weapon of the Patriarch, it was difficult to shake the mid-level void-piercing realm. Xianxia was neither surprised nor depressed, because the sure-kill skill of World Pointer was nothing more than a feint. The real purpose was to create a better opportunity for himself. Go. My precious baby. Under the shameful shout, the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda finally made a magnificent appearance. The Dark Demon King, who was distracted by the invisible force, could not make an effective defense in the first place, so it was inevitable that it would be smashed. Of course, with its strength, even if 100,000 mountains fell, it would not have any damage, but the nightmarish voice that tortured it sounded, and its scalp exploded in an instant. Little bastard, from today onwards, I'll train you. Little bastard, next time you see me, you have to call me Grandaunt. Little bastard, which one will you choose today? Little bastard, I'm coming again. Scenes of the past appeared in the depths of its memory, causing the Dark Demon King to fall into deep fear. In the end, it lost its resistance and allowed the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda to smash it. 50,000 years ago. There was a kind of evil energy in the mortal universe that lived by absorbing the evil thoughts of the common people. 40,000 years ago. The evil energy gathered together and nurtured a fetus. 30,000 years ago. Wisdom was born in the fetus and it had self-awareness. 20,000 years ago. After continuing to absorb the evil thoughts of the common people, the fetus began to evolve into a physical body. 15,000 years ago. The dark demon king, who was only in the form of a child, finally walked out of the evil. Just as a sinister smile appeared on its face, it was taken away by the soul-suppressing pagoda formed by the upper realm. It was pressed into the demon-sealing valley of the Tianyuan continent and began to be tortured in all aspects. Purple Craggy Monster King's death was already a tragedy for him. As an evil spirit born in the mortal universe, it was even more tragic when it was dealt with before it even began to show its strength or say a line. Woo woo woo. Every night, the cries of the Dark Demon King could be heard coming from Demon-Sealing Valley. When the martial artists heard this, their blood ran cold, and they recognized this place as the continent's most dangerous forbidden area. One person spread it to 10 spread it to 100, leaving behind all kinds of legends about the terrifying creatures in the valley. He had been trained by Area for 10,000 years, from a child to an adult. Just as he was about to be purified into a beneficial life form, the Dark Demon King finally saw the light he had been waiting for, because the soul-suppressing pagoda that was pressing down on his head had suddenly disappeared. He was excited and excited. It was hard to describe his feelings at that time. The great Dark Demon King didn't immediately come out to do evil. That was because after being purified for 10,000 years, he needed to nurture evil energy again and recover the demeanor a king should have. Another 5,000 years passed. It had finally regained its former glory, easily breaking through the seal and descending on the Tianyuan continent as an invincible being. However, after being cocky for a while, the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda that had disappeared suddenly reappeared and sucked it in again. From the birth of the great Dark Demon King until now, it had been born, suppressed, unsealed, and then suppressed again. Hoo-hoo. The wind whistled, and the space cracked. After the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda landed, nearly 100,000 black-armored martial artists seemed to have lost their souls. They were all dumbfounded on the spot, and those that were suspended in the sky fell down crazily like flies. Zhang Yuhen was dumbfounded. The injured Tianyuan continent martial artists were also stunned. What was going on? Gradually, the dust that had gathered around dissipated, and everything became clear. They saw the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda that was like a tall mountain. This is, Zhang Yuhen exclaimed, the divine weapon that disappeared from our Tianyuan continent. He had never seen the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda before, but he had read about it in the literature, so he could immediately tell from the aura and shape. The injured martial artists also opened their eyes wide. The divine weapon that had disappeared mysteriously for thousands of years had actually appeared in the world again. Was this a dream? Was this a dream? At this moment, the rolling black clouds that had gathered in the sky gradually dispersed, and the sun that represented the light shone on the earth. Feeling the long-awaited warmth, the injured martial artists all knelt on the ground, using their hands to support their bodies, and tears rolled down like rain. Pung! Pung! The black-armored martial artists that had gathered together began to explode one after another, until all of them turned into nothingness. The dark attribute that existed in the Tianyuan continent had completely disappeared. Xiao! Jun Changxiao waved his hand, and the huge Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda quickly flew over. Shua! It floated in front of the dazed Zhang Yuhen, and said, "Everything is over." Plop! Zhang Yuhen knelt on the ground, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Jun, for destroying this demon for our Tianyuan continent." Jun Changxiao used his dense spiritual energy to lift him up, and said righteously, "Punishing evil and eliminating evil is what every chivalrous person should do." Brother Jun. Zhang Yuhen took out a few spatial rings from somewhere, and said, "Here are 10 million spirit stones, please accept them." No. Jun Changxiao frowned, and said, "You are insulting me." Very manly. The system had been with him for so long, and this was the first time it had seen a good deed that did not accept money. Some money can be accepted, some money cannot be accepted, Jun Changxiao said proudly. This is the principle of my life, Jun Changxiao. Shang Yuhan said, Brother Jun helped our Tian Yuan continent to get rid of the great demon king, so these spirit stones should be accepted. Jun Changxiao was unmoved. Brother Jun, since you are so sincere, I can accept these 10 million spirit stones. Jun Changxiao said seriously, but it is not the reward for helping you eliminate the great demon king, but the fee for entering my sect. Good. Shang Yuhan said happily. Therefore, Jun Changxiao accepted the 10 million spirit stones, but only as the fee for entering the sect, and not for eliminating the great demon king, so he said calmly in his heart, I did not violate my principles. The system roared, who needs 10 million 9th grade spirit stones to enter the sect? My sect. Jun Changxiao said proudly, the strongest sect in history. The system was powerless to complain, and could only leave it to the readers. Inside the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower. In the monitoring room, Zhao Daodu could not bear to look, and turned his head away from the light screen. The prisoners in the 9th floor of the prison were shivering in the corner, sometimes closing their eyes, sometimes secretly opening them to look at the projection array. Gulp. The 3 tyrants swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and their hands were trembling violently. Even the unyielding Brother Green Scarf looked at the light screen, and his eyebrows and facial muscles jumped wildly. Why did they have such expressions? This was because a prisoner had just arrived. He was tied up with ropes and was being subjected to the most brutal and terrifying torture by the warden. Pa pa pa, zzz, the number of consecutive moves on the screen reached 9,999 plus. Huff huff. Inside the Soul Pagoda, Arya had her hands on her hips, her breathing was slightly rapid. There were various props scattered on the ground, all of which had lost their color. It was clear that the energy injected into them had been squandered away. Terrifying. Zhao Daoda said with a face full of fear, it's too terrifying. During his time in prison, he had seen Arya charging various props, but most of them would last for 10 days to half a month. Now, it was used up in just 1 day to deal with one person. How much energy had been injected? The prisoners who had been trained and tortured were now so scared that their teeth were chattering and their scalps were numb. The Dark Demon King was still bound by the rope and hung in midair. Its body was covered with visible scars, and it brought the kind of pain that affected the soul. It had not experienced it for thousands of years. Now that it had been trained again, it was still the original formula, the original formula. Great. Great Aunt, the Dark Demon King said weakly, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Its appearance just now, the temperament that a villain should have, was long gone. Where did you go wrong? Wrong. I shouldn't have broken the seal and brought disaster to the world. Smack. Arya raised the soul-subduing whip and slammed it over, her almond-shaped eyes widened as she said, wrong. Yes, yes. The Dark Demon King said, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Smack smack smack. Arya hit it 3 times in a row and said angrily with her hands on her hips, you were wrong. I was wrong? I shouldn't have said that I was wrong? The Dark Demon King was suddenly confused and said hurriedly, if Great Aunt says I was wrong, then I was wrong. Arya raised the whip and said coldly, your biggest mistake was bullying my master. Master? Master? The Dark Demon King was stunned. After being trained for 10,000 years, it knew that the Divine Soul Pagoda was an ownerless object, and even knew that no one in the mortal universe was qualified to control it. In theory, this treasure created by the mighty people of the upper realm was completely used to suppress evil spirits. Martial artists were not allowed to sign a contract with it and recognize it as its master. However, it appeared in the purchased goods column as a reward for a mission. Others could not sign a contract with it, but Jun Changxiao could because a contract would be forced if he bought it. So, this cheat, there was no solution. Who was the master of the weapon spirit? The bald man in black. That was impossible. That guy was so weak that he couldn't bear to look straight at him. How could he control a divine artifact from the higher realms? Swish, just as the Dark Demon King was pondering, Jun Changxiao merged into the Soul Pagoda and appeared in front of Arya. Can this guy be killed? The black-armored cultivators outside had all been dealt with. As long as the main culprit was killed, the side mission would be completed. Master, Arius said, this guy is nurtured by evil thoughts. Unless the world no longer has evil thoughts, it will be extremely difficult to erase him. Xianxia was dumbfounded. If I can't kill it, how can I complete the mission? Furthermore, no matter if it was a human or any other creature, how could they not have any evil thoughts? Of course. Arya continued, you can also purify all the evil thoughts in its body, which is no different from obliterating it. Xianxia was overjoyed. How long will it take to purify it? It took advantage of my absence to recover the power of evil. It will take at least 1,000 years for it to be completely purified. 1,000 years, or more. Xianxia almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. There were only 60 days left for the side mission. Not to mention 1,000 years, he could not even wait a year. Originally, he thought that it was no wonder that the Sky Origin Soul Pagoda was classified as a side mission and not an epic. Now, looking at it again, it should be an epic. It was a waste of talent to place it in a side mission. Can it be accelerated? Master, how much do you need to accelerate? Can it be purified in 60 days? Ah? Arya opened her eyes wide. At least 1,000 years, shortened to 2 months, this acceleration was simply crazy. Master, Arius said, I can't do it. Tianyuan continent. The survivors hiding in the underground stone room came out. After adapting to the long-lost sunlight, they all surged with uncontrollable joy. Heaven had opened its eyes, a miracle had appeared. What made the Tianyuan continent cultivators even more excited was that the shattered mountains and rivers, the separated continents, and the collapsed space gradually healed. Although it was difficult to restore the original appearance, it was not so fragmented anymore. Swish, on the mountain, Xianxia took back the terrain remodeling instrument and shook his head. I can only do this. The lost attributes of heaven and earth cannot be reversed. Thank you, Brother June. Shang Yuhen said gratefully. After going through a huge disaster, the once majestic heaven and earth attributes of Tianyuan continent were gone forever, but at least the plane still existed, and the people could still live. This was already very satisfying. Only those who had truly experienced hardship would understand that even living a difficult life was a luxury. Brother June on the ancient warship, Shang Yuhen said with a firm gaze, let's go. Don't you want to stay and build a new home with them? Jun Changxiao asked. Shang Yuhen said, after going through this disaster, I understood a principle. Only by becoming stronger can I bring safety to the people, so, plop, kneeling on the deck, he cowed out and said, please accept me as your disciple, please let me become stronger. The moment Shang Yuhen knelt down, the humorous atmosphere that permeated throughout the book was immediately replaced by a serious atmosphere. Jun Changxia's sloppy appearance was gone. Under the support of the title Most Shameless, the temperament of a sect leader reached its peak. Swish, taking out the entry form, he said, name. Tianyuan continent, Shang Yuhen. Gender. When the entry process was completed and the sect seal was stamped, Shang Yuhen, the representative of Tianyuan continent, became a disciple. The sect of all times finally stepped out of the falling star continent and into the mortal universe. Brother June. Pong, plop, Shang Yuhen fell on the deck with a gourd-shaped bump on his head. Jun Changxiao who was standing beside him roared, which disciple dares to call the patriarch brother? There were only a few 100,000 survivors in Tianyuan continent. They stood in the ruins and watched the warship leave. Your Highness. The people did not organize, but they shouted in unison, you must become stronger. Hearing the shouts of his people, Shang Yuhen who was standing at the stern clenched his fist and swore in his heart, I will become stronger, I will return. The Dark Demon King had been dealt with. There was no need for revenge, but this did not mean that it was over. He had to become stronger and use his strength to benefit Tianyuan continent. Patriarch, how did you get the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower? This is a good question. If you want to get to the bottom of it, you have to start from the origin of the sect of all times. Legend has it that a long time ago, before the heaven and earth were separated, the universe was still chaotic. Gradually, a giant named Pengu was born. Later, he opened his eyes and found that he could not see anything, so he angrily picked up his axe and slashed left and right. As far as Li Qingyang and the others knew, the founder of the sect of all times was the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. However, once Jun Changxiao started bragging, he couldn't stop and instantly raised the origin of the sect to Pango splitting the heavens. In short, as the sect grew stronger, its backer had to be strong. Pango splitting the heavens and earth, one Qi into three pure ones, Nuwa mending the heavens, Quafu chasing the sun, and so on. Everything that could be arranged for him was arranged in one word, foundation. The big shots of the Chinese mythological system were all related to the sect of all times. Their foundation was simply too strong. Shang Yuhen was dumbfounded. So the sect that I joined had so many amazing people, Jun Changxiao said with a serious face. This heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda was formed by my ancestor Pangu using the axe that split the heavens and earth. It can purify all evil in the mortal universe. The system was speechless. If it was the Linglong pagoda used by Nez's father, it could still barely accept it. But to say that Pangu's axe was a soul-suppressing pagoda, this was simply insane. What do you know? Jun Changxiao said, how can pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li's Linglong pagoda be compared to Pangu's axe that split the heavens and earth? Since you want to boast about your foundation, of course you have to boast about the strongest. The system was speechless. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen said dumbly, I heard that the heaven origin soul-suppressing pagoda came from the upper realm. Jun Changxiao said helplessly, you still found out. What did I find out? Shang Yuhen was confused. That's right. Jun Changxiao suddenly disappeared and stood on the bow with his hands behind his back. The heaven origin soul-suppressing pagoda came from the upper realm. Pangu's ancestor also came from the upper realm. However, due to some reason, the sect had no choice but to temporarily stay in the mortal universe. Shang Yuhen suddenly realized, the ancient records were correct. The heaven origin soul-suppressing pagoda really came from the upper realm. However, he didn't expect that the divine artifact was actually created by the sect's ancestor. There's a scar. Jun Changxiao said, do you know why I took you in? I don't know. Shang Yuhen said. Stupid. The system said, because of money. Jun Changxiao raised his head and looked at the endless starry sky in the distance. He said, the heaven's origin soul suppression tower being placed on the Tianyuan continent was the unseen arrangement of our ancestors. And you? He turned around and pointed at Shang Yuhen, saying, he is destined to be my disciple. This sentence was not as sonorous and forceful as Zhao Daodu's, nor did it have the kind of soul-shaking roar and exaggeration, but it contained a kind of magic power. Shang Yuhen's body shook, and he was so moved that tears almost flowed out. I understand now. I really understand now. From the beginning of his encounter with the patriarch in the universe until now, everything was destined. It was his destiny to become a disciple of the sect of all times. Patriarch above. Shang Yuhen bowed deeply once again, then said with a tearful voice, please accept a bow from your disciple. AI. The system shook its head and said, another one has been tricked. Hopefully, he can stay true to his heart and not walk the path of a fool. There's a scar. Jun Changxiao walked over and said, the guy who chased after you mentioned the great Shang's treasure. What's going on? He still made his move in the end. The system said. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen said, this is the treasure trove that the ancestors of the great Shang Empire spent their entire lives to create. There are countless martial arts resources hidden inside. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, the dark demon king lives on evil thoughts. Why would he want to steal your great Shang's treasure trove? Because, Shang Yuhen was a little conflicted. Everyone has their own secrets. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. Jun Changxiao turned around and walked towards the control room. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen said, the Dark Demon King is not after the great Shang's treasure trove. He is after a treasure hidden inside. What treasure? I don't know the details. I only know that it is a remnant scroll. Damn. Jun Changxiao said in shock, it can't be the 7 profound sunglow fragment scroll 6 or 7. Pa pa pa. At the lowest level of Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, whips and screams sounded. Although it was impossible to shorten it from 1,000 years to 60 days, as long as Arya had time, she would focus on training the Dark Demon King. After all, the evil body was more durable than the soul race. Great Aunt, I was wrong. I deserve to die 10,000 times, don't. Don't hit, don't. Don't hit, pa pa pa. Area. After a while, Xianxia walked in and said, "Don't hit, I have something to ask." Area put away the soul-suppressing whip and stood in front of her master with her hands on her waist. She stared with her almond-shaped eyes and said, "Answer whatever I ask." "Duh." The Dark Demon King said, "I will answer whatever you ask." Xianxia sat down, crossed his legs, and said, "Since you have already destroyed the Tianyuan continent, why are you still chasing after the prince of the Great Shang Empire?" Because he has the treasure of the Great Shang Empire," the Dark Demon King said. Xianxia said, "You are a guy who relies on evil thoughts to survive. Do you still need human martial arts resources to improve your cultivation?" "No. No need," the Dark Demon King said. "I only need a remnant scroll hidden inside." "What remnant scroll?" "Qishuan Sunglo broken scroll." "How many?" 6. "Sure enough." Xianxia secretly said, "Just as I guessed." The Dark Demon King muttered in his heart, "How does this guy know how many types of remnant scrolls there are?" "Is the remnant scroll helpful to you?" Xianxia said. If it was a martial artist looking for the remnant scroll, it would be understandable. But it was a bit strange that a creature of evil would also look for it. This, Arya raised her whip and said fiercely, "Answer honestly." The Dark Demon King was shocked and hurriedly said, "I heard that this remnant scroll contains a special profound meaning. If you can comprehend it, you can ascend to the upper realm." "Are you sure?" "Yes." Xianxia rested his chin on his hand. The remnant scroll contained a special profound meaning. Comprehending it would allow one to ascend to the upper realm. This was really a huge temptation. Area. Xianxia temporarily gave up on the remnant scroll and said, "Is there a way to purify this evil spirit faster?" Arya thought for a moment and said, "There is." "What is it?" "The first is to use the most yang energy in the mortal world to refine it. I have the body of holy flame." "Does it belong to the most yang energy?" "Ah? Master actually has the body of holy flame? Is it strong?" "If it is on the level of the mortal universe, it can barely be ranked in the top 100 of the most yang energy." Xianxia was shocked. In the Falling Star continent, the body of holy flame was undoubtedly the strongest. In the entire mortal universe, it could only barely be ranked in the top 100. There is a second method? There is. If you can find a martial artist who is proficient in Buddhist techniques, they can also purify this evil spirit faster. Bang! In the inner courtyard of the Sect of All Times, Dunan, who was silently sweeping the floor, suddenly crushed the broom in his hand, faced the camera, and said, "Ba." After being silent in the sect for so long, this poor monk finally has a place to use his skills. Go Fugue. Yuan Gongzi suddenly appeared, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote, 10 spirit stones will be deducted for destroying a public broom. Proficient in Buddhist techniques? Xianxia thought for a while and said, "There seems to be a Buddhist cultivator in my sect, called, what was his name again?" There were too many disciples, so he couldn't remember his name. Dunan. The system reminded. Yes. Xianxia remembered, but he held his chin and said, "I still have to go to the Starry Sky Fortress, so I can't return to the sect." After thinking about it, he still chose to give up on the second method. If Dunan, who already had his spirit stones deducted, knew, he would definitely cry on the spot and faint in the toilet. Area. Xianxia said loudly, "I will assist you with the body of holy flame. Let's purify this evil spirit together." Okay. Arya took out all kinds of tools again. Thus, the master and servant that appeared in the camera, one holding the soul-suppressing whip and the other releasing gorgeous flames, walked toward the Dark Demon King. Who the F***CK was the villain? Pa. Who. Ah. Screams resounded in the first layer of the prison, startling the 3 tyrants of Starry Sky and Dai Lu into cold sweat. Xianxia, who had the body of holy flame, could indeed purify the evil spirit. However, his realm was too low, and his physique was not the best in the mortal universe, so the effect was not ideal. After a day of torture, Arya gave a preliminary estimate, "Master, if you and I work together, it will take about 500 to 600 years. So long." Jun Changshao collapsed. Arya said, "It's mainly because Master's body of holy flame is too weak. If you have a higher physique, the purification should be faster." Jun Changshao's heart was hit hard again. Just when he was in despair, the best salesman system said, "Do you want a stronger physique? Do you want to purify the evil spirit? Open the high-level store, there is everything the host wants. Get lost." Jun Changshao said unhappily. After the sect's construction was upgraded by 10 levels, the goods in the high-level store have also been updated. If the host is lucky, he may be able to get the 3 tastes real fire. The system said. "It's samadhi." Jun Changshao corrected him, "It's not sanwei." "What's the difference?" Jun Changshao was defeated by this idiotic system. However, after returning to the outside world, he called Shang Yuhen over and said, "Yuhen, I have something very important to tell you." "Very important," Shang Yuhen pricked up his ears. Jun Changshao said, "Our sect of all times has an ancestor called the Seven Profound Sage. He once created a supreme martial art called the Seven Profound Sunglow Break." Although Shang Yuhen had never heard of the Seven Profound Holy Master and the Seven Profound Sunglow Break, he could tell from their names that they were definitely extraordinary characters. Thus, he exclaimed, "Patriarch, our sect of all times is filled with experts." "About that," Jun Changshao said proudly, "without a doubt." "Patriarch, are you going to teach me the Seven Profound Sunglow Break?" Shang Yuhen was a little excited. He had just entered the sect and he was already given a martial arts manual. He was simply too blessed. "Listen to what I have to say." "Oh." Jun Changshao began to bluff. After the ancestor, the Seven Profound Holy Master, created the Seven Profound Sunglow Break, he was ambushed by a large group of experts when he was traveling outside. In the end, he had no choice but to imprint the secret manual into 7 fragments, gathering the power of the universe and throwing them into the endless void. Shang Yuhen said in shock, "To be able to control the power of the universe, could the ancestor be a middle void-piercing realm expert?" "No." Jun Changshao pointed to the sky and said, "Senior 7 Profound is in the higher realm." "Ah." Shang Yuhen was shocked again. A sect that existed in the mortal world actually had relations with so many higher realm experts. Pangu expressed that he did not know this guy. Niwa expressed that this person was not created by her. Seven Profound Holy Master expressed that, forget it, he was already used to it. Wait, Shang Yuhen suddenly thought of something and said, "Patriarch, the fragment you mentioned just now, could it be the fragment that the Dark Demon King is looking for?" Very smart. This disciple was not stupid. Jun Changshao said, "I am unable to judge at the moment, I need to take it out to verify." Bringing out Panga 3 Pure Ones and the other legends was just to give Shang Yuhen the feeling that the sect had a deep foundation. Now that he was bragging for the fragment, it was obviously a fraud. This made Gosheng more or less feel guilty and self-reproach. Shang Yuhen was conflicted. Jun Changshao said, "In the end, it is your thing, I will not force it." Patriarch. Shang Yuhen said, "The great Shang treasury built by my ancestor is an independent space. The inside is divided into many areas. Although this disciple has the right to enter, due to limited strength, I can only enter the outermost area and cannot go deeper." Jun Changshao said in shock, "So mysterious?" The fragment that Patriarch is talking about should be hidden in other areas. This disciple does not have the ability to take it out. Shang Yuhen said bitterly. Jun Changshao said, "Can I go in?" "You can." Shang Yuhen paused for a moment and said, "However, without the bloodline of the Shang clan, you will face many tests in the great Shang treasury." Come. Jun Changshao said, "Let me see." He did not care about the supreme profoundness contained in the fragment of the Seven Profound Sunglow. He only hoped to find the 6th book as soon as possible so that he could increase the power of his martial arts. "Patriarch, please relax your mind, this disciple will bring you into the great Shang treasury." "Yes." Jun Changshao closed his eyes. Swoosh. Suddenly, his soul seemed to be pulled by some force and slammed into a flowing light barrier. Patriarch. A voice sounded in his ears, "This is the great Shang treasury." Xianxia opened his eyes and realized that his soul was in a colorful environment. It felt like a dream. Gulp. Suddenly, Goshing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That was because there was a huge pit in front of him, filled with treasures of inestimable value. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen said, "This is the wealth accumulated by the ancestors of the great Shang Empire after dozens of generations." Jun Changxiao was about to break down. It turned out that this disciple of mine could carry a huge portable treasure at any time. Gold, silver, and jewelry did not attract Goshing at all. After all, he treated money like dirt. However, when he looked into the distance, he could not maintain his composure. 100 meters ahead. There were 9 connected pits. There were countless spirit stones piled up inside. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen introduced, "These are the spirit stone pits. From left to right, they correspond to grade 1 to grade 9. Jun Changxiao almost lost his footing. Especially in the pit on the far right, which represented grade 9 spirit stones. Although half of them were gone, there were still at least 20 to 30 million spirit stones. Although the other pits were also missing grade 8 spirit stones, overall, each pit was at least 50 million spirit stones. The Great Shang Treasury not only had gold, silver, jewelry, and spirit stones, but also high-quality equipment, weapons, secret manuals, and natural treasures. Pa. Jun Changxiao patted Shang Yuhen's shoulder and said seriously, "I allow you to call me brother." "No, you are my brother, Brother Shang." "Brother Hen." "Brother Yuhen." Jun Changxiao knew that Shang Yuhen was rich, but he did not expect him to be this rich. Furthermore, he was currently at the outermost region of the Shang dynasty's treasure trove. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Such a disciple. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, "No matter how bad his aptitude is, I wouldn't mind even if you gave me a car full of him." Realistic, too realistic. The system was speechless. Patriarch. After walking a few hundred steps, Shang Yuhen stopped in front of a cave abode and said, "This is the second region. I have to break through to Wuxing's cultivation level before I can enter." Jun Changxiao could already sense that there was some kind of powerful array around the cave abode's stone door. "Can I enter?" Patriarch, you will be tested if you enter." The ancestral teachings said that outsiders could enter the Shang dynasty's treasure trove. However, there was a requirement of cultivation level and various restrictions. Test? Jun Changxiao walked over. However, when he stepped on the stone door, an invisible energy seeped into his body and attacked his consciousness. The system said, "This is a soul attack." Jun Changxiao hurriedly circulated the Tianjun soul refining art and started to block the powerful energy. If it was just one wave, he could still withstand it. However, just as he dispelled the energy that was attacking his consciousness, the surrounding array seemed to be activated and soul attacks came from all directions. Heh. Jun Changxiao took another step forward and focused on defending against the various soul attacks. Come on, how joyful. Hum. Hum. The flowing light boundary of the formation materialized, an energy that was hard to see with the naked eye crazily rippled. Shang Yuhen, who was standing behind, was surprised. At that moment, he felt like the patriarch was standing in front of the stone door and competing with countless experts. And these experts seemed to be the ancestors who created the Shang dynasty's treasure trove. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, Jun Changxiao retreated from the stone door and spat out a mouthful of blood. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen panicked. I'm fine. Jun Changxiao stabilized his body and circulated the Tianjun soul refining art crazily, gradually suppressing the pain from his soul. The system said, this should be an extremely high-level soul array. With the host's current strength, it's impossible to cross it. Jun Changxiao was silent. The soul attack was obviously not from one, but a large group. It was difficult for him to fight against so many. Actually, in terms of soul, Goshing was already very good. However, the formation restrictions in the Great Shang treasure trove had been modified by countless experts and was definitely not a joke. I don't believe it. Jun Changxiao's temper immediately flared up. After adjusting his breathing for a short while, he walked over. Bang! This time, he was spotties, his bodies, spats, he spats, spits, spat a mouthful of blood. His physical injuries weren't serious, but his soul was in great pain. Thinking of the Dark Demon King being trained by Arya for 10,000 years, that feeling must be very good. Patriarch Xianxia advised, forget it. Wait until I break through to Wuxing, then open this area. The ancestors of the Shang Empire had left him a huge golden finger, which stored all kinds of martial artist resources. But he had to reach the corresponding realm to open it. So, this was also the template of a protagonist. Let's try again. Jun Changxiao took a deep breath and used a mental cultivation method to adjust his state of mind. Then, he took a big stride forward. It's useless. The system said. In terms of level, the soul array was more powerful. No matter if he walked over slowly or violently, he would need to be tortured from the depths of his soul. Shua. Jun Changxiao was about to rush to the stone door when he suddenly stopped and raised his fist. Patriarch, don't. Shang Yuhen was shocked. The Shang dynasty's treasure had a complete array system. If he used force to break it, it would only bring about more serious negative effects. Ka. Just as Shang Yuhen turned pale with fright, he suddenly heard the sound of gnawing. He instantly discovered that the sect master's fist was spread open and stopped in front of the enchantment. A small insect was currently devouring the flowing light barrier with big mouthfuls. Swoosh! After a while, the array barrier that seemed to be supported by the souls of countless experts suddenly disappeared. Waves of ancient aura surged out from inside. Shang Yuhen was stunned. The restriction set up by the ancestors was broken just like that? Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said to himself, why did I waste so much effort in the beginning? I could have just let Cui Hua do it. The soul array in front of the stone door was bitten open by the spacetime worm and lost its defensive function. However, the more far-reaching effect was that the entire array system was completely paralyzed. No matter how many areas there were inside, they could no longer operate normally. Jun Changxiao and Shang Yuhen could enter and leave without restrictions. If the ancestors of the Shang dynasty knew that the array that they had spent so much effort to create was broken just like that, they would vomit blood in the underworld. Patriarch, Shang Yuhen said with a pained heart, the array is completely destroyed. There are marks. Jun Changxiao said, your ancestors left behind this treasure and set up the array to encourage you to work hard to become stronger. This was the truth. If anything could be obtained without effort, it would be easy for people to become unmotivated. The reason why the experts of the Shang dynasty left behind the array and limited the realm was to give the juniors a dream to pursue. Then, they could rely on their own efforts to become stronger and obtain everything they wanted. The hope of dozens of generations. Today, it was destroyed in the hands of an outsider. Jun Changxiao did not feel guilty because of this. Instead, he continued, you are now my disciple. Sooner or later, you will become an indomitable expert. Therefore, the array system of the Shang dynasty's treasure is no longer necessary. F***ck. The system roared, he still has reason? Patriarch. Shang Yuhen said with a burning gaze, I understand. After becoming your disciple, the Shang dynasty's treasure is no longer important. You are teachable. The system broke down, I take back what I said earlier. This prince of the Shang dynasty became a fool the moment he entered the sect. Come, let's go in. Jun Changxiao took the initiative and brought Shang Yuhen into the cave abode. Because the array system was destroyed, they did not encounter any other tests. It was more comfortable than strolling in his own backyard. There were no piles of spirit stones in the second area. However, there were many martial arts secret manuals and higher-level equipment and weapons with absolute history. Especially on the stone platform in the center of the cave abode, there was a remnant scroll that contained special energy. When Jun Changxiao walked over, his eyes lit up. That's right, this was the 7 Mystic Sunglow Break Scroll 6 that he was looking for. The first 5 were bought in the store. The 6th was found in the Shang dynasty's treasure. Finally, he did not have to offend people anymore. There are marks. Jun Changxiao said, can I take this remnant scroll? You want it so shamelessly? The system broke down. 10 million spirit stones to enter the sect. He had not even experienced the benefits and he had already handed over the sixth remnant scroll. What was this? The system could not stand it anymore, Shan Yuhen said seriously. Since this item was created by the ancestors of the sect of all times, the patriarch should be able to take it. The system broke down. This is really a fool. Pa. Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, as expected of the disciple who is most fated with me. Xiao. The sixth remnant scroll disappeared into thin air and merged into the spatial ring. Of course. Jun Changshao was a man of principles. After taking the remnant scroll, he left the Shang dynasty's treasure and did not look at the resources in the other areas. This was the personal property left by the ancestors of the Shang dynasty to their disciples. Since he had the sixth remnant scroll, why would he be greedy for anything else? Jun Changshao was not a greedy person. However, as the leader of a sect, he needed to take care of close to 100,000 disciples. Did he not need to spend money on food and sleep? Did he not need to spend money to make them stronger, for the sect? He had been doing his best to earn resources. Even if the readers misunderstood him as shameless, it did not matter. Me. Jun Changshao, everything he did was for the sect and his disciples. Everything he did was worthy of the late sect leader Wang. There's a scar. Jun Changshao spread out his hands and said, take these pills and consume them. They can mold your body, soul, and other aspects, allowing you to improve from your original level. Yes. Shang Yuhen took the pills and consumed them one by one. When his flesh, blood, meridians, and other aspects all improved, he was stunned on the spot. His cultivation was only at the martial king level. After consuming the body-shaping pill and soul-shaping pill, the effect was very limited. He felt that his entire body had sublimated by a lot. As expected. Shang Yuhen thought excitedly, the patriarch is very powerful. The system thought that he was a fool. But it did not know that it was very clear in its heart. Following this expert who could deal with the Dark Demon King would definitely be a promising future. For this, he did not hesitate to bring the remnant scroll to the Shang dynasty's treasure trove. With effort, there would be gains. The pills that the patriarch rewarded him were not in the treasure trove at all. If Shang Yuhen knew that pills such as the body-shaping pill and soul-shaping pill were provided as long as one entered the sect, he would definitely squat at the corner of the boat and cry. There's a scar. Jun Changshao took out a few copies of the secret manuals and said, although there are many martial arts in the treasure trove that you carry with you, they are still lacking compared to the sect's secret manuals. Don't waste time cultivating them in the future. Yes. Shang Yuhen took them and returned to the cabin to study them. The more he studied, the more shocked he became. In the end, he said excitedly, the sect's secret manuals are easy to understand and do not lose their mysteries. They are much stronger than the martial arts left behind by the ancestors. At that moment, he was filled with hope for his future. He was also eager to take a look at the sect that had so many big shots. Sect of all times. Su Xiaoma's voice sounded, pass the ball. Xiao. Like a cannonball, the happy football dragged a stream of light over, and the strong wind instantly swept up the dust on the ground. Steal. Steal. Li Tian and Sima Zhongda jumped into the air, their right legs intertwined to form an inescapable net. In the end, just as they touched the ball, they were bounced back by the force, turning into two small stars in the sky. Shua. Su Xiaoma flew up and used his legs to clamp the ball that was shooting over. After landing, he kicked it towards the goal. Come on. Yang Yuhua's legs stepped forward, and her hands instantly exploded with the earth attribute, forming a barrier-like defensive wall. Hung, like a cannonball, the happy football crashed into the barrier. Because it was still spinning, white smoke billowed out from the friction. Ah! Yang Yuhua roared. Not only did she fully activate her defense, her black hair also fluttered. Pung! Suddenly, the barrier collapsed on the spot. Thump thump thump. Yang Yuhua could not hold on any longer. She retreated step by step until she retreated into the goal. When the ball stopped spinning and fell into the goal line, she knelt on the ground and roared, I didn't catch it again. Sigh. Lu Wancher, who acted as the referee, shook her head and changed the score from 99 to 100. Li Qingyang's face revealed a smile. The martial arts practice field was reinforced by Elder Zhen's layers of formations. Little Mo and the others would not cause too much damage when they kicked the ball, so he could be completely relieved. Too scary. In the distance, the disciples who had just entered the sect felt their scalps go numb. They had already been taught a lesson by the happy football. Now that they saw the core disciples kick the ball, they knew what terror was, in the universe. Shang Yuhen, who did not witness this scene, still had a beautiful vision of the sect. 1 month later, Jun Changxiao returned to the route he had taken to the Tianyuan continent and continued on his way to the spatial fortress. There was only 1 month left for the side mission, which made him very frustrated. Don't wait anymore. The system said, let's quickly refresh the store. If we fail and get stuck for a few decades, then we'll be screwed. Jun Changxiao fell into silence. Ever since he carried the system, he had never failed a side mission. Who knew if there was a punishment system? Not to mention, the system advised, the host does not know the depth of the universal fortress. Even if you can't get the attribute to purify evil spirits, maybe you can get a powerful trump card that can better deal with unknown dangers. You are a genius salesman. Jun Changxiao was convinced. He first burned incense and took a bath. Then he opened the store and thought, the contribution points are not much. Hopefully, I can get what I want. Ding. Sect contribution points, 3899-010-0000. Before the item was replaced, Gosheng chose to close his eyes. From Panga to the 3 pure ones to Nuwa, he prayed to all the gods. He only hoped that they could increase his luck as a descendant of China. Good luck. I wish you good luck. The system sang loudly. The host said, I can bear with Gosheng singing. Why is the system singing? How am I supposed to broadcast this? 1, 2, 3. After counting 3 times in his heart, Jun Changxiao opened his eyes. Ahaha. Ahahaha. Shang Yuhen, who was comprehending the sect's martial arts in another cabin, heard the patriarch's unrestrained laughter. He was confused, what's going on? Ha ha ha. The laughter got louder and louder. It was as if he wanted to die from laughter. Plop. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting on the chair, flipped over and laid on the ground. He used his fist to beat the wooden board to vent his joy. What exactly did he get that made him so happy? It was nothing. It was just a box with the word ? Take a look. The system said, I was right. As long as the host is brave enough to refresh, the supreme grade item will be at your fingertips. Jun Changxiao did not expect that he would get a supreme grade item while trying his luck. This item had appeared twice in a row. Although he was speechless when he got the everlasting clothing, the life and death secret realm and ninth heaven secret realm were undoubtedly very satisfying. Even if he had to spend more contribution points, he would buy it without hesitation. The smile on Jun Changxiao's face froze. The last time he bought the supreme grade item, he spent 100,000 contribution points. This time, the item in the store would not be cheap. He might not be able to afford it with only 30,000 contribution points, PS, 2 in 1. Jun Changxiao had mixed feelings about the supreme item. He was happy that it was only refreshed once, but he was worried that it was not cheap. Phew. He took a deep breath and tapped on the item. The price displayed was 50,000 contribution points. So cheap? Jun Changxiao was a little confused. The supreme item that was rewarded for completing the previous mission required 100,000 contribution points. Why was it cut in half this time? The system said, there are different grades of supreme items. The more expensive it is, the better it will be. Jun Changxiao was speechless. The more money he spent, the more he would get. That was too realistic. I still have 30,000 contribution points for the host. Do you want to release them now? Nonsense. Ding. Sect contribution points, 6899-010-0000. Jun Changxiao didn't even think twice before buying the supreme item. Then, he fused it into his spatial ring and stood in front of a mysterious box. He silently prayed, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, please bless us. Pa. His palm touched it and a golden light rippled. Swish. In an instant, Jun Changxiao's soul seemed to have gone through thousands of reincarnations and was placed in an illusory space. What is this place? Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao found that strange lines appeared out of nowhere under his feet and then spread in all directions. They instantly formed a pentagonal shape with him in the center. From the outline of the pattern, it seemed to be some kind of sacrificial ceremony. Don't tell me I'm the sacrifice? Swish. 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 While he was thinking, energy balls of different colors appeared out of nowhere in the pentagonal area. Handsome young man. Suddenly, an old voice echoed in the space. Since you have a physique related to the 5 elements, the heavenly spirit formation gathered 5 spirit seeds, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. You can choose any one of them. The speed of the speech was very slow. It made him want to beat someone up. 5 spirit seeds? Only then did Jun Changxiao realize that the energy clusters in the 5 regions corresponded to the colors of the 5 elements. Thus, he said seriously, only children would choose. I want all 5 of them. You can only choose one. Once you've made your choice, you just have to walk over and fuse with it. Jun Changxiao pondered for a moment and walked towards the attribute that resembled a cluster of flames. The Dark Demon King still needed to be refined. Therefore, he needed the fire element that represented the extreme yang. Ta. He stopped in front of the fire attribute. Hoo-hoo. Scorching heat waves came straight at them. Jun Changxiao instantly concluded that this attribute was even stronger than the fire seed he controlled. This is the spirit of the fire spirit. The old voice said, one of the best in the mortal universe. Really? Jun Changxiao reached out to grab it. However, before he could touch it, the spirit of the fire spirit seemed to have sensed it. It instantly turned into a rope of fire and wrapped around his wrist. The moment the flames came into contact with his skin, he felt as if his soul was being roasted, causing Jun Changxiao to scream in agony. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The spirit seeds that existed in the 4 regions disappeared, and the entire space was instantly engulfed in flames. The burning sensation filled his entire body and even his soul, causing Jun Changxiao, who was standing in the sea of flames, to raise his head and scream. His entire face was about to turn ferocious. When he fused with the body of holy flame, he had experienced similar pain and torture, but this time it was even more terrifying and unforgettable. Half an hour later, the scorching temperature gradually decreased, and Jun Changxiao struggled to stand up again. Hoo-hoo. The flames that filled the space suddenly became restless. Jun Changxiao didn't feel any pain. Instead, he established an affinity with the scorching flames. Come. He opened his hands. Swish. Swish. The scorching flames seemed to have turned into excited children, rushing to merge into Jun Changxiao's body, and then converging at his dantian to form a cyclone. Until all the attributes in the space were absorbed, it actually evolved into a fetus. What a handsome young man. The old voice sounded, the spirit of the fire spirit resides in your body as the initial fetus. As long as you take care of it carefully, it will become stronger and stronger until it gives birth to a nascent soul. Swish. Jun Changxiao's vision turned black, and he suddenly returned to reality. He was silent for a while, and then looked at his dantian. Seeing that it was only the size of a fingernail, he collapsed. What the hell? The system said, congratulations host, you are pregnant. Plop. Jun Changxiao directly fell to the ground, his eyelids desperately rolling up. The third supreme product didn't give him clothes that could never be worn out, nor did it give him a special secret realm, but it allowed Jun Changxiao to choose 1 out of 5 to obtain the spirit of the fire spirit. It was even gathering in his dantian, as if he was pregnant. What kind of bullshit is this? Gosheng was irritable. As a man, it was hard to accept the existence of a fetus in his stomach. The system snappily said, you still have a bunch of spirit nuclei in your dantian, isn't that the same as a fetus? Why don't I see host so depressed? Pa. Jun Changxiao's right hand punched his left palm, and said, that makes sense. the depression and irritation suddenly disappeared. The system collapsed. If I knew that one sentence would be able to convince him, I wouldn't have said so much. What changes do I have now? Xianxia calmed down and began to look inside his body. He quickly discovered that under the scorching heat just now, his meridians, blood vessels, and other aspects had been greatly improved, and were more resilient than before. Shua. Spreading out his hand, a cluster of scorching flames appeared. This is the spirit of the fire spirit? Xianxia shook his head and said, it seems to be only a little stronger than my purple mysterious sacred fire and blue heavenly spirit flame. Please. The system said, it has just been born. Moreover, those divine-grade fire seeds in your body, unless you increase your realm, don't have any potential to be developed. Can they be compared to the spirit of the fire spirit that has just sprouted? That's true. Xianxia said, try using this fire to purify the Dark Demon King. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, the lowest level. Xianxia and Arya's faces appeared in the camera, revealing a creepy smile. The Dark Demon King who was hung up begged in a trembling voice, Ancestor, Great Aunt. I was wrong, I was really wrong, ah. The screams could be heard clearly in the entire 9 levels of the prison. Although the prisoners were already used to it, every time they heard the screams that were close to the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, they were still scared out of their wits. A few hours later, the Dark Demon King was paralyzed on the ground like mud, his body twitching slightly from time to time. It could be said to be incomparably miserable. These evil spirits that had destroyed several planes and slaughtered hundreds of millions of people, no matter how they were tortured, had only themselves to blame. They deserved to be punished. Wow. Arya said in surprise, what kind of flame did Master summon just now? It purified a lot of the evil energy in that guy's body in such a short time. The spirit of the fire spirit. Xianxia said. When the Dark Demon King who was tortured to the point of wanting to die heard this, his slightly opened eyes were suddenly filled with horror, and he said sadly in his heart, I don't have long to live. Fire soul spirit? Arya said in surprise, that's one of the top fire-type spiritual seeds in the mortal world. Xianxia said, you've heard of it too? Of course. Arya pointed at the Dark Demon King and said, the fire soul spirit is the same as this evil spirit. It's a special spiritual seed born in the mortal world. Is that so? Xianxia was delighted. Arya said again, no wonder Master could purify it so quickly. The Dark Demon King, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, had lost all hope in life. The fire soul spirit was of the same level as it, and it was of the highest yang attribute. It restrained the Dark Demon King to death. Ancestor. Great Aunt. Let me go. The Dark Demon King begged. Ever since it was born in the depths of the universe, it had been imprisoned by the Soul Pagoda. It had finally broken the seal and had been free for a while. Now, it had to be imprisoned and purified again. This was unacceptable. Why didn't you release those innocent creatures? Why didn't you release those plains and continents? Xianxia leaned over, and the fire soul spirit appeared in his right hand. He said coldly, adults should be responsible for their own mistakes. Whoosh whoosh. The scorching flames rose again, and a new round of purification began. The ancient warship continued to speed toward the starry sky fortress. Xianxia and Arya worked together to purify the Dark Demon King. What crime did he commit to be tortured like this? If it were me, I would have died long ago. Hearing those sounds every day, my head is about to explode. The wails and howls of pain rang out every moment in the prison, and the prisoners were so frightened that they could not sleep at night. Brother. In the prison, Zhao Daoda looked away from the direction of the screams and said, the Patriarch has been kind enough to you. Why are you still so stubborn? As the deputy warden of the prison, not only did he have to give the prisoners spiritual guidance every day, he also tried to persuade Dai Lu to turn over a new leaf. Dai Lu remained silent. Zhao Daoda said, compared to the other prisoners, you're living in heaven. Don't say any more. Dai Lu said, I won't compromise. All right. Zhao Daoda got up and left the cell. However, after he walked out, a smile appeared on his face. Dai Lu's tone of rejection was clearly much weaker than before. It seemed that the tactic he had used earlier had achieved initial success. That's right. The effect was not bad. The beliefs and principles that Dai Lu had always adhered to had already been loosened. Every time, he would wonder if the Spirit Spring sect was worth it for him to avenge. AI. After Zhao Daoda left, Dai Lu sighed. Forget it, forget it. The destruction of the Spirit Spring sect was brought upon by its own actions. Why should I keep thinking about seeking justice for it? What's more, I'm in prison and my life is in danger. Dai Lu finally let go of the obsession in his heart. Some people would ask, wasn't there another cousin from Black Eagle Hall killed by Xianxia? That kind of relative who had long been out of the 5 servers, or even 8 polls, did not have any feelings at all. Not to mention, no matter how dirty the Spirit Spring sect was, it was still a righteous sect. The Black Eagle Hall that his cousin joined was definitely evil. Dai Lu letting go of his obsession did not mean that he would compromise with the sect of all times. He had thought it through. He would spend the rest of his life in prison. The moment he let go of his obsession, Dai Lu, who was facing the wall, had an aura of seeing through the mortal world. Coupled with his head that had not yet grown hair, he looked like a Buddhist monk. There was no Bodhi tree, nor was there a mirror. Originally there was nothing, where did dust stir? Comfortable. In the monitoring room, Xianxia sat down and drank a mouthful of tea, his face full of smiles. When purifying the dark demon, he found that his control of the fire spirit had become more and more proficient, and even the embryo in his dantian had a slight change. Training that guy requires you to always release the flame. Over time, your proficiency will naturally increase. The system explained. It will take time to reach the Starry Sky Fortress. Xianxia said, I can focus all my energy on this. Therefore, he changed the ancient worship to autopilot, and then directly lived in the prison, cooperating with Arya to purify the dark demon. The process will not be described. In short, Xianxia only needed to use the fire spirit crazily, and it would be of great help to his control of the element and the embryo. Moreover, as the latter continued to grow stronger, the purification speed became faster. Master, at the current level, it will only take 10 years. Master, at the current level, it will only take 5 years. Master, press, Arya calculated the time every day, and every day it would be greatly reduced. She said in surprise, Master, your fire spirit is improving too fast. It's all thanks to the evil spirit. Xianxia said. He really wanted to thank the dark demon, because without this kind of extremely durable existence, it would be very difficult to make the fire spirit have such earth-shattering changes every day. He expressed his gratitude. Xianxia increased the refining speed, and even did it day and night. The main thing was that there were still 10 days before the side mission settlement, and he had to finish this guy in the stipulated time, 9 days. 8 days. 1 day. 20 hours. 2 hours. Enveloped by the exuberant fire spirit, the dark demon screamed in pain. Quick! Quick, quick! Xianxia crazily increased the temperature, and the veins on his forehead bulged. After doing so many side missions, this was the first time he felt the pressure, because there were less than 5 minutes before the end of the mission, and the other party was still not completely purified. Master! Arya said, it will be done soon. Xianxia roared loudly, and instantly the temperature of the flame reached the extreme. Ding! 59 seconds. Ding! 30 seconds. Ding! 10 seconds. The countdown sound rang in his ears. Xianxia clenched his fists. The kind of battle that relied on roaring was even more intense. The embryo in his dantian seemed to be affected, and it began to tremble violently, and then it exploded with a bang. The dark demon also let out a strange scream, and those who did not know would think that it was singing a song. Boom! Suddenly, the fire spirit that enveloped it suddenly exploded, and Xianxia was forced to take a few steps back, and then he spat out blood. Ding! Side mission completed, gained 100,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 118990100000. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow. Ding. Side mission completed, triggered hidden rewards, gained Lingyan Pavilion Patriarch exclusive divine weapon modification stone X1, gained experience talisman X20. When there were only a few seconds left, the side mission was finally completed successfully. This point was worth it. It was too exciting, however, Xianxia was not in the mood to care about the contribution points and rewards, because his eyes were fixed on the flame in front of him. That was when the embryo in his dantian suddenly burst out after he reached the strongest state. Huff huff. As the flame burned, it gradually turned into the shape of a lotus, and the inside gradually formed a human shape. A cute 2-year-old child with 3 heads and 4 arms appeared. He was wearing a red doo-doo and had a cute appearance. What is this? Arya was stunned. Huh. The child stretched, and the 2 heads and 4 arms on the back disappeared. Then he opened his eyes and shouted at Xianxia in a childish voice, "Dad." "Father." The word was crisp and clear. Arya, who was standing at the side, opened her mouth in an O shape, and her eyes widened. This little boy was Master's son? Oh my god, this was unbelievable. Who was the mother? No, she had never heard of Master having a wife. How did a son suddenly appear? Was this the legendary becoming a father? Although Arya had always been in the Sky Origin soul-suppressing pagoda, she actually knew quite a lot. Xianxia was dumbfounded. A little brat suddenly jumped out of the flames and called him father. If his girlfriend heard this, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Girlfriend? The host is dreaming. The system ridiculed. Father. The child said, "I'm hungry." Bang. Xianxia slapped the little guy from the lotus to the ground and roared, "I'm still a virgin, how can I have a child?" Woo-woo, the child cried, "Father, you're so heartless." Arya could not stand it anymore and hurried over to persuade him, "Master, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. You must calm down." Xianxia's mentality completely exploded. For more than 1,000 years, he had always kept his chastity. Suddenly, a child called him father. Even if he wanted to be a father, he could not be like this. Phew. Suppressing the collapse of his heart, Xianxia let go of his hand and said with a serious face, "Who are you?" "I was born from father's body, so I am father's son," the child said. "I see." Arya suddenly realized, "Master, this should be the spirit of the fire spirit. It has grown from a fetus to a nascent soul. Not only does it have spiritual wisdom, it also has a body." Pfft. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy was born from his body. Didn't that mean it had both female and male functions? The system said, "No wonder the host has the physique of loneliness." It turns out that the follow-up work of a male and female pairing can be done by yourself. This ridicule was so sharp that Xianxia almost spat out blood again. "Father." Suddenly, another childish voice was heard. Xianxia was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. Then, he turned his head extremely stiffly and saw a 2- or 3-year-old baby boy tied up with a rope in the area that had been purified all along. He looked even cuter than the fire spirit. "Master!" Arya exclaimed, "This is an evil spirit. Not only has it been completely purified into an infant body, it even treats you as its own father." Ah! Xianxia looked up at the sky and screamed. Soon after, he fell to the ground and fainted. In the process of purifying the great dark demon king, the fire spirit had undergone actual combat and improved by leaps and bounds in the short span of a month. Not only had it successfully killed the great dark demon king, but it had also improved in all aspects. This was definitely killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a double blessing. However, Xianxia was not happy because the mission was completed and he had 2 sons for no reason. "June Patriarch, although you are handsome and have a successful career, I can't accept the fact that you have 2 children. So, I'm sorry, we're not suitable for each other. Miss. Listen to my explanation." Xianxia hurriedly chased after the graceful figure that was gradually disappearing, but he couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he woke up from his dream with his forehead covered in sweat. A dream. So it was a dream. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and his expression stiffened in the next second. There were two children sleeping soundly on the bed. One was sucking on his thumb and the other had bubbles hanging from his nose. Although the fire spirit's form was similar to a human child, there was a flame mark between its eyebrows. The evil spirit had been purified and was extremely cute. Through the cabin entrance, he looked at the endless darkness. Xianxia shed an extremely precious tear and said, "This is not the life I want." Munch munch. In the warship's cafeteria, the fire spirit and the evil spirit wolfed down their food as if they had been hungry for a long time. Shang Yuhen watched the plates slowly stack up and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Patriarch, your two sons can really eat." Pung. Plop. His Highness the Prince fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Xianxia clenched his fists, spread his legs and stepped on the chair, and said angrily, "Remember this, these are only two attributes. Remember. Remember, the fire spirit was born in the Dantian, and the evil spirit was purified by Go Xing and signed a contract. Although the two of them had human bodies, they were not real humans. They were nothing more than two attributes that Xianxia controlled. But he couldn't stop them from calling him father. Dad, I'm hungry again. Dad, I still want to eat fried rice. Dad, why are you so unhappy? Dad, do you want me to tell you a dirty joke? The two infant spirits were like ghosts that wouldn't go away. Every day, they would pester Xianxia, causing him to almost lose his mind. The most devastated thing was, the fire spirit's temper was a bit irritable. He would beat up the evil spirit if he didn't agree with him. Dad. Fire child hit me again. Woo woo woo. Enough. I've had enough. Finally, one day, Xianxia couldn't help but roar out loud. As if realizing that their father was angry, the fire spirit and the evil spirit stood together obediently. The two brothers lowered their heads as if they had made a big mistake, and tears of grievance welled up in their eyes. Seeing this, Xianxia's heart suddenly ached. The system said, although the fire spirit and the evil spirit are two types of heaven and earth attributes, one was born from the host's body, and the other was purified and signed a contract. They are no different from their own flesh and blood. A chopstick can be easily broken. What if it's two chopsticks, or more chopsticks? In the end, Xianxia did not harden his heart to reprimand them. Instead, he planned to teach them a lesson, so he took out two chopsticks and folded them up. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Shwa. Xianxia took out two large iron rods that were comparable to holy rank and handed them over, and said, "Try it, see if you can break two chopsticks. Why don't you take out the Sky Tyrant spear and let them break it?" The system complained. Father. The fire spirit took one, his hands covered in flames, and said proudly, "Do you have to break it? Can't you burn it?" Hoo-hoo. Under the intense and scorching flames, the big iron rod was instantly melted into a slurry. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Father. The evil spirit took the big iron rod and said weakly, "Do you have to break it? Can't you corrode it?" Hoo-hoo-hoo. A strange attribute spread out from his palm, instantly corroding the iron rod into nothingness. Plop. Xianxia fainted once again. King told you that brothers had to be united. If you didn't burn it with fire, then you had to corrode it. What's the difference between this and asking me if my eyes are sore from hacking for 3 days and 3 nights from Nantian Gate to Punlai East Road? However, what made Go Xing feel gratified was that the two little fellows seemed to be very powerful. As long as they were nurtured in the future, they would definitely be of great use. The system said, a spirit body that was only born in the mortal universe is much stronger than a plane's attribute. The host has obtained two, what is there to be unhappy about? That's true. Xianxia began to put down his prejudices and accepted the two children with an open heart. On the way to the Starry Sky Fortress, Xianxia tried his best to play the role of a full-time father. Not only was he in charge of the two children's daily lives, he was also teaching them how to behave. It's over. The system said, even disciples who have already formed their values can be led astray by the host. These two children who have just gained intelligence will probably be led astray. Xiaohua, Xiaoxia. One day, Jun Changxiao called the two little fellows over and said with a deep tone, "Remember, in a world where martial arts are respected, you cannot do bad things, and you cannot be bullied by others." After all, they were in human form, so Goxing gave the two spirits names. One was Xiaohua, and the other was Xiaoxia. "Understood, father." Xiaohua and Xiaoxia nodded heavily. Jun Changxiao patted the two little heads, and said, "Go and play with your big brother Yuhen." N. Xiaohua and Xiaoxia ran out. Not long after, Shang Yuhen's screams came from the deck as he was thrown around by the two spirits like a ball. Seeing his sons playing so happily, Jun Changxiao's face revealed a fatherly smile. However, soon, he became worried. He still had to manage a sect, and he couldn't be a full-time father. How was he going to raise them? "Father." At this moment, Hualing ran over and yawned, "I'm tired from playing, I want to sleep." "You have to ask me even if I want to sleep," Jun Changxiao collapsed, "then go to sleep." Swish, suddenly, the fire spirit turned into a ray of red light and instantly merged into his body, turning into a fingernail-sized lotus flower and stored in the dantian. Jun Changxiao was stunned. So this little thing could still return to his body. "Father." Evil spirit ran over, rubbing his eyes that were about to close, and said, "I'm tired too, I want to sleep too." Swish. After saying that, it merged into Jun Changxiao's dantian, taking the form of a petal and stored near the fire spirit. After the two spirits entered, Goxing instantly obtained two types of strongest attributes. First, he raised his right hand, and flames that could purify everything in the world appeared. Then, he raised his left hand, and evil qi that could corrode everything in the world appeared. "Awesome. Ha ha ha." Jun Changxiao laughed heartily as the troubles of the past few days were swept away. The systems side, first, there were husband and wife fighting together, then there were brothers who abused their handsomeness, and now there are father and son soldiers going into battle. Jun Changxiao was very worried that he would suddenly have two children of spiritual bodies. In the end, they could once again fuse into his dantian and even provide him with two powerful attributes. He immediately felt that his life was incomparably wonderful. His right hand was fire. His left hand was evil. Who in this world can compete with me for glory? Ha ha ha. Jun Changxiao raised his head and laughed again. Don't blame him for being smug. In the mortal universe, it was already very rare for a martial artist to grasp one type of spirit body. Goxing had grasped two types of spirit bodies. This was absolutely unprecedented. This was especially true for the evil spirits that had been purified by the fire spirit. Not only would they not suffer any backlash, but they could also freely control them and use them on the right path. Just like weapons, attributes did not differentiate between good and evil, because it depended on the user. I feel very strong now. I can't wait to go to the Starry Sky Fortress and wreak havoc. Jun Changxiao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with passion. With the two children of spiritual bodies in his dantian, he exploded with unprecedented confidence. Host, you should take a look at the Patriarch's exclusive divine weapon modification stone and experience talisman first. The system reminded him. Jun Changxiao said, I almost forgot about the reward. Wait, the excess contribution points. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the system data panel and found that the value on it was exactly 100,000. He immediately held his head and shouted, my 18,990 contribution points. Because of the appearance of the fire spirit and evil spirit, Goxing had neglected the side mission reward, so he had already deducted the excess contribution points. Host, just treat it as spending 20,000 to buy two types of spirit bodies. The system comforted him. Jun Changxiao endured the pain and fused them into his space ring. He took out the experience talisman and crushed it one by one. Pa. 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 After crushing the 20th talisman, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding. Host has reached the upper limit of Wuxing's great perfection. Requirement met, epic mission activated. Ding. Host has reached the upper limit of Wuxing's great perfection. Requirement met, epic mission activated. Jun Changxiao sat down, his face expressionless. It's here. The epic mission had finally arrived. As long as he completed it, he would be able to break through to Martial Emperor. Although Xianxia already knew that Martial Emperor was only a lower level in the void-piercing realm, in the falling star continent, it was undoubtedly the most supreme existence. As long as I take this step. He clenched his fists and finally became excited, saying, this seat will be equivalent to ascending to the throne, and will be on equal footing with the 9 great martial emperors. Just you wait. Xianxia roared, I will definitely take revenge. Revenge my ass. The system said, you have no enmity with him. Sorry. Xianxia said, I took the wrong script. Under normal circumstances, as the strongest super-existences in the plane, the protagonist would inevitably have conflicts with them on his path of growth. Perhaps there would be a classic line like this child cannot be left alive. However, the little death-courting expert had been wandering around the falling star continent for so long, but the 9 great martial emperors had never appeared. Even when Goxing was about to reach the peak of the plane's martial arts, he still maintained the sense of mystery that an expert must have. 9 brothers. Stop hiding. If you don't come out, you will become a background wall. Swish, Xianxia clicked on the first epic mission. The content was Epic Mission 13 Mission Details. Within 3 years, the host is requested to promote the sect of all times to a first-class sect and obtain the recognition of all the major sects and even the top powerhouses in the falling star continent. Mission failure, not completed within the specified time or not recognized by all parties. Mission reward? It's that simple? Xianxia's face was stunned. With the current strength of the sect of all times, with Yi Tianqing's approval, it would definitely be a first-class sect. If he had to say that. It was a little troublesome, it was probably that the total number of disciples did not meet the requirement. However, if he gave himself 3 years, he would definitely be able to recruit them. A free point. You still need to obtain the recognition of all the sects, the system reminded him. Xianxia said, when the sect is promoted to first class, invite all the reputable sect leaders here. I want to see who agrees and who disagrees. The system was speechless. Judging from the host's compromise to marry the Rose Queen in order to complete the side mission, it was not surprising that he would threaten all the big shots. There are also top powerhouses. The system said, strictly speaking, I'm afraid they are referring to the 9 great martial emperors. They are elusive. If the host does not obtain their recognition, I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete the epic mission. Xianxia roared, can you not dampen my enthusiasm? I'm telling the host to recognize reality and not underestimate the epic mission, the system said. Xianxia fell silent. Whether it was the number of disciples or the recognition of all the sects, it was a small matter. However, the mission stated that it required top powerhouses. This was a little tricky. After all, no one in the falling star continent knew where the 9 great martial emperors were. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and said, this is not a free point. He clicked on another epic mission. Epic Mission 14 Mission Details. The 9 great martial emperors of the falling star continent are imprisoned in the 9 levels of hell. Host, please rescue all of them. Mission reward? F*CK. Xianxia jumped up and said in shock, the 9 great martial emperors are imprisoned in the 9 levels of prison? The system wanted to find a corner and cry. It took advantage of the moment when the host was feeling proud to give him a timely blow. It was quite happy, but it was immediately slapped in the face by the epic mission 14. Did it have to be so fast? After seeing Xianxia, Xianxia was overjoyed. He was just worrying about the whereabouts of the 9 great martial emperors, and the quest gave him a big spoiler. However, Xianxia calmed down and thought, why are the 9 great martial emperors locked in the 9 levels of hell? Did they break the rules set by the Universal Fortress? There are. He asked, what did your ancestor do to be locked in? Shan Yuhen thought for a while and said, I heard from my father that my ancestor forcefully raised his cultivation to the middle void-piercing realm, and was ruled by the Universal Fortress to be against the rules, so he was locked up. Forcefully raised his cultivation? Xianxia said, that sounds awesome. Shan Yuhen said, father said that this method is very extreme, either succeed or die trying, so my ancestor thought for a long time before deciding to take the risk, but he was discovered by the Universal Fortress. After understanding the reason why Deshang's ancestor was locked up, Xianxia thought, could it be that the 9 great martial emperors also did something similar and were locked in the 9 levels of hell? There's no point in thinking so much. The system said, once we find the culprit, we'll know everything. That's true. Xianxia put aside his thoughts and shrugged. I originally planned to go and investigate, but now that there's an epic quest, I have to go in no matter what. Let's do the math. The system said, Shi and Shi-San are involved. Xianxia said seriously, so even if the 9 levels of hell are a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I have to go in and investigate. Shua. He waved his hand and grabbed a crystal-clear stone. This was the reward of the side quest, the Patriarch's exclusive divine weapon modification stone. The previous rewards were all used to modify disciples, but today I finally got a tool that can modify my divine weapon. Xianxia said emotionally. Here came the problem. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' divine weapon modifications were all handled by Master Fan, and now that Guoxing was in the endless universe, what should he do? Do it yourself, and you'll have ample food and clothing. Xianxia raised his right palm and a scorching flame immediately appeared. Although the spirit of the fire soul was sleeping in his dantian, he could still freely control this kind of flame that was born in the mortal universe. Furthermore, it was much stronger than the sacred flame body. Using it to refine any ore would be extremely easy. Hoo-hoo. After 2 hours of smelting, the modification stone gradually turned into liquid. Shua. Xianxia waved his hand and retrieved the Finger of Empire. He thought to himself, sinful selves and constellations' exclusive divine weapons have been changed to normal. I hope that my divine weapon won't be a joke. Zzz. As he spoke, the modification stone turned into a solution and poured into the divine weapon. Then, white smoke billowed. A short while later, the liquid completely solidified. The finger of mountains and rivers seemed to be covered with a layer of hard armor. Pa. After a while, the hard outer skin cracked and fell off on a large scale. Whoosh! Whoosh! 7 colored rays of light shot out from within. When the outer skin fell off and the light gradually weakened, a large brush with complicated patterns was suspended in the air, exuding an elegant aura. Xianxia held his head and broke down. Why did it change into a brush? Do you want me to use this to write calligraphy? Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light suddenly flew out from the brush and entered between his eyebrows to instill memories. So that's how it is. After Xianxia flipped through the obtained memories, there was a flash of understanding in his eyes. Then, with a wave of one hand, he grabbed the brush and started to write in the void. Whoosh! 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 With a lift and a pause, the brush moved like a dragon. Shua! 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 Xianxia used a mysterious footwork to fly up. The brush seemed to be alive as it continued to write in the void. It could be said that the brush was as strong as wind and thunder, and it was as if it was made of iron. Ta! After a while, it dissipated and fell to the ground. The camera cut to the left of Xianxia and saw a few sonorous and powerful words appear in the void. It was, I'm the most handsome in the universe. Pui. The system mimicked spitting. Xianxia placed the brush behind him like a calligraphy master and said indifferently, explode. Bang. 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 The 5 words engraved in the space suddenly exploded. Because he was inside the space ring and had deliberately suppressed most of the power, the scene that appeared was not very explosive. Not bad, not bad. A smile appeared on Xianxia's face. This kind of exclusive divine armament that gathered a strong explosive force was much more reliable than the previous one that was full of injuries. Moreover, there was still a new killing move that had not been used. From today onwards, Xianxia said, this exclusive divine armament of mine is called Ji. Pen. Jiang. Mountain. The system broke down and said, what's the difference between this and Jiangshan? The host really doesn't have any talent in naming. Author, take after me. The Patriarch's exclusive divine armament had been successfully remodeled, and the former Jiangshan and Jiangshan had become a thing of the past. Jun Changxiao needed actual combat to know how strong Jian Shan was. However, from the test just now, he could roughly deduce that it should be much stronger than stabbing the butt. More importantly, he no longer had to bear the charge of being wretched. He had changed to a refined fighting style, which would definitely give the readers a new good impression of him. Starry Sky Fortress. Standing at the bow of the ship, Jun Changxiao proudly said, "This sovereign's fire and evil twin spirits, as well as the remodeled divine armament, all need you to measure their power." Just as Gosheng was trying to act cool, the ancient warship suddenly came to a sudden stop. His entire body crashed into the light barrier that separated them from the outside world with a bang, and his face slid down the barrier. Sigh. The system said, receiving the host's face attack head-on, the defensive barrier has been exhausted. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen covered his face and ran out of the lounge, saying, "What's going on?" Jun Changxiao awkwardly stood up, the left side of his face had been slashed red, and then angrily looked into the distance. In the universe's starry sky, a starry sky warship was quietly floating. From the trajectory that it had yet to dissipate, it was obvious that it had suddenly made a big turn and blocked his path. Son of a bitch. Jun Changxiao covered his face and cursed, "If you don't follow the rules, your loved ones will cry, don't you understand this principle?" Ta. On the warship, a middle-aged man with a stubble walked out, wearing heavy leather boots and short-sleeved leather armor. Shwa. His white cloak fluttered, and there was a rustling sound. He raised his muscular arms and hugged them together, saying with a black face, "Brat, who are you scolding?" This person's body was very strong, and he emitted a powerful aura. Especially the clothes he was wearing, it was like an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Jun Changxiao immediately became serious. At this moment, he had already used his spiritual sense to capture the word Starry Sky Fortress written on the cloak. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen transmitted, "This is one of the 12 patrolmen of the Starry Sky Fortress." As an organization, the Universal Fortress had a detailed division of duties. Guanjiu and the old man who went to the Falling Star continent were scouts, responsible for gathering information. As for the general who was killed by Jun Changxiao, his position was relatively higher, but he was only used as a vanguard. There was a very important position in the fortress, the 12 patrol envoys. Not only were they patrolling the mortal universe, but they were also in charge of capturing criminals when necessary. There were 12 patrol envoys, and they liked to be alone. Especially with their strange clothes, they were easily recognized. Shang Yuhen had not only heard of this position, but he also knew that his ancestor was captured by 2 patrol envoys. "Are they very strong?" Jun Changxiao asked. Shang Yuhen said with a serious expression, "I heard that only those who have reached the middle level of the void-piercing realm are qualified to become patrol envoys." Damn. Jun Changxiao opened his eyes wide. Reaching the middle level in the mortal universe was equivalent to having the qualifications to ascend to the higher realm. This kind of big shot was actually willing to be a patrol guard. "The sandbag is here." The system said, "Host, you can play to your heart's content." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. The Dark Demon King was also at the middle level. If not for the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda, he definitely would not have been able to defeat him. Now that he was facing a powerful patrol guard, he felt a little guilty. Furthermore, there were 11 of such level. There is something in the Universal Fortress. Jun Changxiao said to himself, "I really have to be careful." Because of the fire and evil twin spirits and the modified god weapon, after seeing a patrol guard of the Universal Fortress, he immediately restrained himself. "Develop wretchedly, don't be reckless. Friend." Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, suddenly stopping a car in the middle of the road, "It is easy to cause an accident." His tone was relatively more polite. This was not because he was afraid, but because he wanted to preserve his strength and wait until they reached the Universal Fortress before causing a ruckus. The middle-aged man did not care about being scolded. Instead, he said indifferently, "Kid, you know that an accident will happen, so you should slow down before entering the Universal Fortress." So it was not because he was looking for trouble, but because Gosheng was traveling too fast, so he suddenly stopped him. "Have we reached the Starry Sky Fortress?" Jun Changxiao was startled. He then took out the star map and confirmed his coordinates. He apologized, I was driving too fast and didn't pay attention. He really didn't know that they were already within range of their destination. However, taking out the map and his subsequent expression were all an act. He pretended that he had been careless. The patrol envoy said faintly, remember, fast ships are prohibited in the area under the jurisdiction of the Starry Sky Fortress. If you do it again, you will be punished. Okay, Xianxia said. The system said, this is the first time I've seen the host cower. You know nothing. Xianxia cursed in his heart, I'm just enduring the humiliation and sneaking into the Starry Sky Fortress first. If it was just an ordinary organization, it wouldn't be a problem for them to kill their way in. However, the Starry Sky Fortress was not an ordinary organization. If they were to clash head-on with that guy, it might lead to a series of subsequent problems. Furthermore, based on the current situation, the other party did not seem to know that he was the one who had taken care of the two tyrants of Starry Sky. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting. This was an extremely good opportunity. Before they confirmed his identity, he could investigate the overall strength of the Starry Sky Fortress and then rescue the 9 great martial emperors. If the conditions allowed, he could release all the prisoners of the 9 levels of hell and make them busy. Xianxia didn't cower. He just wanted to make the most perfect plan in the shortest time possible. The patrol envoy drove the warship to open a path and said faintly, go ahead. Thank you. Xianxia cupped his hands and drove the ancient warship to fly over. Only when he was far away from the other party did he sigh helplessly. He really wanted to fight with a middle-level void-piercing realm cultivator to test his current battle strength. However, since he had reached the territory of the Starry Sky Fortress, to avoid any mistakes, he could only forcefully suppress this thought. It's still more important to investigate and save people. Xianxia, who was standing on the bow of the ship, suddenly lost his shameless temperament. That's right, the way you opened the reading software was correct. Goshing now gave people an unprecedented sense of steadiness. It was a complete change in style. The system said, this is a patriarch who cares about the big picture. Stop the ship. Suddenly, a shout came from behind him. The patrol envoy drove the warship and chased after him. Xianxia stopped and said with a puzzled expression, I don't think I exceeded the speed limit? Kid. The patrol envoy said in a low voice, since you have the Starry Sky map, it means that you are a second-class resident of the Starry Sky Fortress. I need to check your identity. The Starry Sky map that Xianxia took out just now wasn't the one that was widely circulated. It was a special version of the Starry Sky Fortress. Not only did it have the coordinates of most planes, as long as one's spiritual sense was integrated into it, they would be able to locate themselves. It was a high-tech product of the martial arts world. It's broken. Xianxia thought to himself, I forgot about this. The Starry Sky map was obtained from the 5 tyrants of the Starry Sky. At that time, he even heard the white-haired old man say that only second-class residents could have it. However, because he was in a hurry to pretend to be confused, he didn't think of it. Even 100 secrets can be overlooked. Take it out, the patrol envoy shouted again. He, who had been patrolling outside all year round, had seen many martial artists who tried to sneak into the fortress with fake Starry Sky maps. Moreover, there was a rule on it that once the item was found, it would be confiscated and the person would be arrested. Xianxia furrowed his brow slightly. The tense and exciting background music started to play, and the atmosphere became tense. All right. Xianxia shrugged and waved his hand, throwing out an item. Pa. The patrol envoy raised his hand and caught it. It was a token with the word second-class identity engraved on it. There were strange patterns around it, and the workmanship was very exquisite. Shang Yuhen was surprised and thought to himself, so the patriarch is a second-class resident of the fortress. The Starry Sky Fortress would recruit residents every year at a fixed time. The conditions were not only money, but also manpower. Both were indispensable. Therefore, it was very difficult to become a third-class resident, let alone a second-class resident. The 5 tyrants of the Starry Sky first spent a lot of resources to become third-class residents. Then, they used their connections to get in through the back door to become second-class residents. The whole process could be written in a book. Jun Changxiao had neglected the Starry Sky Map's special version. Naturally, he wouldn't neglect his identity. Therefore, when he came, he borrowed the tyrant's resident token. He wasn't borrowing, he was openly robbing. He even forced the white-haired old man to forcefully remove the soul imprint. He was so bad that he had ulcers on his head and pus on his feet. After confirming the authenticity of the token, the patrolling envoy threw it over and said lightly, "Since you are a fortress resident, you should remember the rules. If I catch you speeding next time, you will be punished severely. Because I had to return to the fortress, I forgot the rules. I won't do it again." Jun Changxiao smiled and said. After he left, the smile on his face disappeared. His eyes flashed with a strong anger. Damn it, when have I ever been treated like this? If it wasn't for the big picture, I would have fought with him to the end, the system said. What's the difference between the host and those minor villains if you talk tough after the event? As someone who suffered from a terminal illness, it could be said that its power was increasing day by day. It didn't give the readers who liked to complain a bit of a chance. P.S. QQ Reading has an event. I am lucky enough to be invited. I will leave for Beijing tomorrow and will be back in 3 to 5 days. Female fans in Beijing, I am coming. It was rare that Jun Changxiao cared about the big picture and didn't arrogantly clash with the patrolman. This was the right thing to do, because while traveling at a low speed, he saw many ships coming from different directions. It seemed like they were going to the interstellar fortress as well. Good thing I managed to hold myself back. Jun Changxiao thought, if I fought with that guy, it would definitely alert a lot of people, then the fortress would be alerted and I wouldn't be able to sneak in. Ah. Still not strong enough. I'm still not strong enough. Gosheng was very annoyed. The system said, it hasn't even been 10 years since the host transmigrated, and you've already broken through to Martial Emperor from the lowest level. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Jun Changxiao calmed down and thought about it, then said, that's true. If this was heard by the old monsters who only barely touched the threshold of Wuxing after thousands of years, they would definitely rush up and slap him. On the road, there were more and more ships coming from different directions. It was like they were going to a market. Jun Changxiao kept his spiritual sight on. He quickly noticed that the warriors on each ship were wearing different clothes. There were even some that looked like humans and beasts. The interstellar fortress's 9 layers of hell was terrifying. But the underground black market was also the holy land that all the warriors of this world yearned for. So it attracted many people at every moment, hoping to find some treasures. Although there were quite a few ships, everyone knew the rules and didn't try to overtake them. After all, this was under the fortress's jurisdiction. Unless they ate a bear's heart or leopard's guts, no one would dare to violate the rules. Strange. Jun Changxiao looked around, then said, why do so many people need to disguise themselves? There were quite a few warriors on the ships at the front, about half of them were in disguise, but because their methods were inferior, they were immediately seen through. Patriarch Shang Yuhen explained, the fortress's underground black market sells large amounts of weapons and equipment. Some worlds will send warriors here to buy them, so they need to disguise themselves to avoid being discovered by their enemies. So that means. Jun Changxiao said, this is also an underground armory. Tsk tisk. Rubbing his chin, he said, to expand their business to the entire mortal universe, the interstellar fortress has quite the business mind. He was envious. If he could expand his business to the mortal universe and earn money from the various major planes, it would definitely be super awesome. Currently, his business with second young master Tang had spread all over the falling star continent. However, he was only making money for himself. When would he be able to earn foreign exchange? Jun Changxiao didn't know much about business, so he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he thought that since he had a conflict with the Starry Sky Fortress, why not change his identity first? Just do what you want to do. Gosheng returned to his cabin and put on an exquisite face-changing mask. Then, he put on a brand new blue robe, fastened his belt, and tied his headscarf. He gently opened his paper fan and instantly transformed into a graceful scholar. Ah! Standing at the bow of the ship, Gosheng looked at the area of meteorites in the distance and recited aloud, flying down 3,000 feet, I suspect it's the Milky Way falling from the 9th heaven. The system was speechless. How elegant. Where is the Starry Sky Fortress? Xianxia did not look at the map, because as long as he followed the warship in front, he would be able to find it. True enough. After traveling for about half a day, it was like the end of the endless darkness, gradually showing the shape of a building. As they got closer, it was like a huge castle standing in the void. Patriarch. Shang Yuhan transmitted his voice, "This is the Starry Sky Fortress. It doesn't seem to be as big as the Heavenly Mandate Royal City." The scene changed, and Jun Changxiao took back what he just said. Because when they were only 100 feet away from the fortress, he and the warship were like ants in front of it. Oh my god. Shang Yuhan was shocked. This is too big. The Starry Sky Fortress was really big. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a small plane. In particular, the surface of the castle was plated with a layer of black metal ore, which looked very sturdy and durable. It would be very interesting if it exploded inside, Jun Changxiao thought to himself. The system was speechless. The host's thinking is getting more and more dangerous and extreme. There was an entrance similar to the city gate in the west of the Starry Sky Fortress, but it was now closed. Many warships were docked nearby, carrying warriors who seemed to be anxiously waiting for it to open. It was just an ordinary entrance. Warriors who came to the underground black market to purchase goods had to enter through this entrance. There was also a city gate in the south, north, and east, respectively, for third-class, second-class, and first-class warriors to enter. Jun Changxiao could have entered from the north gate, but after all, the main purpose of this trip was to the underground black market, so he steered the warship and waited at the west gate. Eldest brother. On the ship next to him, a man said solemnly, "This time, we came to the Starry Sky Fortress on the orders of the Patriarch. We must buy the goods that the clan needs." Yes. The eldest brother nodded seriously. On the warships docked nearby, warriors from various planes were also fighting to discuss. Jun Changxiao lay on the seat and closed his eyes to rest. He also hoped to buy the herbs to refine the half-step wuxing elixir in the underground black market, and then mass-produce it for the disciples. Of course. He still had to enter the 9 levels of hell and find the 9 super tragedies. Just from the outside, the Starry Sky Fortress is no different from an iron fortress. The prison system used to imprison prisoners must be even stronger. How am I supposed to sneak in? Jun Changxiao thought to himself. At first, he wanted to let Cui Hua bite through it, but that would easily alert the Starry Sky Fortress, making it very difficult for him to sneak in. Getting in is actually very simple. The system said, as long as the host commits a crime in the Starry Sky Fortress, won't it be fine? It's not impossible to sneak in as a prisoner. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, but first, I have to buy the herbs to refine the elixir and have a comprehensive understanding of the Starry Sky Fortress. Creak. While he was thinking, the tightly shut west gate suddenly opened. Dozens of armored soldiers walked out, and the leading general said in a clear voice, "To enter the Starry Sky Fortress, you must pay the required 10,000 spirit stones." Damn. Jun Changxiao cursed in his mind, "You need to pay to enter the fortress, how immoral." The system, this guy seemed to have forgotten the scene of martial artists from the Starry Sky continent entering the Starry Sky Fortress and shamelessly asking for money. What's more, they even sold their school uniforms at a ridiculously high price. It was only right and proper for him to take money, but it was immoral for others to take money. As the host, I shouldn't be called Go Xing, but Go Biao. The dozens of soldiers standing at the entrance, just from their auras alone, were not inferior to wuxing at the consummate level, especially the leading general, who was also at the lower level of the void-piercing realm. If even the gatekeepers were so powerful, the Starry Sky Fortress was too strong. Sigh. Jun Changxiao put the warship into his spatial ring, then landed at the city gate and paid the 10,000 spirit stones according to the order of the crowd. However, before he walked in, he looked back and saw that there were at least 10,000 people in the queue. He immediately said enviously, "If my Starry Sky continent also had an underground black market of such a scale, just the entrance fee alone would be the rhythm of making money." Idiot. Seeing that he had suddenly stopped, the 5 burly men who were following behind him said grumpily, "Hurry up and King leave." Who are you calling an idiot? The idiot is calling you an idiot. All right then. The burly man was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He was about to raise his fist and punch when he saw the soldiers on both sides staring at him, so he suppressed his anger and glared at Xianxia, who was walking in front. Despicable fellow. I will remember you in my heart. Xianxia, who was walking in front, thought to himself, so there are people with bad tempers in this kind of place. Once I buy the materials, won't I be able to enter with a little trick? All the major figures would pale at the mention of the 9 levels prison, but Gosheng wanted to cause trouble and enter. He was really a despicable person. The tunnel in front of the Starry Sky Fortress was very long, which meant that the exterior defense was very strong, and it would be very difficult to attack. Ta! After walking for about 100 steps, Xianxia stood inside the brightly lit fortress. After traveling in the dark universe for so long, he hadn't seen light for a long time, although the color seemed to be man-made. Wow! Shang Yuhen exclaimed. At this moment, the two of them were standing on the street at the entrance of the city. Rows upon rows of magnificent and huge buildings appeared in their vision. The most flashy thing was that there was a light barrier that could be seen with the naked eye, which transformed into the blue sky and white clouds. Buzz! Buzz! An ancient bell rang from afar, which added a bit of solemnity to this castle-like city. On the wide and huge streets, there was an endless stream of humans and beasts wearing all kinds of clothes. They were all living in harmony, and it was simply a peaceful time. Xianxia had experienced many storms before. He might be surprised at the magnificence of the Starry Sky Fortress, but his face remained indifferent and maintained the steadiness that he had after a huge change. Perhaps it was because he acted like a coward in front of the patrol envoy, which made him start to treat everything with the identity of a patriarch. It was just unknown how long he could maintain it. The Starry Sky Fortress had the same layout as the city gate, which had 4 divisions. The North City was the worst and the East City was the best. Patriarch. On the way to find an inn, Shang Yuhen didn't understand and asked, "You have a second-class identity, why don't you go to the second-class district?" Low profile. Xianxia said, "This is my usual style." I see. Shang Yuhen was so impressed that he wanted to prostrate himself. He obviously had a superior identity, but he wanted to stay in the lowest level district. This kind of transcendence made Shang Yuhen so impressed that he wanted to prostrate himself. Patriarch, you have no identity in the North City. I heard that just the cost of staying in an inn is very expensive. It doesn't matter. Xianxia didn't care at all. He then found a decent inn and came to the counter and said, "Shopkeeper, give me 2 of the best rooms." The chubby shopkeeper looked at the 2 of them and said indifferently, "One of the best rooms will cost 50,000 low-grade spirit stones." After running an inn for so many years, he could immediately tell what kind of person and what brand they were wearing. Therefore, his attitude would change accordingly. 50,000? Xianxia blurted out, "So expensive, you are robbing me." Even a super-luxurious presidential suite would only cost about 1,000 taels of silver in the Falling Star continent. Here, it actually cost 50,000 spirit stones. Although it was the lowest level, even if the guest room and bathroom were made of pure gold, it shouldn't be so expensive. Xianxia's voice was relatively loud, which alarmed the martial artists who came in one after another. They all looked at him with disdain. Who didn't have enough money in their pockets when they came to the Starry Sky Fortress? There was actually someone who complained that the room was expensive. The next second, all the martial artists retracted their disdainful looks. Because Shang Yuhen casually put a lot of high-grade spirit stones on the counter and asked indifferently, "Is it enough?" "Master." The shopkeeper hurriedly smiled and said, "Please go upstairs, please go upstairs." Just as he was about to take the money, Xianxia stopped him and said, "I still like your arrogant look just now." Me. He took back half of the high-grade spirit stones and said, "I only want 1 room now." This was obviously a scam. Instead of giving him 50,000 spirit stones, he might as well squeeze in with the disciples. Creak. The door of the superior room was pushed open. After Shang Yuhen came in, he exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is too luxurious." Xianxia's mouth twitched. He was wrong. The superior room wasn't made of pure gold. It was made of even rarer ores. Even the floor under his feet was priceless, inhumane, no wonder it was so expensive. But, Shang Yuhan walked into the bedroom and frowned, it's just that the bed is a bit small. There is a mark. Jun Changxiao said seriously, I know you are rich, but when you are outside, you must be thrifty. You must not spend extravagantly. Yes. Shang Yuhan said. Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder and ordered, you sleep on the chair, I will sleep on the bed. Ah? Shang Yuhan was depressed. As for the spirit stones that he took out, they had already landed in Jun Changxiao's pocket. He was definitely not cheating his disciple of his money. He was just keeping it safe for him. He would return it when he got rid of his bad habit of spending. The fact that the sect leader had gone to this extent was truly touching. Jun Changxiao and Shang Yuhan were temporarily staying in the inn. However, when they went down to eat, they met the grumpy old man again. Jun Changxiao found a seat and was about to sit down. The other party was like a mountain in front of him. His face was fierce. Excuse me. Are you blind? Don't you know how to go around? Jun Changxiao was silent. He went around from the side. This brat is so bad. When he came to book the room, he thought it was expensive. I can tell he is a poor and weak rookie. Why would he come here? The diners in the dining hall on the first floor were all discussing in low voices. They looked at Jun Changxiao with disdain. It was undeniable that the Starry Sky Fortress forbade fighting in the city. However, as a man, he did not even have the courage to speak back when someone deliberately provoked him. This was too bad. Shang Yuhan, who had just sat down, could not stand it anymore. He stood up and was about to argue with the grumpy old man. However, he was stopped by Jun Changxiao, who was pouring tea. Remember, the Sect of all times' first motto is to keep a low profile when you are outside. What? The grumpy old man glared at him. You don't agree? Shang Yuhan clenched his fists but still sat down. Jun Changxiao took a sip of tea. He released his spiritual senses and quickly found the way to the underground black market. After eating, he said, come, let's go out for a walk. Brat. The grumpy old man, who was sitting far away, deliberately took a step forward and said coldly, watch where you are going. Don't bump into me. His meaning was obvious. He wanted Goshen to go around. Many people looked over with interest. This was the second time someone provoked him. Anyone with a bit of courage would not be able to hold it in. However, they were greatly disappointed because Jun Changxiao led Shang Yuhan around the corner and walked out of the inn. Too cowardly. There is no one else who can cultivate martial arts to this extent. The grumpy old man retracted his foot proudly and shouted at the door. Brat, remember, next time you see me, you have to take a detour. Damn it. Shang Yuhan was about to explode. Jun Changxiao comforted him. Don't lower yourself to the same level as trash. The system was confused. Is this still the host? His personality has changed greatly. 2-in-1. Under normal circumstances, the underground black market was not allowed to exist in the open. It could only exist in the dark. However, the black market of the Starry Sky Fortress was really underground. The scale was not small. Jun Changxiao walked down the tunnel and strolled for a while in a black market that resembled a shopping mall. He almost got lost. Patriarch. Shang Yuhan asked, what are we doing? He wanted to come to the Starry Sky Fortress at first, but the Dark Demon King was destroyed by the Patriarch, so there was no need for him. Of course. It was not that he had forgotten about his ancestors. It was that there was no need to spend a lot of money to get him out of the 9 levels of hell. After all, he would be locked up again. Buying herbs. Jun Changxiao said. Because there were many precious treasures in the black market, there were many restrictions to prevent others from peeping, so he could only search step by step. Hard work paid off. After wandering around for half an hour, he finally arrived at the area that mainly sold treasures. There were all kinds of herbs in the shops. Little friend. A herb shopkeeper smiled and said, what herbs do you need? The underground black market was opened by the Starry Sky Fortress, but the shops inside were contracted by other planes. Therefore, it was not as snobbish as the shopkeeper of the inn who always adhered to the principle that the customer was God. Jun Changxiao looked carefully and found that there was nothing he needed. Therefore, he wrote down the list of herbs and pictures and handed it over, saying, "Do you have these?" "Yes, but," the shopkeeper said, "there is not much stock." Jun Changxiao did not think much of it and said, "Take out as much as you have, I want them all." This tone made the shopkeeper realize that he had met a big customer. Therefore, he hurriedly walked out from the counter and bowed, saying, "Little friend, please wait in the VIP lounge." "Okay." Jun Changxiao brought Shang Yuhan over. Just as they sat down, two beautiful ladies came forward to pour tea. They had a customer-first smile on their faces. Gosheng was not interested in women. As the prince of the great Shang Empire, Shang Yuhan naturally did not care. After drinking tea for half an hour, a middle-aged man with a decent appearance came over with the shopkeeper. He cupped his hands and said, "I am the manager of Hongyun Medicinal Hall. May I know your name, young friend?" Handsome June, the corner of the medicine deacon's mouth twitched. "Good name. Good name. Are the herbs ready?" Jun Changxiao had done business with the AI family in the past, so he had plenty of experience. Thus, he didn't like to waste time and hoped to complete the transaction as soon as possible so that he could move on to the next one. It wasn't easy for him to find a place that sold the ingredients for refining the half-sage pill. If he could afford it, he would buy them all. He wouldn't leave a single one for anyone else, the system said. The height of this economic condition depends on the depth of the 9 spirit stone pits in the Shang dynasty's treasury. Will you die if you don't complain? Yes. Right away. The deacon was also an experienced businessman and he could tell that this customer was in a hurry. Hence, he said, "Your humble servant has already instructed my subordinates to arrange the herbs that young Master Jun needs and they will be sent over very soon." Yes. Jun Changxiao nodded. The deacon took the opportunity to take the initiative to talk and even indirectly asked where Gosheng came from. The list of materials he took out were all high-grade goods and he asked for all of them. This was definitely a rich customer. If it happened to be close to his own plane, it would be convenient for him to do business in the future. "I'm from the Valoran continent," Jun Changxiao said. Gosheng wasn't someone who would casually sell his home address. He wasn't worried about being sent blades, but, if he caused a ruckus in the fortress, wouldn't it be the same as tricking the Starfall continent? Valoran continent? From the deacon's confused eyes, it was obvious that he had never heard of this plane. Jun Changxiao said, "My plane is made up of Dalmatia, Noxus, and other countries. Every region has a resident hero who is then controlled by a profession called the Summoner. They fight in the Summoner's Canyon. Every year, they also organize a War of the Gods. The winner takes the throne and the loser takes the blame and retires." The system said, "You really know how to brag." "I see." The deacon was curious, "Young Master Jun is also a summoner?" Jun Changxiao said proudly, "Not only am I a summoner, but I also control 2 natal heroes. One is the Gale Sword hero, the other is the Master of Shadow Stream. These are the 2 most difficult heroes to control. Only I can use them to their fullest potential. People have given me the nickname Shill Rope, Child's Calamity." Since he had nothing to do, Gosheng started bragging. The deacon really believed him and asked, "Young Master Jun, where is the Valoran continent?" "North of the starry sky, my king is the most beautiful." Didn't north of the starry sky refer to the north of the universe? As for the last sentence, could it be some kind of code? After a wild imagination, the deacon thought to himself, "Since I know the approximate location, I should be able to find the place. I'll go take a look when I have time. Maybe I can establish trade with the Valoran continent." Time always passed quickly when he was bragging. Jun Changxiao didn't even turn around to take out his sword. Once the phantom blade was activated, he couldn't see the amazing maneuvers. After he finished speaking, the herb workers put down the space rings one by one. "Young Master Jun," the deacon smiled and said, "the herbs you need are all here." As he spoke, he handed over a list and said, "The quantity is also written here." Jun Changxiao looked at it and suddenly felt a little excited. Elixirs required 50 types of herbs. Not only did this pharmacy have all of them, but they could also make 100 sets. If he met the requirements of the realm, he could make a bunch of half-step whooshing in minutes. Awesome. Jun Changxiao suppressed his excitement and said, "How much?" The deacon said, "According to the market price, these high-quality herbs cost 1,200,000 ninth-stage spirit stones. But since young Master Jun wants to buy them all, we'll round it up to 200,000. Jun Changxiao said. The deacon almost fell over. Rounding it up to the first digit, 1,000,000. Okay. Jun Changxiao said, "It's a deal." The deacon was a little stunned. After signing the contract, holding the space rings full of ninth-stage spirit stones and watching Jun Changxiao leave, he slowly came back to his senses and said with emotion, "It's the first time I've done such a good business with a customer, 1 million ninth-stage spirit stones in exchange for 100 half-step saint elixirs." The average price was 10,000 per pill. This was acceptable to Jun Changxiao. After all, in terms of normal cultivation resources, 10,000 ninth-stage spirit stones might not be enough to cultivate a half-step wusheng. Next, Gosheng went to other herb shops and bought all the herbs he needed. A large number of ninth-stage spirit stones flowed away like water. The barrier above was dark. Jun Changxiao returned to the inn. After visiting all the herb shops, he had a total of 1,000 sets of half-step saint elixirs. He was in a very good mood. Patriarch Shang Yuhen said, "Why don't you let me pay?" "Your money." Jun Changxiao said seriously, "How can I use it?" "You are my patriarch. You are my family. Please don't treat me as an outsider," Shang Yuhen said. Jun Changxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "I'm very happy that you think so." Speaking of this, his eyes suddenly became cold. Because in front of the inn, the grumpy old man was leaning against the door with a smile on his face. "Patriarch." Shang Yuhen also noticed and hurriedly said, "This guy must be deliberately blocking the door and not letting us in. Go and have some tea." Jun Changxiao pointed to a tea house next to him and his eyes gradually became cold. "No matter what happens outside, don't come out." "Patriarch, I'm not thirsty, go." Shang Yuhen closed his mouth and then obediently walked to the inn, but he was puzzled. Why doesn't Patriarch let me out? Boom, however, just as he walked into the tea house and before he could sit down, there was a sudden explosion outside. A ripple visible to the naked eye instantly spread out and shattered the tea table and teapot around. Shang Yuhen turned his head stiffly and saw the inn through the window. Every inch of his face gradually stiffened after he opened his mouth and his eyeballs slowly protruded from their sockets. At the entrance of the inn, dust was flying everywhere, and spiritual energy was everywhere. Shang Yuhen was shocked and dumbfounded. In his field of vision, the patriarch had his back to him and was still attacking. The anger and spirit energy that filled his body made him look like a demon that had gone berserk, in an instant. Shang Yuhen realized that the patriarch had made his move. The spiritual energy ripples just now had shattered all the tea tables and teacups in the tea house. It must be because of this. Whoosh whoosh. A cold wind blew, and the dust was blown away. Shang Yuhen's big eyes were wide open again. The entrance of the inn was in a collapsed state, and the walls inside were full of holes, which even penetrated through many shops and buildings. The end of his spiritual sense was the city wall of the North City. Although it was built very hard, it was already in a sunken state, and the cracks were densely packed like a spider web. Gulp. Shang Yuhen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in his heart, "Something happened, something big happened." "What do you mean?" Because the irascible brother, who had provoked the patriarch many times, was now sunken into the city wall, with a huge hole in his chest. He was half dead. From the situation on the scene and the patriarch's punch, Shang Yuhen immediately guessed that it was him who did it. If it was in the void of the universe, fighting or killing was not a big problem, but this was the space fortress, and it was forbidden for martial artists to fight in private. Shang Yuhen wanted to rush out. However, the patriarch's previous warning rang in his ears. I understand now. The patriarch had long planned to make his move, which was why he told him not to come out no matter what happened outside. Back to when Shang Yuhen had just entered the tea house, Jun Changxiao came to the entrance of the inn. The irascible brother held his hands together and said proudly, "Brat, you seem to have forgotten what I said just now." "What did you say?" Jun Changxiao lowered his head and said. There was no emotion in his eyes. If Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and other disciples were here and saw the patriarch like this, they could instantly guess that it was a sign that he was about to go berserk. Brother. You are unlucky, bro. Irascible obviously didn't realize it. He said coldly, as long as you see me, you have to avoid me like a grandson. He pointed to the side and said, you can go in from the back door now. Because before entering the city, Jun Changxiao had stopped for a moment and delayed him for a little while. Thus, Jun Changxiao bore a grudge against him. It had to be said that Jun Changxiao was really petty. Oh. Gosheng responded and set off. He didn't take a detour, but instead continued forward. Brother Irascible was a little surprised. Could it be that I didn't make myself clear enough, or did he not hear me, so he chose to go through the front door? Brat, you, who? Just as the irascible bro opened his mouth, Jun Changxiao, who had walked in front of him, suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with a monstrous rage that made the irascible bro's hair stand on end. Then, he threw a punch over. Acting like a grandson. It was just to buy the materials first. Now that I bought everything, if you still dare to provoke me, then you're courting death. Jun Changxiao had never flaunted himself as a good person. As long as someone provoked him, as long as he was angered, he wouldn't care if it was the heavens or the earth. Boom, one punch. Just one punch. Brother Irascible's cultivation was not bad, but he didn't expect the other party to be so strong and dare to attack in the fortress, so he was punched in the chest. The punch passed through layers of buildings at the entrance and sank into the city wall. This man is back. The system said. This was the host, this was the one who dared to go against the upper realm and use his face to face the upper realm's thunder calamity. After getting rid of Brother Irascible, who had repeatedly targeted him, Jun Changxiao stood in the same place, his face still expressionless. However, the martial artists who gathered around were stunned. This seemingly elegant young man actually ignored the rules of the fortress, dared to attack him openly, and even killed him. This was definitely an unforgivable crime. Especially the diners who had previously questioned Jun Changxiao. Some of them had witnessed the scene just now, and all of them widened their eyes. Oh my god, this guy wasn't a coward. When he was ruthless, he was completely a rash person who was not afraid of anything. Because of the explosion of the spiritual energy ripples, it spread across half of the North City district, instantly attracting a large number of martial artists' spiritual senses. When they saw the destroyed buildings and saw Jun Changxiao standing proudly, their eyes were filled with disbelief. He's finished. Daring to kill in the fortress, this is definitely a serious crime. The enforcers in the city will definitely be here soon. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. Torturing Brother Irascible was to be convicted. Swoosh, swoosh, after a short while, armored soldiers rushed over from both sides of the street and quickly surrounded Jun Changxiao. They pulled out their weapons from their waists and raised them as if they were guns, shouting, "Don't move." Gosheng cooperated and raised his hand, then turned around. An enforcer general in charge of the North City's security shouted angrily, "Attacking in the fortress is tantamount to trampling on the rules, handcuff him." Yes. Dozens of soldiers surrounded him. Sturdy iron chains were locked on Jun Changxiao's wrists like handcuffs. And he didn't resist at all, which confused the passers-by. He was so arrogant just a moment ago, why did he suddenly become weak? Patriarch. Shang Yuhen, who was standing at the entrance of the tea house, saw that the patriarch was chained up. He wanted to rush over, but when he recalled his previous warning, he could only suppress that thought. Take him away. The enforcer general shouted. Jun Changxiao was like a criminal, being taken away in front of the crowd. Especially the arrogant smile on his face before he left, which made the martial artists dumbfounded. The Starry Sky Fortress is built on the 9 levels of hell. This guy will be locked up as long as he commits a crime, but he can still smile. One look and I can tell that he is a ruthless person. I know the guy who was sent flying. He is from the Iron Eagle continent. He has a bad temper and a violent personality. Now that he is in such a state, his martial arts realm will probably stop here. The crowd was still discussing, but when the enforcers in the city started to clean up the destroyed environment, they dispersed and went back to their own business. What should I do? Shang Yuhen stood in place with a face of despair. Although the patriarch didn't let him out, as his disciple, how could he watch him go to jail? Patriarch. Shang Yuhen clenched his fist and said, I will go find someone to reduce your crime to the lowest. Creak, in the dark prison, Jun Changxiao walked in with the bracelet and anklet. This wasn't a prison, but a temporary detention center. The Starry Sky Fortress would send an adjudicator to judge. As long as the crime was judged, the adjudicator would consider whether or not to be locked up in the 9 levels of hell. Jun Changxiao was locked up for 2 hours before 2 soldiers brought him out and sent to the adjudicator room. In the room, there was a middle-aged man who looked very cultured. He sat in front of a table with a brush and ink on it. He said, You acted without permission in the Starry Sky Fortress and severely injured a martial artist. Do you plead guilty? Plead guilty. Jun Changxiao said. The middle-aged man was stunned. He had adjudicated and interrogated many criminals, but this was the first time he saw someone so honest. The 2 epic missions were related to the 9 great martial emperors, so Jun Changxiao had to sneak into the 9 levels of hell. Therefore, his confession was very straightforward. It felt like, Big brother, I beg you, hurry up and send me to jail. The judge was stunned. After being on duty for so long, he had encountered many troublemakers. When he was in charge of interrogating them, he would either deny it or find all kinds of excuses. Yet, this person admitted it so easily. He did not follow the normal procedure at all. He praised, Seeing that you have a good attitude, I will consider the punishment you will have to bear. Resistance will be severe, confession will be lenient. This was the kind of person who had a very proper attitude when admitting his guilt. Adjudicators liked it the most because they didn't need to waste too much time talking and they could call it a day. Jun Changxiao's face was full of question marks. Oh no, would I be less guilty if I acted too cooperative? Goshing's expression became interesting. If he knew this would happen, he would have imitated the innkeeper and acted arrogant. It's still not too late. Jun Changxiao hurriedly wanted to show his wild and arrogant side, but he heard the judge say, According to my investigation, that Iron Eagle Continent warrior has provoked you several times. Although the Starry Sky Fortress dealt with cases, they would still investigate immediately. Therefore, they knew the cause and effect of Jun Changxiao's actions. When you returned to the inn, you were blocked by him. Although you are guilty, you could not stand being provoked, so. The judge picked up a pen and wrote on the case, I announce that you will be imprisoned in the penitence room for 7 days. No, wait, Jun Changxiao was about to speak when a few soldiers held him up. Damn it, I have to be imprisoned in the 9 levels of hell, how can I be imprisoned in the penitence room? No, absolutely not. Jun Changxiao was about to explode in anger and add to his crimes when an old man walked in and said, Sir, there is a cultivator called Shang Yuhen outside. He wishes to see you. Shang Yuhen, why is he here? Just as Goshing was dumbfounded, Shang Yuhen was led in by the soldiers. He first glanced at the patriarch, then politely saluted the judge, Greetings, Lord Ji. What is it? Judge Ji asked. Shang Yuhen said, Ransom him. Who? Ransom my patriarch. Shang Yuhen pointed at Jun Changxiao as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, Goshing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm trying my best to find a way to go to prison, but you've taken the initiative to come and redeem yourself. What a pig, disciple. AI. The system's side, the host's plan to go to jail has been completely ruined. First, there was someone who pleaded guilty with an excellent attitude and received a lighter sentence. Now, there was a disciple who spent money to build connections. It would be very difficult for him to go to jail. Goshing felt bitter in his heart, but Goshing did not say anything. Lord Ji. Shang Yuhen walked forward and placed a spatial ring on the table. He smiled and said, Please make an exception. Very social. Jun Changxiao almost broke free from the soldier's restraint and kicked him to Mars. Impudent. Suddenly, Judge Ji stood up and slammed the table. He said angrily, Ever since I took office, I have always done things according to the rules. I have never bent the law for personal gain. You giving me money is trampling on my dignity. AI, the old man standing behind shook his head. He had clearly told that fellow not to look for Lord Ji, but he did not listen. In the end, he still angered him. Judge Ji was a very honest person. He was extremely resistant to using connections to get in through the back door. In particular, he had repeatedly suggested to the fortress master to cancel the ransom rule. After all, those who were imprisoned in hell were all evil people. If they did evil during their bail period, it would only bring disaster to all living beings. No wonder when Xiang Yuhen mentioned ransom, he would be displeased. When he put down the spatial ring, he could no longer hold it in and exploded on the spot. Xiang Yuhen was a little stunned. Pa. Judge Ji slammed the table and announced, the fortress has a rule. Anyone who bribes an official will be heavily punished. Lock them both up in the same level of hell. Yes. Ka. The soldiers walked over and handcuffed the stunned Xiang Yuhen. Then, they took him and Jun Changxiao away. Patriarch, I didn't do it on purpose, don't speak. Xiang Yuhen did not speak. The system also remained silent. Because, it had just been slapped in the face again, not far from the judgment room, there was an entrance that led underground. Jun Changxiao and Xiang Yuhen were brought in like prisoners. They walked down the tunnel for about 100 meters and stopped in front of a stone door made of special materials. Change into prison clothes. Open the door, ka, the heavy stone door slowly opened. Jun Changxiao and Xiang Yuhen, who had changed into zebra-striped prison clothes, gradually appeared in front of the camera. One was trying hard to hold back his laughter. One was frowning. Ka. The two were sent in. The stone door closed again. The surroundings instantly turned dark. Xiao. A light similar to a will-o'-the-wisp flew past, and the words level of hell appeared. Patriarch, Xiang Yuhen blamed himself, I have let you down. Ha. Ha. Jun Changxiao finally could not hold it in anymore and laughed boldly. He had thought that this new disciple would be a useless teammate, but because of the bribery, he had suddenly turned into a gold medal support. There's a scar. Jun Changxiao put his hand on his shoulder and praised, it's all thanks to you that I was able to get locked up in hell as I wished. Xiang Yuhen was stunned. As he wished? Locked up in hell? Did the patriarch have a special hobby of being locked up? Clap. Jun Changxiao clapped his hands together and looked at the dark environment. The corner of his mouth curled up into a unique patriarch smile. 9 levels of hell, your emperor has entered. Clap. Suddenly, light flashed in 4 directions, instantly expelling the darkness and making it abnormally bright. Xiang Yuhen instinctively closed his eyes until he got used to it and opened them again. His expression immediately stiffened. In his field of vision, prisoners in prison clothes surrounded him. There were at least a few thousand of them. Some of them tilted their heads, some clenched their fists, and had evil smiles on their faces. Patriarch, Xiang Yuhen subconsciously took a step closer. These prisoners that suddenly appeared, in terms of cultivation level, were obviously stronger than him. Hey! A prisoner on the left with a single eye patch looked at Jun Changxiao and Xiang Yuhen with his nostrils and said proudly, did you ask about the rules of the 9 levels of hell before coming in? What rules? Jun Changxiao asked. Although there were a lot of prisoners surrounding them, their overall strength was only at Wu Huang or half-sage level. He did not take them seriously at all. The man with the eye patch grinned and said, the 9 levels of hell are the same as the plane. They respect martial arts. As long as you are strong enough, you are the boss. If you are weak, you are the grandson. After the fortress convicted the martial artists and locked them in hell, they were left alone. Therefore, unless the space here was smaller and there was no light all day long, it was no different from the outside world. It was even crueler than that. Because the prisoners who came in wanted to gain status and respect from their cellmates, they had to be strong. As for the weak, they could only be grandchildren, at this moment. Jun Changxiao and Xiang Yuhen were surrounded by their cellmates as soon as they were locked in. There were 9 levels in the 9 levels of hell. Each level had its own system and each level had its own welcoming ceremony. No one who came in was exempt from it. Jun Changxiao glanced at the prisoners who were gradually approaching and said with a smile, then do you think I'm a grandpa or a grandson? Grandpa or grandson? The eye patch man touched his nose and said, "We will only know when we welcome you. Brothers. Treat the two of you well." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, thousands of prisoners unleashed their cultivation and rushed over like brothers. Pa. The lights in all 4 directions were turned off. One level of hell fell into darkness again, and the gloomy aura erupted again. Boom. Boom. Spiritual energy and martial arts flashed, bringing a short period of light. About 10 minutes later, there was no sound or movement in the prison. The gloomy aura was even more creepy. Swish. Suddenly, a wisp of flame appeared. Xianxia's face appeared, and then he lit the cigar in his mouth, raised his head and blew out a smoke ring. Because the black robe on his head had been taken off, coupled with the faintly discernible flame, his entire head could be said to be shiny. Pa. At this moment, the lights were turned on again, and the prison was bright. Shang Yuhen stood in his original position with a blank expression on his face. Then, he raised his head stiffly and looked at Xianxia, who was higher up. Why was he higher up? Because the thousands of prisoners who attacked just now were all bruised and battered together. Xianxia sat at the top and smoked. His pretentious aura was unprecedentedly strong. He closed his eyes and sang, "How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Alone at the top. Pooh. Pooh." The prisoners, who were piled together like building blocks, seemed to have suffered heavy injuries to their internal organs once again. They all spat out blood on the spot. Other people needed money to sing, but Goshing's singing was life-threatening. "She who hides in the horizon, can she not listen to me, my loneliness, my endless loneliness?" Pooh. Just as Xianxia dragged out the word lonely, Shang Yuhen, who was standing below, could not help but spit out blood. Even those who were not injured could hear the internal injuries. It could be seen that although Goshing was extremely handsome, he did not have any talent in singing. He was destined to be an actor and not a trainee. After he finished singing, Xianxia still raised his head and closed his eyes, completely immersed in the feeling of being invincible and lonely. "Ah, patriarch." Shang Yuhen suppressed the boiling blood in his body and stopped him. "Stop singing. If you continue singing, this disciple might die." The prisoners who were piled up together and bleeding from their 7 orifices agreed wholeheartedly. "All right." Xianxia gave up the idea of relaxing his heart and grabbed the eye-masked man lying next to him. "Who's the master and who's the grandson?" You're the master, I'm the grandson." Shua. Xianxia directly threw him down, then jumped up and sat directly on his back. He crossed his legs and put his hands together. "From now on, I'm the boss of this level of hell. Who agrees and who disagrees?" "Yes. I agree." The eye-masked man who was pressed down was the first to speak. He had been squatting here for a long time and had welcomed nearly 70% of the prisoners. Although he had encountered powerful masters and suffered losses, today was the first time he had encountered someone so powerful. Thousands of people had been taken care of in such a short period of time. "I agree. I agree." The prisoners all expressed their opinions. The new prisoner was powerful, and his singing was super good. Only a fool would oppose him. This was the 9th level of hell. This was what it meant to be respected with strength. When Xianxia showed his absolute strength and beat up the prisoners who welcomed him, they immediately approved of him. In the outside world, some people might not only not approve, but also hold a grudge and seek revenge from the older generation. Seeing the prisoners give in, Shang Yuhen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in admiration, "Patriarch is simply too powerful." Because his ancestor was trapped in the 9th level of hell, he had some understanding of this place. To be able to conquer all the prisoners, and even a level of hell, it definitely represented strength. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. At this moment, the sound of chains came from a place where the light could not reach. Shang Yuhen turned his head and looked, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. In the darkness, a person with disheveled hair walked over barefooted. His hands were naturally hanging down, and the long chain dragged on the ground. His prison uniform was different from the others, and the 2 words "main offender" were very conspicuous on the chest. Xianxia frowned. Although the prisoner who suddenly appeared was dirty and sloppy, and although his appearance could not be seen clearly, the aura around him was obviously at the lower level of the void-piercing realm. Expert. Patriarch. Shang Yuhan transmitted, this is the main offender of a level of hell. Main offender? Jun Changxiao had never heard of it. Shang Yuhan hurriedly explained, every level of the 9th level of hell imprisons the main offender, and they are all unpardonable evildoers. If they are released casually, it will bring disaster to the mortal world. Kikik. Suddenly, the main offender stopped, and pushed his disheveled hair aside, revealing a pair of extremely empty eyes, and said with a hoarse voice, young man, what is unpardonable evildoer? Shang Yuhan was dumbfounded. He had just communicated with the patriarch using the sound transmission technique, could it be that he could hear it? Kikik. The main offender laughed strangely, young man, do you know that there is a divine beast called Di-Ting in the Yama continent? Di-Ting? Shang Yuhan suddenly remembered that there was a divine beast called Di-Ting in the Yama continent, and it could recognize all things in the world by listening, especially the heart. Could it be, he was Di-Ting? Jun Changxiao had also heard of Di-Ting, and it was from the journey to the west, but he did not expect that there would be such a thing in a different martial arts universe. I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years to reach my current strength, and because I accidentally heard something that I should not have heard, I was locked in a level of hell by the starry sky fortress. May I ask, what is this unpardonable evildoer? The main offender's face was ferocious, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. And you? He pointed at Jun Changxiao, and almost roared, I can roughly hear the heart of any living being in the mortal world, but why can't I hear yours? Jun Changxiao's expression was a bit interesting. What does it have to do with me if you can't hear me? Why are you so angry? Maybe, Jun Changxiao said with a melancholy look, I am too handsome, you can't penetrate my heart. The main culprit imprisoned in the first level of hell wasn't too strong, at most a commander. This level was very common outside, let alone in prison. To be honest, it was a little weak. Jun Changxiao might be able to fight with him if he used all kinds of trump cards. The stronghold defined him as the main culprit, not because of his realm, but because he had the ability to eavesdrop on others' thoughts. What he said. Sound transmission. Even the thoughts in one's heart could be easily stolen. This kind of special skill was very awesome, especially when it could see through the enemy's thoughts in battle. It was equivalent to opening a transparent cheat. In fact, it was indeed so. Before entering, this main culprit was rarely defeated, until he was targeted by the stronghold's 12 patrol envoys. This meant that the ability to see through one's thoughts wasn't absolutely invincible, and in the face of martial artists stronger than himself, he could only be obedient. However, the main culprit was now broken. The bald man who just came in and got rid of thousands of prisoners, his overall strength was barely at the threshold of the lower void-piercing realm, so why couldn't he hear his thoughts? Special skills in front of the same level or even lower level were absolutely tested and tested. Now that it seemed to have failed, he was definitely unhappy and had to figure it out, so he walked out of the darkness. He's here. The eye patch man was shocked. That guy is here. The prisoners stacked together couldn't care about the pain in their bodies at this moment, because their consciousness was dominated by fear. The main culprit of the first level of hell sat like a monk in an area that couldn't be covered by light all year round. Although he didn't have a sense of existence, the prisoners were still very afraid of him. After all, he was defined as the main culprit by the stronghold, so he was definitely an existence that couldn't be provoked. Immediately after, everyone almost vomited blood on the spot. Jun Changxiao actually said that it was because he was handsome, and his thoughts weren't seen through. How could he have the nerve to say such shameless words? And he said it so naturally and smoothly? Even the micro-expression on his face revealed a feeling of I'm so handsome. The main culprit was also stunned. Kid. He grinned and said, your skin is thick, I'm afraid it's not weaker than the guy locked up below. It's not that I'm thick-skinned, but, it's the truth. Jun Changxiao said without blushing. The system said, I'll say first, the host's thoughts not being heard has nothing to do with me. It's very likely that the host's skin is too thick to be seen through. The main culprit laughed strangely. I heard you say that you want to be the boss of a floor of hell? Not bad. Jun Changxiao said, do you agree or disagree? He too. The main culprit spat out a mouthful of phlegm, raised his head, and looked at Goxing with his nostrils. He said proudly, I object. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Xianxia had already appeared in front of the main culprit. He gathered all the spiritual energy in his right fist and blasted the man's abdomen. The air blast that erupted in an instant sent the eye patch man and the others flying. Oppose, they were going to punish him. Xianxia didn't follow the rules even in the planar battlefield. Now that he was in a prison where strength was respected, he would definitely abuse anyone who dared to oppose him. Your emperor is here. Goxing didn't just say that casually. Not only did he have to rescue the trapped 9 thearchs, but he also had to subdue all the prisoners here. Why, the Sect of all times, Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, needed their souls. Before entering the 9th floor of hell, Xianxia thought that if the fortress offended him, he would release all the prisoners inside and make them busy. After entering and seeing so many powerful prisoners, he immediately changed his plan. They would be imprisoned in the fortress hell and in the Sect of all times. Since they were all imprisoned, why not transfer all of them and raise them to be his disciples' sparring partners? This idea was very Goxing. Thump, 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 the main culprit who was attacked staggered a few steps back. He only had the power of one commander. He couldn't read Xianxia's mind, which was equivalent to having half of his martial arts crippled. You. The main culprit clutched his chest and said angrily, you actually stole. Swish, Xianxia suddenly disappeared and instantly appeared behind him. His right fist was covered by the mechanical wings. With the support of his realm and tools, he instantly gathered even more power, needless to say. This god-modified tool that he had bought a long time ago was still on the verge of being eliminated as Goxing's strength continued to increase. It was working hard to release its value. Boom, an even more intense boom rang out from the first level of hell. Then, the main culprit was sent flying out of the ground, crashing into the prison wall with a head-on posture. Oh my god! The eyes of the eye patch man instantly widened. The main culprit of the first floor of hell, not to mention having special abilities, had already reached the lower level of the void-piercing realm. Yet, he couldn't defeat the bald man. The prisoner lying in the distance had an interesting expression. He actually ran out to entertain such a ferocious guy. He was really an old man who wanted to hang himself. Swish, at this moment, Xianxia rushed over again. One hand clasped the back of the main culprit's head, and then repeatedly pressed against the wall. Instantly, there was a rumbling sound. The eye patch man and the prisoners were so shocked that their scalps went numb. Ruthless, too ruthless. Could it be that because the main culprit said that he objected, he was subjected to such abnormally horrible abuse? Fortunately, he judged the situation and chose to agree, otherwise. Right, the 2 readers who objected in the comments of the chapter, were they okay now? Boom, boom, boom. In the first floor of hell, the strong collision sound came frequently. Hearing it made one's back turn cold and hair stand on end. Although the main culprit was at the lower level of the void-piercing realm, if he didn't rely on special abilities, then he was really very ordinary. What about Xianxia? A long time ago, he had dealt with the handsome man. Although he used all kinds of trump cards, his cultivation wasn't high at that time. Now, not only did he break through to the peak, but he also triggered an epic mission. Every time he reached the highest point of a realm, he would trigger an epic mission. This also meant that Xianxia had reached the peak of the peak level and was only a small step away from entering the martial emperor realm. The enemy was at the level of the handsome man, and Goxing's body had improved greatly. Later, he was also tempered by the spirit of the fire spirit, and there were 2 infant spirit hosts in his dantian. Therefore, in terms of true strength, even without the support of the hard-to-retract blade and the stone statue's power, he could totally fight against the lower level of the void-piercing realm with the strength of a commander, and even beat him up ruthlessly. Plop, after more than 10 minutes of violence and hundreds of times of abuse, the main culprit who objected lay on the ground like mud. Because his head had hit the prison wall, it was already swollen to an indescribable degree. Shwa. Xianxia squatted down, grabbed his prisoner's uniform, and said in a gloomy voice, I am the boss of the first floor of hell. Do you agree or disagree? In the distance, the eye patch man and the prisoner lying on the ground pretending to be dead held in their hearts together. The one who came in is not a prisoner, but a terrifying demon. P.S. After a day's ride, I'm finally home. I'm physically and mentally exhausted. I'll start to update more tomorrow. Prisoners who were sent to the first level of hell would be bullied by those who came first. This had already become a common practice. However, after Jun Changxiao came in, the situation changed. That was because he had tortured the thousands of prisoners who had come to welcome him. He had even tortured the main culprit. The Starry Sky Fortress did not send prisoners, but a green-faced, fanged demon. Damn. Damn it. The main culprit, who had been tortured miserably, had a hideous expression on his face. He had been the boss of the first level of hell for so long. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Jun Changxiao said coldly, "You still object?" Ah. Suddenly, the main culprit roared angrily. Huff huff huff. In an instant, a majestic and vicious aura surged out from his body and enveloped him in Jun Changxiao. The eye patch man was shocked and hurriedly dodged. The prisoner who had pretended to be dead quickly got up and ran away. He was so fast that it looked like he was not injured at all. Roar. After everyone reached a place that they thought was absolutely safe, a deafening roar came. Their bodies were instantly corroded, and all of them spat out blood. Wang. Wang. Energy ripples spread out frequently in the prison. A huge creature with a horn on its head that looked like a dragon but was not a dragon, a dog but was not a dog, gradually emerged from the energy ripples. Dieting. Shang Yuhen exclaimed, "It really is dieting." Huff huff. The wind howled, and it was extremely cold. Jun Changxiao's body also gradually appeared. He stood in front of the huge creature, and his body was only comparable to the other party's toe. Brat. Dieting glared and said in a low voice, "The dignity of a spiritual divine beast is not something you can profane." Die. Huff huff. Dieting lifted its huge foot and stomped down on Jun Changxiao. The strength it contained was as heavy as a mountain. After a beast transformed into its true form, all aspects would be greatly improved. Therefore, Dieting's current strength was definitely above one commander's power. It was definitely 1/5 commander's power. Boom. A powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. Fortunately, the prisoners were far enough away. Although they were unavoidably affected, the power was relatively weak. The main culprit has gone mad. Fear appeared in the eyes of the eye patch man. He knew that the Harken was a beast, but this was the first time he had seen it in its true form. For the new prisoner to be able to force the other party to this extent, he could definitely die without regrets. Wait a minute, the eyeballs of the eye patch man almost popped out of their sockets. In his field of vision, the gigantic foot did not connect with the ground. This was because Jun Changxiao's hands were holding up the sky as he proudly received it. Swish. Swish. At the same time, his entire body was enveloped by a golden light. After it dissipated, the Xianyuan godly armor appeared, emitting an intimidating aura. How is this possible? The Harken's eyes were filled with disbelief. Although his strength was not the strongest in the mortal universe, if he transformed into his true form and kicked down, it was definitely not something that an ordinary lower void-piercing realm cultivator could easily withstand. You. Jun Changxiao frowned. How long has it been since you washed your feet? Wow. After saying that, he couldn't help but vomit. In terms of strength, it was difficult for Truth Listener to harm Jun Changxiao, who was protected by the Xianyuan divine armor. However, the feet that had not been washed for thousands of years brought negative attacks to the other party. How smelly was that? Get out of here. Goshing was furious. The two kinds of infant spirits in his dantian flickered. Two special and powerful forces rushed up his left and right arms, directly lifting up the smelly foot. The Harken's eyes were filled with horror. In the next second, the gigantic body fell to the side uncontrollably. Boom! The mountain-like body fell to the ground with a loud bang, shocking the eye patch man and the other prisoners. Not to mention the Harken's own strength, just its weight alone was lifted over. This was too exaggerated. Swish! At this moment, Jun Changxiao flew into the air, stretched out his right hand to face the Harken below, and said angrily, "I'll help you wash your feet." Huff. In an instant, extremely hot flames gushed out like a fountain. Ah. Ah! The flames that contained the power of purification enveloped the foot and began to burn it from the inside out. The Harken screamed like a pig being slaughtered, which made one's scalp tingle. The spirit of the fire soul could purify evil spirits, and it also had an effect on beasts because there would always be hostility in the body. Huff! Huff! The scorching flames burned wildly and even seemed to be stuck. No matter how hard the Harken shook, it did not extinguish. Instead, it became more and more powerful as it resisted. The burning of the body and the torture of the soul caused the Harken to be in extreme pain. Its screams changed the pitch. Gradually, the eye patch man and the prisoner smelled the barbecue. Swish! Xianxia flew over and hovered above the Harken's head, saying, "You're dirty all over. Let me help you wash." Huff! An even more majestic power of the fire soul erupted and pressed down like a wave. Gulp! The eye patch man and the others swallowed their saliva in unison. With such a huge momentum and such powerful flames, if they were to be completely enveloped and burned, the taste would definitely be worse than being thrown into a pot of oil. The moment the flames pressed down on its body, the Harken gave up the dignity that a divine beast should have and held in pain. "I agree." Ah! Ga! The scorching flame suddenly stopped in place and immediately returned to its master's body and merged with the fire soul. Ta! Xianxia landed on the Harken's head and touched its horn with one hand, saying gently, "Be good and listen to me. Hurry up and sign the master-servant contract with me." The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Signing the master-servant contract was equivalent to selling one's body, and even one's freedom would be taken away. Huff! The flames on the foot were still burning, and a crackling sound could be heard vaguely. It seemed to be going from being cooked to being burnt. The Harken was really uncomfortable. It was a pity that there was no one like Li Fei to talk to. In just 0.01 seconds, it made a choice that it did not know whether the future was good or bad. I agree, swish. The flames that were burning its body and roasting its soul vanished. The huge hoof was now fully cooked, and the eye patch man and the others could come over to take a bite and comment on the taste. Whoosh! Without the torment of the flames, the Harken was finally freed from the pot of oil. Then, it obediently relaxed its mind and began to sign the master-servant contract with Xianxia. In its heart, it cried, "I shouldn't have come out." Half an hour later, Xianxia jumped down from the Harken's head. The latter prostrated itself on the ground and bowed respectfully, "Greetings, master." Everyone was instantly thrown into disarray. In just a short period of time, the main culprit of the entire abyssal underworld, the divine beast that could listen to the hearts of all living beings, had been subdued by the bald man and even become his contracted beast. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they might have thought that they were dreaming. Whoosh! Because Xiao Ziji was not by his side, Xianxia pulled out a chair and sat on it. He then crossed his legs and glanced coldly at the prisoners. "From now on, I'm the boss of the entire abyssal underworld. The first level of hell." The atmosphere changed from the intense battle to a harmonious one. The eye patch man and the other prisoners surrounded Xianxia. Some massaged his shoulders, some massaged his back, and some even handed him tea. They were all extremely humble. Gulp, gulp. Gosheng rinsed his mouth with tea before turning his head to the side and spitting it into the bowl. He asked like a big boss, "Is there a way to go to the second level of hell?" Although he had taken care of one level of hell, there were still 8 levels below. The Emperor's conquest had just begun. "Boss," the eye patch man said, "each level of hell is scarier than the last. It's best not to." Seeing Xianxia's eyes turn cold, he quickly pointed into the distance and changed his words. "There's a teleportation array in front that leads to the second level." "What are the conditions?" "No. As long as you're willing to go in, you'll be teleported immediately." "That's simple." Xianxia smiled. "Master." The Harken, who had transformed into its human form, lay on the ground weakly and said, "If you're not directly sent in by the fortress, you'll be seen as a challenge if you go down using the teleportation array. It'll be fine if you win. But if you lose, you'll be locked up in hell forever." "Yes." In order to show his absolute submission, the eye patch man said, "Ever since hell was built, very few people have dared to go down. Boss, you must think twice before you act. Shua. Xianxia stood up and everyone left. What others don't dare to do, I have to do. After saying that, he strode towards the teleportation array. Boss is a real man. Boss is mighty and domineering. The prisoners watched as Xianxia left. Of course, this was not flattery, but true admiration. After all, after being locked up for so long, this was the first time they saw someone who dared to go to the second level of hell. Actually, the prisoners' strength and crimes decided what level they were locked up in. The fortress also had a detailed division. The first level of hell was a mass prison. If the crime wasn't too serious and the strength wasn't too high, they would be locked up here. As for the second and third levels, each level would be stronger and more terrifying than the last. Patriarch. Shang Yuhen said, disciple will accompany you. Although he had just joined the sect of all times and had never experienced the culture of the sect, he seemed to have been blessed with the unyielding spirit buff by the late sect leader Wang. Xianxia shook his head and said, it might be very dangerous down there. You should stay in the first layer of hell. Coming here was equivalent to entering the Tower of Trials, and it would only get more and more difficult. He really didn't want to bring his disciples into danger. The system said, you just don't want to bring a burden with you. Why do you have to create the image of a great patriarch? Pigeon kiss. Shang Yuhen also knew his place. After a short moment of consideration, he said, disciple will stay here and wait for the patriarch to return. Yes. Xianxia continued forward. Soon, at the end of the darkness, he saw a formation diagram that seemed to have lost its function. Boss. The man with the eye patch said, this is the transmission array. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and asked, Yuhen, if you meet your ancestor down there, do you have anything you want me to tell him? Yes. Shang Yuhen remembered that his ancestor was still locked up in hell, so he quickly took out an item and said, Patriarch, this is the token of the Shang dynasty. If you meet my ancestor, you can pass this to him. It was a token with the word Shang carved on it, and it contained a special power. Xianxia took it and didn't look at it. He stood up and walked into the array. He said to the man with the eye patch, you guys, take good care of my disciple and contracted beast. If they feel uncomfortable, show. Before he could finish, he was teleported away. Actually, Goshing's words were a little redundant, because after he left, the man with the eye patch and the prisoners immediately surrounded him and treated him like a boss. They were just short of bringing him to the chair to massage his shoulders and back. The second layer of hell. Guanzhou and Ichi stood in front of two stone platforms. Trembling, and then lay down skillfully. Pa. Pa. Huiyan Yao, who was standing at the back, raised his hand and slapped the two men's buttocks rhythmically. He had a look of enjoyment on his face. No one else had the interest of listening to the sound of the spanking. Huiyan Yao used a lot of strength, causing Guanzhou and Ichi to be in pain. However, they didn't dare to scream during the process because it would make the other party even worse. Master! Come and save us! Guanzhou and Ichi were screaming in pain in their hearts. This master wasn't referring to the owner of the fortress, but to Xianxia. The two brothers were locked up in the second layer of hell and thought for a long time. They roughly guessed that they were locked up because they were exposed. Every time they were tortured to the point of collapse, they could only ask for help in their hearts. Of course. Guanzhou and Ichi were very clear that this was just their imagination. In fact, why would their master come to such a dangerous place to save them? He might even accidentally become their cellmate. Pa pa pa. Huiyan Yao was still waving his hand and his expression was getting more and more relaxed. Hiding in the dark, those prisoners who had been tortured before were all frightened. They looked at Huiyan Yao sympathetically and said to themselves, I hope he is satisfied. Otherwise, everyone will be in trouble. Wang. Suddenly, the teleportation portal in the distance shone and a light ward appeared. The prisoners in the second layer of hell were stunned. Damn. A prisoner in the first layer of hell came down? The teleportation portal in the second layer of hell had existed for a long time. As it could only be transported down and not up, it didn't exist at all. now that it was activated, the prisoners were naturally surprised. Eh? Hui Yenyao stopped his violence and turned around. He grinned and said, "It has been a long time since a prisoner dared to come from the first layer to the second layer." Guanzhou and Ichi were also shocked. The two brothers were once from the fortress and had a rough understanding of the situation in hell. This kind of situation was very rare, unless someone had too much to drink or wanted to pursue an even more extreme thrill. "What are you waiting for?" Hui Yenyao shouted, "Hurry up and prepare to welcome the guests." Shwa. 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 In an instant, the prisoners in the second layer of hell walked toward the teleportation portal. As their backs were facing the camera, they could clearly see that their buttocks were swollen and their walking posture was quite strange. Sigh. It seemed that they had been tortured quite a bit. Guanzhou and Ichi were overjoyed. Suddenly, someone fearlessly came from the first layer to the second layer and attracted Hui Yinyao's attention. They could be temporarily relieved. Swoosh. At this moment, the teleportation portal's light dimmed and a figure gradually appeared. He walked out and opened his hands. "The second layer of hell, your emperor is here." Such a face, such a voice, Guanzhou and Ichi's expression stiffened. They then said in their hearts in disbelief, "He is here. He is here. He is really here." Although Xianxia had disguised himself, he did not deliberately change his voice. Therefore, when he walked out of the teleportation circle and spoke, Guanzhou and Ichi immediately recognized him. They were just praying for their master to save them, but they soon came down from the first level of hell. This was simply. If not for the constant pain coming from their buttocks, they might have thought it was a dream. Xianxia frowned. After entering the second level of hell, he instantly sensed two very familiar auras. Therefore, he looked over and immediately found Guanzhou and Ichi. Strange, how did the two of them end up in prison? Strange, why were they lying on the platform? Why were their buttocks so swollen? All the questions in his head instantly converged into one question, which was that they were beaten and abused by someone. Guanzhou and Ichi were also looking at Xianxia. Every day after he was sent to prison was replayed in fast forward. Their eyes instantly became moist. They did not bother to hide it and said in grief, "Master, save us." These words were filled with endless grievances, which made the readers cry and Xianxia's face turn gloomy. "Who hit them?" "Me." Hui Yenyao grinned. He thought to himself, "This little guy is so soft and tender. It must feel good to hit his buttocks." In a short time, he had already outlined all kinds of scenes in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he smiled. If it was a normal novel reader, they would definitely label this person as a villain and would not tolerate the protagonist being bullied. Gouxing's readers would probably collectively say, "Hurry up and let that scene come, we can't wait." Seeing the word "main culprit" written on the prisoner's uniform, Xianxia said with a cold face, "You're the boss of the second level of hell?" "That's right." Hui Yenyao smiled. Xianxia was a little surprised. He did not expect to meet a boss directly in the second level of hell. He could totally deal with it directly, saving effort, worry, and time. "What's your name?" "Hui Yenyao." Xianxia thought to himself, wouldn't it be flirtatious in reverse? He pointed at Guanzhou and Ichi and said calmly, "The two you're fighting are my subordinates." "So what?" Hui Yenyao grinned. "As the saying goes," Xianxia said, "before beating a dog, you have to look at its master. Your Excellency has beaten my two subordinates so miserably, it's really, schwa." He suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Hui Yenyao. A powerful force gathered in his fist and punched out. Swish, the powerful fist passed right through his opponent's body and dissipated like smoke. Xianxia frowned. "Doppelganger? Hoo. At this moment, a cold gust of wind came from the side, and the force it carried made him feel uneasy. Although Xianxia had cheated all the way, he was still quite experienced in actual combat. Therefore, when he sensed the danger, he was unable to effectively avoid it. He instantly formed a defensive barrier on the side. This alone made him look like a martial Dao master. However, the force that came from the side suddenly changed direction. First, it bypassed the defensive barrier and then came at a tricky angle that Xianxia did not expect. A crisp sound rang in the second floor of hell. After the prisoners and Guangzhou heard it, the muscles on their buttocks stiffened subconsciously. Ah! Xianxia let out a strange cry and then staggered back while covering his, but that was it. His expression was ferocious and angry. He was following the logic of a normal person and set up a defense as quickly as possible. However, he never expected that the other party was not a normal person and attacked his buttocks. Therefore, he was inevitably hit. He. Hui Yanniao raised his hand and laughed, your butt is quite tender. Seeing the weird smile on that guy's face, Xianxia roared, you're a pervert. Master, Guangzhou hurriedly transmitted his voice, this guy likes to spank other people's buttocks. You must be careful. Likes to spank? Xianxia's mouth twitched. No wonder their buttocks were swollen to different degrees. I take back what I said just now. This guy is a complete pervert. Let's not talk about what kind of heinous crimes he committed. Just based on his bad taste, he deserves to be locked up in prison. Although Xianxia was furious, he did not rush forward. This was because he understood that the other party's strength was definitely much stronger than Ting. It would be troublesome for him to deal with him. Kid. Hui Yanniao laughed, hurry up and raise your butt. Xianxia clenched his fists. This main culprit is really a flirtatious guy. He really deserves a beating. Ding. Side mission activated. A notification sounded in his ears. Xianxia thought to himself, don't tell me it's asking me to kill him? He pulled open the data interface and clicked on the side mission. Gosheng almost fainted when he saw the content. Host, please do not be spanked 110 times by Hui Yanniao within 30 minutes. Otherwise, the mission will fail. Damn it. What kind of mission is this? The side mission was either to kill the target or have a time limit. To prevent being spanked by the target was really weird. Moreover, what made Xianxia unable to accept the most was that the spanking before the mission even came was also included. This is too shameless, the system complained, maybe he was infected by the host. Suddenly, Hui Yanniao appeared behind him, although Xianxia noticed it immediately and tried to defend himself, it was still useless. His right but was hit again. The mission panel immediately became 210 times. Damn it. Pa. At this moment, Hui Yanniao used both his hands to hit Xianxia's but from tricky angles. The number instantly soared to 610 times. Before a minute had passed, he had already exceeded half of the mission. He had persisted for 29 minutes and there was no hope at all. Xianxia roared angrily. Pa. Hui Yanniao took the opportunity to hit him again. A happy smile appeared on his face. Obviously, it was more comfortable than hitting Guangzhou and He. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Xianxia could not sit still and wait for his death. He hurriedly used his movement technique to run. Since the mission required him to not be hit 10 times, as long as he could survive for 29 minutes, it would be considered complete. If he were to face Hui Yanniao head-on, Xianxia might need to use his trump card. However, if he chose to hide, it should not be a problem. I'm really a genius, Pa. Xianxia, who was running at full speed, was hit on his butt again. His opponent's hands seemed to have magical powers that could suddenly reach him in an area that he could not see. Master. Guangzhou said, this person has a special ability. He can hit the butt 100% of the time. No matter how strong the enchantment is, it will not work. *CK him. Xianxia cursed in his heart. Pa. At this moment, Hui Yanniao hit Gosheng's butt again. The number of hits increased from 8 to 9. Xianxia's heart was about to explode. It hadn't even been a minute and he had already been beaten 9 times. Brat. Suddenly, Hui Yanniao's strange laughter rang in his ears. I'm here, I'm really here. Who? The palm imprint, which contained some kind of power, passed through Xianxia's defensive barrier and swung over. It could be said that it was very close to his butt. Just when the mission was about to fail, Xianxia's cosmic chakra armament hockey and other attributes were completely released, and then he roared with blue veins bursting out, see through at a glance. Poochie! The scene of the second floor of hell seemed to freeze. After a while, P.S. There will be more in the afternoon, please vote. Hui Yenyao liked to spank others. This kind of uncivilized behavior could only be classified as perverted, or with a twisted personality. Hitting others was no problem. But fighting Jun Changxiao, and being beaten 9 times in a row, was really not okay. CK him, I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table, you like spanking, right? That's too much of a coincidence. I've also done some research on buttocks. Let's hurt each other together. Therefore, when Hui Yenyao hit him for the 10th time, Jun Changxiao took out his writing rivers and mountains without saying a word. Then, according to the inherited memories given to him, he allowed the former to return to his first form and directly used the surekill skill look through. The entire process happened in 0.001 seconds. That indescribable and invisible force instantly erupted, and then fiercely stabbed towards the other party's buttocks. Under normal circumstances, the first form of pointing rivers and mountains might not be able to succeed, but Hui Yenyao was immersed in the joy of being spanked, so his awareness of defense was very poor. Moreover, he did not expect to meet an opponent who could stab his buttocks. If one had to use an idiom to describe it, Hui Yenyao and Jun Changxiao would be a pervert, and a pervert together. Every species had their weakest side, and the weakest part of a human, no matter how high or low their realm was, would always be at a few fixed points. For example, the temple, the Baihui point, and also, Hui Yenyao was also a human. Therefore, when the surekill skill was used, and then accurately reached the destination, the pain it brought was completely. Experienced readers can describe it, but I have never experienced it before. Hui Yenyao was like a monkey in the sky. He flew up from his attacking posture and hit the ceiling with his head. Then, he fell to the ground. His butt was still emitting green smoke. Hiss. The prisoners all sucked in a breath of cold air. The chill from his butt instantly spread throughout his body. Being hit on the buttocks was only painful, but being attacked in that kind of place. I'm afraid it's better to die. Ta. Jun Changxiao walked over with the pointing rivers and mountains in his hand, and then placed a hand on the other party's forehead, and said, "Does it feel good?" Previous chapter next chapter boom. He lifted it and pressed it to the ground. Answer me. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Is it good or not? Previous chapter next chapter boom. 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 With his weakest spot being attacked, Hui Yenyao had lost most of his fighting strength. Now that he was being crazily smashed and his face was on the ground, his head was filled with stars, sparkling one after another. You too. Jun Changxiao said, "Come here and vent your anger." Yes. Guanzhou and He Chi covered their butts as they walked over. The grievances and anger he had accumulated during this period of time suddenly erupted. He raised his leg and kicked Hui Yenyao's butt. The prisoners shivered. In his heart, he also had the urge to run over and kick him. Ding. Side mission completed. 20,000 contribution points awarded. Ding. Sect contribution points, 120,000/100,000 points. Ding. Overflow of sect contribution points. Half an hour later, because Hui Yenyao's weak point had been ruthlessly stabbed and he had been brutally tortured by Jun Changxiao and Guanzhou, he had completely lost his combat ability. Therefore, the side quest had been successfully completed. It can't be? Only 20,000 points? Jun Changxiao was not satisfied with the contribution points. After all, the enemies they were facing now were usually at the lower level of the void-piercing realm. If they didn't have 50,000, wouldn't they have the nerve to use it as a reward? He's too arrogant. The system said, he's even more arrogant than the author who went to Beijing. Ding. Side mission completed. Hidden reward triggered. Obtained Lingyan Pavilion's exclusive divine weapon modification stone X1, obtained another bottle X1. Jun Changxiao smiled. The modification stone was not bad. Another bottle would be great. With this item, it was equivalent to having a chance to raise his realm. He still needed to break through the next 7 levels. With it in hand, he would definitely be more at ease to cause trouble. You guys. Xianxia sat on Huiyanyao's body. The exclusive divine weapon in the form of finger of mountains and rivers scanned the prisoners of the second level of hell one by one. He said in a cold voice, "I'm the boss of this level of hell. Who agrees and who disagrees?" "Agree," the prisoners said in unison. Ting of the first level of hell rarely appeared, so his relationship with his prisoners was rather subtle. Huiyanyao of this level of hell, because of his special hobbies, was usually quite active. Any prisoner who came in had been carefully taken care of and hated him very much. Now that Gosheng had dealt with him in a way crueler than spanking him, it was really quite satisfying. Therefore, they were willing to obey unconditionally. What's more, the main culprit had been dealt with. If they insisted on fighting, their fate would definitely not be as simple as being spanked. The prisoners who were imprisoned in the 9th level of hell, of course, were here for some crimes. However, after being abused for a long time, they had long adapted to the law of the jungle. Today, Xianxia dealt with Huiyanyao and got their approval. Tomorrow, when Xianxia was dealt with by a stronger person, they would definitely immediately approve of the other party. This was very realistic and very real. Of course, Xianxia just wanted to experience the pleasure of dominating each level of hell. As for whether the other party sincerely approved of him or not, it was no longer important. Because as long as the conditions allowed, Tianyuan Prison Pagoda would be their eternal and warm home. After dealing with the main culprit of the second level of hell, Xianxia first sealed the other party's cultivation. Then, he got up and walked to the transmission formation to the 3rd level of hell. Guanjiao and Ichi, who were in charge of watching Huiyanyao, watched him disappear in the formation. They both admired him and said, "Master is so powerful." The main culprit of the second level of hell was an unpardonable person. His cultivation was also much stronger than his. However, he was crippled in one move. It depended on the person. If it was the middle void piercing state, it would be very difficult to deal with the first form of pointer of world. Plop. Plop. In the dark 3rd level of hell, the sound of falling was instantly heard. Thousands of prisoners, whose strength was at the level of Wu Huang, Half-Saint, and even Wu Xing, fell down one after another, covering their smoking buttocks. The pain made their eyelids twitch. They had suffered an indescribable attack. Why? Because Xianxia was standing proudly in the center area at the moment. His eyes were bigger than a cow's. Obviously, he was using the expression of seeing through with one glance. After the upgrade of Pointer of World, not only could it restore its form at will, but it could also use the killing move twice. They had suffered an indescribable attack. Gulp. Standing in front of the rocking chair, a burly man covered in scars swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. From the 2 words main culprit written on his prisoner uniform, he was obviously the boss of the 3rd level of hell. No one knew his name. But because he had an impenetrable body, he was called the Iron Marquis. From the exposed solid muscles, it could be seen that his physical body should be very outstanding. However, as a defensive martial artist who had cultivated something like the Virgin Technique and the Vajra Shield Iron Skin Technique since young, he must have obvious weaknesses, such as his eyes, armpits, and the smoking area of his butt. The Iron Marquis face became ferocious. Shua. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, because Xianxia had appeared in front of him. The tip of the pointer of rivers and mountains was pressed against his forehead. Xiao's voice was indifferent as he said, "You can withstand my first move, but can you withstand my second?" Xianxia came down from the 2nd floor of hell, which made Iron Marquis very surprised. Then, he brought his subordinates to surround him, but they were all killed by the other party's AoE. Of course, the main culprit of the 3rd floor of hell was capable. His physical defense was incomparable to the previous 2, so although it was a bit painful to take a look, he could at least stand and retain most of his combat strength. However, if he were to do it again, even an immortal would not be able to withstand it. "Friend." Iron Marquis loosened his clenched fists and admitted defeat. "Let's talk nicely." This guy was still considered good. Truth listener and Xianxia didn't even have the time to admit defeat before they were beaten to the point of losing their combat strength. I want to be the boss of the third floor of hell. Xianxia said indifferently, do you agree or disagree? This, while Iron Marquis was still considering, the finger of mountains and rivers flickered. He didn't dare to say, I bet you don't have any bullets in your gun, and could only hurriedly say, agree, agree. Hand over your soul source. Friend, this is a bit too much, hoo. The light of the finger of mountains and rivers shone brightly, causing Iron Marquis but to feel a chill, and he hurriedly said, hand it over. As a result, the main culprit of the third floor of hell surrendered without even half a chapter, not giving any chance to expand the plot. Wait here. After obtaining the soul source, Xianxia said indifferently, I'll go to the next floor to take a look. With that, he walked towards the teleportation circle. Seeing this, Iron Marquis exclaimed in his heart, could it be that this guy came down from the first and second floor? Because the cooldown of the finger of mountains and rivers had been used up, it recovered after entering the next level of hell. Even if there is a cooldown, it might not be effective. Xianxia thought. Facing Iron Marquis, it was obvious that he was powerless. The boss of the fourth floor was definitely stronger. However, what surprised Xianxia was when he entered the new fourth floor of hell and used the shrinking great art to deal with the martial artists inside, the main culprit who walked out was actually an old man in a white robe. He held a pen in his hand and said, little friend, you also like to play with words? The voice was amiable and without any hostility. Xianxia could tell from the look in his eyes that even though the other party was strong, he was definitely not an evil person. Thus, he sneered in his heart, it seems like the universal fortress uses its own laws to convict others. He was right. When the stronghold tried and imprisoned prisoners, it always followed its own laws. Even if you casually spit in the universe, you could be convicted. If they had been authorized by the upper realm to judge the crimes of the martial artists, it would have been fine. However, they had not produced any valid evidence. This was a bit like treating themselves as the police who maintained the peace of the universe. A little? What about poems and songs? It's all right. The white-haired elder smiled and said, little friend, come down from above. Do you want to compete with this old man? No. Xianxia shook his head and denied, I'm here to look for someone. Such a well-mannered old man would definitely not follow his previous domineering ways. Not to mention, other than wanting to find the pleasure of dominating the prison, he really wanted to find the 9 great martial emperors. Unfortunately, he could not find them even after searching several levels of hell. The system said, if we follow the traditional plot, the people or things you need will usually appear in a large pile on the surface of the water before they appear at the end. Aren't you afraid of being banned? Fine, I've been slapped in the face so many times. I don't want to do it anymore. Is the person you're looking for in the 4th level? No. If that's the case, little friend, I'm afraid you'll have to go to the 5th level. Thus, you can only pass if you defeat this old man. The white-haired elder had a smile on his face from beginning to end, revealing the demeanor of a master. Senior. Xianxia said helplessly, do we have to go to the extent of using weapons? In a short exchange, he was already sure that this white-haired elder was not the kind of old man who would suddenly become evil. Thus, he hoped to use his mouth to let him pass. No. The white-haired elder said, I, Nebula Kid, rarely use weapons in my life. If we have to fight to the end. Saying this, he raised his iron pen and said, I will use this. Xianxia's mouth slightly twitched. The old man's pen was similar to his own mountains and rivers, but each hair was similar to iron. Could it be that he relied on poking when fighting? Shwa. At this time, something flew over. Xianxia immediately became alert, but when he took a closer look, he found that it was a very large piece of paper that was suspended in front of him. Since little friend also has a pen and is proficient in poetry, let's use pen and ink to determine the winner. Nebula Kid asked, what do you think? This way of fighting was very interesting. However, Xianxia said, pen and ink are not competing with spiritual power and strength. How can we determine the winner? Nebula Kid said, everyone's words have a different charm. they all have a special soul. As long as we compare them, we can naturally determine the winner. Just writing? Jun Changxiao said. Of course. Nebula Kid laughed. If little friend has a good understanding of your own poetry, you can also write it. Words and poetry are the same. They all have an inner soul. Good. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, then let's use pen instead of martial arts. Please. You are the leader. You first. Nebula Kid did not decline modestly. He gently raised the pen in his hand. The power that was not martial arts poured into the tip of the pen from his skinny hand. Then, he jumped up and wrote on the paper. Every stroke, every drawing. They all exuded an extraordinary aura. This is a true master. Jun Changxiao was deeply shocked from the perspective of a bystander. Even from the other party's movements, he felt that although it was not martial arts, it had the same profound meaning. Schwa. Schwa. Nebula Kid wrote very elegantly. Until it landed on the original position, the tip of the pen in his hand gradually dimmed. Behind him, there were 2 lines of words, holding the pen to draw floating dust, a little color to draw the universe. Senior is a genius. Although Jun Changxiao was not an elegant person, and although he did not know much about poetry, from these 2 lines, he could see a kind of power that could swallow mountains and rivers. Especially the writing was quite good. It could be framed and collected. Little friend. Nebula Kid said, please. I'll show you my incompetence. Jun Changxiao tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew into the air. His pointer of rivers and mountains shone brightly as he began to write on a piece of paper. Although Gosheng's character was a bit despicable, he was quite talented in writing. Especially when he flew up, his whole body emerged with a power that came from the east, the great Jun Changxiao of China. He inherited the fine tradition of China. Poet immortal Li Bai, poet sage Du Fu, and poet ghostly He Soul possessed him at this moment. He was not fighting alone. He was not alone. Schwa. Schwa. His pen was like thunder and wind. Everything was in sync. Nebula Kid frowned at first. Then, his expression became slightly sluggish. Finally, he became ecstatic. Ta. After a while, Jun Changxiao floated down. If not for the fact that he had no hair, he would definitely shake his head in front of the camera. As for the paper behind him, it wrote 10,000 poems. Jiu Qianshang. How many times have I looked at the marquee? The system roared. After all this time, you are still copying the ancient poems of your ancestors. Me. Jun Changxiao proudly stood with his hands behind his back and said, are you proud now? P.S. The 5th part is even more. Jun Changxiao's handwriting was good, but his poems and songs were lacking. However, this did not prevent him from competing with Nebula Kid. When he jumped up and waved his ink, various ancient poems appeared in his mind. Dog Leftover really wasn't fighting alone, holding the brush to draw dust, painting the universe with a little color. Thousands of poems, Jiu Qianshang. How many times did I look at the king? The first sentence fully expressed Nebula Kid's power, and even placed himself at the peak, drawing all living things with his brush, controlling the universe with his ink. Jun Changxiao chose the section from the northern song poet Zhu Duanru's Partridge Sky, Shidu, which showed a kind of wild unruliness. Wonderful. Wonderful. After Nebula Kid carefully tasted it, he said shamefully, my realm is not as high as yours. Poems could describe a person's state of mind. For example, the 2 sections he wrote, he saw himself as a king, reaching the peak and looking down on the heroes. On the other hand, Jun Changxiao's words represented a free and easy detachment, even ignoring the power of the mortal world, and only following his heart. I am still obsessed with the mortal world, but you have already transcended it. I am ashamed of my state of mind. Nebula Kid moved his body, waved his hand and said, please. Jun Changxiao thought, I won just like that? He casually copied a poem from an ancestor and made the main culprit of the 4th level of hell admit defeat. It was a bit surprising. You let me win. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands elegantly, and then walked towards the teleportation circle to the 5th level of hell. It would be great if the later bosses were fighting with words instead of fighting with force. You think too much. The system said, there are only a few strong people who enter the Tao through words. When Jun Changxiao arrived in front of the teleportation circle, Nebula Kid was still standing in the same place, carefully evaluating every word written on the paper, every stroke. Sometimes he was lost in thought, sometimes he seemed to be enlightened. The fifth level of hell. Jun Changxiao walked out of the flickering teleportation circle. It was no different from the previous few times. There were already a large number of prisoners coming to welcome him. Although there were some of them who were not high level, their overall strength was obviously stronger than the previous levels. Brat. At the back of the prisoners, a middle-aged man with his upper body exposed was lying on the ground. He grinned and said, "Did you come down to compete with me in drinking?" There were many empty wine jars beside him, and his face was red. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot, and even his mouth was slurring when he spoke. Furthermore, Jun Changxiao noticed that the prisoners around him were reeking of alcohol. Some of them were swaying unsteadily, so he muttered in his heart, how many dishes did they have to drink to this extent? You have two choices. The middle-aged man burped and stretched out 3 fingers. Either you drink with me, or you kneel down and call me master. Jun Changxiao asked, how do we compete? Shua. 40 jars of unopened wine flew over and lined up neatly. The middle-aged man flew over and laid down on top of it. He supported his head with one hand and said with a smile, you and I will drink half each. Whoever can still stand after drinking will be the winner. Jun Changxiao muttered in his heart, this is using wine as a substitute for martial arts. If I knew this would happen, I would have brought Anyo here. Gosheng probably didn't know that in the sect of all times, Li Qingyang and the others were searching for Yi Xingchen because the latter had drunk a few bowls of drunken dreams in one go. Ah! The Purple King's angry roar could be heard from the Spirit Beast Peak. Then, he saw the unconscious Pei Anyo being thrown down. What are the benefits of winning? Jun Changxiao asked. The middle-aged man said, since you dare to come from the 4th level of hell to the 5th level of hell, it means that you are very confident in your strength. If you win against me, I will recognize you as the boss. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. First, it was a substitute for martial arts. Now, it was using wine as a substitute for martial arts. There was no need to fight at all. This way, he could preserve his spirit energy and deal with the subsequent prison boss. Of course. The middle-aged man yawned and pointed at the prisoner who was curled up in the darkness and said, if you lose, you will be like him and become my personal punching bag. Jun Changxiao's spiritual senses spread over and found that the person's strength was all right, but his face was covered in bruises. It seemed like he had been bullied frequently. All right. Gosheng said, let's compete in wine. Jun Changxiao might not be an expert when it came to drinking, but if he used his spirit energy to force the alcohol out of his body, he would be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. In the center of the 5th level of hell, there was a large round table. Not only were there dozens of jars of wine on it, but there was also plenty of wine below. Jun Changxiao and the middle-aged man sat at the east and west respectively, with a few meters between them. Thousands of prisoners surrounded them, obviously intending to be a spectator. I say, Jun Changxiao was speechless, at least give me a plate of peanuts. The middle-aged man said, a true expert in the art of wine doesn't need food to go with wine. Jun Changxiao was convinced. Kid. The middle-aged man pushed a jar of wine over and said, I allow you to force the wine out of your body. If you can still stand up after drinking it, then it's your win. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, this wine is definitely not simple. Young friend. Suddenly, a voice transmission sounded in his ears, the wine in front of you is called drunken immortal wine. Once it enters your body, it can't be forced out. Jun Changxiao was expressionless, but in fact, he already knew that the person who spoke was the pitiful worm curled up in the dark. Can't be forced out? Gosheng thought to himself, no wonder he's so confident. Pa. As he spoke, he opened the mud seal. A rich wine aroma immediately spread. Jun Changxiao took a sniff and praised, good wine. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed and said, looks like you're a kindred spirit. I'll drink first. Jun Changxiao stood up first, grabbed the wine with one hand, and raised it high. The wine immediately flowed out like a waterfall. The middle-aged man was a little stunned. The prisoners in the distance were also dumbfounded. Even immortals couldn't withstand the wine, but he raised it and drank it directly. Wasn't he afraid of getting drunk and then lying on the ground like mud? He's still too young. If he knew how strong boss drunken immortal wine is, he definitely wouldn't drink it so recklessly. No, I can't take it anymore after smelling this wine aroma. The main culprit of the 5th floor of hell loved to drink, and he liked to drink with others. Therefore, over time, the other prisoners all became alcoholics. Gulp, gulp. Xianxia was still drinking. After the wine entered his body, it immediately spread, and then merged into his blood and meridians, and attacked his mind and sea of consciousness. Pa. The middle-aged man was unwilling to be left behind. He slapped the mud seal of the wine jar next to him, and then raised it and drank. Gulp, gulp. Gulp, gulp. The two of them were standing, with one foot on the chair, and drinking crazily. Pa. Xianxia finished a jar of wine first, skillfully opened another jar, and raised it again to drink. The prisoners opened their mouths. After drinking a jar of drunken immortal wine, his expression didn't change. This guy's alcohol tolerance was really good. Pa. Pa. Xianxia drank jar after jar of drunken immortal wine. The whole process didn't stop at all, and he didn't even burp. Bang! After a while, Goxing smashed the empty jar on the table, wiped the wine stains on the corner of his mouth, and smiled. I'm done. In front and behind him, 19 empty jars were casually arranged. The middle-aged man put down the half-empty jar, and his expression was a little interesting. After all, that guy drank 20 jars, and he only drank 10. Just from the speed alone, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. Kid. He grinned. Just drinking isn't enough, you have to be able to stand. No problem. Xianxia hugged his hands together. From his expression and tone, it was impossible to tell that he drank. The middle-aged man couldn't help but mutter in his heart, could it be, he can dissolve the drunken immortal wine that entered his body? Drunken immortal wine meant that even the immortals in the heavens would get drunk after drinking it. However, Xianxia drank 20 jars in a row and was completely fine. Instead, he stood there calmly with his hands crossed. The alcohol demon muttered in his heart. Could it be that the wine that entered his stomach was dissolved? Impossible. He immediately denied it and said, this wine has a special refining method. As long as it enters the body, it will never be dissolved. If that was the case, he had really met an expert in the way of wine. The alcohol demon would never have dreamed that there were 2 infant bodies in Xianxia's dantian. He would never have thought that all the wine that entered his stomach would be refined by the 2 of them. Especially Huoling. When the wine crazily attacked his father's sea of consciousness and thoughts, he suddenly opened his eyes from his sleep and turned into a ray of light that blocked the only path. He destroyed one that came and destroyed a bunch that came. As an existence that could purify evil thoughts, it was naturally easy for him to purify the wine. Xiaoling's performance was also not bad. He guarded another path and first covered the wine before refining it. He would occasionally take a sip or two. When all the wine that entered his body was refined and the little fellow returned to his dantian, he used the wine to point at Huoling's nose and scold him, venting his grievances. In the end, he was beaten up. Xianxia did not care about the 2 little fellows messing around in his body. Instead, he looked at the alcohol demon without changing his expression. Gudu gudu. After a while, the other party also drank the rest of the wine. Although his face was even redder, he still stood there confidently. It could be seen that he really drank with his strength. The 2 stood there for half an hour. Both of them were as steady as Mount Tai. Kid. The alcohol demon smiled and said, this father has been drinking for thousands of years and this is the first time I have met an opponent that is on par with me. How about we drink a few more jars? No problem. Xianxia said. As a native of Shandong, he would never lower his head when it came to wine. The alcohol demon raised his hand and prepared to take out the Qingfeng wine. Xianxia said first, this time, drink my wine. Oh? The alcohol demon said, you have wine? As someone who likes to drink, how could I not have wine? Xianxia said. Take it out. Wine Demon said straightforwardly. It was rare for him to meet someone who shared the same interests as him. It made him feel as if 1,000 cups of wine were not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Shua. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and several jars of fine wine were placed on the table. This was the drunken dream that Lan Kong had meticulously refined. As the master of a sect, he would sometimes need to entertain guests, so he would store it in his spatial ring in advance. The demon of wine waved his hand and took a jar. He removed the seal on the wine and sniffed it with his nose. He immediately praised, "Good wine, good wine." The aroma of wine permeated the entire prison. All of the prisoners who were fond of alcohol raised their noses and sniffed. The alcohol worms in their stomachs immediately began to churn violently. Just from the taste alone, I'm afraid it's not inferior to the drunken immortal wine. If only I could have a sip. They really wanted to rush over, but because they were afraid of the alcohol demon, they could only stand there and drool. They secretly prayed that their boss would leave some for them to taste. Jun Changxiao said, "This wine is called Drunken Dream. It was brewed by a master brewer of the falling star continent using the essence of the universe, the sun, and the moon. Just a small sip will increase the speed of martial arts absorption." Oh? The demon of wine's eyes were filled with surprise. Before he was imprisoned, he had traveled to countless mortal planes and drunk thousands of fine wines. This was the first time he had heard that fine wine used to liven things up could help martial artists improve their cultivation speed. Of course. Jun Changxiao said, "The wine is also very strong. You'd better drink with caution, lest you get drunk and lose consciousness." Ha ha ha. The demon of wine laughed and said, "I started drinking when I was 20 years old. I've drunk all the fine wines in the mortal universe, and I've never gotten drunk and lost consciousness." Shua. Speaking of this, he grabbed the wine with one hand and lifted the drunken dream up. He began to drink in the same way as before. Man. Jun Changxiao admired him in his heart. When the sect held a celebration party, people would get drunk and lose consciousness. However, they would just use bowls as a substitute. No one dared to brag directly to the jar because the wine was too strong. Gulp. Gulp. The demon of wine drank to his heart's content. The more he drank, the better he felt. After he finished the jar, he placed one hand on the table and said, "I thought the drunken immortal wine was the best wine I've ever drunk. Now it seems that there's always someone better than me." Pa. Jun Changxiao also slapped the mud seal and lifted the drunken dream up to drink. This was the first time he drank in the same way as before. Anyway, he had the fire spirit in his body to help him refine the wine. Not to mention drinking a jar, he could even drink an ocean's worth of wine without a problem. Shua. The demon of wine was not satisfied after drinking one jar. He took the second jar. Just as he was about to lift it up, a flood of wine energy burst out from his body and rushed to his sea of consciousness. Not good, he was shocked and was about to set up a defense line. However, there was no time. He instantly lost consciousness and fell to the ground like a pile of mud. The drunken dream was too strong. He would not be able to withstand drinking the whole jar in one go. Oh my God. Boss drank until he passed out. All the prisoners stared with their eyes wide open. The demon of wine's strongest battle record was fighting all the prisoners on the 5th floor of hell alone. In the end, he drank them all until they passed out. He then sat on the table and sang about how lonely it was to be invincible. Now, after drinking just one jar of the drunken dream, he directly passed out. How strong was the alcohol? Gulp, gulp. Jun Changxiao quickly finished the jar of wine. Then, he looked at the demon of wine and shook his head. That's it? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he turned around and said, "Tell me loudly who won." All the prisoners were silent. Although they wanted to deny it, the truth was that their boss lost, and he lost in a very embarrassing way. Jun Changxiao got the answer he wanted from their eyes. Then, he turned to the camera and said seriously, "Drinking alcohol is harmful to your health. Please do not drink too much. For everyone's safety, don't drink and drive." 4 hours later. The demon of wine woke up from his sleep. He held his head that was in pain and said, I drank until I blacked out. So. A voice sounded in his ear. From now on, I am the boss of the 5th floor of hell. The demon of wine raised his head and found that the kid was standing there with a smile on his face. Next to him was an empty jar of drunken dream. He was surprised. You are not drunk? Everyone can testify, Xianxia said. The demon of wine was silent. In fact, it didn't matter if the prisoners testified or not. After all, he was drunk. This was an unchangeable fact. Shua. He struggled to stand up and said loudly, since you won, you are naturally the boss. I, the demon of wine, accept my defeat. Xianxia was not surprised. A person who was bold and unrestrained when drinking would not have a bad temperament. Come, come. The demon of wine waved his hand and said, come and greet the new boss. Shua. 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 A group of drunkard prisoners gathered and bowed respectfully to Xianxia. However, their eyes never left the unopened jars of drunken dream. Since you have recognized me as your boss, I will naturally not treat you badly. Take this wine and drink it. If Lan Kong knew that the drunken dream that he carefully brewed was given away by the patriarch, he would definitely cry in the toilet. Boss. The demon of wine gave a thumbs up and said, I have been drinking for so many years, but this is the first time I have met an expert like you. Xianxia thought of a plan and said, there is someone who can drink more than me. Oh? The demon of wine was surprised. Who? Xianxia said with a serious expression, in the Falling Star continent where I live, there is a disciple of the Sect of all times called Xianxia. He is known as the Supreme of Wine Dao. I have challenged him 100 times and lost 100 times. The system complained. The host is starting to persecute Pei Anu again. The alcoholic demon's personality was very much to Xianxia's liking, and he was also very strong in martial arts, so he immediately had the intention to recruit him. How to recruit him, this was a big problem. Dog Leftover came up with a plan. He purposely portrayed Xianxia as a wine Dao sovereign, and then made him want to meet him. Why not Li Qingyang or Xiao Ziji? One had to know that any random disciple, even female disciples like Lu Wancher and Yao Menjing, were much better at drinking than Anyo. If one had to explain, it might be the patriarch's love for his disciple. Moreover, Xianxia's exclusive divine weapon evolved into a wine jar. In terms of external settings, it was quite suitable for the title of Supreme Wine Master. The system said, the host likes to persecute Xianxia. Even now, the people of the Soul Race continent are still scolding him when they eat. Supreme Wine Master? The alcoholic demon's eyes lit up. He could drink more than he could drink, which made him very tempted. Falling Star Continent? Xianxia. The alcoholic demon thought to himself, if I can get out of prison one day, I will definitely ask you for a drink. If Anyo, who had just been carried back to his room by Li Qingyang and the others, knew that he had been given the title of Supreme Wine Master by the Patriarch, he would definitely stand up and drink another bowl of drunken dream. Xianxia grasped the alcoholic demon's heart, but he stopped before going too far. Then, he simply asked and went to the teleportation array. Boss, are you going to the 6th level of hell? Yes. It's better not to go. The alcoholic demon said seriously, the main criminal imprisoned there is not to be trifled with. Is that so? Xianxia smiled and said, then I'm even more interested. The corner of the alcoholic demon's mouth twitched. He had persuaded him. If he really wanted to go, he couldn't forcefully stop him. Xianxia walked towards the teleportation array. Just as he was about to enter, a voice sounded in his ears, young friend, wait. The one who spoke was the poor guy who was curled up in the corner. He mustered up his courage to stand up and walk over. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the alcoholic demon. Hey! How dare you stand up without my permission? The alcoholic demon was about to roll up his sleeves and teach the other party a lesson when he was stopped by Xianxia. What's the matter? The man walked over, paused for a moment, and asked, you're from the Falling Star continent? Not bad. Are you looking for the 9 Thearchs? Xianxia's question to the wine demon had been heard clearly even though he was hiding in the distance. You know him? Gosheng asked hurriedly. From the first layer to the fifth layer of hell, although the author had neglected to write much, he had still inquired and made inquiries. However, in the end, there was no news of the 9 great martial emperors. Who? Suddenly, a wave of air gushed out from the man's body, blowing away his disheveled hair and revealing a slightly dignified face. He said, "I am one of the 9 emperors you are looking for." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's jaw dropped. This pitiful guy who had been bullied in the 5th layer of hell was one of the 9 great martial emperors he was looking for. Don't talk nonsense. Shouldn't the 9 great martial emperors, who controlled the falling star continent, be awe-inspiring without being angry? When Xianxia had transmigrated and learned that there were 9 great martial emperors in this plane, he had thought that experts of this level would definitely be more impressive than emperors. He had even dreamed of drinking wine and discussing the world's situation together. If the pitiful guy standing in front of him was really one of the 9 great martial emperors he was looking for, it was a huge contrast. The system said, the 9 great martial emperors are very strong in the falling star continent, but they are very common in the mortal universe. Especially when they are imprisoned in the 9 layers of hell and are in such a miserable state, it seems normal. That's true. Xianxia felt relieved. The 9 great martial emperors were regarded as the most powerful kings in the falling star continent, and their image would subconsciously be associated with tall and mighty. However, in the entire mortal universe, they were very common, especially the main criminals imprisoned in the 9 layers of hell. Not only were they powerful, but they also had their own abilities. It was not rare for them to be imprisoned and tortured and lose their dignity as kings. The 9 great martial emperors? The wine demon said disdainfully, so, they are quite famous. This pitiful guy who couldn't outdrink him and couldn't outfight him had never looked at him in the eye. That person clenched his fists, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. However, after being tortured for thousands of years, he had learned to endure and pretended not to hear the other party's mocking. Which one of the 9 great martial emperors are you? Xianxia asked. That person tidied up his messy hair and clothes and said in a formal tone, Du Yinqing, Spirit Emperor. These few simple words allowed Xianxia to capture the remaining aura of a king, and he couldn't help but believe it. He said, "Do you have proof?" Swoosh, Du Yinqing opened his palm. A gold-rimmed token with the words Spirit Emperor engraved on it appeared, and he said, "This is my token." If Gosheng were a senior of a top sect in the continent at this time, he would definitely salute respectfully when he saw the token, because seeing the token of the 9 great martial emperors was like seeing the real person. Not bad. The system said, this token is produced in the falling star continent. You can tell? Xianxia inwardly muttered in surprise. The system said proudly, don't think that the host is the only one who is constantly getting stronger. This system is also constantly leveling up. Since the other party took out his identity token, Xianxia was already 80% convinced, so he went forward and shook hands, saying, "Boss, I've wronged you." Gosheng liked to daydream. For example, if he met the 9 great martial emperors one day, would he be able to call them brothers and stand side by side with them? Now that it really happened, the result was completely different from what he imagined, because not only did the other party not have a noble temperament, but he was more pitiful than a beggar. Sigh. Du Yinqing sighed. He didn't say anything, because if he said anything more, he would cry. Ha ha ha. The drunkard demon put a hand on his shoulder and grinned. So you know the boss. We've known each other for a long time. From today onwards, we'll call each other brothers. People with bold and unrestrained personalities like to forget grudges with a smile. Du Yinqing broke down. King tortured me for thousands of years, and you still have the face to call each other brothers. Xianxia didn't rush to enter the 6th level of hell. Instead, he talked to Du Yinqing alone and asked, "Boss, which level of hell are the other martial emperors locked in?" After thousands of years of torture, the Spirit Emperor had lost his former sharpness, like a weathered old man who drank a mouthful of wine, saying, "We were brought to the starry fortress and separated." Xianxia asked, "What crime did you commit?" Du Yinqing drank a big mouthful of wine, and the past instantly appeared in his mind. Then, he shook his head bitterly and said, "Let's not talk about the past." "How can we not talk about it? I'm very curious about what crime you committed to be locked in the 9th level of hell by the starry fortress." Plop. Just as he was about to continue asking, Du Yinqing collapsed. From the expression on his face, it was obvious that he was drunk to the point of losing consciousness. Jun Changxiao was speechless and disdainful. He said, I thought the 9 great martial emperors were very strong, but I didn't expect them to be so weak. Pft. Pft. Since the end of the ancient era, the falling star continent only had 10 martial emperors due to the restrictions of heaven and earth. After Yi Xingchen died, the remaining 9 were regarded as supreme beings. If the top experts of a plane appeared in front of the protagonist, they would definitely have their own background music. They would definitely have a grand aura. Just a close-up would be enough to fill half a chapter. Jun Changxiao had also fantasized about meeting the 9 martial emperors. He had to bring out the patriarch's temperament to the extreme and not be inferior to them. In fact, when he met Du Yinqing, the spirit emperor, he realized that the situation was not what he had imagined. Du Yinqing's hair was disheveled and his face was swollen. He was even worse than a beggar. The great expert in his imagination was actually so miserable. The huge contrast made Goxing speechless. Forget it, forget it. I'd better hurry down and find the others. However, with this reference, Jun Changxiao guessed that the other 8 martial emperors would not be so miserable, right? When he sobers up, you must serve him well. Before entering the array, Goxing did not forget to remind them. After all, they were all from the falling star continent. They had to take care of each other. Boss, don't worry. The alcoholic demon said, from now on, this guy is my brother. Swish, Jun Changxiao stepped into the array and disappeared. The alcoholic demon thought to himself, boss looks good. I'm afraid he will have to fight with that guy in the 6th level of hell. Swish, in the dark area, light suddenly flashed, and the words 6th level of hell gradually appeared. Jun Changxiao walked out of the teleportation array and said to himself, I'm already at the 6th level. Time flies. Swish, at this moment, a stream of light appeared from above and shone on a fixed area, showing a small stone platform. The stone platform seemed to be made of some special ore. After the light effect appeared, a slender figure with his back facing Jun Changxiao started to pose. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. He definitely could not pose in such a shameful way. Pa! There was a snap of fingers. Although not half of the people died, there were suddenly a few more streams of light shining on the stone platform from different directions. It was like a stage lighting effect. Is this a concert? Or should I sing and dance? Jun Changxiao muttered. The system completely collapsed. First, he used the brush to replace martial arts. Then, he used wine to replace martial arts. This time, he was going to use a song to replace martial arts. Was it because I had said with certainty that this kind of special battle was rare, so he was slapping himself in the face? I really can't continue assisting the host. Interesting. Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. Every time they entered a new hell, the strength of the prisoners would generally increase. He really didn't have the confidence to fight them head-on. If it were any other way, he would more or less have some confidence. Furthermore, this kind of stage lighting meant that the other party was proficient in singing and dancing. What a coincidence. I don't dare to say that I'm very good at dancing, but when it comes to singing, when have I, Jun Changxiao, ever lost to anyone? The system complained, because once the host opens his mouth, the opponent will bleed to death from all 7 orifices. Reality, it was too damn realistic. Shwa. The figure posing on the stone platform stretched out a slender arm. Pa pa pa. The streams of light in the prison were all activated, instantly dispersing the darkness. The entire area was suddenly dyed with 7 colors. It was simply a visual feast. Jun Changxiao's titanium dog eyes were suddenly blinded by the light, so he instinctively raised his hand to block it. When he got used to it, he was completely dumbfounded. In his field of vision, thousands of prisoners had unknowingly appeared. They were standing under the stone platform in several square formations, maintaining the same back-facing posture as the figure on the stage. F*CK Jun Changxiao secretly said, a bunch of slaves. The system took the opportunity to complain every day, bringing the disciples to do morning exercises. Isn't the host also a lot of slaves? Shwa. At this moment, the figure standing on the stage turned around in an extremely natural and unrestrained manner. The two words "main culprit" were written on his clothes. His smooth black hair naturally fell down, half covering his white sharp chin face. Is this a man or a woman? For the first time, Xianxia had doubts about a person's gender. Because from the height, it seemed to be a man, but from the white skin and thin arms and legs, it seemed to be a woman. Shua. At this moment, the main culprit, who was neither a man nor a woman, opened his folding fan and waved it lightly. His head was tilted to the side, showing off his outstanding points to the extreme. F***ck. Xianxia's expression suddenly became gloomy. He could understand that the other party was neither a man nor a woman. After all, this was given by his parents, and he had no right to choose. However, on the unfolded fan was actually written, "The most handsome man in the mortal world." Ha ha ha. The system laughed loudly. It had personally experienced the narcissism of the host. Today, it suddenly encountered an even more narcissistic person who even labeled himself as the most handsome man in the mortal world. It could be considered as meeting its match. Shua. Shua. The prisoners below the stage turned around. All of them had the same words on their chest, and when combined, they were all the most handsome man in the mortal world. Kid. The main culprit on the stage gently waved his folding fan, then turned his face, smiling more beautifully than a woman, and said, "You came down from above just to watch my performance?" Xianxia clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with anger. Not only did this guy look feminine, even his voice was feminine. Gosheng suddenly couldn't control his temper. He really wanted to go over and press him on the floor, rubbing his face with all his strength, especially, the words on the folding fan were also very eye-catching. In fact, in terms of appearance, Xianxia really couldn't compare with this main culprit. Even if Yuan Gongzi was here, he would still be much weaker. It wasn't that Gosheng was ugly. On the contrary, he was very handsome, and he had a somewhat despicable and bad temperament. Yuan Gongzi was even more handsome. Otherwise, when they first met in Maple Valley, Xianxia wouldn't have left behind a classic line, "Those who are more handsome than me are all women disguised as men." Of course. There were many types of handsome men. There were handsome men, sunny men, and temperament men. Gosheng and Yuan Gongzi belonged to this type, and there were even many combinations. Even the Star Navigation King, who had died a long time ago but still existed in terms of measurement units, was a little too narcissistic, but at least people could tell the gender at a glance. As for the main culprit on the stage, he could only say that he was very good-looking and very beautiful. In terms of temperament, he only lacked the masculinity that a man should have. Xianxia didn't say that he was a woman disguised as a man, because he was almost disguised as a woman. If it weren't for the obvious Adam's apple and the flat land, people would have mistaken him for a woman at first glance. In addition to being fair and beautiful, he didn't have the slightest temperament that a man should have. He even spoke in a feminine way, and he actually claimed to be the most handsome man in the world? Why was his face so big? Why wasn't he Li Tianchong? Huff, huff. Anger instantly surged in his heart, and Xianxia's body surged with powerful psionic energy. This guy, I must beat him up today, the kind that will kill him. Ta. Xianxia stepped out. Under the ripples of psionic energy, his right fist quickly armed, and his strength reached the peak in an instant. He shouted angrily, "Don't insult the word handsome." Xianxia was angry. Because the main culprit of the 6th level was humiliating the word handsome. As the leader of the handsome generation, humiliating it was the same as humiliating himself. Torture, he had to torture it. Xianxia hadn't released his emotions for a long time, which surprised the system. It couldn't help but sigh. A narcissistic person meets an even more narcissistic person. It's destined to be a fierce battle. The alcoholic demon had already guessed this result. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. Xianxia, who had been sent flying, was sent flying back. Then, he madly retreated dozens of steps before he could stabilize his body. Below the stone platform, there were several prisoners in different formations. At this moment, they had already gathered together. The prisoners at the back put their palms on the backs of their comrades in front of them and poured spiritual energy into them. The prisoners at the front worked together to form a strong defensive barrier. The defense is very strong, the system said. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. He forcibly suppressed the blood boiling from the backlash. There weren't many prisoners in the 6th level of hell, only about 2,000 or 3,000. However, their overall strength was much higher than that of the 1st level of hell, especially the row in front of the barrier. There were at least 30 wuxing at the consummate level. This kind of high-level formation was extremely rare in the Falling Star continent and even the dimensional battlefield. Now that it appeared in the Starry Sky Fortress prison, it gave people the feeling that wuxing was everywhere and wuhuang was as common as dogs. Of course, there were fewer lower-level void-piercing realm cultivators. Since Xianxia entered the prison, he had fought his way to the 6th level. Only the main culprit and the Spirit Emperor had this level of cultivation. On the other hand, there were many void-piercing realm cultivators in the fortress. The general in charge of opening the gate was as good as the handsome man. It was normal. There were so many prisoners in the 9th level of hell. If the fortress didn't have absolute strength to suppress them, they would have escaped from the prison long ago. They wouldn't have been able to stand in the starry sky for so many years. They even allowed convicted martial artists to bring their treasures and equipment into the prison. As for the prisoners working together? Not to mention that each level of hell only allowed people to go down and not go up, even if they worked together, the system's first theft ended in failure. This showed how strong the prison's defense system was. Kid. A middle-aged man said coldly, "If you want to see our young master's performance, you should stay where you are." "Ugly freak, you dare to approach my young master?" "Who gave you the face?" a martial artist said coldly. "Yeah. My young master is peerless in his generation and is admired by tens of thousands of people. He is not someone that any trash can casually approach and blaspheme. This kind of person doesn't deserve to see our young master's performance." The crowd of cultivators clamored, their eyes filled with hatred and anger towards Xianxia. Especially when she kept saying, "my young master." Her tone and gaze were not like that of a master and servant, but more like that of a fan supporting an idol. "Shoo." The main culprit made a shushing gesture. The prisoners immediately stopped their discussion, and their eyes were filled with strong worship. Xianxia's mouth twitched. The prisoners of the 6th floor of hell were different from the other prisoners. They were like a group of fans who were so addicted that they could not extricate themselves. Furthermore, from the fact that he had instantly formed a powerful defensive barrier to stop his attack, it was obvious that he had received professional training. "Brat." The main culprit said, "Not only are you ugly, but you also have a bad temper." F***ck, Xianxia's eyes flickered with even more fury. To be called ugly by a sissy who was protected by thousands of brainless prisoners, this was simply a great humiliation. Shwa. Xianxia rushed over again and took out the sky-dominating spear. All kinds of spiritual energy gathered at the tip of the spear, forming a power that shook the space. Huff. Huff. Monstrous spiritual energy rushed over and wrapped around the tip of the spear, as if it had turned into an angry dragon that could shake the sky. The main culprit flicked his black hair and said softly, "Change the formation." His action and tone almost made Xianxia collapse on the spot. Therefore, he angrily said, "You idiot, you're disgusting me. How dare you insult my young master? Unforgivable. We must let him know the price of insulting my young master." Shwa. Shwa, shwa. In an instant, hundreds of prisoners below the stage changed their positions with mysterious footwork and then continued to line up with their palms on the backs of their companions in front of them, gathering their energy together. The defensive barrier in front of them was enhanced by even more power and immediately emitted dazzling light like a solid fortress. Boom. In an instant, Xianxia's spear that carried endless anger had already hit the barrier. Spiritual energy ripples spread out at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Dang. Dang, dang. Xianxia was forced back dozens of steps and only stopped when the spear tip touched his back. Pain came from his right hand that was holding the spear. This should be a formation similar to the four corners heaven and earth formation. It gathers all the energy together. It might be a bit difficult for the host to break it. The system said. It didn't say too much because it was afraid of being slapped in the face. There was no other support system that could do what it did. Kid. The main culprit stood on the stage and pretended to be pretentious. My beloved supporter is here. You better not waste your energy. Deeply loved supporters? Hearing this, the prisoners became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Some of them even almost screamed on the spot. When a person worshipped another person to the extreme, even if the other person's every word and action would make them fall into absolute madness and even lose their own rationality, it was usually called the terminal stage of no cure. The thousands of prisoners present had collectively fallen into madness, which was one of the biggest symptoms of the terminal stage of no cure. They're really a bunch of puppets. Xianxia held the Sky Tyrant spear tightly and was immediately enveloped in flames. He rushed over and slammed into the defensive barrier that the prisoners had set up together. Boom, there was a huge explosion, and the surrounding temperature became extremely hot along with the eruption of flames. When the flames dissipated, Xianxia's Sky Tyrant spear was pointed at the flowing light barrier. The jade flower wrapped around the spear tip was taking big bites. The main culprit frowned and said, Time worm? Bang! At this moment, the seemingly indestructible barrier in front of them suddenly collapsed. Xianxia seemed to have used flash and rushed forward with his spear. In slow motion, one could see the scorching flames pressing down like waves and sweeping the prisoners who had fallen into madness away. Whoosh, flames burst out like lightning. Plop! Plop! After the scorching heat wave roared, thousands of prisoners were released from their new positions and scattered around. All of them were severely burned by the flames and rolled around on the ground in pain. Ah! Screams could be heard incessantly. However, a strange scene happened. Although the prisoners who were burned by the fire spirit's power looked abnormally ferocious, their eyes gradually became clear, as if they had received some kind of relief. I understand now. The system came to a realization and said, the prisoners are being controlled by some kind of power. Whoosh whoosh. Xianxia ignored it because at this moment, he was leaning sideways and the tip of the Sky Tyrant spear was pointed at the center of the main culprit's eyebrows. He said coldly, how do you want to die? If he had hair that floated upwards, stepped on the wind-fire wheels, and wore the heaven and earth ring armillary sash, he could really cosplay as Neza. The main culprit was unmoved and smiled. Then, he bent his knees and slowly knelt in front of Xianxia. He said solemnly, Brother, I was wrong. Brother. I was wrong. Xianxia was a little dumbfounded when he heard these words. The boss of the 6th floor of hell admitted defeat just like that? Surrendered just like that. This was too spineless. In Xianxia's opinion, the overall strength of the several thousand prisoners was very strong. They worked together to set up a spirit formation, and they even forced him to use the space-time worm. As the main culprit, they should be stronger than the wine demon. Something's wrong. Xianxia suddenly realized a problem. Judging from the other party's aura, he didn't seem to be very strong. Therefore, he broke down and said, Don't tell me he's AF** King Noob. The system replied, the power of one marshal. Xianxia almost fell over. This androgynous fellow only has the strength of one marshal. No wonder I was able to get close to him so easily after breaking the barrier. It turns out that he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, but that he didn't have the ability to dodge. F***ck, the main culprit in the 6th layer of hell might not have reached the middle level of the void-piercing tier, but he shouldn't have only the power of a commander. Host, you still can't tell? The system replied, the main culprits imprisoned in the 9 layers of hell all have their own unique characteristics, it's not necessarily a simple division of strength. That's true. Not to mention, the thousands of prisoners were burned by the power of the fire soul. The disappearance of some kind of controlling power in their bodies might be related to him. Xianxia came to a realization and said, this guy has a special ability to control others and make them fall into madness. Wait a minute, where's that guy? While Xianxia was thinking, he realized that the main culprit kneeling in front of him had disappeared, so he hurriedly released his spirit energy to search. Boom, at this moment, the beautiful sound of a zither came from behind him. It seemed to contain some kind of penetrating power that instantly invaded his sea of consciousness. Hoo-hoo. Xiaohua and little Xia appeared again to nullify the energy that was wreaking havoc on his mind. Jun Changxiao turned around and saw a table gradually appear in the darkness. On top of it was a slightly old guqin. The missing culprit was sitting cross-legged, and his fingers, which were more delicate than a woman's, were gently plucking the strings. Buzz, the sound of the zither gathered into ripples that filled the prison. The prisoners who were originally clear-eyed suddenly became abnormally crazy again. Then, ignoring the burns on their bodies, they stood up together and formed a special formation in front of the main culprit. Brat. The androgynous person gently placed his 10 fingers on the strings of the guqin and smiled. You're quite capable to be able to break my sea fortress. The corner of his mouth overflowed with pride, completely devoid of the compromising attitude he had when he knelt down just now. Jun Changxiao sneered and said, so you were faking your surrender. Qin Linran said, all's fair in war. Shua. Jun Changxiao held the Sky Tyrant spear horizontally in front of him and said, if I'm not wrong, your strength isn't that strong. You can control the prisoners with the sound of your zither. You don't have to do anything yourself to get rid of the enemy. That's right. Qin Linran pinched a string with his fingers and said with a smile, that's why this young master was classified as a second-level criminal by the fortress. I'm in charge of the 6th level of hell, and I'm even more dangerous than the 3rd-level drunkard above. See, Jun Changxiao said, there's even an on it? Qin Linran didn't explain. He put his other hand on the strings and said with a smile, my performance will begin. Please listen carefully. Buzz, buzz, the strings of the zither were plucked beautifully. In an instant, the entire 6th level of hell was like a calm water surface that was wildly fluctuating, forming layer after layer of ripples. They contained some kind of penetrating power that passed through the defensive air wall gathered in front of Jun Changxiao, quickly penetrating his body and attacking in all directions. Fire Spirit and Evil Spirit blocked the door and fought frantically, but because the power of this music was not as strong as the intoxicating wine, it was difficult to purify it in time. Father. Xiaohua said, I can't take it anymore. Call me master. Don't call me father. Although Jun Changxiao was roaring in his heart, he also realized that the zither music was too strange. If he lost control, he might turn into a fanatic, so he hurriedly activated the Tianjun soul refining technique. Dong, 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 Qin Linran's 10 fingers all moved. The sound of the zither was melodious, sweet, and continuous. It could be called the sound of nature, it wasn't exaggerated. This guy was really good at playing. The prisoners who were controlled again were intoxicated by the music. If it weren't for the fear of affecting their master, they would have shouted loudly. Jun Changxiao's face became more and more ferocious. The 2 nascent souls were being purified, and with the assistance of the Tianjun soul refining technique, the zither music that controlled his mind and sea of consciousness became more and more intense. Don't wait anymore. The system said, hurry up and use your trump card. F***CKU. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao looked up and cursed angrily. Then, he took out the magically modified stereo and put it on the ground with a bang. He raised the loudspeaker with his right hand, warning, high energy ahead. Ding. The system has entered a temporary shutdown state. Qin Linran saw Jun Changxiao take out 2 things and smiled disdainfully. His fingers moved faster on the strings. This person could still hold on for so long under his playing, which meant that he had great perseverance. As long as he completely controlled him, it was equivalent to having another valiant general. Dong. Dong, dong. Dong, 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 relieved, a hot-blooded melody came from the magically modified stereo. Because it was turned up to the maximum volume, there was also a bass effect, which immediately covered the lingering zither music. Stomp, Jun Changxiao stepped on the stereo and raised the loudspeaker high up in the air. At the same time, the intense and exciting battle instantly turned into a karaoke scene. There was even a hint of lyrics at the bottom of the song. 3 laps, 2 laps, 1 lap, no laps, I'll accompany you on the long road. With courage and passion. Searching for myself and true feelings. The place where I stop is my hometown. The song, which was completely out of tune and full of emotion, was transmitted through the loudspeaker. Suddenly, it turned into an ancient ferocious beast with a green face and fangs, pouncing on the prisoners. Pft, pft. The prisoners, who were immersed in the beautiful melody, heard Xianxia's song. Their internal organs seemed to have been severely damaged, and they couldn't help but spit out blood on the spot. Qin Linran's smile gradually turned from a smile to a twisted expression. As a genius obsessed with music, it was the most difficult thing for him to tolerate a tone-deaf person who could sing so passionately. Ding, 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 Qin Linran forced himself to calm down. His fingers moved on the strings, and the beautiful zither music changed from a mellow melody to a torrential downpour. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of the zither that spread out seemed to turn into soldiers who leaped on their horses and raised their swords. Then, their iron hooves shook the sky as they charged toward the group of ferocious beasts. Welcome the wind of the sun and moon. Laughing and cupping my hands in the cool breeze. Xianxia was still singing Lin Zixong's "I'll accompany you on the long road" loudly. Because he wasn't proficient in Cantonese, the lyrics were directly replaced with a mess of strange words. It was fine if he sang out of tune, but he couldn't remember the lyrics and even used hum-hum to cover it. This was simply a super demon, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The strength of the ancient ferocious beasts gathered by the song soared until they merged with the thousands of soldiers and horses. In an instant, they were all torn to pieces, and then charged forward with indomitable will. You're good at music, sorry, you're completely vulnerable in front of the strongest out-of-tune king. Roar, 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 roar. Xianxia's out-of-tune singing formed the momentum of the roar of 10,000 beasts. It was like a raging wave that pressed down on Qin Linran. Bang! 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 In an instant, all the zither strings broke. Qin Linran was instantly swept away and then slammed into the wall. In the end, he knelt on the ground dispiritedly. Unable to suppress the injuries in his body, he vomited blood. Throw in the fire of 10,000 tribulations. How can I measure the gains and losses? Xianxia was still immersed in his singing. He gathered ancient ferocious beasts and bombarded Qin Linran until he gradually ended with a low note. Qin Linran spread his legs, tilted his head, and fainted with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. In this world, there were not only martial arts, but also many other daos. After all, there were thousands of daos. Even if one had high attainments in poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, one could still reach the peak. Qin Linran was the representative of music in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. His hands were more delicate than a woman's and he had never fought before. However, as long as he plucked the strings, he could form a demonic sound that could control other people's thoughts and make them worship him. His slogan was, "I'm in charge of playing music at the back, and the fans are in charge of fighting the enemy at the front." Qin Linran did this before he was locked up in the 9th level of hell. Every time he appeared, there would be a large number of warriors surrounding him. As long as he fought, he would retreat to the back. Qin belonged to a type of music path. This kind of ability was different from martial arts. It was indeed mysterious and could not be explained from a scientific point of view. When martial artists fought with him, they would either beat him up in close combat or stabilize their hearts to resist the music. Xianxia didn't get close, nor did he try to resist the rhythm. He went to the other extreme. That was, you play the music, I sing, and everyone has fun together. Singing was also a type of music path. However, when Goxing sang loudly, it really shocked the world and made ghosts and gods cry. It was really like the mountains had no edges and heaven and earth were united. It was 100% certain that Xianxia did not understand music path. However, his singing was completely out of tune and even forgot the lyrics. It was definitely music path's greatest nemesis, its greatest bane. Whether it was playing the music or singing, there must be a system. For example, there must be a melody and a melody. Once you open your voice, it will all be messed up. You will definitely not be able to withstand it. The most typical example was when Qin Linran used his guqin to fight against Xianxia's singing. At first, he was still able to maintain his composure, but in the end, under the interference of Xianxia, his guqin went out of tune. If music path was divided into good and evil, There was no doubt that Gosheng's heart-wrenching out-of-tune singing was definitely the most evil of the evil sections. Qin Linran could not stand it at all. He could not stand being disturbed by the other party's singing even though he had been immersed in music path for so many years. Therefore, after singing the song, he was sent flying and fainted on the spot. Sigh. What a sin, thousands of prisoners weren't good at music sorcery, and didn't know the deeper mysteries. Therefore, they only vomited blood and covered their ears with their hands. Jun Changxiao moistened his throat and prepared to sing an unforgettable song. Everyone shouted in unison, "Big brother, don't open your mouth. Are you all awake?" "I'm awake. I'm awake." The power of the zither music in the prisoners' bodies had long been dispelled by Jun Changxiao's demonic music. Not only had they regained their consciousness, but the song from before had also been engraved in their hearts. If this continued, everyone might really die. Jun Changxiao's wailing and howling singing really tormented his heart and soul. Ding. System restart. It had to be said that the system was more sensible. When the host spoke, it entered a temporary shutdown state. Otherwise, it might cause the program to be paralyzed and collapse. Boom, 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 Jun Changxiao strode to the unconscious Qin Linran, raised his fists, and began to bombard him. He wasn't deliberately violent. He wanted to use the "give me back my beautiful fist" to turn the other party into a man. He wanted to make him have the masculinity that he should have, a moment later. Qin Linran's face was bruised and swollen, and his head was full of bumps. His big eyes had double eyelids and small eyes had single eyelids. His high nose bridge, which seemed to have undergone plastic surgery, was sunken. His conical face was also beaten into a square face. This was very manly. The prisoners who were cowering in the distance were all trembling. They didn't feel sorry for Qin Linran. After all, they were obsessed with him just because he was controlled by the music. Now that that power was gone, they couldn't help but want to go up and beat him up when they thought of their shameful support. Swoosh, Jun Changxiao waved his hand and picked up the folding fan that had fallen to the ground. He took out a pen and made an X on the word handsome, then added the word ugly from the side. Only then did he sit down in a good mood. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, moving Xianxia by voice. The reward is 10,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 130000/100000 points. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission and triggering the hidden reward. You have received Divine Grade Aptitude Modification Fluid X1. Huh? Jun Changxiao said in surprise, I actually completed a hidden mission. Calculating the time, the last hidden mission was back to when he dealt with Emperor Shenwei. Moving Liangchen by voice? Jun Changxiao said a little complacently, is this a compliment to my singing? The system was speechless. This guy not only had no self-awareness in singing, but he was also proud of it. Oh right. Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot about the overflow of contribution points. The second floor of hell gave him a side mission against Huiyan Yao, and he would be rewarded with 20,000 contribution points. Because he was in a hurry to find the 9 emperors, he forgot about it. Let's buy a universal talisman first. Jun Changxiao used the effect of another bottle and spent 10,000 contribution points to buy the universal talisman. This thing could increase one's realm, and it would be useful in the future. What should I buy with the remaining 20,000? Jun Changxiao opened the high-level store. Although the goods inside were good, there were no items that could provide immediate combat power. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. You can continue to farm. The system encouraged. Okay. Ding. Sect contribution points, 100,010,0000. The reason why Jun Changxiao was so easy to talk to was because he tried to farm under the other party's promotion, and in the end, he got a supreme item. However, this time, he wasn't so lucky. The goods in the high-level store were replaced. Every pill formula had its own benefits, but at the moment, it didn't seem to be able to bring any substantial help to Jun Changxiao. F***CK. Jun Changxiao said in his heart, the contribution points were wasted. I won't farm anymore in the future. System. As the host, as long as I taste the sweetness, I'm willing to spend it even if I don't encourage it. But once my face turns black and I don't get anything, I start to complain and even have the idea of never farming again. Farming in the store is the same as buying a lottery ticket. Have you ever seen someone winning the jackpot every day? Don't you buy it again and again, accumulating it until the clouds open and the moon see the moon? Xianxia couldn't be bothered with it. Just as he was about to retract the store, his peripheral vision swept past the last section and couldn't move away anymore. Because it said, God modified, Great Sage Set, Great Sage equal to heaven? Shwa. Xianxia hurriedly clicked on the detailed introduction, item, God modified, Great Sage Set Introduction, a Great Sage Set created based on Journey to the West. It contains a phoenix feather purple gold crown, golden chainmail, and lotus silk cloud walking shoes. Effect, the crown is impervious to all evil, the armor is impervious to fire and water, and the shoes can travel through heaven and earth. Advantage, soul, physical body, and speed are all increased. Disadvantage, the Great Sage Set is created based on the mythological system. Although it is not the original version, if the user's 3 measurements are not up to standard, they will be crushed on the spot. Special effect, Return of the Great Sage. Price, 100,000 contribution points. Level? Ding. The host has spent 100,000 contribution points and obtained the godly modified Holy Set X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 1000,010,0000. After looking at the product introduction, Xianxia directly bought it without the slightest bit of heartache. So straightforward? The system was surprised. Host, aren't you afraid that you will buy a set of cosplay clothes that have no effect at all? When Goxing was not spending, he was desperately promoting it. When Goxing was spending generously, he was desperately attacking it. Everyone, be reasonable, wasn't this cheap? There was no other way. If one followed him for too long, they would be subtly influenced. You don't understand. Xianxia said seriously, this is my childhood dream. He rarely read the original Journey to the West, but he watched a lot of television dramas when he was a child. Especially when he often fantasized about wearing the holy equipment to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, so even if it was expensive, even if it had no effect. If the 100,000 contribution points were useless, he would pull out his sword and commit suicide on the spot. Moreover, it was still godly modified. Magical modification had an enhancement mode, while godly modified had special skills. Xianxia really didn't believe that spending 100,000 contribution points to buy equipment in the high-level store was just for the sake of cosplaying. There was a more important reason why he didn't hesitate to buy the Great Holy Set, and that was, the bragging that he had once bragged about could finally be fulfilled. Back then, when he went to Qingyang City to recruit disciples, Xianxia boasted in front of many warriors that the sect had been passed down from ancient times, and that the first sect leader's immortal title was the Great Sage equal to heaven. Now that he had obtained equipment that he had once worn, although it was only an imitation, he could at least openly say to his disciples, "This is the inheritance of the first sect leader, this is the treasure of my sect of all times." The system was speechless. Spending almost all his savings just to fulfill his childhood dream, just to fulfill his past lie, this guy's brain circuit was indeed extraordinary. Host, don't be happy too early. The system said, although the Great Holy Set looks very strong, if the 3 measurements are not up to par, it will be smashed to pieces. That's right, Xianxia held his chin and said, are my 3 measurements okay? In the world of martial arts, the so-called 3 measurements referred to the soul, the body, and the body. Of course, some places would refer to the spiritual power, the defensive power, and the mobility. Although the names were different, the meaning was similar. The function of the godly modified Great Sage Set was to greatly increase the 3 body measurements. However, if one didn't reach the minimum required measurements, it would be extremely difficult to wear it. If one tried to wear it forcefully, they would be smashed to pieces. The system said, such an expensive god-modified product, I'm afraid the requirements won't be low. Xianxia was a little depressed. If they spent so much money to buy something that couldn't be worn, they could only keep it as a sect treasure. Perhaps in the future, when the sect encountered a crisis, a certain disciple with the fate of a main character would fit the criteria and put on the great sage set to save the sect. The system said, this might be a matter for the next book. Host, you don't have to worry so much for the author. Who? Jun Changxiao exhaled and encouraged himself, I have the Tianjun soul refining technique. My soul is improving day by day. My body and movement skills have been refined since the establishment of the sect. My 3 measurements should not be a problem. How about, he said, give it a try. The system said, I'm afraid you'll die if you give it a try. Jun Changxiao was originally quite worried, but after seeing it repeatedly attack him, he became a little more confident. After all, this guy was a reverse poison healer. Shua. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and brought out 3 pieces of equipment shrouded in colorful light. Because this was a high-quality imitation of the great sage equipment, there was no need to describe its form. If you really didn't understand, please read Journey to the West. This golden chainmail doesn't look as good as the Xianyuan divine armor. Jun Changxiao muttered in his heart. Could it be that he really bought cosplay clothes? Forget it. Since he had already bought it and there was no refund function, he could only try it on. Jun Changxiao carefully put on the golden chainmail. Sure enough, as he had guessed, because he had been refining his body with the items in the shop all year round, he could completely support the equipment. Shua. He also put on the lotus silk cloud walking shoes. The 2 pieces of equipment fit him very well. However, what made Jun Changxiao a little dissatisfied was that there was only a slight improvement in all aspects of his body, and it was completely not as effective as the other pieces of equipment alone. A set has to be worn to be effective. The system said in a bad mood, if 1 or 2 pieces of equipment can make you go to heaven, then what kind of set is it? That's true. Jun Changxiao raised the phoenix-winged purple gold crown. The system said, although the host can wear 2 pieces of equipment, the set effect has not been completed yet. So once this purple gold crown is worn, if the 3 measurements are not up to par, I'm afraid you will be smashed to pieces, Pa. Before it finished speaking, Jun Changxiao directly put it on his head. Because this guy was working, he had to take advantage of it. Thousands of prisoners curled up in the darkness. They still remembered what happened after they were controlled, so they blamed themselves for their stupid actions. Of course. That was nothing. What left the deepest impression on them was the song that sounded like thousands of ferocious beasts frantically beating their bodies and souls. Every time they recalled it, their hair would stand on end. It's too scary. That song is even scarier than high-level martial arts. Suddenly, an extremely high-pitched musical instrument came from the magically modified speaker. The prisoners had never heard of it, but the audience instantly determined that it was definitely a suona. The majestic melody rose all the way. Pipa, eru, and other musical instruments joined in one after another, and the effect instantly reached a shocking level. Swoosh! Under the background music of the classic Journey to the West, Jun Changxiao, wearing a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, golden chainmail, and lotus silk cloud-walking shoes, flew over on a rainbow cloud. Damn! Thousands of prisoners widened their eyes. The combination of sound effects, lighting, costumes, and environment was simply shocking. It was dozens of times more impressive than Qin Linran's. Swoosh! 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 After Jun Changxiao landed on the ground, he somersaulted forward at high speed. His speed was so fast that everyone's jaws dropped in shock. They watched as he crashed into the prison's wall with their own eyes. It hurts. Qin Linran, who was lying nearby, woke up from his coma and then stood up shakily. Wah! The unbearable song from before sounded in his mind, and he could not help but spit out blood again. Damn it. Qin Linran tried to suppress the boiling blood in his body, and his eyes flashed with intense anger. Huff huff. Right at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Jun Changxiao, who was supposed to crash into the wall, suddenly leapt into the air. He gripped the sky tyrant spear with both hands and prepared to chop down. He angrily roared, I want your life. The system roared, brother, you're playing a double role. Boom! Jun Changxiao, who was supported by the great sage Set, was extremely powerful. Qin Linran, who had just woken up, had no chance to resist at all. In the end, he was hit on the head by the rod, and directly fell to the ground and fainted again. Jun Changxiao put on the great sage set, and with the support of the 3 pieces of equipment, his soul, defense, and movement skills were all improved. It could be said that his entire person had been sublimated. The most obvious thing was that although Qin Linran was injured, he still had the strength of a commander. In the end, he was caught off guard and knocked out by a stick to the head. When he woke up for the second time and saw Lord Changxiao wearing a set of glittering equipment, his eyes were filled with fear. "Brother." Qin Linran struggled to stand up, then knelt again and said, I was wrong, I was really wrong." Jun Changxiao pulled him over and said with a cold face, "Tell me loudly, who's the most handsome in the mortal universe?" "Yes, brother. Brother is the most handsome," Qin Linran said loudly. Jun Changxiao loosened his collar, then gently tidied him up and said with a smile, "I'm very satisfied with your answer. Come, hand over your soul origin." "This? If you don't hand it over, I'm going to sing." "Yes, yes, yes." Thinking of that terrifying song just now, Qin Linran finally chose to compromise and obediently took out his soul origin. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao turned around, looked at the thousands of prisoners huddled in the corner, and shouted in a deep voice, "Which one of you is from the Falling Star continent?" "Falling Star continent? That seems to be a very low-level plane." Everyone whispered. The 2 prisoners squatting in the corner looked surprised. This scene was caught by Jun Changxiao, and he said, "You 2 are from the Falling Star continent? Master is asking you too." Qin Linran said angrily, "Hurry up and come out." The 2 prisoners looked at each other, then walked out helplessly, their hearts full of uneasiness. To be able to get rid of the main culprit of the 6th floor of hell and be willing to give up his soul origin, this was definitely a fierce person, and they could not afford to provoke him. "You too." Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice, "I'm Jun Changxiao, the patriarch of a first-rate sect in the Falling Star continent. This time, I came to the 9th floor of hell to rescue the imprisoned 9 great marshals. Have you seen them?" "Bah." The system spat on the ground. It was undeniable that the sect of all times was already very strong in the Starfall continent. However, their certification was still only a second-rate sect. How could they have the nerve to call themselves a first-rate sect? When the 2 prisoners heard this, their bodies suddenly shook. Jun Changxiao had been paying attention to their every move the whole time. Seeing the subtle changes in their faces and eyes, he was certain in his heart. Thus, he cupped his fists and said, "Seniors, you've suffered." That was right. The 2 prisoners who walked out from the corner were the 9 great martial emperors that Jun Changxiao was looking for. One of them was Emperor Li Yanfeiyu and the other was Emperor Tongren Xinghe. The 2 brothers were locked in the 6th level of hell together. They were brainwashed by Qin Linran's music and turned into fanatical fans for thousands of years. If not for Jun Changxiao's question, these 2 martial emperors would be even more invisible than Du Yingqing. He was regarded as a supreme existence on the continent, but now, he had fallen to such a miserable state. Behind all this, was it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Please pay attention to the annual blockbuster, Entering the Starry Sky Fortress. Sigh. In the empty dark area, Yan Feiyu sighed. The decadence that emerged from his body was even stronger, and he no longer had the vigorous momentum of the past. In an environment without light, living a life worse than death, no matter who it was, they would gradually have their edges and sharpness erased. The 2 martial emperors who were once supreme were now nothing more than down-and-out old men, in sharp contrast to Jun Changxiao who was wearing the great sage suit. As the saying goes, the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. "You too." Jun Changxiao broke the sad atmosphere and asked, "What crime did you commit to be imprisoned in hell?" Du Yingqing did not answer this question, which made him full of curiosity. "An unforgivable crime," Ren Xinghe said. Yan Feiyu said, "Don't mention it." Jun Changxiao collapsed. "The more you don't say, the more curious I am." "You too." Jun Changxiao said solemnly, "I need to know the truth before I can save you. Otherwise, you can only be imprisoned here forever and become puppets controlled by others at will." This sentence stimulated Ren Xinghe and Yan Feiyu. The two looked at each other and seemed to have reached a certain tacit understanding. Ren Xinghe, who was eloquent, said, "Since you are from the falling star continent, have you ever heard of the old man of Taishan?" "I have," Jun Changxiao said. The system once mentioned that this was a top powerhouse who appeared in ancient times tens of thousands of years ago. He claimed to be the old man of Taishan and was known as a legend of his generation. Taishan seniors have created two kinds of mental cultivation methods. One is Taishan Ice Heart Secret Art, and the other is Taishan Bible. Ren Xinghe said. "I have heard a little about it." Jun Changxiao not only heard of it, but also knew that the first kind of mental cultivation method was obtained by others and created the enduring Taishan Xingzong. The world only knows that these two kinds of mental cultivation methods are regarded as above the divine grade, and they don't know that there is a big secret hidden in them. Ren Xinghe said. "What secret?" Jun Changxiao said eagerly. Ren Xinghe said, "The mental cultivation method itself can break the void and ascend to the upper world when cultivated to the extreme, but in fact, there is also a kind of formation called the seizing heaven and earth creation array. As long as it is successfully activated, it can ignore the realm and cultivation and forcibly ascend. And," Yan Feiyu added solemnly, "it will never fail." "My dear mother." Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. Reaching the middle void-piercing realm can ascend, but the success rate is extremely low. Even the upper void-piercing realm can't be said to have a 100% success rate. Now the two martial emperors told him that as long as the seizing heaven and earth creation array is activated, he can ascend without failure. This was simply too shocking. The most terrifying thing was that it could ignore the realm and cultivation, in an instant. Jun Changxiao thought of something and said, "You activated this seizing heaven and earth creation array, and then you were discovered by the starry sky fortress, so you were locked in the 9th floor of hell?" "Yes," Ren Xinghe and Yan Feiyu said in unison. Fortunately, the three of them had been communicating with the sound transmission technique. Otherwise, if what they said was heard by Qin Linran and others, it would definitely be shocking. "I see." Jun Changxiao completely understood. Ancestor Shang Yuhen used special means to forcibly ascend to the middle void-piercing realm and was imprisoned because of suspected violations. The 9 great martial emperors relied on the array to forcibly ascend to the upper world, so it was normal for them to end up like this. "Have you found the Taishan Bible?" Jun Changxiao asked. Ren Xinghe shook her head and said, "We didn't find it, but Night Emperor found it." "Night Emperor?" Jun Changxiao said, "The martial emperor who was plotted against by his own woman thousands of years ago and was crowned with the title of the most miserable in history?" "Yes." Ren Xinghe and Yan Feiyu said with a look of contempt, "It's that guy with bad drinking behavior." Thinking of the time when they kindly invited him to drink, he would either flip the table or kick the chair when he drank too much, and the two were angry. "Continue," Jun Changxiao said. Ren Xinghe clenched her fists and said angrily, "The Taishan Bible was obtained by Ling Yao, and she invited us to join forces to arrange the seizing heaven and earth creation array, saying that we can ascend to the upper world together, and the result," the anger in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "The array was activated, and she left first, puff." Anger attacked his heart, and blood spurted out. Jun Changxiao said, "You were left behind?" Jun Changxiao finally found out why the 9 great martial emperors were imprisoned in the starry sky fortress, but he didn't expect it to be so shocking and unbelievable. There was actually a formation in the mortal universe that could ignore one's cultivation level and forcibly ascend to the higher realm. If he could obtain it and set it up, what was the point of cultivating? He could just move his entire sect, of course. Jun Changxiao found out from the 2 emperors that Ling Yao, who had plotted against the Night Emperor, had not only obtained the Taishan Bible, but also set up the Great Fortune Array and successfully ascended to the higher realm. As for the 9 great martial emperors, just as they were about to happily go up, the formation suddenly closed. The most tragic thing was that the formation had caused a strong spatial vibration, which had already alerted the starry sky fortress. They were still wondering if Ling Yao had done something to the formation when the 12 patrol envoys had already flown over in a warship and taken them away. Jun Changxiao sympathized with the 9 great martial emperors. Everyone had worked together to open the Great Fortune Array, but in the end, Ling Yao was sent up while they fell behind. They were even imprisoned in the Starry Sky Fortress for thousands of years because they had violated the rules. Yan Feiyu said angrily, that woman definitely didn't plan for everyone to ascend together. She took the initiative to ask for our help just to use us. That's possible. Jun Changshao agreed. Actually, when he found out that one of the 10 great martial emperors, the Night Emperor, had been plotted against, he had already guessed that the number 1 great martial emperor was definitely not a kind person. Amazing, amazing. Jun Changshao said in admiration. She played the 10 great martial emperors of the Starfall continent and then ascended to the higher realm herself. This woman is really not simple. If we meet her in the future, we have to be careful. Indeed. From the information he had obtained so far. First, she had plotted against the Night Emperor, then the 9 great martial emperors. The number 1 great martial emperor was definitely a woman who was both scheming and scheming. The system immediately complained, as if the host can ascend. Jun Changshao ignored this bastard and asked, do you remember how to set up the Great Fortune Array now? He was tempted. He had a plan. If he wanted to ascend to the higher realm one day, he could use this heaven-defying array to do it instead of foolishly relying on luck. Why did he have a sudden impulse? That was because Jun Changshao was not interested in the upper realm at the moment. His main priority was to complete the main mission and get rid of the soul bomb. Then, he would take his true love and wander around the mountains and rivers, living a life where one could only envy the couple and not the immortals. With true love? The system retorted, the host is dreaming. As a great toxic healer, he was careful with every word he said, but this was the only thing he firmly believed in. The Taishan Bible has been obtained by Empress Ling Yao. We're only here to help, so we won't set up the creation array, Ren Xinghe said. Jun Changshao said helplessly, that's troublesome. Without an array formation diagram to set it up, it would be useless even if he had a sudden impulse. Right. Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, isn't there Taishan Ice Heart technique in the Falling Star continent? Since it was also created by the Taishan elders, it must have recorded the creation array. Yan Feiyu said, as far as we know, the Taishan Ice Heart technique obtained by Taishan Xingzong is only the incomplete first half. If the array is really recorded, it may be hidden in the second half that is still lost in the continent. Find it. Jun Changshao said, find it even if you have to dig 3,000 feet into the ground. Ren Xinghe and Yan Feiyu both showed a touch of bitterness on their faces and said, relying on the creation array to ascend to the higher realm is not allowed by the Starry Sky Fortress. Once they find out, the Starry Sky Fortress is nothing. Jun Changshao interrupted forcefully. The expressions on their faces were a bit interesting. This young man who slowly rose after they were imprisoned seemed to be very powerful. If the brothers knew that Goshim's rise was less than 10 years ago, they would probably remove the word slowly and then their eyeballs would fall to the ground. Whether people can change their own fate, I don't know. I only know that it is Nez's fate not to accept his fate. The lines are from The Birth of Nez's Demon Child, from the author's demonized Amway. Not to accept his fate. It is also Jun Changshao's fate. If one day, the idea of ascending to the upper realm is born, he will never bow to anyone. He will rely on the array to sneak in and even bring the entire sect with him, if he had to give a reason. That was, Jun Changshao was now wearing the outfit of the great sage, heaven's equal, and he would not be afraid even if he went to the Lingxiao Palace, of course. His mind was still on the main mission and the epic mission. So after talking with Ren Xinghe for a while and not getting any news from the other emperors, he strode to the teleportation array leading to the lower level. Shua. The Sky Tyrant spear was placed on his shoulder, and his hands were placed on both sides. Call me Buddha, there is no turning back. Kneeling to a master, life and death have nothing to do with it. The out-of-tune and boundless singing once again resounded throughout the 6 layers of hell. Qin Linran, who had just recovered, couldn't suppress it again and spurted out blood on the spot. Swoosh! The array flickered, and Jun Changshao disappeared. Plop! Qin Linran directly slumped to the ground, and after a while, he said from the bottom of his heart, this is really a devil. Inside the 7 layers of hell. Jun Changshao, who was wearing the great sage suit, walked over with his head lowered. The Overlord spear was still placed on his shoulder, giving off a very chic feeling. Especially with every step he took, the dust and stones under his feet floated lightly. The camera cut away. Within 100 feet, there were thousands of prisoners. These people's strength was higher than the 6 layers of hell, and they were also wearing equipment and weapons of extraordinary quality. Their cold eyes were locked on Xianxia. Kid. A prisoner who seemed to have a little energy blocked the only way, and said coldly, "Are you deaf?" Ta. Xianxia stopped, his hand still on the Sky Tyrant spear, and smiled with a sloppy look. "What did you just say?" "The Sky Tyrant spear, please call me Rui Jingubang, thank you." Goxing was a little naughty, and now that he was wearing the Great Sage suit, he really looked like the Great Sage equal to heaven who dared to fight against everything. If one had to find fault with him, it would be that he looked a little funny with his bald head and the phoenix-winged purple gold crown. The prisoner blocking the way angrily said, "Who are you? Why did you come down?" Bang! The Sky Tyrant spear was directly placed on the ground, and spiritual energy rippled, instantly shocking him and the surrounding prisoners a few steps back. "Listen carefully." Xianxia looked up and said, "I am the Great Sage equal to heaven of the mountain curtain cave of Huagua Mountain in Aoli Nation, Xianxia." What an arrogant guy. "I can't stand it, just do it." Everyone was angry. Xianxia tilted his head and said, "As for the reason why I came down," after a slight pause, he grinned and said, "From now on, I will be the ruler of the 7 layers of hell, and I will be your only boss." Arrogant. The prisoner angrily said. "Go. Go. Go. Chop this guy up." Whoosh. Whoosh. Thousands of prisoners couldn't bear it anymore, and they poured spiritual energy into their weapons and equipment, and then pressed on from all directions. For a time, the dark hell was dyed in colorful streams of light. Aha! Xianxia yawned, and the moment all kinds of energy were about to press down, his eyes suddenly became abnormally cold, and he said, "You're courting death." Thud. In the 7th floor of hell, the prisoner who blocked Meng Chao's way fell to his knees. His face was hideous, and his eyes were filled with shock. In the area around him, his fellow prisoners were lying on the ground. Pieces of equipment and weapons were scattered all over the place, as if they had just gone through a fierce battle. It had only been 10 minutes since they started fighting, but they had all lost their ability to fight in the end. Sigh. Xianxia held his spear in front of him and shook his head helplessly. With the support of the Great Sage Set, his measurements had been greatly increased. Even if the prisoners in the 7th floor of hell were strong as a whole, they were still just ants in front of him. This was invincibility, crack. 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 Suddenly, the sound of chains dragging on the ground came from the darkness of the prison. "He's out?" Xianxia tilted his head and looked over. His gaze was locked on the main culprit who walked out of the darkness with chains on his legs and bracelets. He had caught him the moment he arrived in the 7th floor of hell. However, he did not expect that he would only walk out of the darkness slowly after Meng Chao had taken care of thousands of prisoners. Come. The space trembled, and airwaves roared. Boom. In the area where Xianxia was, the main culprit with messy hair appeared out of nowhere. His right fist, which was bound by a bracelet, was ready to strike. So fast, the camera did not see how he approached Meng Chao at all. However, Xianxia stood where he was proudly. A defensive air wall materialized in front of him, and it caught the enemy's fist. A hint of shock flashed in the main culprit's eyes. Meng Chao had not only seen his attack but also set up a defensive barrier in time to block it. He was indeed strong. No wonder he dared to come down from the 6th floor of hell. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Whoosh. As Xianxia spoke, he had already poured his spirit energy into the Sky Tyrant spear. Then, he swung it fiercely, stirring up powerful energy ripples. He had to praise the defense system of the 9th floor of hell, because ever since Goxing entered and fought many times, no matter how he unleashed his power, he had not shaken the space. If it had been a normal continent, it would have been unable to withstand the powerful force and would have collapsed a long time ago. Boom. The Sky Tyrant spear smashed over. The silent main culprit blocked the attack with his arm that was wrapped in chains. His entire body instantly slid out and stopped in the distance with his legs crossed. He raised his head slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Not bad. Jin Gosheng also smiled. With the support of the great sage Set, that fellow was able to easily resist the spear attack. Most likely, he had the strength of at least 3 commanders. The system said this person should be infinitely close to the middle void-piercing realm. No wonder. Jun Changxiao was enlightened. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even wider. After spending 100,000 contribution points to buy the great Saint Set, now that he had met an expert close to the middle level of the void-piercing realm, he could test how strong he really was. Come. Jun Changxiao rushed over, the Sky Tyrant spear in his hand flickering with radiance as he said, "Let's fight to our heart's content." Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the 7 hells were dyed as bright as day by the violent energy. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. Energy ripples spread out wildly, sweeping away all the prisoners lying on the ground. Under the support of the great Saint Set, Jun Changxiao's battle prowess could be said to be bursting. He was actually evenly matched with the elite who was close to the middle level of the void-piercing realm, so much so that his opponent could only choose to dodge. Boom, the Sky Tyrant spear, which seemed to have transformed into the Rui Jin Gubang, swept over fiercely. The main culprit crossed his hands to block it, and his whole body instantly crashed into the wall in the distance. Ta! Ta! Under the cover of the violent airwaves, Jun Changxiao, who was shining in gold and holding a spear, walked out, giving people a feeling of the arrival of a great saint. Ka ka ka! The main culprit dragged the chains and stood up from the ground. His eyes flashed, and then he put his palms together. Powerful energy spread out from his body, and then turned into several roaring dragons that pressed over. Roar! Roar! The angry roar rippled in the prison, shaking the blood of the prisoners in the distance. Jun Changxiao rushed over with his spear, and the spiritual energy in his body gathered at the tip of the spear. Instantly, he used the 7 mysterious rays break, gathering a colorful stream of light and shooting it out. Boom! 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 The 2 violent energies collided fiercely, and ripples visible to the naked eye surged in all directions like monstrous waves, sweeping all the prisoners against the wall. When the gods fought, the little devils suffered. Whoosh, in the area where the energy was strong, Jun Changxiao rushed out like a shadow and light. The sky-dominating spear gathered powerful energy, and suddenly he started a more violent hand-to-hand fight with the main culprit. In the first few levels of hell, there was a competition of literature, wine, and song. Only here could be considered a real martial arts battle, and judging from the intensity, it had obviously reached the peak of the lower void-piercing realm. Boom! Not long after, the main culprit with disheveled hair was sent flying again until he fell to the ground, and a trace of pain appeared in his eyes. Ah ah ah! He raised his head and roared, and strange attributes emerged in his body. First, he gathered a Dharma idol more than 30 meters tall, and then a huge golden Shang character appeared in the void. The bloodline of the Shang dynasty. That lunatic used his trump card. Quick, quick, quick! Hide! The prisoners of the 7 levels of hell were shocked, and completely ignored their serious injuries at the moment. They all ran to the dark area behind them, and secretly prayed that they would not be affected, or they would be killed. Roar! At this moment, the Dharma idol that gathered above the main culprit beat its chest like an ape beast, and then raised its huge fist and smashed towards Jun Changxiao. Huff huff huff, an even more violent force tore through the air, and the space was suddenly distorted. Obviously, this force was strong enough to shake the defense system of the astral hell, however. Facing such a terrifying force, Jun Changxiao did not dodge and stood in the attack range. Was this a test of the defense of the great sage Set? Huff huff huff. The 2 fists that seemed to carry the strength of countless mountains pressed down, and they were getting closer and closer to Jun Changxiao, but the other party was still unmoved. Huff 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 huff, the wind blew, and the space cracked. However, just as it was about to smash down, it suddenly froze in midair. Jun Changxiao made his move. But he did not take the initiative to attack, and instead took out a gold-rimmed token with the word Shang engraved on it. The main culprit who controlled the Dharma idol pushed away his messy hair, and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Kid, how did you get the token of the Shang dynasty?" Jun Changxiao said, "I gave it to you." "Give it to me," the main culprit said in a low voice. "Xiao." Jun Changxiao casually threw the token over. The main culprit caught it in the palm of his hand, and his spiritual thoughts entered it. Immediately, images and words appeared in his mind. Bam! The Dharma idol that gathered on it collapsed, and the huge Shang word gradually disappeared. Ka ka ka. The main culprit held up the chain, and said, "Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for resolving the crisis of the Tianyuan continent. I have offended you just now, please forgive me." The token given by Shang Yuhen was similar to a storage device for images and data. As long as one had the blood of the Shang dynasty, they could activate it and obtain the information stored inside. Therefore, he knew the whole story in a short time. When Jun Changxiao saw the huge Shang word, he thought, could this guy be the ancestor of the great Shang Empire? Later, when he heard the prisoner mention the bloodline of the Shang Empire, he was sure, so when the enemy attacked, he took out the token that Shang Yuhen gave him. As expected, the main culprit of the 7th floor was the founder of the Shang Empire, the ancestor that his disciple wanted to spend money to kill the Dark Demon King, not to mention. It was indeed a little strong. The top of the lower void-piercing realm. But asking him to kill an evil spirit comparable to the middle void-piercing realm was a little unrealistic. Shang Yuhen had no choice but to take a gamble. The gamble paid off. Under the protection of the guards, he escaped from the Tianyuan continent. Although he didn't redeem his ancestor, he met the greatest benefactor in his life. His name was Go Xing. Jun Patriarch. The Shang clan ancestor said gratefully, "Thank you for getting rid of the scourge from my continent, we didn't suffer a disaster." The token recorded in detail the destruction of the Tianyuan continent by the Dark Demon King. At this moment, he already knew the truth. Jun Changxiao said, "Shang Yuhen is my disciple, helping is a matter of course." This sanctimonious words attracted the system's disdain. Yes, to kill the Dark Demon King, the host didn't ask for money, but to let him join the sect, he asked for 10 million spirit stones, and he had the nerve to say that? Jun Patriarch has such strength at such a young age, my useless grandson is lucky to be able to become your disciple. The Shang clan ancestor said. This wasn't polite words, because from the battle just now, he had already acknowledged it. Senior. Jun Changxiao said seriously, "I came to the infernal realm to save you." The Shang clan ancestor was stunned, then said seriously, "Jun Patriarch, the 9 levels of hell have the strongest defense system in the mortal universe, once you enter, you can't leave." He had been imprisoned for a long time, and had a deep understanding of the fortress defense system. Unless he spent money to redeem himself, he could obtain a short period of freedom, but the chance of escaping was 0. "Trust me." Jun Changxiao said seriously, "I can do it." This. The Shang clan's ancestor fell into a brief moment of silence before transmitting his voice, "What does Jun Patriarch need me to do?" Jun Changxiao said with a solemn expression, "I want to unite all the prisoners and main culprits of the 9 hells. When the time comes, I hope that Senior Shang will cooperate with me." Not only did he want to save the 9 great martial emperors, but he also wanted to destroy the prison that had plagiarized his idea, making it disappear completely. Since he was here, if he wanted to play, he would play big. Furthermore, the Starry Sky Fortress did not have the authorization from the upper realm. Who would dare to convict the living beings of the mortal universe? Jun Patriarch. The Shang clan ancestor seemed to understand his thoughts and hurriedly said, "The defense system of the 9th layer of hell is extremely strong, even if all the prisoners of all levels work together, they still won't be able to break through." It wasn't that he wanted to boost the morale of others and diminish his own morale. The main reason was that he understood the fortress too well. Furthermore, if he failed to break out of the prison, he would only be charged with an even greater crime. "You don't have to worry about that, Senior Shang." Jun Changxiao said seriously, "You only need to mobilize the prisoners of the 7 levels of hell. Leave the rest to me." The Shang clan ancestor fell into silence. The risk of breaking out of prison was too great. It would be difficult to make a decision without careful consideration. "Senior Shang." Jun Changxiao said, "Cultivators like us, our lives are not determined by the heavens. What right does the Starry Sky Fortress have to convict us, and what right does it have to imprison us? How could the Shang clan ancestor not understand this logic? However, in a world where martial arts were respected, having absolute power was equivalent to having control over the truth. This was an extremely cruel reality. My life is in my own hands, not the heavens. Jun Changxiao stood up and said angrily, whether I'm guilty or not, it's not up to them to decide. Whoosh whoosh. His unyielding aura was unprecedentedly strong. The Shang clan ancestor was stunned. Vaguely, he seemed to see himself in Jun Changxiao when he was young. He walked out of a small town at the border and relied on his own strength and the help of his brothers in the turbulent times to finally create a great Shang empire. Memories of the past flashed through his mind. The blood in the Shang clan ancestor's body seemed to be burning instantly. Just because of that sentence, my life is in my own hands, not the heavens. A young man who was not delusional. In the past, didn't he rely on his passion to create the Shang clan dynasty? After that, he became engrossed in cultivation and gradually calmed down. However, today, Jun Changxiao awakened the delusional aura that had been sealed in his blood for a long time. The Shang clan ancestor clenched his fists, as if he had returned to his youthful self. He said, Jun Patriarch, if you want to cause a ruckus, these old bones of mine are willing to accompany you. He was locked up in a dark prison without daylight. I've had enough. Since this young man had destroyed the Dark Demon King, why couldn't he gamble with his life with him? All right. Jun Changxiao looked up and said, cause a ruckus in hell. System. After my host wore the great sage suit, he became even more arrogant than before. I'm afraid he won't stop until he pokes a hole in the sky. In the depths of the 7 layers of hell, there were a few wooden stakes with 3 battered and exhausted prisoners tied on them. That's right. They were the 3 martial emperors of the falling star continent. One was called Emperor Jing, one was called Emperor Luan, and one was called Emperor Shen. The 3 martial emperors' titles came from their surnames. Because their appearances were too tragic, the author didn't even bother to mention their names. Sigh. The supreme powerhouses of the falling star continent were reduced to such a state, it really made one sigh. Senior Shang. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, I still have to go to the 8 layers of hell, I'll leave them in your care. The Shang clan ancestor nodded, but before he entered the teleportation array, he said, Jun Patriarch, the main culprit in the 8 and 9 layers of hell has reached the middle level of void-piercing realm, you must be careful. Middle level? Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, looks like I'll have to be serious. Xiao, he stepped into the array and disappeared. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. The Shang clan ancestor said in his heart, a smile appeared on his old face, and said, it's been a long time since I've been so excited. Tianyuan continent. The Starry Sky Fortress's warship hung in the sky, the patrolling envoy who blocked the way was surprised, the Dark Demon King was destroyed. The purpose of his trip this time was to get rid of the evil spirit that harmed the world, but the latter was already dead. It was really unexpected. Who? The patrolling envoy stood at the bow of the ship, a majestic aura appeared around his body, locking onto a martial artist who was building the city wall in the ruined city, using a tyrannical method to forcibly extract the memories in the sea of consciousness. A moment later. Frowning, he said, it's that guy. The patrolling envoy used a martial art that could steal other people's memories, from which he saw Jun Changxiao that he had met in the outer region of the Starry Sky Fortress. Getting rid of the Dark Demon King that was comparable to the middle level of void-piercing realm, this kid's strength is not small. The patrolling envoy was a little confused, but why did he go to the Starry Sky Fortress? Forget it. Let's first inform the fortress about the news here. The patrolling envoy drove the warship to leave the Tianyuan continent, and on the way back, he sent back the news of the Dark Demon King's destruction using some special technique. Moreover, he also drew out Jun Changxiao's portrait and sent it back. Starry Sky Fortress. Above the 9th floor of hell, there was a hall called the Patrol Hall. Inside, there were 12 seats that corresponded to the 12 earthly branches, namely Zi, Chou, Yin, and Mao. That's right. This was where the 12 patrol envoys usually gathered. As the leader of the fortress, these 12 powerhouses were not only responsible for capturing prisoners, but also for managing the 9th floor of hell. There were many projection arrays in the patrol hall, providing real-time information to the prison. At this moment, several powerhouses with strong auras were either sitting on the chairs with their legs crossed or resting their chins on the back of their hands. Their eyes were fixed on the surveillance screen. What were they looking at? The 8th floor of hell. Xianxia, who had just entered. It turned out that Guo Xing had already attracted their attention when he broke into the 2nd and 3rd floors from the 1st. The patrol envoys would not deliberately stop him, because since there was a teleportation array connected to the lower floors, it meant that this kind of behavior was allowed. However, they did not expect the bald man to fight from the 1st floor to the 8th floor, and he was good at everything, especially when he fought with Qin Linran. His singing was out of tune. If they had not turned off the projection array in time, they might have exploded on the spot. Boss. The patrol envoy Caldine said, should we report to Master? The 9th floor of hell allowed people to break through, but to fight from the 1st floor to the 8th floor was really amazing. The shifty-eyed, wretched-looking man sitting at the front crossed his arms and said, Master is recuperating, he is not allowed to be disturbed. He was called Z, the boss of the 12 patrol envoys. Envoyine was silent. Master had never left the starry sky fortress, how could he be injured? And after recuperating for so long, his injuries were probably not light. Boss. The ugly envoy said, who hurt Master? Envoyine and the others also wanted to ask this question. Z shook his head and said, I'm not too sure, but to be able to hurt Master, he must be stronger than us. Everyone was surprised. The murderer who hurt Master was stronger than them, he must have reached the upper level of the void-piercing realm. Why would such a top powerhouse who could ascend to the upper realm stay in the mortal world? Could it be that he was indifferent to fame and wealth and had no desires? Boss. At this moment, a patrol envoy walked into the main hall and said, Old 7 just sent a message, the Dark Demon King who wreaked havoc on the Tianyuan continent has been killed. The ugly emissary and the others were astonished. The envoy Z asked, who did it? The person pointed at the light screen and said, Old 7 has sent a portrait of the other party. The image of a black-robed young man in his early 20s gradually appeared in the image formation in front of him. That was right. It was Xianxia. The great Dark Demon King is an evil spirit born in the mortal universe. Its strength is comparable to the top level of the middle level of the void-piercing state. How could it be defeated by a guy who hasn't even grown out his hair yet? The envoy was doubtful. The messenger said, the picture was given by the 7th brother, so it can't be wrong. Maybe he looks young, but he's actually an old monster who likes to pretend to be young. Everyone agreed with this statement. In the mortal universe, there were always some martial artists who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years who insisted on showing themselves as youths. It was understandable that they wanted to make themselves look younger, but it was intolerable that some people with different personalities liked to change their gender. For example, everyone subconsciously looked at Mao Shi. She was the only female among the 12 patrol envoys. She was an outstanding beauty that could not be described too much. What are you looking at me for? Mao Shi frowned. F***ck. The envoy could not help but roar, can't you change your voice into a woman's too? I like it. What can you do about it? The envoy clenched his fists. If it were not for the boss, he would have already made his move and tortured this pervert who was originally a man but ended up being a woman back to his original form. Everyone. The envoy asked, have you seen this person before? No. Everyone shook their heads. They had been enforcing the law in the mortal universe for many years and had seen many strong people, but this young man was strange. That's strange. The envoy was puzzled. If he can kill the great Dark Demon King, it means that this person is not an ordinary person. Why haven't we seen him before? Boss. The envoy, who had been silent all this while, said with a sharp gaze, this guy looks familiar. You know him? The envoy asked. The envoy thought for a moment, then looked up at the light screen of the 8 levels of hell and said, don't you think that the person in the picture looks very similar to that guy in terms of body shape and size? Oh? The envoy and the others looked up. After repeated comparisons, they came to the conclusion that they were indeed similar, When Jun Changxiao met the patrol envoy outside the Starry Fortress, he used his original appearance. Although he changed his appearance in time, it was only his appearance that changed. Could it be? The envoy touched his chin and said, "This guy is the one who killed the great dark demon king? Right now, he just changed his appearance?" The envoy said seriously, "That's him." As soon as he said that, the patrol envoys immediately believed him. Because although he did not talk much, he was good at observation and insight. As long as he confirmed it, there would be no mistakes. Understood. The envoy said, "No wonder this guy could break through from the 1st level to the 8th level. It turns out that he is really strong. He hit it very well." The envoy said, "I almost thought that he was only at the lower level of the void-piercing realm." Everyone was amazed by Jun Changxiao's disguise. Only the envoy fell into a short silence, then said with a serious look, "Why is he in the 9 levels of hell?" "He openly attacked in the city," the envoy said. Everyone had already investigated the case of Jun Changxiao's imprisonment. The envoy clasped his hands together and rested his chin on the back of his hands. His wretched little eyes looked around and said, "Things are definitely not that simple. This person came to the Starry Fortress, he must have an ulterior motive." "What ulterior motive?" The envoy said jokingly, "Don't tell me he wants to break out of prison with a prisoner?" The other patrol envoys laughed. Even if they guessed that Jun Changxiao came to the 9 levels of hell with an ulterior motive, they would never think that he would break out with a prisoner. Because, the defense system of the Starry Fortress did not agree to it. Zichoin Mouchen Si Wu Wei Shen Yu Su Hai did not agree to it. These 12 patrol envoys wearing the code of justice, just by standing in the 9 levels of hell, would exude a strong deterrent force, confidence. Made them fearless. Third brother. As the leader of the patrol envoys, the envoy was more cautious. He said, "Go down and take a look." "Okay." The envoy turned and left. Just as he reached the door of the hall, the envoy added, "If that guy defeats the main culprit of the 8 levels of hell, you can test his strength." Understood. The envoy's lips curled into a smile. He was one of the more combative ones among the 12 patrol envoys. Now that he had the chance to fight with the person who killed the Dark Demon King, it should be very interesting. "Boy. Don't let me down." In the 8 levels of hell. Jun Changxiao stood proudly with the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's sword in his hand. Dust, stones, and other debris gradually appeared around him, exuding an incomparably sharp sword aura. On the huge rock opposite him stood a middle-aged man with a 3-inch beard. He carried 9 ancient swords on his back. His eyes were filled with surprise. He said, "So you are also a sword cultivator?" Why could Jun Changxiao, whose true strength was Wuxing's great fulfillment, fight head-on with a lower void-piercing realm? Although it was due to equipment and other factors, the more important thing was that he was a dual cultivator of sword and martial arts. The combination of the two added a huge bonus. Therefore, although Jun Changxiao encountered strong enemies along the way, as long as they were not overwhelming, even if he might not win, he would not be defeated too badly. Moreover, when he fought with others, he either fought with his bare hands or with his saber and spear. He rarely used his sword, so it was easy to overlook that he was a sword cultivator who relied on the talent fluid to forcefully advance. There were not many unique sword Dao techniques in the sect of all times. The only ones that could be mentioned were the Heavenly Sword technique and 10,000 swords. Jun Changxiao majored in these two. To be exact, he had managed to grasp it without much practice. It was hard to compare with spending money, and hard to compare with using cheats. Since transmigrating to another world, Go Xing, who had obtained the system, had a good time using cheats. He had been using cheats all the time. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh, the second style of 10,000 swords was used. Jun Changxiao exuded a majestic sword aura around him, enveloping all the usable stones, dirt, and other objects and then gathering them in the air to form a vortex. Oh my god! What sword move is this? Every blade of grass and tree can contain a sharp aura. The prisoners with bruises and swollen faces in the distance all stared with their eyes and mouths wide open. At that moment, Jun Changxiao, who was in the center of the vortex, activated the special effects to the extreme, like a supreme master who could control all things in the world. Here came the problem. Why did Goshu rarely use his sword? Because the more he did not need too much description to have an extremely cool scene, a slight pose would burn the budget crazily. If he played too much, the producers would not be able to bear it. However, Xianxia could not care so much this time, because the middle-aged man with 9 swords on his back was not only a sword cultivator, but also a mid-level void-piercing realm, so he had to use a large-scale sword technique. Not bad, not bad. That person's gaze was burning. As a top expert in sword Dao, he could tell from the sword aura that this young man from the 7th floor was not simple. Shwa. He pointed 2 of his fingers at the sky, and the 9 ancient swords behind him flew up into the air like a peacock spreading its tail. He exuded a powerful sword will and said proudly, "Come, let me have a taste of your sword moves." This person's name was Xianxia, the main culprit of the 8th level of hell. He had been obsessed with the sword since he was young, and in the end, he used the sword to prove his Dao. He was definitely a top-notch sword master in the mortal universe. Furthermore, the Starry Sky Fortress had to send out 4 patrol envoys before they were able to capture this person. The first 2 patrol envoys that were sent out were all defeated. The main culprits of the first few levels might be able to look down on each level of the prison due to their special abilities. Xianxia relied on her actual combat power, so her danger level was evaluated as a. The Shang clan ancestor was also very strong and was only a small step away from breaking through to the middle level, but he was only rated as B. Therefore, perhaps the first few floors were just a warm-up for Xianxia, but when faced with the main culprit of the 8th floor of hell, he had to treat it with utmost seriousness. Hoo. The sword intent continued to strengthen, and the area it spread out was even wider. Stones, sand, and dirt were all attracted and gathered in the whirlpool, forming an even more shocking feast of 10,000 swords. Senior. Xianxia floated in the air and said loudly, "Please enlighten me." Xiao. Raising the jade dragon asked the heaven's sword in front of him, the countless spinning sword lights behind him pressed towards Xianxia like a tornado. The special effects were so high, the scene was so strong that it directly stirred up space, although Xianxia had never focused on cultivating the way of the sword. As his realm continued to increase, his understanding of this aspect became deeper and deeper, especially the 10,000 swords returned to origin, which had reached the point of perfection, this sword strike. It was absolutely stunning. Even the patrol envoys who were watching through the light screen were deeply shocked by the sword force that was like a torrential storm. To be able to reach such a level in the way of the sword and sword skills, what kind of terrifying training did this child go through? The envoy frowned. Experts in the martial way were very common in the mortal universe, but experts in the way of the sword needed to comprehend it day after day. Those who were able to achieve great things all had unimaginable hardships. For example, Zhou Hong. Ever since he joined the Sect of all times, he had been cultivating and comprehending the way of the sword every day. It could be said that he was wholeheartedly devoted, which was something that many martial artists could not achieve. No one could succeed so easily. Behind the brilliance was countless trials and tribulations. Of course, Xianxia was an exception. Huff huff. Huff huff huff, the second move, all things as swords, was like a tornado or a giant dragon with barbs all over its body. The sword intent that erupted also became unprecedentedly strong. Xiao. Sword marks were drawn in the space, as if it could be cut apart at any time. Xianxia clasped his hands together, his beard fluttering in the wind. With a serious expression, he said, 9 swords in one, I, the unique and righteous. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. The 9 ancient swords behind him in the shape of a peacock spreading its tail quickly gathered together, and then a huge sword shadow appeared, slashing down at the incoming swords with a strong sword intent. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. Another sword aura erupted, and the space could no longer withstand it and began to collapse. However, just as the 2 powerful sword intents were about to collide, the sword gleams that were formed by various miscellaneous items suddenly scattered and swept over from all directions. Xiao. The sword gleams evaded the huge swords and swept past Xianxia like locusts passing by. Ding! 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 The sword gleam swept past and stabbed into the prison wall. Boom! At the same time, the power of the 9 swords smashed onto the ground like a mountain, shattering the sword gleams that did not attack. Xiao! 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 After the strong sword aura gradually dissipated, the 9 extraordinary ancient swords flew over and entered the scabbard on Xianxia's back. Jun Changxiao was still floating in midair with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere was very quiet. Huff! A gust of wind blew over, and a tuft of Xianxia's beard fell off. He then cupped his hands and said, "Although you are not strong, your control of sword Dao has reached the pinnacle. I have lost." "Thank you." Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said. "Is it over?" "It should be. Judging from the aura, Master Yi seems to be stronger." "Why did he admit defeat?" "What do you know? In a real battle of sword Dao experts, it is not about who is stronger, but who has a deeper understanding of sword Dao. Could it be that this seemingly young guy has a better understanding of sword Dao than Master Yi? Otherwise, why would he admit defeat?" The prisoners were discussing and did not hear the notification that sounded in Jun Changxiao's ears. Ding! Side mission completed. Obtain 20,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 3000-010-00000. Ding! Congratulations on completing the side mission and triggering the hidden reward. Obtained Lingyan Pavilion's exclusive divine weapon modification Stone X1. It has been transferred to the Infinite Space Ring. After entering the 8th level of Hell, Jun Changxiao received a mission to subdue Xianxia with his sword skills. Now, he had completed it. Ta! He floated down and kept the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword. Jun Changxiao turned to look at the teleportation formation in the distance and then looked up at the camera that captured everything inside. He grinned and said, "Last level left." When Jun Changxiao used his sword skills to subdue Xianxia, he was only 1 level away from clearing the entire hell. Looking back at the process, he felt that it was very simple. The system was speechless. He is really cheap. To subdue Xianxia, Jun Changxiao did not forcefully ask for the soul origin, because he knew that a true sword Dao expert was not allowed to trample on his dignity. If Qin Linran and the others knew about this, they would definitely cry until they fainted in the toilet. Feelings. Our dignity can be trampled on by you as you wish? Everyone. Jun Changxiao looked at the prisoners and said, "Which one of you is from the falling star continent?" 3 men who stood in the crowd without any sense of existence walked out. They were the remaining 3 pitiful martial emperors. A certain reader had guessed correctly. The emperors were mainly surnames, Emperor Zhao, Emperor Qian, and Emperor Sunday F***ck. Could it be more professional and serious? When the 3 emperors learned that Jun Changxiao came from the falling star continent to save them, they were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. Although the 9 great martial emperors who were imprisoned in hell were pitiful and had no sense of existence, they were still very important to Jun Changxiao because they were related to 2 epic missions. In fact, whether or not he could ascend to the throne depended on the 9 of them. "The 3 of you," Jun Changxiao said seriously, "when I defeat the main culprit of the last level, I will save you." Because they had long discovered that there was a projection array that could capture them at any time, important conversations at any level were carried out through sound transmission. Jun Patriarch. Emperor Qian said, "The last level of hell is imprisoning a terrifying demon, don't be rash." Head? Jun Changxiao said, "A vicious beast?" Emperor Sun's eyes flashed with a trace of fear, and said, "It is said that this is an ancient vicious beast with a lifespan of at least 50,000 years. Back then, it was only subdued by the joint efforts of the 12 patrol envoys." "It can't be?" Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. Shang Yuhen had once said that the patrol envoys of the Starry Sky Fortress all had the strength of a middle void-piercing realm. The main culprit of the 9 levels of hell was too fierce. "Should we go down?" Jun Changxiao was at a loss. He had the talisman of Cosmos and the Great Sage suit, so he wasn't afraid of his opponent. The problem was that if he were to fight, he would definitely have to use up his trump cards. Was there a need for that? The system said. The epic quest is only to rescue the 9 great martial emperors. It doesn't require the host to clear it. Therefore, it's better for the host to quickly think of a way to break out of prison and return to the falling star continent. Ding. Side quest activated. Again? Xianxia pulled open the data panel. After seeing the content of the mission, he cursed, "You are King Toxic Healer." The system also collapsed. If it had a physical body, it would definitely give itself a few slaps. The side mission was, "Please defeat the main culprit of the last level of the 9 levels of hell, elite mission." Xianxia had already cleared the 8th floor. Now that there was a mission that required him to defeat the culprit on the last floor, what was the difference between that and clearing all the levels mentioned by the system? AI. Xianxia shook his head and said, "For the sake of the elite mission, I have to go." If it was still the same ordinary mission that rewarded 20,000 contribution points, he might consider giving up. But this time, as a real man, he couldn't be a coward at that moment. The late sect leader Wang forcefully appeared and frantically buffed him with the Iron Bones buff. Ta! Xianxia strode forward. June Patriarch. When the 3 martial emperors saw him walking towards the teleportation array that led to the 9th level of hell, their expressions gradually froze. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, raised his head and said in surprise, "Your Excellency is going to the lowest level?" "That's right," Xianxia said. Xianxia clasped his fists and said in admiration, "A real man." He knew that there was a terrifying demon imprisoned below. He had considered whether to challenge it many times, but in the end, he dismissed the idea because he wasn't too confident. Ta! Under everyone's gaze, Xianxia stepped into the array and then disappeared with a whoosh. He went down. He really went down. The main culprit imprisoned at the lowest level is a cruel ancient ferocious beast. That guy is going to be finished. The prisoners in the 9th level of hell had never seen the last main culprit, but they had all heard that the other party was extremely powerful. There were even rumors that he had 1 foot in the upper-level void-piercing realm. June Patriarch. The 3 martial emperors prayed in their hearts, "I hope you can survive." In the patrol room. When Xianxia entered the teleportation array, the envoy who had been watching the screen frowned and said, "This guy is really brave. He actually dared to challenge the demon that we barely managed to subdue after joining forces." "I'm afraid he's going to die," the envoy said. The envoy thought for a moment and used a special method to send a voice transmission, "Third brother, stop him and test his strength." Xianxia lost to Xianxia. He didn't think that it was because Gosheng was strong, but because he had a high understanding of the sword Dao and subdued the other party. So, if they really fought, if that guy wasn't willing to reveal more of his strength, it would be difficult to defeat the envoy. Roger. Swoosh. The scene in front of him was chaotic. Xianxia was in an environment full of flowing lights, so he said in surprise, "This is the last level? Why doesn't it feel like a prison, but some kind of illusion?" "That's right. This is an illusion." The burly envoy strode out from the boundary of flowing lights. The cape behind him fluttered without wind, and his whole body emitted the aura of a marine admiral. "You are?" Although Xianxia asked, he had already guessed his identity from his clothes. "One of the 12 patrolling envoys of the Starry Sky Fortress." The envoy stopped, clasped his hands together, raised his head slightly, and said proudly, "Who?" "Who?" Xianxia grinned and said, "The other 11. Patrolling envoys, are they called Zishu, Chonyou, and Mao Tu?" "That's right," the envoy said. Xianxia joked, "You shouldn't be called patrolling envoys, but zodiac envoys." The envoy took advantage of the other party's teleportation and brought him into the illusion, not to chat, so he said lightly, "Fighting from the 1st level to the 8th level, you are quite capable." Luck, Xianxia said. The envoy asked, "Is it luck that you killed the Dark Demon King?" Xianxia's expression changed slightly. "How did he know about this?" "Kid." The envoy grinned and said, "Take off the human skin mask on your face, because we already know your identity." Xianxia was a little embarrassed. Swoosh. Inscription emissary shrugged his shoulders and shook off his cloak, revealing his muscular arms. It was obvious that he was a strength-type player. Come. He said proudly, fight with me. Xianxia shook his head and said, I still want to challenge the main culprit of the last level of hell. If you can't even beat me, you will be tortured in the 9th level of hell. The envoy said, come, if you beat me, I will give you 1,000,000 9th-grade spirit stones. Xianxia really didn't want to fight with him. After all, he needed to save energy to complete the side mission, but he was tempting him with spirit stones. F*CK, is he humiliating me? F*CK, does he think that Jun is greedy for money? Swoosh. Xianxia pulled off the mask on his face and returned to his super handsome appearance. He shouted, bring it on. Boom, suddenly, the space rumbled and shook, and violent psionic energy surged out like waves. When everything gradually weakened, who stood where Xianxia was and moved forward. His right fist was in a bombardment shape and covered in layers of energy. The camera cut to the distance and saw Gosheng, who had passed all 8 levels, embedded in the space barrier in a sexy V shape. His entire face was stuck to the barrier as if he was wearing a plastic wrap. Reader, nice. Give me the ticket. Xianxia was able to subdue Yifei Xue, who required several patrol envoys to work together. He relied on 10,000 swords converging and his deep understanding of swordsmanship despite his low level. Therefore, it was not true strength. Then, could Gosheng fight against a middle-level void-piercing realm cultivator? Just now, he was sent flying by Yinhu's punch. There seemed to be a gap between them. The system roared, a gap my ass, there's obviously a big gap. What's the point of forcing Gosheng to redeem himself? Damn it. Xianxia fell from the space, then staggered to stabilize himself. He rubbed his chest and said angrily, what kind of hero is he to suddenly attack? Although he said so, he was a little shocked. The moment the other party attacked, he only felt a strong aura pressing down on him, and then he was sent flying before he could catch the movement. The gap between him and a middle-level void-piercing realm cultivator was too big. It's normal, the system said. The host is only whooshing at the consummate level. Strictly speaking, there's a gap of 2 realms between you and a middle-level void-piercing realm cultivator. The anger on Xianxia's face was replaced by a smile. The battle with the Star Navigation King in the Soul Race continent made him realize the gap between realms. Facing the patrol envoys this time, the gap was even stronger. Xianxia's spirit energy and blood boiled, and his eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. He said, this is interesting. Huff, huff. In an instant, the great saint set on him flashed, especially the lotus silk cloud-walking shoes, which seemed to be shrouded in clouds. Huh? Yinhu's eyes were filled with surprise. He saw Xianxia's equipment from the screen, but did not take it to heart. It was not until today that he realized it was not ordinary. Good guy. A full set of top-grade equipment. Whoosh! At this moment, Xianxia took a step forward, and with the help of the lotus silk cloud-walking shoes, he appeared in front of Yinhu at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. He punched with absolute power. Boom! 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 Inside the colorful illusion, violent energy suddenly emerged, forming the momentum of mountains and tsunamis. However, the emissary stood where he was and allowed Xianxia to attack him. He did not move an inch and even smiled. Among the 12 patrol envoys, his defense was second only to the ugly envoy. With the support of the great sage Set, Xianxia's combat prowess had increased by quite a bit. However, it was still a little difficult to shake him with just fists. Boom! His fist was aimed at the crotch area of his lower body. Xianxia, because he had been attacking for a long time without success, he was a little anxious, so he didn't pay attention and hit the wrong place. Since he had used it, he might as well use it. After all, no one saw it. Brat. The envoy frowned and said, that's not very kind of you. Boom boom boom. Xianxia took the opportunity to throw a few more punches, but when he saw that the other party was only frowning without much change in expression, he roared in his heart, does he not feel pain? Shwa. While he was thinking, Yinshu's powerful and heavy arm swung over, bringing along a violent wave of air, blowing Gosheng so hard that he almost couldn't open his eyes. Boom, on the light screen in the patrol room, it could be clearly seen that in the illusion, Xianxia seemed to have been slapped away by Xianxia and crashed into the space barrier, causing it to cave in. "Isn't he too weak?" the ugly emissary said in shock. The black emissary, who was in female form but had a male voice, flicked his hair and said, challenging the main offender of the 9th floor of hell, "Are you sure you're not courting death?" Seeing that Xianxia was sent flying by Yin twice in a row, the patrol emissaries expressed their disappointment and even had some doubts about the information sent by Old Seven. It was this guy. Could he defeat the Dark Demon King? The envoy clasped his fingers and locked onto Xianxia on the light screen. He said, "This guy may be deliberately hiding his strength." As the boss of the patrol emissaries, he was always clear-headed, so he didn't think that the guy who could fight from the 1st floor to the 8th floor would be too weak. But in fact, only Xianxia, who was at the consummate level of Wuxing, was really weak when facing a real middle-level void-piercing realm cultivator without activating the invincible mode. He didn't hide his strength either. In the illusion, Yin stood where he was and said speechlessly, "Kid, how did you deal with the Dark Demon King when you're so weak?" There was no disdain in his words. He was just unhappy that Yin had deliberately come to intercept him, hoping to have a good fight, but the opponent was weaker than expected. He was really disappointed. Xianxia fell from the space barrier again, then his shoulders and head drooped. He said, "Please don't doubt me." "I don't want to doubt you either." Yin said truthfully, "But your strength is really terrible, so I have to doubt you." "Is that so?" Xianxia, who had been keeping his head down, smiled and then gently raised his right hand, grabbing the green dragon crescent blade that appeared. His whole body was instantly enveloped by the loyal blue attribute. "Huh?" The envoy's eyes were filled with surprise. The envoy said solemnly, "This guy is going to be serious." The ugly emissary, the black emissary, and the others all stared at the light screen, curious about the blue attribute that suddenly emerged. Happiness doesn't need to wait until tomorrow. The next second feels so far away. If freedom can be uninterrupted, fine, I'll be an immortal forever. In the training field of the Sect of all times, the disciples led by Lu Wancher were doing their daily morning exercises to the accompaniment of Nez's theme song. The melody seemed to have pierced through the void and appeared in the illusion of the starry fortress. When the blue attribute weakened, Xianxia was already in the air, the green dragon crescent blade gathering power and ready to slash down. Behind him, there was the mighty and tall Guan Yu. This was the special effect of Wuxing's soul. Although it appeared a lot in the early stages and rarely appeared in the later stages, when it was activated again, the aura that spread out was still intimidating. Many of the weapons in the shop could not keep up with the times. This was undeniable, but it did not mean that they were abandoned, because the strength of a weapon ultimately depended on the strength of the user. "Me. June." Xianxia roared angrily, "I'm someone you can't afford to offend." Whoosh, with the enhancement of spiritual energy, nascent soul constitution, and special effects, the blade of the green dragon crescent blade shone brightly, and the blade aura that came out of it seemed to turn into a raging green dragon. Ka ka ka, ka 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 ka. The space in the illusion was instantly cut apart, and the system could not help but exclaim, "This operation of forcefully enhancing equipment in the early stages is really Gosheng." Stomp, Yin took a step forward, and a serious look appeared on his face. He then gathered power in his hands and grabbed at the blade aura that came pressing down. Boom, in an instant, the blue aura spread out in the illusion like a rising tide. Yin was still standing in the same place, his hands holding the blade aura that seemed to have turned into a green dragon. He grinned and said, "Although this attack is not bad, it's still lacking." "Is that so?" Xianxia, who was suspended in the air, had a strange smile on his face. Huff 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 huff, huff 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 huff, his body was once again shrouded in some special energy, and the soul of Wuxing gathered behind him quickly dissipated, and was replaced by a hairy soul with a thunderous mouth. Special effects. The great sage had returned. In the background music, a Macat-like soul took over Guan Yu's place. It wore the same suit as Xianxiao's. It closed its eyes and crossed its arms as its red cape fluttered in the wind. Whoosh! An aura that refused to submit to heaven and earth erupted, covering the entire illusion in an instant. It made Jun Changxiao and Yin Hu look extremely small in comparison. What was style? Even if it had just appeared, even if it closed its eyes and crossed its arms, it would still exude an invisible and deadly aura. This was the real style, the style that a top mighty should have, that was right. This was the monkey that jumped out of a rock and dared to go against the heavenly court. If Li Qingyang and the others were present, they would have knelt down because Goxing had convinced them that this was the founder of the sect of all times, the true leader of the generation. The sun messenger and the ugly messenger widened their eyes. After the new soul appeared, the light screen that was responsible for capturing the image began to tremble. Impossible. The sun messenger was shocked. Impossible. The projection array that existed in the 9 hells was very advanced, but now it was trembling under some kind of power. It was unbelievable. The ugly messenger and the others frowned. Although they were not in the illusion, they could tell that the soul that seemed real was very scary just from the image projected by the light screen. This was not the source of the power, because no one could be sure how strong it was before it made a move. Just the lazy posture of standing with his arms crossed had the effect of intimidating them. The camera returned to the illusion and Jun Changxiao, who was hovering in the air. He stood under the burst of power of the soul, feeling as if he had ascended to heaven. The blood in his body burned instantly, and he could not help but say, "Great sage." Although the Monkey King that appeared was different from the TV series, it did not stop Goxing from having a strong sense of worship in his heart. After all, this was a well-known superhero in Xianxia. Swoosh! Standing behind Jun Changxiao like a god, the great sage, heaven's equal, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 crimson lights flickered as he said, "Kid, are you sure you want to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife?" Whoosh! As he spoke, a gust of wind swept up. Yin Hu took several steps back, and his eyes were filled with shock. The soul had only spoken 2 sentences, but the pressure it contained was enough to make him tremble in fear. This is what I call imposing. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, when will I be able to achieve that? The system replied, as long as the host is willing to invest contribution points, the day will come when the host becomes as strong as a great sage. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and raised his green dragon crescent blade, pointing it at Yin Hu and saying in an imposing manner, "Take care of him." AI. The great sage, heaven's equal soul, sighed and said, "Although I don't agree with you, since you've summoned me," then, he tilted his head slightly to the side and placed his right hand on his ear. Then, as he separated his right hand, the shining Rui Jingu Bang gradually appeared. The action of summoning the weapon was super cool. The author's writing skills are limited, so please use your imagination to fill in the gaps. Hoo-hoo. The moment the Rui Jingu Bang appeared, the aura within the illusion reached its peak. Yin Hu's face gradually turned ferocious, and he was considering whether or not he should retreat. It was too late. Because after the great sage summoned his signature weapon, it flew out from behind Jun Changxiao and came crashing down. He did not even bother to shout lines like "Eat my staff" because the opponent was too weak. The Rui Jingu Bang came crashing down, but there was no strong shockwave. In fact, it was very slow. However, the formless pressure made it difficult for Yin Hu to move. This is bad. He frowned. The seemingly simple and unadorned staff came crashing down, but it was definitely packed with shocking power. Arg! Yin Hu clenched his fists and broke through the restraints of the pressure. He raised his head and roared. The clothes on his upper body exploded, revealing his solid muscles. The tiger head tattoo on his chest shone brightly. Roar! A huge tiger beast that looked both real and illusory appeared out of nowhere. It raised its head and roared. Its violent eyes and ferocious appearance would definitely scare children to tears. Yin Hu had used his trump card. He had completely unleashed the power of the tiger stored in his body. The Rui Jingu Bang did not give the huge tiger beast a chance to roar a second time. It smashed down on its head, causing it to tear up. Boom! The power of the tiger shattered on the spot. The Rui Jingu Bang continued to come crashing down. Before Yin Hu could use his mystique to break and spit out blood, he caught it with his head. His eyelids rolled up and he fainted on the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Huh! The great sage, heaven's equal, put away his weapon and yawned. So, it's a tiger demon. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. The patrol envoy was a mid-level void-piercing realm cultivator, and he fainted on the spot after being hit by the Monkey King. If he went all out, wouldn't he be able to kill everything? A staff that was worth 100,000 contribution points came crashing down. Even though Ian who had used his strongest trump card, he was still killed in an instant. What did that mean? It meant that once one had the ability to make money, there was nothing difficult in the world. Kid. The great sage, Heaven's equals soul gradually dissipated. He said, if you meet such an opponent again, don't summon me. It's a waste of time. Understood, great sage. Xianxia watched as his childhood idol turned into a cloud of mist and returned to the three-piece set. Then, he walked over to the unconscious Ian who and shook his head. I should have asked him to pay 1,000,000 spirit stones from the start. The patrol envoy didn't have a space ring, so Goshen couldn't skillfully loot his body. It was indeed a pity. I'll owe it to you. Xianxia said to himself, if there's a chance, I'll ask for it with interest. Whoosh, at that moment, the illusion suddenly collapsed. Goshen was in endless darkness, and the words 9th floor of hell gradually appeared above him. The unconscious Ian who was teleported to the patrol room. The envoy Z and the others looked at the bump on their heads and all fell silent. Just a moment ago, many of them were still questioning Xianxia and how he took care of the Dark Lord. Now, they all understood. Boss. The envoy Z said solemnly, what kind of mystique did that kid use? How could he summon a soul that killed Ian who in an instant? The envoy Z held his chin and said, I don't know. Look. The envoy Z pointed at the light screen and said, that kid ran into the main culprit. The envoy Z and the envoy Z turned their eyes and saw Xianxia, who was in a magma-like area, looking up at a behemoth. It wasn't a human, nor was it a beast, because it didn't have any physical form. It only had a big open eye, and it was emitting a black aura. It was bound by dozens of chains with seal patterns engraved on them. The main culprit of the 9th floor of hell, the final boss of the checkpoint. It looks so ugly. Xianxia said with a look of disdain. Bullsh*T. The big eye rushed out and tightened all the chains, roaring, I'm the most perfect living form in the mortal universe. As soon as it spoke, Xianxia saw a mouth so small that it was almost invisible under the eye, so he held his head and said, I'm afraid you have a misunderstanding about the perfect living form. The main culprit of the 9th floor of hell was a big eyeball monster. Its overall shape was very much like a large football. Its skin was sunken to varying degrees, just like the surface of the moon. It was so ugly that people could not look at it directly. Not to mention why it was bound by so many chains, just based on its appearance, Xianxia felt that it should be locked up. Otherwise, it would be a crime to go out and scare children and plants. However, speechless. This guy actually had the cheek to say that he had a perfect spiritual body. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person. The system promptly complained, he is still lacking compared to the host. I can vouch for this with my dignity. Scram. Xianxia looked at the big eyeball again and resisted the urge to vomit, evolving into such an ugly appearance. Aren't you afraid of scaring yourself when you sleep at night? The side mission was to defeat it. Goshen would definitely mock it mercilessly. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. The big eyeball monster struggled. Unfortunately, under the chains, it could not pounce over. It could only roar with anger, brat, I'm going to eat you. Xianxia, who was originally a little worried, saw that the other party could not break free from the chains. He took a step forward, maintaining the closest distance, and laughed in an extremely annoying manner, come, come. Xiao. At this moment, the patterns on the chains disappeared into thin air, and immediately, bang bang bang, all of them broke. The smile on Xianxia's face stiffened. Whoosh whoosh. The big eyeball monster, which was not suppressed by the chains, suddenly burst into its strongest state. One could only see the majestic evil aura pressing down on them like waves. This is troublesome, boom. A rumbling sound came from the 9th floor of hell. Ripples spread out crazily, shaking the dozens of array barriers in the dark to gradually materialize, boss. In the patrol room, the ugly emissary said with a solemn expression, "Without the master's permission, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to remove the seal of the eyes of the void." The black emissary said worriedly, "If it gets too big, it will shake the prison's defense system." "It won't." The black emissary clasped his fingers and said seriously, "The eyes of the void has been sealed for so long. Even if it temporarily regains its freedom, its strength will be greatly reduced. It will definitely not be able to bring the defense system." Boom. Before he could finish speaking, another powerful movement came from the light screen. The ceiling of the 9 hells was hit by the giant eyeball monster's powerful attack, and instantly, waves of energy rippled. Buzz buzz buzz. Dozens of array formations began to distort. The envoy smiled coldly and said, "You want to break out of prison as soon as the seal is broken? What do you think the Starry Sky Fortress is?" Boom, boom, the large eyeball continued to crash into the defensive barrier. Although the explosion of power was strong, it only caused the barrier to tremble and showed no signs of being shaken. When the prisoners of the 8th floor of hell felt the quake-like shaking, they couldn't help but wonder if that fellow had already started fighting with the main culprit of the 9th floor of hell. Xianxia thought to herself, "This isn't caused by a fight, but more like a deliberate collision. Could it be, that guy wants to break out of prison by force?" Boom, boom, in the 9th floor of hell, the giant eyeball monster was still crashing into the defensive system of the Starry Sky Fortress. Although it caused a huge commotion, it was actually of no use. "Ugly freak." Suddenly, a voice came from the dark area below. "Are you ignoring me?" The void eye, which was about to attack the defensive barrier, turned its eyeball and found that the human it had sent flying was walking out with a long spear. "You're still alive?" Xianxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was undeniable that the sudden attack of the giant eyeball was very strong, even stronger than Yin, but how could he be killed in a second when he was wearing the great sage set? Xianxia looked up and said, "We're on the same side. Neither of us is resigned to our fate, and we're eager to break out of this cage and pursue freedom. Come." He pointed the spear and said boldly, "Become my contract beast, and we'll work together to pierce through the sky." Huff huff huff. As soon as he said that, the dark aura suddenly appeared in midair and quickly condensed into a large hand, tightly grasping Xianxia, who had just entered the tricking mode. The void eye sneered. "Kid, haven't you realized that I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant?" Huff huff. Huff huff huff. The evil power of darkness erupted again, dancing around like a group of demons. "You're underestimating me?" Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. He was clearly being controlled and could die at any time, but he could still smile. This made the giant eyeball furious. "Damn you, I'll make you wish you were dead." Whoosh. 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 The surrounding dark power instantly pressed down on Xianxia. However, just as it was about to get close, Gosheng suddenly opened his mouth and took the initiative to suck the evil energy into his body. The void eye was stunned. The Z messenger and the Cho messenger were also dumbfounded. The Mao messenger covered his mouth and said in shock, "He actually ate it." Not only was Xianxia eating, but he was also eating very happily, his eyes narrowed into a line. "Dad." In his energy center, little Xia said excitedly, "I love you." Huff huff huff. The evil energy that was absorbed into his body was all transferred over, as if it was a super tonic being swallowed by the little guy, and then it was strengthening itself bit by bit. The void eye was an evil being. Little Xia, who was born in the mortal universe, was also an evil being. Therefore, when Xianxia came to the 9th level of hell and saw the giant eyeball covered in dark energy, he was immediately overjoyed. Little Xia has food. For example, when the seal was lifted, the terrifying energy wave that pressed down had not seeped into his body yet, but he took the initiative to absorb it and then let the evil spirit convert it into energy. The void eye was shocked. Its evil energy was an incurable poison to any living being, but this guy took the initiative to absorb so much of it and was completely fine. This was unbelievable. Huff huff. At this moment, Xianxia had already swallowed all the dark power that pressed down on him. He lowered his head and aimed his mouth at the big hand that was holding him tightly. "Eat. Eat all of it. Dad." The evil spirit said loudly, "Can I do it myself?" "Okay." Xianxia looked up and opened his mouth. Whoosh! Little Xia flew out of his dantian and attached herself to the big dark hand in the form of a 2 or 3-year-old child. Her eyes were filled with ecstasy, and then she began to gorge herself. "This is," the giant eyeball exclaimed, "an evil spirit." The voice was transmitted to the patrol room through the array. The Zizi and the others all stood up with shock in their eyes. In the mortal universe, a special consciousness would form, and then gradually form a spirit seed. Finally, it would evolve into a spirit body, a spirit infant, and finally a complete creature. To put it bluntly, it was the upgraded version of the heaven and earth element. However, because it was born in the endless universe, its power was far stronger than that of its kind, and it was even known as the king of the elements. Spirit seeds were extremely rare, and top powerhouses dreamed of obtaining them. Now, the spirit body that represented the most evil, the infant spirit had appeared in the 9th level of hell, and the patrol envoys could not remain calm. "It's over." The Void Eye's eyes were filled with despair. It was not a spirit body, but an evil beast. In front of the infant spirit that was born from the essence of the universe, it was really delicious food. Because no matter how powerful the negative attack was, it was impossible to shake the king of evil. "Calm down, calm down." The Void Eye was still calm, and it thought to itself, "This infant spirit doesn't seem to be too strong. I should still have a chance." It stopped thinking, and its eyes widened to the extreme again. Because another red light flew out of Xianxia's mouth and then floated in front of it. From the lotus shape, a 3-year-old child gradually unfolded. He patted his little bellyband and said, "Who gave you the courage to bully my father?" Although the power of the eyes of the void had no effect on little Xia and might even be a tonic, the other party didn't seem to be strong. He should still be able to save it. However, when Xiaohua flew out of Xianxia's mouth and opened its mouth arrogantly, the big-eyed monster suddenly froze. "Fire! Fire, soul spirit!" The voice of the eyes of the void was already trembling, and it was obviously crying. After all, the evil spirit was of the same attribute as it, and the fire soul spirit was of the opposite attribute. Can I still be saved?" When Xiaohua appeared, the shock in the eyes of Zizhu and the others was even more intense. It was already very amazing to have one spirit seed in the mortal universe, but that guy actually had 2. This was simply shocking. What's more, one was evil, and the other was fire. They should be mutually exclusive. Why could they coexist? Xianxia himself couldn't explain this problem. If he had to give a reason, it would be the Sky Origin Soul Suppressing Tower. Oh. Right. There was this thing too. In terms of strength, the big-eyed monster was almost the same as the dark demon who had previously harmed the world. The latter had been trained to call her grandaunt. If the former was taken in, the result could be imagined. No wonder Xianxia almost couldn't help laughing on the spot when he saw that the last boss was an evil creature. "Even if you gave me a human powerhouse, similar to the patrol envoy level, I might have to pay a price." This one didn't need to, since he had the magically modified vacuum cleaner. Goshen definitely had rich clinical experience in dealing with unclean evil creatures. In summary, the eyes of the void was hopeless. It was also about to cry because the fire soul spirit had frightened it. The evil spirit was eating the evil attribute crazily. At this speed, it would soon be eaten up. Every bit of power it released was condensed with painstaking efforts, but now it had become a wedding dress for others. "Friend," the eyes of the void said in a serious tone, "what you just said, we can seriously discuss it." "What is it?" "Become my contract beast and work together to poke a hole in the sky." It was scared. In the face of 2 little goblins who ate people without putting salt, if it didn't cower, its 10,000 years of cultivation would be in vain. "Sorry." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I don't want to discuss it with you." Little Xia had consumed a lot of evil attribute energy in a short period of time, and her strength had clearly increased, so he gave up on the idea of subduing her. The system said, "It's mainly because it's too ugly." "Father," Xiaohua asked, "can I refine it?" It couldn't consume the evil attribute, but it could use flames to purify and then enhance itself. For example, its current baby spirit form was also because it had defeated the Dark Demon King. In terms of strength, there was not much difference between the two evil beings. If he could purify them to his heart's content, he would definitely benefit greatly. Sure. Xianxia agreed. The big eyeball monster was now equivalent to a big cake. As a father, he would definitely share it equally with his sons and not be biased. Xiaohua turned its head, its eyes twinkling. You. What are you doing? Don't act recklessly. The Void Eye panicked. In the end, it looked at Xianxia and roared, "Brat, don't push me too far." That was right. His situation was very dangerous, but even a clay figurine has a temper. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, if the spirit of the fire spirit really dared to, huff huff. Xiaohua pouted and clenched its fists. Flames that could purify all evil in the world suddenly erupted, and it instantly turned into a small fireball. Seeing this, the Void Eye's anger and courage instantly withered. This little guy clearly didn't look very strong, so why did its flames make its mind tremble, if it knew that little Xia, who was eating elemental energy, was once a dark demon king and had been refined into an infant spirit, it would understand why. Hey! Xiaohua said proudly, you have to cooperate, or it'll hurt. The Void Eye despaired. No. I have to eat faster. Seeing that the big brother that always bullied it wanted a share of the pie, little Xia devoured the evil attribute even faster. After a short while, the dark hand that bound Xianxia was completely devoured. Then, it looked at the Void Eye with a scorching gaze as if it was looking at a big cake. Ah! The big eyeball monster couldn't take it anymore. It roared angrily and then viciously slammed toward the ceiling. It wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. It wanted to break through the defenses and find a way to survive. Boom! Boom! The Void Eye completely went berserk and began to madly attack. The 9th floor of hell was instantly enveloped by a monstrous evil aura, which made Xiaohua and little Xia even more excited. Go! Whoosh whoosh! The two little guys rushed over and stuck to each other like plasters. One opened its mouth and ate, while the other used fire to purify it. Children. They liked to snatch food and toys. Thus, neither of them was willing to fall behind. They wanted to take their share of the pie as quickly as possible. This made the Void Eye suffer. It could only desperately ram into the wall and resist. Boss. The ugly emissary frowned. Should we stop them? The two baby spirits that flew out of Xianxia's body shocked them greatly. However, if they just watched from the sidelines, the main culprit of the 9th floor of hell would probably be completely wiped out. Master said so. The ugly emissary said, every floor of hell has a teleportation formation that allows others to go down. The purpose is that if someone defeats the main culprit of the same floor, they will be replaced. Boss, you mean if that guy defeats the Void Eye, he will become the new main culprit of the 9th floor of hell? The rabbit asked. That's right. The ugly emissary kept looking at the big eyeball monster that was being bullied by the two baby spirits. To be honest, deep in his heart, he wanted to see the Void Eye purified. Because this ancient great evil was too dangerous, and his master insisted on keeping it locked up. If it really broke out one day, it would definitely be a disaster for the mortal universe. Although the word justice was not written on the cloaks of the 12 patrol emissaries, they all had a righteous heart. For this reason, they were willing to serve in the Starry Sky Fortress and not pursue a higher martial path. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions frequently came from the 9th floor of hell, which made the prisoners of the 8th floor of hell very anxious. However, after a few hours, the commotion became quieter and quieter. What's going on? That guy fought with the main culprit for so long? It should be over by now. Yes. It was over. However, it was not as the prisoners thought. Xianxia was being tortured to death because he was leisurely sitting in the distance and drinking tea. Plop! The huge Void Eye fell to the ground. Little Xia and the young man were still attached to it like two parasites. Judging from the current situation, the big eyeball's body was dark brown, which meant that the evil attribute in its body had either been absorbed or refined by the flames. His entire cultivation base had been wiped out, the most tragic thing was that it had become a wedding dress for the two baby spirits. Swish! Little Xia reluctantly landed, then lay on the ground, rubbed her protruding belly with both hands, and said happily, "That was so satisfying." "Dad," Xiaohua said, "we can keep this ugly thing. When we condense enough evil attribute in the future, we can continue to improve our strength." Hearing that, the void-eye fainted on the spot. Xiaohua and little Xia only dealt with the energy in the big eyeball monster's body, causing it to fall into absolute weakness. But as long as the tank was still there, as long as it was placed outside, sooner or later it would be filled with water again after a rainy day. So, this was a carrier that could be recycled again and again. "Come." Jun Changxiao walked over and said with a smile, "Now we can discuss it properly." For Xiaohua and little Xia, he decided to endure the risk of vomiting and forcefully subdue this ugly monster. "The system said, a father's love is like a mountain. F***ck off." Jun Changxiao cursed, then said with a cold expression, "I will only give you 3 seconds to consider. If you don't compromise, then wait to be turned into ashes." Tears flowed out of the big eyeball monster's eyes. This must be deliberately sent by the Starry Sky Fortress to torture it. 1. Compromise. Compromise. As a great ferocious beast of the ancient era, it immediately admitted defeat after hearing Jun Changxiao's words. Of the two infant spirits, one could eat its attributes, and the other could purify its attributes. Facing them head-on was equivalent to courting death. "Relax your mind, don't resist." As Jun Changxiao spoke, he released his soul force and then integrated it into the void-eye's mind, beginning to sign an unfair contract. Xiaohua and little Xia stood on both sides, crossing their arms and raising their heads, looking like they would beat it up if it didn't behave. Jun Changxiao had experienced signing contracts with beasts many times, so he could be said to be quite experienced. Coupled with the fact that the target was very cooperative, it only took half an hour to complete the contract. "Master." The void-eye respectfully shouted. At this point, the 9 main criminals of the 9 levels of hell were all dealt with by Jun Changxiao, and he also unlocked the completion achievement. Ding! Side quest completed. Reward, 50,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 8000,010,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and triggering the hidden reward. Reward, Lingyan Pavilion Exclusive Divine Weapon Modification Stone X1, Opening Seal Talisman, 3, X1, has been transferred to the spatial ring. Because the void-eye had become Jun Changxiao's contract beast, the side quest was completed. The exclusive Divine Weapon Modification Stone would be given to almost all missions, so it was not a rare item. Now that he was rewarded with an Opening Seal Talisman, he would definitely feel great. Brat. Suddenly, a voice came from the projection array in the sky. "According to the rules of the Starry Sky Fortress, since you have dealt with the Eye of the Void, from now on, you are the main culprit of this layer of hell." Swish, on Jun Changxiao's prison uniform, the word main culprit gradually appeared. Images of him were also transmitted to the other 8 hells, and all the prisoners witnessed it. "Oh my God!" Shang Yohan's eyes widened as he said, "The Patriarch has become the main culprit, and the main culprit of the 9th floor," the Harkin exclaimed, "Master is truly ferocious." The other prisoners of hell, such as Huyen Yao and Nebula Kid, also saw the words gathered in front of Jun Changxiao's chest through the light screen that suddenly appeared. They were shocked and said, "He actually cleared the level." The entire prison was in an uproar. However, a change in the master of the 9 hells was a very big matter. Therefore, after the announcement was made, images appeared in the Starry Sky Fortress as well as voices. For a moment, Goshing seemed to have appeared on TV, becoming the focus of everyone's attention and causing an even more intense sensation. The 9th floor of hell actually changed its main culprit. "I heard that the one who was previously imprisoned was an ancient great evil, whose strength was infinitely close to the upper level of the void-piercing realm. This guy can defeat it and replace it, his strength must be terrifying. Don't you think that this back view is a bit familiar? Damn. It seems to be the guy who openly attacked at the entrance of the inn." Jun Changxiao returned to his original appearance during the battle with the Yin envoy, but he was still recognized. After all, such an outstanding man, no matter where he was like a firefly in the dark, so bright and so outstanding. It's him, the grumpy brother lying on the hospital bed looked through the window at the light screen. His face and even every muscle on his body stiffened. That guy could actually defeat the main culprit of the 9th floor. His previous provocations were equivalent to frantically testing the boundaries of the underworld. Xianxia replaced the Eye of the Void and became the final boss of the 9 hells, instantly causing a huge sensation. In fact, the martial artists in the city didn't know that this guy fought from the 1st floor to the 9th floor, otherwise the shock would only be greater. The main culprit? After looking at the 2 words printed on the prison uniform, Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't want to be locked up here forever. The host can leave now, the system said. There were 2 reasons for coming to the Starry Sky Fortress. One was to buy the half-saint pill, and the other was to find the 9 great martial emperors. As for clearing the 9 hells, it was just out of interest. So now that it was done, it was time to return to the Starfall continent. The system said, how should the host get out? Yes. Xianxia sat cross-legged and thought, how do I get out? From the 1st floor to the 9th floor, why didn't the fortress care about it? They definitely allowed others to take the initiative to challenge, otherwise they wouldn't have built a teleportation array. To put it simply, as long as you were in hell, you could do whatever you wanted. However, if you wanted to escape, they would definitely not agree. If I take out the space-time worm to gnaw on the defensive array, unless I can break it instantly, they will immediately be alerted. Xianxia thought to himself. The system said seriously, the big eyeball monster attacked for so long just now, but it didn't shake the defensive system. It will be difficult for the host to escape with the space-time worm alone. Alone? Xianxia said, you mean one is not enough? Do I need to gnaw on both the jade flower and the pillar? The system collapsed. What I mean is that the space-time worm won't work. What the hell is he thinking? No rush, no rush. Xianxia thought to himself, I still have to think of a way to take the 9 great martial emperors away, so even if I escape, I have to go up and not directly escape to the outside world. Hey! He raised his head and shouted, I can come down, but can I still go up? No. Xianxia was depressed. If he had known this would happen, he would have thought of a way to secretly take the 9 great martial emperors into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. What if I insist on going up? You can't go up. The envoy sitting in the patrol room said through the formation, because this is the strongest defensive system in the mortal universe. Even upper-level void-piercing cultivators can't do anything about it. Xianxia said disdainfully, no matter what formation in the world, there will be flaws. As long as I want to, I can easily break it. TSK, a few of the patrol envoys snorted. It was undeniable that this guy was very capable to fight his way from the 1st floor to the 9th floor and even defeat the envoy. However, the fortress's formation system was of the highest level in the mortal universe. How could it be easily broken by others? Kid. The envoy said indifferently, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Xianxia spread his hands and said, if you don't believe me, you can take a gamble. Gamble on what? Gamble that your gun doesn't have a... Bah, I said the wrong line. Gamble that if I break through each isolation formation, you will allow me to freely enter and leave inside. What if I can't do it? That big guy who blocked the way earlier, I don't want the 1,000,000 spirit stones he owes me. Xianxia was a person who treated money like dirt, but regarded spirit stones as treasures. Therefore, if he was willing to bet the 1,000,000 spirit stones that Ian who owed him, it meant that he was serious. The envoy fell silent. Could it be that this guy really had the confidence to break the array? Being cautious was an advantage, but being overly cautious would make one a little inflexible, because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Goshing was bragging. Boss. The envoy said, bet with him. Xianxia's arrogant appearance really made people feel very uncomfortable. Humph, the envoy sneered, this kind of arrogant person will only realize his own insignificance when he experiences failure. The envoy thought about it again and said, you can try to break the array that isolates the upper level, but if you dare to escape, you'll have to bear the consequences. Don't worry. Juncheng smiled and said, everyone here is talented, and their words are pleasant to hear. How could I escape from prison? The envoy did not say anything else and got up to leave. However, before he left, he ordered the people on duty to monitor Xianxia all day long. If he did anything illegal, they must inform him immediately and take corresponding countermeasures. If that was the case, why did he agree to let him break the array, from the 1st level to the 9th level, and with 2 spirit seeds in his body, he was definitely a talent. The envoy wanted to see if he had any attainments in arrays. Not to mention. For now, although Xianxia was the main culprit of the 9th level, he had not committed any major crimes. Being locked up in hell was nothing more than fighting in the city, and there was no need to evaluate the level of danger. The main culprits in the 9th level of hell all had a rating, but because Goxing became the final existence in the challenge, he was definitely the first special existence in history that did not have a rating of danger. If the system knew, it would definitely complain again. If this guy really caused trouble, the level of danger could not be represented by a. It had to be specially designed by the reader. How do I break the array? Xianxia sat down and began to think seriously. Because he was being watched, he could not take out the space-time worm and bite it, so if he wanted to break the array, he could only rely on his own wisdom. Elder Zhen once said that. Xianxia thought to himself, any formation formed by formations and lines, no matter how perfect it is, will have a flaw. As long as I can find it, I can easily break it. Shwa. Thinking of this, he floated to his feet. Everything that had happened during this period of time had left a deep impression on him. He was a dual cultivator of sword and martial arts, but he had neglected the fact that he also knew about formations. The main reason was that he was usually lazy and left the work to others. Xianxia stopped at the center of the 9 layers of hell. His powerful soul power immediately surged towards the spatial barrier created by the void eye. Whoosh, he touched it slightly and penetrated it. Xianxia asked in surprise, is it that simple? The formation system had been bombarded countless times by the giant eyeball monster, but it hadn't cracked in the slightest. Yet, his soul had easily fused into it. It was simply too inconceivable. However, a mere second later, Xianxia's expression changed. At this moment, he had fused his soul body into the defensive formation system. The scene that appeared was that of endless lines. They crisscrossed or surrounded one formation after another. It was even more complicated than a chessboard. If the defensive system was compared to a world, Xianxia felt that he was like a grain of sand. No. It's too complicated. Even if we call Elder Zhen and Xianxia over, they might not be able to break it. Xianxia was still bragging arrogantly just now, but after seeing the complicated prison defense system, he immediately withered. Sigh. The system said, let's use a cheat. It's impossible to use a cheat. Xianxia said seriously, I need to prove myself. Next. Xianxia used the time to thinking about how to break the formation, how to go up and take the 9 great martial emperors away. The system was speechless. Even if you break it and gather them all, without using the time and space worm, how are you going to leave the 9 layers of hell? Don't forget, this is only a prison, there are still city defenses outside. I've already thought about it. Xianxia said, use the teleportation gate of the dimensional battlefield to first sneak into the dimensional battlefield. Then use the green flower to break through the barrier of the Soul Race's continent and return to the Falling Star continent through the spacetime tunnel created by the pillar. Damn. The system blurted out. This kind of prison escape idea was simply too amazing. No wonder when the host came to the Starry Sky Fortress, you brought the teleportation gate in advance. So you already had a plan. The system said. No. Xianxia shook his head. I brought the teleportation gate out because I thought that if I encountered any trouble, I could hide in the dimensional battlefield in time. I didn't think about using it to break out of prison. The system was convinced. As long as the dimensional battlefield teleportation gate was set up, it could immediately form an entrance. The host could completely ignore the defense system. Stepping into it was equivalent to stepping into another world. It was the best way to break out of prison. However, the prerequisite, using the teleportation gate will create a whirlpool entrance. the host will be discovered before he steps out. So you need to think of a way to cover it up and not be discovered for a long time. Host, you've changed. How have I changed? Given your character, if you were bullied and locked up in prison, you would definitely think of a way to make a scene. Now, your mind is filled with thoughts of how to escape. Damn. Xianxia roared, I also want to make a scene, but there are still 11 guys as strong as the big guy just now. Even if I use all my trump cards, I might not be able to win. Furthermore, there was still the fortress owner. So, the system said, the host has also grown. You are no longer rash in a passive situation. Instead, you are starting to use your brain to consider problems. I didn't use my brain to consider in the past? Did you? Xianxia had a plan to break out of prison. What was left was to think of a way to break the array that connected to the upper level. Therefore, after a few days of serious consideration, he made up his mind to open the high-level store. The system was speechless. Clearly, he had said that he would rely on himself. In the end, after thinking for a long time, he was thinking about whether to use his current contribution points to try his luck and find a way to break the array. If there is no other way, I will break out of prison first and change my identity to fight again. Then, I will take the 9 great martial emperors away, Xianxia said. The system said, the host's imagination is getting bigger and bigger. Sect of all times. In the main hall of the Ironbone Peak. Just as Xianxia was thinking about how to break out of prison, Yuan Gongzi, Elder Wei, Ding Xingwang, and the other upper echelons of the sect gathered together. Elder Ge said worriedly, Elder Jiang has been going to the Southern Sea Crossing State for a while, and there is still no news. Will there be any accidents? With Hall Master Z and the others following him, it shouldn't be, right? Elder Zhen said. After Xianxia left the Falling Star continent, in order to find his sister, Xianxia finally decided to go to the Southern Sea Crossing State. Accompanying him were the Purple King, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and He Wudi. Now that a few months had passed and there was no news at all, it really worried everyone. Sigh. Yuan Gongzi shook his head and said, if I had known, I would have waited for the patriarch to come back and let him look for her. Elder Wei said, if everything is settled by the patriarch, what is the point of having us? Yuan Gongzi was silent. Elder Wei said, the strength of the sect does not depend on the patriarch alone, but on the strength of the entire sect. When disciples go out to train, it is inevitable that they will encounter trouble, so the most important thing to do is to rely on oneself. Hall Master Wei is right. Ding Xingwang agreed. These 2 experienced old men were not saying that they would not help their disciples if they were in danger, but that they could not rely on the patriarch for everything. There is news. At this moment, Li Luoqiu strode over and said, there is news from the Southern Sea Crossing State. Elder Jiang and the others have been besieged by the local sections. The Drizzle Hall's intelligence network has already spread to the Southern Sea Crossing State? Yuan Gongzi was surprised. Li Luoqiu explained, the news was sent by Yi Xingchen's eagle. I see. Everyone was enlightened. Speaking of Anyo's blue sky jade carving, everyone was actually quite envious. After all, it was very difficult for ordinary people to own a flying beast. Li Luoqiu said, please report that Elder Zhang's sister may have been found, but because of a conflict with the local forces, she can't get out for the time being. She needs the sect's help as soon as possible. Everyone looked at each other. Although they all had positions, and even had the right to support the patriarch, but they did not have the right to mobilize the sect. Elder Wei said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and send people. Although this experienced lover's realm was not the highest in the sect, he was definitely the most prestigious. Inform the eldest disciple, the second disciple, and the others. Inform Hall Master Shui of the War Cavalry Hall. Inform Vice Hall Master Elder Niu of the Spirit Beast Hall to dispatch flying beasts that can cross the sea. Orders were sent out from the sect's main hall. That day, the high-level figures and core disciples of the sect began to move out. Even the 4 elite battle groups of War Cavalry Peak were dispatched. Senior Apprentice Sister Liu. Yao Menjing excitedly said, we are going to fight. At first, the high-level figures of the sect did not plan on letting her go, but they couldn't resist pestering her, so they could only agree. Yao Menjing had the innate demon body and was not accepted by the world. But with the sect of all times' current strength, even if news of this spread throughout the continent, there would not be any righteous sects that dared to cause trouble. Let's go. Poochie. Poochie, flying beasts flapped their wings, carrying the disciples of the sect of all times towards the South Sea. At the very front was Xianxia in her true form, carrying little Long Long and Peppa on her back. They were Xianxia's contract beasts and were also part of the sect of all times. Now that Xianxia and the others were in trouble, they would naturally go to help. Cluck. 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 Suddenly, the sound of a rooster crowing echoed through the skies. The rooster that was normally responsible for crowing and had the bloodline of the vermilion bird was waving its two large wings as it chased after them, its speed not inferior to Xiaomaxian's. As for what sort of trouble Xianxia and the others were in, it was still unknown. But, as soon as the sect of all times obtained news, they immediately sent out all of their elites. Who knew, would the local influences of the South Sea crossing state be able to withstand this, big idiot black? Sitting at the highest point of Ironbone Peak, White Rakshasa said, the sect seems to be moving. Should we help? Black Rakshasa shook his head. We only need to protect the falling star continent. This sort of trivial matter can be left to them. All right. White Rakshasa no longer spoke. If Jun Changxiao was in the sect, he definitely wouldn't have allowed them to go. After all, this rescue mission to the South Sea crossing state was a trial for the sect. Sending two fathers over was the same as announcing the death sentence of the other party. The sect of all times was the first and foremost principle. Never convince others with martial prowess, only with virtue. South Sea Do State. The Purple King was wearing clothes that would never be worn out. He crossed his arms and hung above the mountains, exuding an aura of disdain. Although this Tao Hua Kuan from the upper realm who dared to steal dragon eggs had not recovered to its peak, the aura of a king around him was getting stronger. On the mountain peak ahead, there were 7 old men dressed in the same uniform standing there. They were the 7 grand elders of the Qixing Palace, and their strength was at the level of Wu Xin. As for the Qixing Palace, it was the strongest sect in the South Sea Do State, and its status was equivalent to the mainland's Taishan Zone. Are you guys fighting one-on-one? Or a group fight? The Purple King said proudly. His tone was as if he was saying that he was not afraid of one-on-one fights. The 7 grand elders' faces turned gloomy. They had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time and did not care about worldly affairs. But some time ago, a few outsiders suddenly appeared in the Do State. They were extremely flamboyant and made enemies with many sects, so they came out of seclusion. Sure enough. They were very arrogant. Kid. A grand elder said coldly, our Qixing Palace is mainly proficient in formations. When we fight, we always fight together. TSK, the Purple King said, let's fight together. Don't find excuses. Anger appeared on the faces of the 7 elders. Come, come. The Purple King waved his hand and said, come at me together. This guy was really not afraid of being beaten up by a group. Since he came to the Falling Star continent, he had always been fighting alone. Especially after joining the sect of all times, the situation was getting worse. There was no choice. Who asked Hall Master Z to be so thick-skinned? For someone like him, if he did not fight alone, it would be meaningless to live. The 7 grand elders had not seen such an arrogant guy for a long time. Anger rose in their bodies. Then, they looked at each other and turned into streams of light and rushed over. From the order of their actions, it was obvious that there was some kind of formation mystery. Hall Master Z's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Some time ago, he sparred with the disciples who used the square heaven and earth formation every day. Although he could not hold on when there were too many people, he still had rich clinical experience. You want to play this trick with me, unless your combined array formation is stronger than my sect of all times. Even though Hall Master Z had always emphasized that she had become a member of the sect because she and Jun Changxiao were using each other, deep down, she had already approved of it. After all, she had completely fallen in love with Lu Wancher's food. He and Yi Xingchen in the Imagination Trio were both representatives of the Tsundere type. They were both stubborn types. Swish, swish, the 7 Grand Elders flew over and quickly surrounded the Purple King. Then, they operated the array and immediately formed layers of flowing light barriers. Hoo-hoo! A gust of wind rose between the sky and the earth, and dense spiritual energy spread out wantonly. The Purple King didn't move an inch from beginning to end. Only when he was trapped in the formation did he slowly take off his clothes and put on his exclusive divine weapon, Hellish Fury, on his fists. With his current strength, he would have no problem fighting 7 Wuxing. However, since the other party had formed a formation, he had to take it seriously. The 7 Grand Elders were on the verge of collapse. They could still tolerate this guy taking off his clothes when fighting, but when he wore red underwear and a pair of pink gloves, they really couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, the 7 Grand Elders, who were originally serious, said in unison with a ferocious expression, "You're a pervert." Boom! Suddenly, the Purple King punched out, causing the barrier to tremble violently. That's right. I'm a pervert. Hall Master Z wasn't human. He didn't care about what the world thought of him. Therefore, he didn't feel any psychological pressure while wearing pink gloves. If it was Go Xing, perhaps, he would really do it. After all, everyone knew that he was shameless. The 7 Grand Elders' expressions changed. The other party's seemingly ordinary punch was able to shake the barrier of their formation. His strength was much stronger than they imagined. Everyone. One of the Grand Elders said in a deep voice, "Make your move." Hoo-hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. In an instant, the spiritual energy inside the formation exploded, and then it condensed into illusions that ruthlessly pressed forward. Come. The Purple King roared furiously, "Fight to the end." Because of the incompetent roar title, his roar directly shattered the dozens of illusions that were approaching him. The 7 Grand Elders were shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful attack that contained such a powerful sound. Boom. 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 Within the combination formation, the Purple King fully unleashed his strength, and a wonderful battle unfolded. The camera also turned to the distance, toward an area with dust and craters everywhere. Boom. 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 The violent spiritual energy bombarded like cannonballs, and the ripples from the aftershocks rippled crazily, constantly destroying the surrounding space and environment. The ones attacking were dozens of Wu Huang and half-saint level experts. They stood in different positions, and all kinds of energy converged on one point to bombard it. After bombarding for a while, they finally stopped, panting. Hoo-hoo! A cold wind blew, blowing away the dust and spiritual energy in the bombardment area. The first thing that came into view was a golden shield that emitted a heavy aura, surrounded by a materialized barrier. The shield was Xiao Ziji's. At this moment, he was standing proudly next to it. Yi Xingchen and He Wudi were also there. The two of them held their hands and floated in the air. One was cold and arrogant, and the other was calm and indifferent. The dozens of martial artists' expressions became interesting. They had attacked together for such a long time, but they still couldn't break the defensive barrier set up by the other side. This was really a blow to their self-esteem. Junior brothers. Xiao Ziji said, "I'll hold them back. You two go and help Elder Jiang." "No need." Yi Xingchen stepped out of the defense area, took out the wine gourd at his waist, and said indifferently, "Leave this trash to me." "Okay, junior brother." When Xiao Ziji said this, he had already flown far away with He Wudi. As for the defensive barrier behind Anyo, it had disappeared. "Damn, aren't you guys leaving too quickly? Go." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dozens of martial artists immediately launched the second round of attacks. Dazzling energy came from all directions. Death parting. Jun Chongxiao threw the wine gourd up and shouted, "Sacrifice to the heavens." Hoo-hoo. The white jade gourd in the air flashed and then expanded rapidly. The mouth of the gourd rotated and absorbed all the energy that came from all directions. The dozens of martial artists were instantly dumbfounded. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, the huge wine gourd faced the place with the most people and suddenly spewed out all the energy that it had just absorbed. Not good. Dodge quickly. Boom. 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 Although the dozens of martial artists reacted quickly, they couldn't dodge in time. They were instantly hit by the energy that they released and fell down like kites with their strings cut. Trash. Xianxia said indifferently. His personal divine weapon, Death Parting, had the first form of a wine jar and was mainly used to behead people. The second form of the gourd could absorb all the energy and then control it to attack others. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the reinforcements from the various sects in due state flew over. There were close to 10,000 martial artists who couldn't fly on the road. Mo Wuji did not know what Demon King Zisu and the others had done to cause them to be collectively targeted. Go! One of the upper echelons shouted angrily. Swish! Swish, swish! Wuhuang class experts from various sects in due state flew over and surrounded Xianxia in 3 layers. This number of people and this lineup was a little daunting. Xianxia might be proud and aloof, but he still felt a little guilty at this moment. After all, these people were too, junior brother. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. We are here. Whoosh! 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 The core disciples of the Sect of all times, led by Xianxia, flew over at an extremely fast speed. That kind of unyielding aura was like dark clouds pressing down. Junior brother. We are here. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, 7 Fields, and the others shouted in unison. Their voices seemed to be able to shake the mountains and rivers. Xianxia was startled. When he was in danger, there was a group of fellow disciples coming to help him. That kind of feeling was really good. Gradually, Night Emperor's lips curled up into a smile. Huff. Huff. Boundless spiritual energy shrouded his entire body. With the scene of his fellow disciples coming to help him, he looked up at the sky and shouted, I am no longer alone. Whoosh! 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 Countless 7 mystic rays burst out and blasted away all the enemies surrounding Xianxia. Whoosh! 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 Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others flew over one after another and stood behind Anyo in various hovering postures. At that moment, the explosive momentum seemed to be able to break through the 9 heavens. Jun Chanxiao had been to the East Sea Fishing State and the West Sea Spiritual State, but he hadn't been to the South Sea Dew State. However, today, the core disciples led by Li Qingyang carried the banner of the Patriarch and appeared in this mysterious and strange land. Junior brother, we're here. The shouts from the crowd seemed to shake the heavens and the earth, shaking the mountains and rivers. Who are they? Seeing the streaks of light flying toward them like arrows, the masters of the various sects were shocked. They had mobilized almost all the disciples of the Wuhuang sect to deal with these outsiders, but they only had a little over 100 people. Now, there were at least 300 people flying toward them from the sky. Streaks of light and afterimages were left behind in the sky, bringing an extremely powerful visual experience to the onlookers. Swoosh! 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 Li Qingyang and the others flew to Xianxia. The powerful aura around them made the masters of the South Sea Dew State realize that these people were definitely the top of the Wuhuang sect. In the past, the sect of all times was very weak. Facing the invasion of the evil sects in Huayang County, they could only rely on Elder Wei, who had no cultivation base. But now, the sect of all times was very powerful. Because all the core disciples were at the peak of the Wuhuang sect, and there were even many martial kings in the sect, the sects of the South Sea Dew State, even if you add the martial king Wuhuang sect, you still can't beat them. What was the foundation? Hundreds of Wuhuang sect disciples hovered in front of Night Emperor, looking at the masters of the South Sea Dew State with arrogance, indifference, and disdain. This was the most powerful foundation of a sect, the ninth-rate sect, which was once despised by the world, gradually evolved from a dilapidated room to a magnificent one. At first, there was only one sect master, but now, all kinds of disciples were gathered. They were all growing and becoming stronger. Although the process took a long time and it took 1,000 chapters. Sect Master Wang, if you can see me in heaven, please take a look. These disciples are inheriting your principle of being a man of steel and doing things of steel. They are fighting against all the sects of a large overseas state. When the disciples of the sect of all times flew over and gradually gathered in the sky, they emitted an unyielding aura. The experts of the Southern Sea Crossing State were scared silly. After all, this lineup was too terrifying. Retreat? Was it too late? Boom! Right at this moment, an earth-shaking explosion came from afar. The Purple King, who was wearing only red underwear, flew out from the billowing shockwaves. His purple hair fluttered in the wind as hell rage gathered a powerful force. Puff! Pooh! The 7 Grand Elders of the Qixing Palace were scattered in different positions and could not suppress the boiling blood in their bodies from spurting out. Their combined formation was very powerful, but in the end, it was unable to resist the battle-hardened the Purple King, and was destroyed by his absolute strength. However, what shocked the 7 of them was that a young man shrouded in flames suddenly appeared in their field of vision. He raised his claws that were similar to those of a ferocious beast and coldly said, "Dry and clumsy, not round at all." Not good. Boom! One of the Grand Elders did not have time to dodge and was immediately bombarded by Little Long Long's extremely powerful punch. His entire body was blasted down and directly smashed into several mountain peaks. The other few people's faces changed greatly. Hee hee. All of a sudden, a light laughter rang in their ears. Only then did the few Grand Elders realize that a girl about 12 or 13 years old was floating behind them. She gently raised her small hand, and rays of light that resembled feathers appeared out of nowhere. "Let me do it for you guys." Swoosh! 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 The sky was filled with flying feathers, and streams of light shot out like sharp arrows. Boom! 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 A series of explosions came from the sky. Because the power was too strong, the space began to crack and collapse. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the explosion area, the 7 Grand Elders flew out in a sorry state and then scurried around like headless flies. Obviously, they realized that Little Long Long and Xianxia were very strong. Huff! Huff! However, just as one of the Grand Elders flew out, a terrifying evil aura suddenly erupted from the sky. The 5 absolute palms ruthlessly pressed down. Boom! The ground suddenly caved in, and dust filled the sky. Ding Xinguang stood at the highest point with his hands behind his back and said with a cold gaze, "None of you can escape." Yes. The other Grand Elders couldn't escape. Because Little Long Long, Xiaomaxian, the Ning brothers, Old Gu, and the other higher-ups had already chased after them. Unless they used cheats, there was no way out. The Xianxia sect of the Southern Sea Crossing State would never have imagined that because of their call, it would eventually affect all the sects in the state and eventually lead to a sect of all times, Xianxia Sect. A sect that cultivated the Xianxia sect. According to the continent's hierarchy, it could barely be considered a fifth-rate sect. This sect's cultivation method was very strange. It required a male and female combination. Therefore, every once in a while, they would send people to the continent to find suitable women. Because it wasn't too extreme, the women would also benefit from it. Therefore, not only was it not labeled as an evil sect, but it had also existed in the crossing state for nearly 1,000 years. Some time ago, the Xianxia sect brought back dozens of good-looking women from the continent as usual. Before they could distribute them to the disciples, a few unfamiliar martial artists came to ask for them. After all, it was considered a fifth-rate sect. Who could tolerate it when others barged in without permission? Fight, they had to fight, however, they couldn't beat a few strangers at all. The sect was almost torn down. To be able to stay in the crossing state for so long, the Xianxia sect must have a good relationship with other sections. Therefore, they hurriedly sent a distress signal and invited many powerhouses to help. However, the strangers were very valiant and beat up all the helpers. This caused the people who were beaten up to continue calling for help. In the end, the matter spread to the entire crossing state. Even the Qixing Palace with a high status was involved. In summary, a small matter fermented into a big matter. As for the strangers who barged into the Xianxia sect, they were naturally the Purple King and the others. Their purpose was also Xianxia relying on his essence spirit body to capture a familiar figure that he had been thinking about day and night. Although he had been separated from his sister for a long time, the image of her in his heart would never be erased. Therefore, when he came to the Xianxia sect and blasted open the cell wall, he saw the woman curled up in the corner and shivered. He was stunned on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. Her hair was disheveled, her face was pale, her eyes were lifeless, and her body was covered in wounds. Xianxia's head exploded and his mentality collapsed. He gathered violent strength in his right fist and smashed the rows of buildings in the Yin sect. Then, he walked out of the dust and walked toward the main hall. He said with killing intent, "How dare you hurt my sister? Unforgivable." Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and the others who followed him were silent. They could see that the poor woman who was locked up in the cell must have been beaten and abused. Her dull eyes indicated that she seemed to be delirious. The Purple King hovered in the air and said indifferently, "There's no need for the Yin sect to exist. As the Hall Master of the Spirit Beast Hall of the Sect of all times, I declare that it will be destroyed with immediate effect." Back to the present, back to the time when Xiao Ziji and He Wudi abandoned Yi Xingchen. In the Yin sect that had turned into ruins, Xianxia walked out of the dust with a woman in his arms. "Who are you?" "Xianxia. I don't think I know you. Where are you taking me?" "I'm taking you home." "Home? Eh? Why are you crying?" Xianxia stopped. He could no longer control his emotions. He hugged his long-lost sister and cried, "God, why are you doing this to me? Brat." Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. "You must die for destroying my sect in due state today." Whoosh! 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 A white-haired old man flew over from the sky. He raised his right hand and gathered a powerful palm print. Boom! The dilapidated Yin sect was damaged again. Many buildings were instantly turned into dust by the violent airwaves. When everything dissipated, Xiao Ziji stood behind Xianxia with a shield. His feet sank into the ground, and he forced a smile on his face. The old man frowned. "This is a grudge between the Sect of all times and the Yin sect. Do you really want to get involved?" He Wudi's voice came from behind. The two of them abandoned Yi Xingchen and came to the Yin sect to help Elder Jiang because they were worried that something would happen. As expected, it happened. "Sect of all times?" The old man said with a cold gaze, "How dare a nameless sect come to due state and behave atrociously?" Although he had not been to the mainland for a long time, he knew about the famous sections. As for the Sect of all times, he had never heard of it. "Nameless sect?" He Wudi said, "You're really uninformed." He suddenly stopped talking because the spiritual thoughts he released had captured a large group of his fellow sect members flying over from afar and attacking the enemies surrounding Yi Xingchen. The white-haired old man also noticed it. His eyes gradually widened, especially when he saw the 7 grand elders of the Qixing Palace being chased and bullied. His heart was in turmoil. "Did you see that?" He Wudi said, "This is the nameless sect of all times in your eyes." The white-haired old man's mouth twitched violently. "It's only been a few decades since I went to the mainland. Since when did a sect like Wu Huang and Demi-Saint Wuxing appear everywhere?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the ground shook. Dust flew in the distance as if a storm was coming. The white-haired old man's eyes almost popped out. Because in the dust, thousands of martial artists in fine armor rode on various ferocious beasts armed to the teeth. They were charging over with great momentum. "Ready the arrows!" Zhongyi shouted. The members of the cavalry of wolves took out arrows from the quiver on their backs and put them on the dragon-tooth bows. Swoosh! 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 Strictly trained hurricane wolves rushed over like the wind. From a bird's-eye view, they looked like a tide. The direction they were heading was the reinforcements of the various sects in due state. F***CK. What's going on? Retreat, retreat, retreat. In an instant, the martial artists of the various sects turned around and fled in the direction they came from. They were not afraid of the powerful mounts of the Sect of all times, nor were they afraid of the excellent equipment. They were afraid that the other party was a martial king. They could accept 100 martial kings, but thousands of martial kings. Who could bear it? Who could bear it? A few of the Qixing Palace's supreme elders who were staggering and fleeing saw the cavalry of war coming over. They cried in their hearts, "Who the hell are they?" The appearance of the cavalry of war's members instantly pushed the Sect of all times' momentum to the peak. The martial artists of due state could only cover their heads and flee. Everyone! Yuan Gongzi stood on the mountain peak. He picked up the loudspeaker given by the patriarch and shouted, "Pay up and we won't kill." 4 words. He had perfectly inherited Goshing's style. Pay up and we won't kill. Pay up and we won't kill. The cavalry of war's members also shouted. Their voices were so loud that it seemed to pierce through the sky. With the Sect of all times' current strength, they could completely wipe out the sects of Du State in the South Sea. However, they were in the same line after all. There was no need to be so ruthless. In short, this trip across the sea could not be in vain. Did you hear that? He Wudi retracted his spiritual thoughts and said, if you pay up now, there's still a chance for reconciliation. Otherwise, you and your sect will end up like the Xianxia sect. The white-haired old man's expression was ugly. He was extremely regretful. Why was he here? Why didn't he continue to cultivate in seclusion? Because of the Xianxia sect, all the sects of Du State in the South Sea had sent their disciples over. There were as many as 40 to 50,000 of them. At this moment, they were squatting in the open space with their hands on their heads. The fully armed cavalry of war's members rode on their spirit beasts and scattered around, surrounding them. On the mountain peak in the distance, the supreme elders of Qixing Palace and the other sects' higher-ups were panting as they stood on the rocks. Judging from the sweat on their foreheads, they seemed to be very tired. The Purple King, Ding Xingwang, and the others were hovering on the mountain peak, watching coldly. The current situation was that not only were the Du State's disciples surrounded, but the sect's higher-ups could not escape either. Everyone. Yuan Gongzi raised his loudspeaker and said seriously, the family of my sect's elder was kidnapped by your Du State's sections. They were tortured until they forgot everything. How do you want to settle this score? Back then at the Demon Emperor's gate, Goshing had settled scores with him. Now that it was his turn to settle scores with others, it felt really good. Friend. A sect leader said with an ugly expression, it's the Xianxia sect who bullied your sect's elder's family. It has nothing to do with us. We can't be responsible for this. Since it has nothing to do with us, Yuan Gongzi said, why did you send people over? Why did you besiege our sect of all times disciples? That sect leader was speechless. They definitely did not do it for the Xianxia sect, but for the dignity of the Du State sections. In the end, their dignity was not maintained, and they could not return. Yuan Gongzi said lightly, since you're involved, you have to be responsible. So please cooperate and hand over your spiritual stones, ores, herbs, and crystal cores. Of course. If you're not worried about the risk, you can choose to refuse. Although his words were polite, anyone could tell that it was a threat. Sure enough, the promoted patriarch of Fu was very similar to Goshing's style. After a short silence, the Qixing Palace's grand elders and the sect's higher-ups could only choose to admit defeat and hand over various martial arts resources. Because there were many sects involved, and there were many high-level powerhouses, they obtained a lot of spiritual stones, herbs, and other things. If Jun Changxiao, who was far away in the 9th level of hell, knew about this, he would definitely be happy. Everyone. After Yuan Gongzi checked them one by one, he cupped his hands and said, we'll meet again in the mountains and rivers. Let's meet again in the martial arts world. Let's go. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, the members of the war cavalry hall left first. The Purple King and the others also left one after another. After watching them all leave, the Du State's higher-ups said in their hearts, goodbye, we'll never see each other again. After the East Seas Yu State and the West Seas Ling State, the South Seas Du State was inevitably visited by the sect of all times. Although the local sects didn't suffer any casualties, they lost a lot of money. They should be glad that Jun Changxiao wasn't in the sect. If he brought people here and saw Xianxia's family being tortured by the Xianxia sect and his disciples besieged, he would definitely bankrupt the sects in the entire state. Sister. On the way back to the mainland, Xianxia said to himself, the patriarch must have a way to restore your consciousness and memory. However, when he looked down at the woman who was smiling at him foolishly, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. 9 Transformation Spirit Cleansing Pill? Jun Changxiao, who was far away in the starry sky fortress, was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. His eyes were locked on the newly refreshed advanced shop items. He said to himself, this kind of medicine that recovers damaged souls doesn't seem to have any effect. P.S. 4,200 plus words, 2 in 1. It's impossible for me to cheat. I need to prove myself. This was what Xianxia had said earlier. Now, he had secretly pulled out a high-level store. There was no integrity at all. There was no other way. The defense system of the 9th floor of hell was too strong. Xianxia regretted giving the holy grade formation potential liquid to Elder Zhen. Otherwise, he might have been able to use it himself. Stop dreaming. The system said, even if the host takes the holy grade potential liquid, he's only an array saint in the falling star continent. The fortress defense system is at least at the array emperor level. It wasn't afraid of being slapped in the face. Because it had a very strict scientific basis. Xianxia didn't say anything. He browsed through the newly refreshed products and saw the pill called 9 Revolution Spirit Cleansing Pill at first glance. According to the introduction, this pill could quickly restore one's mind and soul after taking it. It's useless, Xianxia said. Useless? The system said, are you serious? What I mean is, it's useless to me now, Xianxia said. A pill that could restore one's soul was definitely awesome. However, he needed something that could help him get out of trouble and find the 9 great martial emperors. Naturally, he wouldn't consider spending 10,000 contribution points to buy a pill. Continue looking. The system didn't recommend him to buy it. With the limited contribution points, it was indeed not worth it to buy the 9 Revolution Spirit Cleansing Pill. Xianxia continued to watch, and in the end, he collapsed. There were many good things in the refreshed products, but there were none that provided immediate combat power. Just buy something and refresh again. As a qualified salesman, the system definitely had the basic qualities. Xianxia's heart ached. However, thinking that the first epic mission had a time limit and he had to return to the falling star continent as soon as possible, he decided to refresh again. Here came the problem. According to the rules, he had to spend money to trigger the refresh condition. What should I buy? Xianxia was in a dilemma. He could spend 10 contribution points to buy a product in the beginner store and continue to refresh. For a high-level store to refresh twice, it would cost at least 20,000 contribution points. The system said, recommend the host to buy the 9 Revolution Spirit Cleansing Pill. Reason? With the host's current level, the opponents you encounter are all at the Martial Emperor level or even stronger. Once you're injured, it won't just affect your body, it will also affect your soul. Therefore, this kind of elixir is a must-have when you go out and seek death. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, that makes sense. Furthermore, the system said, based on the host's personality, if he meets an extremely strong opponent that he can't defeat, he will definitely use the stone statue's power. If he consumes it in time before he loses his mind, he might be able to effectively avoid chi deviation. The first reason had tempted Xianxia, and the second reason had tempted him as well. Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained 9 Revolution Spirit Cleansing Pill X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 6000,010,0000. Who? Each refresh and purchase cost 20,000 contribution points. This made Xianxia take a deep breath and say, next time, you must get something good. Ding. Sect contribution points 50,000,010,0000. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Unbridled laughter rang out in the 9 hells, and through the light screen, it was transmitted to the ears of the patrolmen who were in charge of surveillance all day long. What's wrong with this guy? Did he drive himself crazy because he couldn't break through the array defense? It's possible. Xianxia had been sitting cross-legged for the past few days, like a monk in meditation. Suddenly, he laughed out loud, and it did indeed feel like he had gone crazy. In fact, every time this kind of unbridled laughter appeared, it meant that he had obtained something good from the store. It was so good that he couldn't control his emotions. Then, what did he get? Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained Chi Man Duanjia's array breaking chapter X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 4000-010-0000. Schwa. Jun Changxiao's soul entered the spatial ring and held the ancient secret manual that had just appeared in his hands. His eyes were burning as he said, "This kind of thing that teaches others how to break through formations is more useful than the formation aptitude liquid." He found it troublesome and tiring to let this guy set up the array, so he would rather hand it over to Elder Zhen. However, if it was to break through the array, then he would be a little interested. The system said, as long as the host is willing to invest, there will definitely be gains. Get out of my way. Jun Changxiao opened the front page, and his blood immediately boiled, because what was written on it, all the formations in the world can be traced, and all of them can be broken through. Therefore, at the end of his life, he created the Qi Man Duanjia's array-breaking chapter and passed it down to future generations. Signed by, Qi Men Formation God. What the heck, to dare to use the name God, this creator was too awesome. Indeed, as written in the secret manual, there was no absolutely perfect formation in the world. As long as one followed the rules of the arrangement, there would eventually be flaws, but how to find them was a skill. The Qi Man Duanjia's array-breaking chapter was divided into 3 levels, beginner, expert, and master, corresponding to different levels of formation systems. Jun Changxiao began to read, and when he finished reading the beginner level, he exclaimed, "What a godly person." He had taken a lot of formation talent liquid, and had even asked Elder Zhen for advice, so his understanding of formations was not weak. However, after reading the Qi Men Formation God's analysis of the structure and layout of formations, he suddenly felt that what he had learned before was bullshit. Sure enough, there is always someone better than you. Jun Changxiao thought, if I can fully understand the array-breaking chapter, not only will I be able to break through the prison's defense system, but it will also be of great help in the future. Learn, I must learn, even if it takes time and energy, it doesn't matter. There is a path to the mountain of books, and the sea of learning is boundless. It was rare that Jun Changxiao didn't pursue the power of cheating, but instead, he devoted himself to learning, even forgetting about time and himself. Second brother. In the patrol room, the Mausher looked at the screen and said, "This guy has been sitting there for half a month, could it be that he is still trying to connect to the next layer of formation?" The ugly emissary said indifferently, "Who in the mortal universe can break this level of formation system? In my opinion, he has already given up and is now sleeping." Pfft, the Mausher covered his mouth and laughed. The ugly emissary almost couldn't help but throw a punch. After all, the other party's laughter was very attractive, but his voice was very masculine, the 9th layer of hell. Jun Changxiao was still sitting cross-legged, his soul had already merged with the formation system on the ceiling, as if his whole body was placed in an intricate chessboard. Flaws. Full of flaws. After seriously studying the entry level of the array-breaking chapter, those complicated formations and lines were all full of flaws. Whoosh! 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 Jun Changxiao's soul immediately scattered, turning into streams of light that merged with the various formations and lines, and even merged with the projection formation. Half an hour later, Jun Changxiao opened his eyes from his meditative state. Then, he got up and flew up. In the end, he easily blended in. Second brother. The Mausher kept staring at the motionless Jun Changxiao on the screen, and said, "How long is this kid going to sleep for?" "As long as he stays still, who cares how long he sleeps?" The ugly emissary said. The two of them probably never dreamed that the scene on the screen would be fixed on Jun Changxiao sitting cross-legged, and even, the images connecting to the other layers of the prison, had been secretly tampered with. When he was breaking through the Shifeng suicide tower, Shangguan Xinyao and Zhen Dejuan worked together from the inside and outside, spending a lot of brain cells and time to forcefully break through. The defense system of the 9th floor of hell was definitely stronger, but it was broken by Jun Changxiao in just an hour. Did he dare to say that he did not use any cheats? This time, the system could testify that Goxing did not use any cheats. It was completely done with his own efforts. If he insisted on denying it, he could only blame the Qi Men Duanjia's array-breaking chapter for being too awesome and too easy to learn. Moreover, he had only comprehended the entry level. This kind of easy-to-understand array-breaking secret manual is sold for 10,000 contribution points. High-level stores are really conscientious. After connecting to the defense system above, Xianxia thought to himself. The system was speechless. I've always been very conscientious, okay? Bullshit. Xianxia roared in his heart. I spent twice to buy a 7 profound sunglow broken scroll, and you still have the nerve to use the word always? The system was silent for a moment, then said, this is an accident. If there are a few more accidents, won't I go bankrupt? Xianxia rolled his eyes. Although he was chatting with the system, in reality, his soul force had been spreading out, searching for the projection array that connected to the 8th floor. The formation system here was divided into defense and surveillance. The former was difficult to break, while the latter was easy to break. Xianxia now needed to forcefully steal the information, and then completely fix the transmission image, so as to not be noticed by the patrol envoy, in order to prevent any accidents from happening. Of course. It couldn't be too long. Because it would be exposed in the end. Time is tight. Xianxia threw away all distracting thoughts, his soul frantically spreading out, frantically searching for the projection array system of the 8th floor of hell, and finding it before entering. Fortunately, the 9th floor of hell was mainly set in darkness, and Gosheng's actions happened to be during sleeping time, so the image displayed in the patrol room was always fixed, and did not attract the attention of the ugly emissary and the others. Xiao. Xianxia crawled out from the defensive barrier on the ground of the 8th floor of hell. Xianxia, who was far away, noticed it immediately. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she asked, how did you get up here? The prison had always been a place where prisoners could only go down and not go up. This guy who had just been labeled as the main culprit of the 9th level not long ago was actually able to come up. This was really too surprising. Senior E. Xianxia didn't explain. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, I have a way to leave the 9th floor of hell. Are you coming with me or staying here? Taking away the 9 great martial emperors was a must. However, it would be best if he could take away the main culprits who possessed valiant strength. I'm not leaving. Xianxia said. Xianxia was dumbfounded. In this day and age, were there still people like Zhao Daodu who were unwilling to leave prison because of their feelings for each other? Xianxia said, I've been obsessed with the way of the sword my entire life. Anywhere is fine. Xianxia was speechless. This fellow was the same as Zhou Hong, cultivating the sword Dao to the point of almost becoming a lunatic. Senior E. Xianxia said seriously, although you can cultivate the way of the sword here, it's no different from building a cart behind closed doors. Only by discussing the way of the sword with more like-minded people and learning the strengths of hundreds of schools can you achieve greater success. You're right, but... Xianxia shook his head and said, how many people in this mortal universe are qualified to discuss the way of the sword with me? Formless posturing was the most fatal, Xianxia said, Senior E, I'm afraid you haven't been to the Falling Star continent or the Sect of all times. There's a powerhouse there called Xianxia, known as the Supreme of the Sword Dao. His understanding of the way of the sword is far above mine. The system said, he's starting to persecute Anyo again. Supreme of the Sword Dao? Xianxia's eyes burned with passion, what a domineering name. Coincidentally, I'm also going to the Falling Star continent. If Senior wants to meet Xianxia, I can bring you along. Xianxia said. Time was tight and there was no time to explain. He could only get on the bus first. Sure. Xianxia said straightforwardly. This Xianxia was stronger than Xianxia. He had to experience it. What he pursued was not victory or defeat, but the way of the sword. Senior. Please relax. I'll bring you to a place where it's convenient to escape from prison. Although Xianxia was hesitant, he longed to meet a stronger swordsman. He followed the other party's instructions. Suddenly, he felt his vision blur. He appeared in the Tianyuan prison pagoda, which corresponded to the 8th floor of the prison he was in. As for the 9th floor, the Eye of the Void was already in place. After being trained by area, it was shivering and crying in a corner. Done. Xianxia hurriedly found the 3 emperors, Zhao, Qian, and Sun, and kept them in the pagoda. Then, he sat down cross-legged and continued to communicate with the defense system of the 7th floor. He did not plan to take the other prisoners away for the time being. If he kept everyone on each floor, it would be easy for the fortress to discover. Swoosh! After a while, Xianxia merged into the 7th floor of hell. The words, "My fate is up to me, not the heavens," allowed the Shang clan ancestor to regain the passion of his youth. Thus, he agreed to escape without any hesitation. Then, he was placed in the 7th floor of the pagoda. The other 3 emperors were also taken away. At this time, another advantage of the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda appeared. It could be used as a vehicle to store living beings. On the 6th floor, Qin Linran's soul origin was controlled. On the 5th floor, the wine demon was placed in the 6th and 5th floor because he wanted to meet the supreme of wine Dao. Senior. In the 4th floor of hell, Xianxia said seriously, in the sect of all times of the falling star continent, there's a guy called Xianxia. He's known as the supreme of literature Dao. Not only is he proficient in poetry, but he's also proficient in the 4 arts. He can compose a poem in 7 steps and create 300 Tang poems. System, under this guy's persuasion, Xianxia became the king of all trades. Good. Nebula Kid said, "I'll meet him." Thus, the main culprit of the 4th floor was also placed in the Heaven Origin suppressing pagoda. Iron Marquis on the 3rd floor, Hui Yanyao on the 2nd floor, and Di Ting on the 1st floor were all placed in. Wow. Arya said happily, so many criminals came. Oh my god. Zhao Daodu was shocked, these people are all powerful. They're all top bosses. I'm responsible for looking after them. It must be because of my ancestors. Remember. Xianxia said, you can train the 9th and 6th floor as you wish. You can't train the rest. Yes. Arya received the order. After the master left, she came to the 6th floor. She took out her whip, candle, and other tools and walked toward Qin Linran, who was neither male nor female. You, what are you doing? Pa. Qin Linran had handed over his soul origin and was under Xianxia's control. Why was he still being tortured? Because he looked too feminine. Gosheng hoped that he could regain the masculinity of a man under Arya's training. Don't say. The effect was obvious. After a short period of whipping, Qin Linran's screams gradually turned from feminine to manly. He believed that with continuous modification, he would completely change. The 9 main culprits of the 9 layers of hell were all taken into the Tianyuan prison pagoda by Xianxia. Although it seems like they've been temporarily released, it seems like they've just been moved from one prison to another. It doesn't matter where they're locked up anyways, they don't mind a change of environment. Done. After taking Di Ting away, Xianxia sighed in relief, then looked up at the defensive barrier and muttered, I'll be able to leave once I break through this barrier, right? Xiao. His soul spread out and entered the defensive system. Damn. When Xianxia saw the lines and lines that were much more complicated than the previous few layers of defense he had broken, his expression became interesting. The system answered, the ones host dealt with before were just the gaps between the layers, so they weren't necessarily that strong. But this is the entire prison's defensive system, so of course it won't be that simple. Xianxia's expression became serious. If he wants to break through such a complicated defensive system, it'll take a very long time. If he's discovered during that time, he'll be in big trouble. Don't think about it, the system urged, hurry up and break through it, Sha. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and focused on analyzing and calculating. If it were Shangguan Xinyao and Zhen Deshui, they would have done a thorough analysis of the formation structure and slowly looked for flaws. But Xianxia, who learned the formation-breaking chapter of Qi Menduanjia, was different, because he directly threw away the unnecessary procedures and started from the most crucial point. 1 day. 2 days. The patrol room. The ugly emissary rubbed his chin. Why are the other layers of hell so quiet? Maybe because they were taught a lesson by that brat, so they've all become obedient, the ugly emissary said while chewing on a carrot. That's true, the ugly emissary nodded. The two of them continued to monitor the situation, completely unaware that Xianxia was hiding in a dark corner, madly trying to break through the formation system that connects to the outside world. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. The atmosphere was so tense that it made people want to cry. Because the two Shang clan members who were so many generations apart finally met. Bam! Shang Yuhen kneeled on the ground and cried, "Esteemed ancestor, please accept the worship of this descendant." The Shang clan ancestor was also a little emotional, but after all, he had been through a lot, so he forcefully suppressed it. He waved his hand and used his spiritual energy to help him up, saying, "I already know about what happened in the Tianyuan continent. Child, I've made you suffer." "No." Shang Yuhen said sorrowfully, "I have failed to protect the continent, failed to protect my people, I have failed the ancestors, I have failed the Shang clan." Although the plane had been saved by the patriarch, he still blamed himself because his father and the direct descendants of the Shang clan had died in battle for their homeland. He was the only one who had survived. "Child," the Shang clan ancestor said, "you have worked very hard and even got to know June Patriarch. The Shang clan ancestors in heaven will definitely be happy." "Ancestor, the Shang clan ancestor interrupted, let's talk about June Patriarch. I heard that you've joined his sect?" "Yes, ancestor," Shang Yuhen said. The Shang clan ancestor said with satisfaction, "June Patriarch is not simple. If you can follow him, you will definitely have great achievements in the future." As an emperor who had fought on the battlefield and expanded his territory, he was very good at reading people. Moreover, he had fought from the 1st level to the 9th level. This was a fact that no one could change. "Ancestor," Shang Yuhen said, "my entrance fee is 10 million spirit stones." The Shang clan ancestor's expression froze. It was normal to pay an entrance fee to join a sect, but 10 million spirit stones, it was simply, he said in a deep voice, "Child, you are too little." "Yes," Shang Yuhen said with shame, "Patriarch saved ancestor, 10 million spirit stones is indeed too little. So, I want to add another 10 million. "You must," the Shang clan ancestor said, "adding another 20 million is not too much." Some people might think that the old man's head had been kicked by a donkey. He actually took the initiative to ask his descendants to give him money. In fact, he knew better than anyone how much potential Jun Changxiao had after dealing with the Dark Demon King and the Eye of the Void. My Shang clan descendant will become his disciple. This was definitely a great opportunity. No matter how much money was spent, it was worth it. "Child," the Shang clan ancestor said earnestly, "you must remember that money is a worldly possession. If you lose it, you can earn it again. A chance to change your fate is something that can only be encountered and not sought. Say it more directly." He raised his head and said, "In front of a chance, money is dog shit." If Jun Changxiao, who was deciphering the array system, heard this, he would definitely go up and shake hands, saying, "Senior Shang is still the one who sees it clearly. It just so happens that I don't lack chances. I just lack some money. Why don't we complement each other?" On the 6th level of the prison, Qin Linran was still being tortured by Arya. His screams were already very manly and rough. A man should act like a man. A woman should act like a woman. Neither a man nor a woman. Jun Changxiao could not accept this, so he had to forcibly change him. He could only occupy one side and not both. Big sister. Aunt. Great aunt, Qin Linran was being tortured while begging for mercy. From his tone, it could be heard that there was a change after every training. There was a manliness that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. "Do you still want to paint your nails?" "No." "Do you still want to use rouge and face powder?" "No." "Do you still want to put on eyeliner?" "No." Arya nodded in satisfaction and said, "I hope you can do what you say." "I can do it." Qin Linran raised his hand and said, "I can definitely do it." Under the soul whip, he got rid of his bad habits and completely changed his appearance. When he talked to others, he would spread his legs, and his tone and actions became casual. All of this Jun Changxiao did not know because he sat cross-legged in the prison for 5 days, still focusing on deciphering the array. Shwa. Another day passed. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the defense barrier with extremely high defense coefficient. He said proudly, "No one can trap me." Whoosh, he jumped up and merged into the barrier. Starry Sky Fortress, inside the city. A short white-haired old man was walking on the street with his hands behind his back. His turbid eyes flashed with a hint of clarity. A moment later, he came to the city gate and talked to the guard general. Then, he was allowed to leave the Starry Sky Fortress. The soldiers and passers-by did not. Notice that when the white-haired old man turned around and walked out of the city, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Buzz. Buzz. However, he had just taken a few steps when a bell suddenly rang in the city. It was like some kind of alarm. First level alert. The guard general hurriedly shouted, "Quickly close the city gate. No one is allowed to go out." "Old man," he shouted, "you come back first." Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, the white-haired old man who was walking slowly suddenly straightened his back. As if turning into a ray of light, he rushed toward the city gate that was about to close. The guard general's expression changed and shouted, "Stop him." Boom. Suddenly, a powerful force sounded in the city. It shocked the martial artists. Then, they released their spiritual senses and found that the thick city gate was actually shattered. Damn. Who is so bold? Whoosh. 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 While the passers-by were shocked, void-piercing realm martial artists flew over from 4 directions in the city and then flew out of the broken city gate. Catch him. You must catch him. In the patrol room, the Z envoy saw the broken city gate through the light screen and shouted with a ferocious expression. The ugly envoy, the black envoy, and the others had already moved out. The main culprit of the 9 levels of hell was gone. He had escaped. In the endless dark universe, the ancient warship moved forward at a terrifying speed. The old man standing at the bow of the ship tore off his disguise, revealing Xianxia's face. He looked at the fortress that could no longer be seen with the naked eye and said, "When I finish my mission and break through to Martial Emperor, I will come to thank you for your hospitality." The plot of the Starry Sky Fortress had come to an end. It was not the end, just the beginning. Because only one of the 12 patrol envoys had been defeated and the fortress master had not been encountered yet. More importantly, the demolition teams were not in position and did not explode from the inside out. Xianxia clenched his fists and said with a cold gaze, "When I return as the king, I will dye the sky red with demon blood." Whoosh. Whoosh. Just as he finished his words, several battleships in the direction of the Starry Sky Fortress sped away, and the furious roar of the ugly envoy could be heard, "Brat, even if you run to the ends of the earth, we will still bring you to justice." F***CK. Xianxia was shocked and said with a guilty conscience, "Let's go, let's go." Whoosh, in the drive device, the highest grade spirit stone shone brightly, and the ancient battlefield seemed to jump, leaving the ugly envoy and the others in the dust. They said with despair, "It's actually so fast that we can't even see the tail lights." P.S. The network was cut off last night, and it lasted until today. The maintenance staff checked for a long time and found that there was a problem with the network cable. They will reconnect the network cable tomorrow morning. Say, who sent the blade along the network cable and destroyed my network cable? The performance of the ancient warship was far superior to the warship of the cosmic fortress. Hence, when it sped up, it was so fast that the tail lights could not be seen and the exhaust fumes could not be smelled. Despicable bastard. The ugly emissary, Mao emissary, and the others were furious. If the master knew that all the main criminals of the 9 hells had escaped, he would definitely be enraged. They would definitely be scolded badly. Pfft. The first emissary, who was in the patrol room, spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard the latest news. After a short moment of suppression, he said angrily, "Inform the other patrol emissaries to return to the fortress immediately. Investigate thoroughly, the main culprits must be caught. Big brother." The first emissary, whose eyes were as cold as a snake, said, "The 9 hells formation system must have been tampered with. That's why the ugly emissary and the others did not notice." The first emissary was angry and blamed himself. So that bastard could really break it. I was too careless. Although he did not know how the main culprits escaped, he was sure that it had something to do with Xianxia. Xianxia had said that he wanted to break it, and he had agreed to it. Foolishly, The fortress defense system is extremely strong, but this person could break it so easily. His understanding of formations must be extraordinary. The first emissary frowned. We have to be more careful when we capture him. That's right. The first emissary agreed. If he could break formations, he could definitely set up formations. This kind of strong person who was proficient in formations was usually the most troublesome. Actually, he was overthinking. Xianxia had just learned how to break formations, and he was not as good as Elder Jin when it came to setting up formations. Whoosh! In the endless universe, the ancient warship was speeding towards the falling star continent. Xianxia sat in the cockpit, seriously thinking about a problem. The prison had broken through. However, the fortress would not let it go so easily. It would not be surprising if they came looking for him one day. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head. You can't hide forever. That's why. The system said, the host is still not strong enough. If you were as strong as them, you wouldn't have to worry about them coming looking for you. Xianxia could tell that the system was instigating him to spend money again. If there was an inexhaustible supply of contribution points, whoever didn't spend them till the end of the world was a coward. Of course. The system said, don't be too pessimistic. After all, the 9 great martial emperors have already been rescued. They only need to obtain the recognition of the various sects on the falling star continent to become a martial emperor. Isn't that obvious? Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, otherwise, why would I waste so much effort? If it wasn't for Xianxia's mission, he would have gone to the Starry Sky Fortress to buy some herbs to refine the half-saint elixir. Then, he would have inquired about the overall strength of the Starry Sky Fortress before returning. He would never have deliberately gone to jail. The main reason was that they had met a patrol envoy on the way. The lowest was the middle level of the void-piercing tier, and there were still 12 of them. With Xianxia's current strength, which was not even at the lower level, he definitely would not dare to face them head-on, because if he did, he would have to waste his trump card, and even if he used it, he would definitely win. Right. At the mention of the 9 great martial emperors, Xianxia was puzzled. The people have already been rescued, why hasn't Xianxia's mission been completed yet? The system said, perhaps the host needs to bring them to the falling star continent to fulfill the conditions. I hope so. Xianxia's heart moved, and he summoned all 9 great martial emperors. The few experts who had been imprisoned for thousands of years had already bathed and changed their clothes in the pagoda of confinement. Their miserable appearance had weakened a lot, and they had regained a little of their kingly demeanor. Seeing that they were on the battleship, surrounded by the endless universe, the 9 great martial emperors immediately realized that they had been rescued, so they all cupped their hands and thank you, June Patriarch, for saving us. We are all from the falling star continent, so it's only right that we help each other, Xianxia said. With his current strength, he could completely ignore the 9 great martial emperors, but they were still his seniors, so he naturally had to give them enough respect. Moreover, Xianxia's mission was related to them. Xianxia chatted with the 9 great martial emperors for a while, then put his mind on sailing. Because he had left the sect for a few months, he missed his disciples and Lu Wancher's food very much. At the beginning of his transmigration, Goxing was unfamiliar with the iron bone and the entire world, and even felt out of place. But as he grew and developed along the way, he had already regarded himself as a citizen of the falling star continent, and the sect of all times as his home that he would never leave. If it weren't for the bombs, Xianxia had to work hard. He was willing to spend every day with his disciples in a simple and unadorned way, until they grew old and passed away. Babies. I miss you so much. In the universe, Xianxia's roar came from the starry sky. The faces of his disciples also flashed across his mind, one by one. There was Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, He Wudi, Lu Qianqian, and Lu Wancher. Of course. Xianxia didn't only care about the upper echelons and disciples of the sect, but also his friends from the falling star continent, such as Ai Shangyao, Xie Guangquan, City Lord Han, and Shi Jingxian from Miaohua Palace. Don't forget about your wife. Get lost. Falling star continent. The martial artists in the various provinces and cities were either cultivating or busy as usual. Their days were peaceful as usual. Huff. Huff, huff. Huff, suddenly, a powerful aura pressed down from the sky, and heaven and earth trembled violently. Everyone was dumbfounded. The experts of the various sects walked out of their rooms and looked up at the trembling space. This is, in Taishan Xingzong, Yu Lin Yun, who had just become the patriarch, walked out of the main hall. Seeing the changes in heaven and earth, he said with a trembling voice, "They're here. They're here. They're back." Who, back? All the disciples were confused. Swish, at this moment, a red stream of light tore through space and flew out. When the light gradually dissipated, a middle-aged man with a majestic figure was floating in midair with his hands behind his back. He was surrounded by an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Huff. Huff, huff. 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 The attributes of heaven and earth were affected and started to become excited. Soul the Arch. A Taishan Xingzong elder exclaimed. As soon as he said that, the entire sect fell silent. All the disciples widened their eyes and almost stopped breathing. This middle-aged man who made them want to worship him with just one look was one of the legendary 9 great thearchs. Soul the Arch. It's Soul the Arch. The entire continent was in an uproar. Grandpa Ding, do you know this person? At the entrance of the Sect of All Times cafeteria, Lu Wancher shook her spoon and asked. Ding Xinguang said solemnly, he's one of the 9 great thearchs, Soul the Arch. Oh. Lu Wancher was stunned in the next second. Then, she screamed, 9 great thearchs? Oh my god. Soul the Arch. He's Soul the Arch. Everyone, come out and take a look. When the disciples of the sect heard this, they all raised their heads and looked at the powerhouse with admiration in their eyes. Huh? Yi Xingchen, who had just walked to the training tower, stopped and saw the guy who was posing. He said in disdain, I thought he was dead. Swish. Swish, at that moment, Emperor Li, Emperor Tong, and the rest of the 8 great thearchs appeared in everyone's vision. They floated in the air in an irregular pattern. Their majestic and noble aura spread wildly. It was impossible to tell that they had been imprisoned or tortured. Under the vast aura of the thearchs, ordinary people subconsciously knelt down. Every dimension had its strongest representative. The falling star continent's representatives were the 10 great thearchs. Although one of them had died and there were only 9 left, they were still the people's faith. Today, they had returned. Wait a minute. Just as everyone was extremely excited, a discordant stream of light flew over and stopped above the 9 great thearchs. When the light gradually dissipated, a very despicable handsome face appeared. He posed in a very despicable pose and said in a very despicable voice, I brought the 9 great thearchs back safely. May I ask where the flowers are? Where is the applause? The return of the 9 thearchs shocked the world. However, when Jun Changxiao made his grand entrance and said something coquettishly, the solemn atmosphere was instantly disrupted, and the whole world became silent. The martial emperors were unfamiliar to the martial artists of the falling star continent because they had seen them before. However, the patriarch of the Sect of All Times, who had madly advertised during the Battle of the Dragons and Tigers, had left a deep impression on them. He was the devil. This was a shameless bastard. What did he say? He brought the martial emperors back? Bah! He too. After a short silence, the martial artists of the entire continent despised him. If Jun Changxiao was not so far away, rotten eggs and cabbages would have flown up to him. Despicable guy. He's actually standing higher than the 9 thearchs. Is he rebelling? The fans of the 9 thearchs glared angrily. After all, in their hearts, the 9 thearchs were supreme and could not be disrespected. Get down! Get down! Everyone shouted in unison, and their voices echoed in the sky. Not only did he not receive flowers and applause, but he was also cursed by the crowd. This made Jun Changxiao break down. You can't blame them. The system said, it's mainly because the host is too coquettish. I can't help but want to curse. Jun Changxiao's mood became even worse. Jun Patriarch. At this moment, the Spirit Emperor cupped his hands and said, thanks to your help, the 9 of us can see the light again. I will always remember this great kindness. His voice contained the power of the Emperor, and it spread across the sky. The fans who were clamoring for Jun Changxiao to get off the stage had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Their absolute idol, the Spirit Emperor, one of the 9 thearchs, was actually speaking to that guy in a polite tone. They only heard the politeness and did not see the respectful expression on their faces. Jun Patriarch. The other 8 thearchs cupped their hands and said, "Thank you so much." One martial emperor thanking him was nothing, but 9 martial emperors all turned around and thanked him politely and respectfully. The scene in front of the world was quite shocking. Pa. In the Sect of all times, Li Tian raised the magically modified camera, found the right angle, and pressed the shutter, capturing the scene of the 9 thearchs thanking the Patriarch. Henceforth, the Sect's image pavilion would have a picture that could be used to show off and brag about for a long time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, World Shaking. The reward is 50,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 90,000/100,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the most shocking series of hidden missions in the Falling Star continent. You have received the supreme reward, Sect Function Upgrade X1, Keep Your Word X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. The 9 great martial emperors all expressed their gratitude before the eyes of the crowd. Just as everyone was shocked, a series of notifications rang out. Jun Changxiao understood the upgrade of the Sect's function. But, what did he mean by doing what he said? Swish, after fusing with the spatial ring, he realized that the so-called true promise was actually a conch. What the hell? Jun Changxiao raised his hand to grab it. However, as soon as he touched it, unfamiliar memories instantly flooded into his mind. He couldn't help but blurt out, F***ck. The memories that came out of nowhere explained in detail how to use the true promise. As long as he picked it up, put it near his mouth, and shouted the name and reason of the person related to him, the other party would be upgraded by a large realm. The upper limit was Wuxing. Jun Changxiao was uncultured. He said again, F***ck. Although the Martial Master Pill and Martial King Pill were a little mysterious, they still had some medicinal principles. This kind of treasure that could directly upgrade a person's realm with just a sentence was simply against science and the laws of nature. There's nothing strange about it. The system said indifferently, the strongest sect system has already transcended the laws of nature. As long as the host becomes stronger, as long as the system becomes more advanced, the rewards and goods that can be purchased will always be unimaginable. TSK, Jun Changxiao said, that's not the time when I failed to buy the remnant scroll. Big brother. The system roared, can you not mention the past? I just can't stand your smugness. Come on, beat me up, let's hurt each other. F***ck. Do you really think I don't dare? Therefore, Jun Changxiao's hands were on his neck. His face and ears were red, and his breathing was about to stop. The 9 great martial emperors, the martial artists of the Falling Star continent, this scene of oneself fighting with oneself was simply too coquettish. The 9 great martial emperors made a grand return, but the one in the limelight was definitely Jun Changxiao. After all, the former was seen as the idol of everyone, but he thanked him in public. Without a doubt. In the following period of time, the 9 great martial emperors thanking Goxing in the sky would become the hottest topic of the day. Of course. Many people were very puzzled. What kind of trouble had the 9 great martial emperors, who had disappeared for a long time, encountered? Why were they saved by Jun Changxiao? These mysteries were destined to never be solved. Because it was too embarrassing to be locked up in the Starry Sky Fortress prison, the Spirit Emperor and the others would definitely not take the initiative to say it. Moreover, the 9 great martial emperors had more or less suffered some internal injuries after being locked up for so long. Therefore, they chose to go into seclusion after thanking Jun Changxiao. Even if people mustered up the courage to ask, it was too late. Sect of all times, martial arts practice field. Thud, Jun Changxiao floated down as the disciples raised their heads in anticipation. Lu Wancher, who had been waiting for a long time, could no longer control her emotions. She excitedly rushed over and said happily, Patriarch, you're finally back alive. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched slightly, and he instinctively turned his body to the side. Swoosh, plop. Ayaya, because the patriarch dodged very beautifully, Lu Wancher, who had missed, directly landed on her face. If it was in the past, Jun Changxiao might have stood still. After all, this girl was only 11 or 12 years old then. Now that she had turned from a little girl to a girl, he naturally had to deliberately keep his distance. The system said, other than the Rose Queen, no other woman in this world can take advantage of Gosheng. Patriarch Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also surrounded him with bright smiles on their faces. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changxiao glanced at them and nodded. You guys didn't slack off while I was away. Your auras are stronger than before. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, Elder Jiang found his sister. Oh? Jun Changxiao was rather surprised. That's a joyous occasion. But Li Qingyang said bitterly, Elder Jiang's sister was forced to take medicine that caused her to lose her rationality and memory. She has already forgotten that she has a long-lost brother. When Jun Changxiao heard that, the smile on his face was instantly replaced by coldness. He said in a low voice, who did it? He knew how much Xianxia cared about his sister. After all, the two of them were almost struck by lightning back then. Now that they had found her, but she had lost her rationality and memory. This was definitely a heavy blow, Su Xiaoma said, the Yin-Yang sect of the Southern Sea Crossing State. Mother ****. Jun Changxiao shouted angrily. Take your weapons and follow me to the Southern Sea Crossing State. We'll flatten this Yin-Yang sect. Jun Changxiao sat on the patriarch's seat in the main hall with the plaque unyielding iron bones. He was so angry that his gums were about to bleed. He roared, Yuan Feng. Yes, Yuan Gongzi stood up in a panic. Why was the patriarch so angry all of a sudden? Was it because he took the initiative to bring people to the Southern Sea Crossing State? But this was Elder Wei's suggestion. Shouldn't he be the one to blame? Am I going to take the blame? Forget it, forget it. I'll take the blame then. After all, I've taken the blame many times in the Demon Emperor's Gate. You. Jun Changxiao pointed at Su Yangyi. It wasn't until he forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart that he completely roared. This time's command was very appropriate. I am very satisfied. The higher-ups of the sect almost fell over. I'm afraid that only my sect master is capable of praising someone with such a tone of admonishment. Yuan Gongzi was stunned. Was the patriarch praising him? Or was he blaming him? Of course, Jun Changxiao was praising him. He was roaring with emotion because that Yin-Yang gate had already been flattened before he had arrived. Xianxia's sister was his sister. She was bullied to the point of losing her mind and memory. He couldn't take it anymore. The culprit had been dealt with, and he didn't participate in the whole process. No. I have to go to the Southern Sea Crossing State. Jun Changxiao made up his mind. Of course, it wasn't to extort the Southern Sea Crossing State again. It was to complete Shishisan's mission. What was this mission? Within 3 years, promote the sect of all times to a first-rate sect and obtain the recognition of all the major sects and top powerhouses in the Starfall continent. It wasn't difficult to promote a first-rate sect. The key was to obtain the recognition of the sects and powerhouses. Although the 3 overseas states and the main continent had been separated for thousands of years, they were still part of the same plane. Therefore, Jun Changxiao didn't want to screw up at this crucial moment. He had to go there personally to arrange everything. The system said, with the host's current mood, you'll definitely have to harvest another wave of leaks when you go to the Southern Sea Crossing State. Am I that kind of person? You are. Dragon's Pine Peak. In a beautiful courtyard, light singing could be heard. The singer was Xianxia's sister. Her voice was gentle and melodious. Compared to Jun Changxiao's, it was like heaven and earth. Xianxia, who was in the pavilion, was already in tears. The song that his sister sang was a folk song that had been circulating in Xianxia town for a long time. When he was young, he loved to listen to it. Every night, he would pester her to sing it until he fell asleep. Her voice was still as beautiful as before, but her sister had forgotten about her and was sitting under the eaves, humming a little tune. That scene. It was very much like when he was a child, lying on her lap, listening to the song and slowly falling asleep. Sis. Xianxia said sorrowfully, I'm useless, I couldn't find you in time. Just as Jun Changxiao thought, the loss of his only family member's thoughts and memories was too great a blow to him, so much so that he was constantly blaming himself after his return. Heavens! Xianxia stood up and shouted, I'm willing to use my cultivation and life in exchange for my sister's sanity. Clap, clap, clap. Applause suddenly came from behind. Jun Changxiao was sitting on a rock at some point in time. He crossed his legs and clapped. The relationship between siblings is very touching. Patriarch. Xianxia asked in surprise, when did you come back? Jun Changxiao was speechless. The 9 emperors returned and bowed to me in public. He actually didn't see such a big commotion. It seemed that his sister's matter was too big a blow to him, so much so that he ignored everything. Elder Jiang. Jun Changxiao jumped down from the rock and placed a hand on his shoulder. He said, a real man will not sink into self-blame. Instead, he will think of a way to change an unfair fate. This is the principle that Li Jing taught me. Li Jing, when did I say that? Patriarch, I've heard about your sister's matter. Jun Changxiao opened his hand and a round pill appeared in his palm. He said, this pill can restore consciousness and recover damage. Give it to your sister. Xianxia was dumbfounded. After learning that Xianxia's sister's mind was damaged because of the pill, her behavior was sluggish and she lost her memory, Jun Changxiao immediately thought of the 9 Revolution spirit cleansing pill, so he immediately decided to take it out. However, it was still worth 10,000 contribution points. It was really, hurry up. He turned his head, closed his eyes, and shouted, don't let me see this pill again. I hate it. Whoosh. Xianxia hurriedly took the pill. He didn't have time to thank him. He strode to his sister's side, controlled it with spiritual energy, and threw it into his mouth. A miracle happened. The woman with sluggish eyes had just taken the 9 Revolution spirit cleansing pill. Her clear eyes gradually regained their luster. It seemed that her stiff face gradually had expression. The disappeared memories flooded into her mind like a flood. Even her haggard face seemed to be reborn. Xianxia was overjoyed. Little Xia? Are you little Xia? The big sister sitting next to him suddenly raised her head to look at him before asking in a trembling and skeptical voice. Xianxia instantly lost control of his emotions. Large tears rolled down his face. In the end, he hugged the person closest to him and sobbed, Sister, it's me. I'm little Xia. Amidst this happy and heartwarming scene of siblings reuniting with each other, Jun Changxiao, who was ruining everything, had appeared. At this moment, the expression on his face was quite interesting because his evil spirit's name was Little Xia. This brat seemed to share the same name. The host can change the Xia of evil to the Yi of Mo Xia, the system suggested. Under the powerful effects of the 9 Revolution spirit cleansing pill, Jiangya's sister, Jiangling, regained her consciousness and regained her memory. The two of them were finally reunited after several decades. To be honest, it was a bit of an overkill. However, Jun Changxiao didn't care at all. The family of his disciples were his family. What did it matter if he spent 10,000 contribution points on them? I can't. Jun Changxiao clutched his chest and said, it hurts, Li Fei. There were a lot of things that needed to be said between the two of them, so Gosheng didn't want to disturb them. He turned around and left the courtyard. Wait. Jiangling hurriedly yelled. Jun Changxiao stopped. What's the matter, sister? You're the patriarch of the sect of all times? Jiangling asked in a weak voice. Xianxia was stunned. His sister knew the patriarch. That's right. Jun Changxiao said in a carefree manner, I am the patriarch of the sect of all times. Ah. Jiangling suddenly pushed her brother away and sprinted over. She shrieked and waved her hands, it's really Master Jun. I finally see you in person today. You look much more handsome than you do on the light screen. Jun Changxia's expression became more and more interesting. Could it be that Jiangya's sister was a fan of his? This matter had started when Jun Changxiao had brought his disciples to participate in the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. At that time, he had frequently appeared on the screens of various cities, madly advertising. Although he had attracted the disdain of many people, he had also gained many fans. Jiang Ling was one of them. She was even the #1 female fan. She was also the leader of a fan club in a certain city. Her slogan was, "Fan of you, crazy for you, love you for life." Ah! She was still screaming. She was so excited that she seemed to pass out at any time. Jun Changxiao touched his head helplessly. Then, he looked at the camera and said, "The author doesn't have any female fans." His expression gradually changed. He smiled and said, "I do." Jun Patriarch. Why are you bald at such a young age? Jiang Ling was captured by the Xianxia sect and brought to the South Sea Fairy State recently. A few years ago, she was on the mainland and saw Jun Changxia's advertisement on the light screen. At that time, she was an ordinary maid in a big family in a county. Because she changed her identity and name, the Drizzle Hall searched for her but failed to find any clues. Later, Xianxia gradually comprehended the essence soul and began to look for his sister. She was found and kidnapped by the Xianxia sect when she went out to buy groceries. She traveled across the sea for several years before arriving at the South Sea Fairy State. In other words, during the years when Xianxia searched frantically, his sister was actually on the way across the sea. The Xianxia sect was not an evil sect in the traditional sense. Although their cultivation method emphasized the balance of yin and yang, it would also benefit both sides. However, to ensure that the beneficiaries would not betray or leak the secret, the captured women had to take soul-destroying drugs and forget themselves and their memories. To put it bluntly, she was completely controlled and turned into a puppet. This was the rule set by the Xianxia sect when they chose their cauldrons. All the captured women had to go through it. Jiang Ling was beaten several times because she did not compromise and resisted. Of course, the drugs needed some time to take effect. Therefore, when Xianxia arrived, she had not been assigned to a disciple and had not been sullied. However, because of the drugs, her soul and mind were damaged, and she almost became demented. For others, the damage to the soul might be irreversible, but it could be reversed easily in front of a cheat. Therefore, a 9-transformation spirit refreshing pill immediately recovered Jiang Ling's soul and mind. In the main hall, Jun Changxiao's head was about to explode. Although Elder Zhang's sister had recovered, she would always squat on the path he had to pass and scream, crazy for you, forever in love with you." At first, Goxing enjoyed it. After all, he finally met a female fan. However, as time passed, he could not stand it anymore. It was mainly because she was too passionate. The most depressed one was Xianxia. It was not easy to find his long-lost sister. They should have chatted happily and increased their affection for each other. However, as soon as they talked about the patriarch. They admired him to the extreme. "Little Xia, does Jun Patriarch have a girlfriend?" "Little Xia, what hobbies does Jun Patriarch have?" "Little Xia, Jun Patriarch, sis." Xianxia hugged his head and broke down. "The patriarch not only has a girlfriend but he also has a wife. You're already in your 50s or 60s. Can you not be as childish as a little girl?" Coincidentally, Jun Changxiao was passing by. When he heard what he said, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. In a world where the average lifespan was 200 years, 50 to 60 years old was very young. However, in Goxing's previous world, she was already an auntie who had begun to dance in the public square. That's right. The system sharply ridiculed, even if the host has fans, they're only at the level of a mother, because young girls all like cool and handsome men like Xianxia. Who would like a shameless person like him? Because the words were too true and cruel, they seemed to have turned into a dagger, ruthlessly stabbing Jun Changxiao in the heart, causing him to ferociously clutch his chest. Elder Jiang. In the study, Jun Changxiao said seriously, "Are you sure you want our sister to live in the Iron Bone town and not become a member of the sect?" Xianxia said, "Patriarch, my sister's aptitude is ordinary, that's not a problem." Jun Changxiao interlocked his fingers and said, "I can make her have the aptitude of the holy level immediately." After all, Xianxia was the first appointed elder. His sister was his sister. If she was willing to become a member of the sect, it would not be a problem to give her the aptitude package. The contribution points did not allow him to upgrade all the disciples' aptitudes to the holy level, but he could upgrade one person. this, Xianxia thought for a moment and said, I'll ask my sister. After learning the situation, Jiangling shook her head and said, Little Xia, I'm not cut out for martial arts. You'd better settle me down in the town at the foot of the mountain. After learning that Jun Changxiao had a wife, she gradually calmed down from her fanaticism and began to think about her future life. Jiangling was actually the same as Sister Qiaoer. They were the most ordinary people. They preferred to live an ordinary life rather than pursue martial arts. Sister. Xianxia said, I understand. The next day, accompanied by her brother, Jiangling left the Sect of all times and settled down in the Iron Bone town. She was hired by Aunt Wang to take care of the increasingly popular Yunlian. Because second young master Tang had built the Tang's elixir workshop here and was responsible for selling healing elixirs and other elixirs, he would attract countless customers every day. Therefore, Yunlian's business was also very good. Aunt Wang was inspired by a chat with Jun Changxiao. Under the name of Wang's Chain Inn, she developed in Qingyang town and even Qingyang city. Today, there were more than 10 chain stores of various sizes. Moreover, there were signs of expansion in Liyang City, Huyang City, and other places. Aunt Wang. Jun Changxiao joked, You're going to be an inn tycoon in the future. Aunt Wang walked out of the kitchen and placed a bowl of noodles in front of him. She said grumpily, Why do you, the leader of a sect, always come to my place to eat and drink? It's delicious. Jun Changxiao picked up his chopsticks and smiled, Aunt Wang, give me a scallion. Although Gosheng did not have any blood relatives in this world, the villagers of Qingyang village were all his family. Therefore, every time he came to Iron Bone town, he felt very warm. Plop. In Jun Changxiao's study, Xianxia bent his knees and knelt firmly on the ground, saying, Thank you, Patriarch. Bang. In the next second, the window shattered and he flew out. Then, he slid on the ground for dozens of feet before coming to a stop. Jun Changxiao stood in the study and said calmly, A man has gold under his knees. If you dare to kneel again, no matter if you're an elder or a disciple, you'll be sent to the discipline hall for punishment. Understood. Xianxia said with difficulty. The return of the patriarch was a joyous occasion. Therefore, in these few days, the entire sect was filled with a joyous atmosphere. But the only one who was not happy was Shang Yuhen. Because at this moment, he was trembling in front of the goal. In front of him stood Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, Tian Qi, and the others. Junior brother. Su Xiaoma smiled, guarding the goal is a compulsory course for all disciples. It's also the culture of the sect of all times. Just relax and don't be too nervous. Shang Yuhen was about to cry. During this period, he had seen his senior brother play football. It was simply too cruel. Bang! Just as Shang Yuhen was thinking, the happy football hit his face. After leaving a mark on the ball, it bounced back and landed at Li Fei's feet. Swoosh! He shoveled with his foot and the ball rose. Whoosh whoosh! His whole body rose into the air and hung upside down. Boundless spiritual energy poured into his feet. The scene seemed to freeze in an instant. On the screen, a few shocking crimson words appeared, Super kill. Little Li Fei's feet. No, rumble. A violent gust of wind burst out, and the goal disappeared. Not long after, there was a new patient in Medical Peak's medical hall. Jun Patriarch. In the main hall, Yifei Xue, Nebula Kid and the others sat down. Finally, they could not help but ask, where is the Yi Xingchen that was mentioned before? Boom. Boom. Inside the life and death secret realm, a powerful spirit power exploded, shaking the space. Spirit beasts were killed by the fist shadows one after another until they all disappeared. Yi Xingchen stopped, sweating profusely. He had reached the peak of Wuhuang long ago, and the training in the life and death secret realm had almost no effect. However, in order to improve even a little bit, he still tortured himself. Since his rebirth, Yi Xingchen had been strict with his training, shaping his body, soul, and attributes. Although he had yet to reach the level of cultivation he had in his previous life, his current strength had already far surpassed those of the same realm back then. In fact, he could even be described as being miles ahead. Anyo explained that success was not only about innate talent, but also about hard work. However, Gosheng explained that success was that it did not matter if he did not work hard, because he could still cheat. Of course, it was not that Xianxia did not want to work hard, but as the leader of a martial school, he was destined not to live for himself. He was destined to sacrifice for the whole martial school. Gosheng felt bitter, but Gosheng did not say anything. Phew. After a short rest, Xianxia walked out of the life and death secret realm. Just as he was about to enter the Nine Heavens secret realm, Xianxia's voice came into his ears, "Anyo, come to the palace." Xianxia frowned slightly, and a trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. The patriarch's call, as a disciple, he had to go. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he went to the palace. However, as soon as he walked in, he felt a few pairs of eyes on him. The powerful aura could be described as shocking. Expert. Xianxia suppressed his shock and looked over. He found 3 powerful warriors sitting in the front seats. One had 9 swords on the table, one was full of alcohol, and the last one was holding a pen. "Everyone," Xianxia said, "this is Xianxia, the disciple I value the most." If it were Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji, they would definitely feel comfortable when they heard the words, "most important," but the uneasiness in Night Emperor's heart grew stronger. Yi Feishue, Wine Demon, and Nebula Kid carefully sized up this disciple of the Sect of all times. The more they looked at him, the more they felt that he wasn't very powerful. Could he really be worthy of the title Supreme? "Xingqian," Xianxia said, "these 3 would like to consult with you." "Sure," Xianxia said proudly. Although he felt uneasy and knew that the 3 of them were not simple, Night Emperor's pride and dignity were still there. He would not be afraid. In the cafeteria, Xianxia, who had been incomparably arrogant just a moment ago, now had a very interesting expression on his face. This was because this guy who reeked of alcohol was actually asking for advice on a drinking contest. No way, how could this be? Anyo was instantly terrified. He sent a telepathic message, "Patriarch, I said that you are the supreme of the path of wine. You have to back up this boast." Xianxia sent a telepathic message in all seriousness. Xianxia's facial muscles instantly stiffened. "Don't you know how much alcohol I can hold? How dare you say that you are the supreme of the path of wine? Are you bragging or are you purposely tricking me? Friend." Wine Demon placed one leg on the chair and said boldly, "Shall we brag to the jar or drink from the bowl?" Xianxia had no choice but to brace himself. However, it was definitely not realistic to brag to the jar, and his strength did not allow him to do so. Hence, he said, "Bowl. 1 black, 2 black." Xianxia snapped his fingers and said, "Serve the bowls." "Yes." 1 black, 2 black walked up and placed 2 bowls on the table. Xianxia's eyes widened. This was because the size of the bowl was the same as the wash basin. "Patriarch," he said frantically, "when did the cafeteria have such big bowls? Why haven't I seen them before?" "I just asked someone to go down the mountain and buy them," Xianxia said. Xianxia's mouth suddenly twitched. "Tricked me, definitely tricked me." Swoosh. 1 black and 2 black were responsible for filling the wine. Wine Demon salivated when he smelled the fragrance of the wine. Then, he raised the bowl and said, "I'll drink first as a toast." Gulp, gulp. After saying that, he raised his head and drank freely. "Damn." Su Xiaoma and the others who were standing outside the cafeteria said in disbelief, "So fierce?" Xianxia's expression changed again and again. "Pa." Wine Demon put down the empty bowl and said with a fist and palm salute, "Please enlighten me." As soon as he finished speaking, his head hit the ground and he passed out drunk. "Pfft, haha. I thought that guy was very powerful. So he passed out after 1 bowl." Su Xiaoma and the others roared with laughter. Xianxia was puzzled. When they were drinking in hell, this guy drank a jar. Although the bowl was bigger this time, he shouldn't have passed out directly. "Patriarch," Lan Kong said, "he drank the improved version of drunken and dreamy 2nd generation. The effect of absorbing spiritual energy is stronger and the alcohol is stronger." Xianxia said in realization, "I see. Both of you." He looked at Yi Feishue and Nebula Kid who were acting as the judges and said loudly, This is the special brew of our sect of all times. The disciples usually drink it like water. Wine Demon drank one bowl and passed out. The winner should be decided, right? It is. Xianxia cupped his fist and said, your disciple won. Xianxia almost fell over. He won without drinking the wine. What kind of competition is this? Can you be more professional? Can you respect me? Night Emperor's anger suddenly surged up. He lifted the basin-sized bowl and gulped it down. His face was flushed red as he stood up shakily and roared, I can still drink. Xianxia opened his mouth in surprise. After drinking so much wine, Xianxia was still able to stand up and didn't collapse. Xianxia's alcohol tolerance had obviously improved while Jiangyi wasn't around. Plop. Suddenly, Xianxia fell to the ground, drunk to the point of unconsciousness. He was still talking nonsense. I am not going to the livestock pen. I am not going to the spirit beast peak. I will go to my bed, sigh. Su Xiaoma and the others shook their heads. Such a situation had been seen many times after the patriarch left. Xianxia really couldn't handle alcohol, but Lan Kang's modified drunken and dreamy could greatly increase the speed of attribute absorption. After a difficult decision, he started to train his alcohol tolerance every day. When the wine gourd was filled to the brim with wine, he would drink a mouthful every morning, noon, and night. Just like that, during the few months that Jun Changxiao left, Anyo got drunk again and again. His alcohol tolerance had slowly increased. Yes. Xianxia was still drunk. But if he could stand up after drinking the same bowl of wine, endure a little longer than the alcohol demon, and even speak one more word, it meant that he had won. The reason behind this man's success was because he was carried back from the livestock pen by Li Qingyang from the spirit beast peak. Please remember, Night Emperor must not be humiliated. Go against the wind and sail against the current. Watching Anyo being carried away by Li Qingyang and the others, Jun Changxiao stood with his hands behind his back and spoke with pride. This is the disciple that this great one values the most. This is the indelible spirit of the sect of all times. Night arrived. Layers of arrays appeared in the livestock pen as hundreds of disciples were on guard. In the spirit beast hall of the spirit beast peak, every room was locked up. Elder Niao and the other spirit beasts were on guard as though they were facing a formidable enemy. He is here. He is here. He is here again. Under the bright moon, a shadow walked over unhurriedly. My head hurts. Xianxia held his head and said a line that he often said before slowly opening his eyes. Sigh. I'm drunk again. Night Emperor tried hard to recall what happened yesterday, but his memory was still stuck at the time when he stood up and picked up the basin-sized bowl. After practicing his alcohol tolerance for a few months, he was already used to drinking until he blacked out and was used to being unconscious. Therefore, his emotional fluctuations were not as strong as before. To be exact, he had already given up his face and dignity, as long as Xianxia forced a smile when he sensed that he had become more sensitive to the elements of heaven and earth. Anyo. He really changed. This change was no longer important to Xianxia. What was important was that he could become stronger and ascend to the higher domain as soon as possible so that he could take revenge on that woman. Creak. After washing up, Anyo walked out. Junior brother Yi, you were too powerful yesterday. Not only did you win against drinking, but you also won against using a sword and a pen. Su Xiaoma walked over from afar and gave a thumbs up. Xianxia was stunned. Didn't I compete with that guy in drinking yesterday? Since when did I compete with a pen and a sword, in the main hall? Xianxia cupped his hands and said, Jun Patriarch, your disciple's understanding of swordsmanship has left me in awe. I've competed with people in writing countless times, but this is the first time I've seen someone so drunk that he can use a sword to write bold and unconstrained calligraphy. Nebula Kid said with admiration. You flatter me, you flatter me. Jun Changxiao said this, but he muttered in his heart, I didn't expect Anyo to be so strong when he's drunk. Yesterday, on the Spirit Beast Peak, Xianxia walked over unhurriedly and insisted on finding a bed to sleep on. However, he was stopped by the members of the Spirit Beast Hall and the battle started. The drunk Anyo's combat strength increased tremendously and he even drew out his sword. His drunken behavior was so bad that it was unbearable to look at. Xianxia was already drunk, so he didn't have any pattern when he used his sword moves. Xianxia, who was watching from afar, was amazed. Nebula Kid also saw the charm of calligraphy. Thus, the two of them were deeply impressed. Reader, can you be any more perfunctory? This, on the Spirit Beast Peak, Xianxia stood on the martial arts stage that still had traces of battle. He looked at the crisscrossing sword scars and asked with a dull expression, was it really done by me? Junior brother. Su Xiaoma pointed at the sword scars all over the ground and said, yesterday, that expert who was writing looked at it for a full 2 hours. In the end, he looked up to the sky and sighed. This is the true realm of calligraphy, this is the true sovereign of the literary path. Xianxia fell silent. How could he tell the level of calligraphy from the sword marks I made when I was drunk? Is that guy crazy? I can't say it like that. Maybe the master's vision is incomparable to that of ordinary people. Maybe Anyo really wrote a soul-stirring song by waving his sword without any pattern. I can't make it up anymore. 3. In the main hall, Jun Changxiao said seriously, since you've seen the strength of a disciple of the Sect of all times, are you interested in staying here and sparring with him every day? This guy finally revealed his fangs. He didn't intentionally make Xianxia into the omnipotent king to trick him, but he wanted to trick these experts. No matter if they won or lost, he wanted to keep them for his own use. Jun Patriarch. Alcohol Demon said, I am willing to stay. He, who was obsessed with wine, had been subdued by drunken life. As long as there was enough wine and food, staying in the Sect of all times wasn't a problem. What about the two of you? Jun Changxiao asked. Xianxia remained silent for a moment and said, Jun Patriarch's Sect is rich in spirit energy and has a beautiful environment. It is suitable for long-term sword comprehension. That's right. Nebula Kid said, to comprehend the literary path in such a picturesque environment is my lifelong pursuit. He wasn't being polite. In fact, the Sect of all times environment and spirit energy were excellent. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the best place in the Falling Star continent. The 3 experts agreed to stay. Of course, it wasn't because of Xianxia's multiple supreme titles. It was mainly because Jun Changxiao had saved them from prison, which was a great favor. As for Di Ting, Huiyan Yao, and the other main culprits, they either became contract beasts or had their soul origin controlled. Therefore, there was no need to persuade them. They were set to join the Sect of all times. Other than the unlucky Eye of the Void, who was locked in the 9th level of prison as a reservoir, the others could enter and leave freely. Senior Shang. Jun Changxiao said, are you returning to the Tianyuan continent or staying in the Sect of all times? Sigh. The Shang ancestor shook his head and said, I have long seen through everything in the world. I only hope to break through to the void-piercing realm in my lifetime. If Jun Patriarch doesn't mind, I am willing to stay here for the rest of my life. Of course. The other reason was to accompany Shang Yuhen. Jun Changxiao took out the entry form and started the entry process. Pa. The Patriarch's seal fell. A powerhouse who was about to enter the void-piercing realm became a member of the Sect of all times. And for the sake of Shang Yuhen's ancestor, Gosheng did not accept the entry fee. Xianxia, Nebula Kid, Wine Demon, Iron Marquis, Qin Linran, and Huiyan Yao went through the procedures to become members of the Sect of all times. Di Ting was a contract beast, so it did not enter the Sect. At this point, the Sect of all times had 8 more lower void-piercing realm and 1 more middle void-piercing realm. Their strength could be described as crazy, not counting Eye of the Void and Di Ting, there were only 7 in total. Why were there 2 more? It was Guanzhou and Ichi. As spies planted by Jun Changxiao, they were locked in hell by the fortress master and were beaten crazily by Huiyan Yao. The brothers finally had a good time. Without a doubt. In terms of the overall strength of the Sect of all times, no force in the Falling Star continent could compete with it. Even in the stronger planes of the mortal universe, it was daddy level. Not yet. We still have to upgrade the Sect to first class. They had the strength, but they did not have the required number of disciples and could not meet the requirements of the epic mission. So Jun Changxiao specifically told the Ning brothers to be more open in recruitment and try to recruit 100,000 disciples as soon as possible. In the study, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples stood neatly, each holding a pill that the patriarch just gave them. This is the half-step wuxing pill. Jun Changxiao put his legs on the table and said casually, after taking it, you can break through to half-saint. The sect master had given them a lot of potions and pills, so when Li Qingyang and the others received the half-saint pill, they could more or less guess what it was. However, when they knew the effects, they were still shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Gulp. While everyone was in a daze, Xianxia had already swallowed the pill. Huff, huff, huff. Huff, 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 huff. After a while, a heavy aura exploded in the study and rushed out unscrupulously, eventually covering the entire sect of all times. Xianxia, he broke through to half-step wuxing. Huff. Huff, huff. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others gradually calmed down and swallowed the pills. Then, a spectacular scene of more than 10 disciples breaking through to half-step wuxing was played out. What is that? In the Qingyang city, the busy martial artists looked up and saw thick clouds in the direction of the Ironbone Mountain. Huff. In the ice layer sky of the Nine-Heaven Mystery Realm, Jun Changxiao stood in the snowy environment and looked up. There is a pill here that can help you break through to half-saint. Lu Qianxian, who was sitting on the mountain peak cultivating, opened her eyes and said, when did the patriarch come back? He has been back for a few days. Jun Changxiao threw the pill and said in a commanding tone, hurry up. And take it. Oh. Lu Qianxian swallowed the half-saint pill and broke through to half-saint from peak Wuhuang. Just as she looked surprised, Jun Changxiao took out something that looked like a conch and put it near his mouth. Improve Lu Qianxian. Reason. My first disciple. She meets the requirements. Whoosh, the treasure called Keep Your Word suddenly disintegrated and turned into powder that flew toward Lu Qianxian. When the powder touched her body, she broke through to wuxing from half-saint. Jun Changxiao had been thinking about who to give it to after obtaining the promised true deed. First of all, this thing had a limit. The highest level was wuxing, so the higher-ups of the sect could almost be ruled out because Ding Xinguang, Xianxia, and the others had either reached wuxing or had been fighting for a long time in the semi-sage realm. Obviously, disciples were suitable. Disciples who had just broken through a realm were more cost-effective. The promised true deed could forcibly raise one's realm. To put it bluntly, it was cheating. If it was given to a martial disciple or martial master, it would definitely not be as good as a semi-sage, so it could only be given to a core disciple. After careful consideration, Jun Changxiao chose Lu Qianxian. Reason. His eldest disciple. In fact, Jun Changxiao thought the same as the divine-grade aptitude liquid. According to the order, the disciples would benefit sooner or later, but, after using it, it was gone. One-time use. The system said, otherwise? From the conch shape, Jun Changxiao thought it could be used repeatedly, but at most, there would be some conditions to use it next time. Host, you're thinking too much. The system said, this kind of heaven-defying thing that can forcibly raise one's cultivation level, if it's not a one-time use, wouldn't it create a group of 100,000 wuxing in minutes? Sigh. Jun Changxiao sighed. He was too idealistic at the beginning. The reality was actually very cruel. The system was speechless. This was a good thing that allowed his disciple to advance a level for no reason. What else could he complain about? Could it be that he had really floated to the horizon? Humans. The system sighed. They're too greedy. When Jun Changxiao was sighing in his heart, Lu Qianxian was still in a daze. Before she could calm down her state of mind after breaking through to semi-sage, she broke through to wuxing in the next second. This rhythm was a bit too fast, and she couldn't keep up. After a while, she suppressed the strong shock in her heart and the huge change in her body. She still couldn't believe it and said, I broke through to wuxing? That's right. Jun Changxiao said. Although Lu Qianxian did not know why she had broken through, she knew that it had something to do with him. She stood up and said, thank you, Patriarch. As the eldest disciple, you should take on the responsibility of being the eldest disciple. You should take care of your fellow disciples. Don't stay in the frozen heavens all day to cultivate alone, Xianxia said. Yi Xingchen, who had the least sense of belonging, had already moved into the Lingyan pavilion, but this woman was still lacking. Gousheng was a little anxious. Lu Qianqian said, understood. Although he said so, he still continued to cultivate in Bingzhongtian. It wasn't that he didn't care about his fellow disciples, but that he had just broken through and needed to stabilize his realm. To avoid being accused of being biased, Jun Chongshao left the secret realm and returned to his study. He began to seriously consider how to complete the epic quest. Master. Little Long Long rubbed his eyes and walked over. Then, he laid down in his little nest and said, I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Yes. 9 heavens. After Lu Qianqian stabilized his realm, he slowly opened his eyes and said to himself, Grand Elder, I have already broken through to Wuxing. Can I go to that place and search for the second half of Taishuan's icy heart art? A rare look of confusion appeared in her clear eyes, because a sentence kept echoing in her ears, Child, before you have absolute confidence, you must not go there easily, because you will most likely die. Grand Elder. Lu Qianqian was depressed, and said, This disciple is still unable to truly achieve a heart as calm as water. This might be related to the fact that I have not cultivated the second half, so. His gaze became firm, even if there is no chance of survival, I have to go. When she was in the Taishan sect, she began to cultivate the first half of the Taishuan's icy heart art. It was the Grand Elder who taught her privately. Although her cultivation was crippled later on, she relied on a mysterious mental cultivation method to start all over again. The first half had a total of 4 levels. After inheriting the Ice Emperor's inheritance, Lu Qianqian had already comprehended it. If he wanted to achieve higher results, he could only cultivate the second half. Moreover, the mental cultivation method left behind by the old man in Taishan had always emphasized on one realm, and that was the heart as still as water. Only by truly comprehending it could one master it. Lu Qianqian had always been exploring, and every time he felt that he was just a small step away, it was as if he was separated by a huge mountain. Especially after becoming a disciple of the sect of all times, his state of mind would always fluctuate. Was his Tao heart unstable, or was it that he had to cultivate the second half in order to achieve a heart as calm as water? Lu Qianqian had been confused before, but in the end, he concluded that the reason why he was unable to reach this realm was because his mental cultivation method was incomplete. Now that he had broken through to Wuxing, he had the idea to search for it. In the study room, Jun Chongshao opened the system panel and clicked on the function. The listed functions of the Forging Pavilion and the Spirit Beast Pavilion all had a plus sign, indicating that they could be upgraded. Ding! The Forging Pavilion has been successfully upgraded to an enhanced version of the Forging Pavilion. After the Pill Pavilion was strengthened, it saved materials and increased the speed of refining pills. It brought endless benefits to the sect, so Jun Chongshao prioritized upgrading the Forging Pavilion. After all, in terms of usage, weapons and equipment were only limited to pills. As expected, after reading through many weapon and equipment refinement formulas, the amount of materials needed was greatly reduced, and the speed of refining a weapon was also much faster. Jun Chongshao was overjoyed. The complete True Yang set is no longer a distant dream. 100,000 disciples were trained in all sorts of martial arts facilities and mystic realms. Their strength was much greater than other martial artists of the same boundary. In addition, if they were to wear the mighty True Yang set and stand in the skies, forming the 4 corners heaven and earth array, the scene would be extremely shocking. Goshen grinned, looking forward to that day. The system complained. You can't afford it, so don't daydream. Jun Chongshao rolled his eyes, and the joy on his face gradually disappeared. He thought to himself, it's been almost half a month since the 9 great martial emperors were rescued. Why hasn't Shirxi's mission been completed yet? Maybe the host, ding. Epic mission completed. Beginning calculation. Ding. The host has successfully rescued the 9 great martial emperors from the starry sky fortress safely. The conditions have been met. Epic mission completed. Completion rate, 100%. The host has received 100,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 1-900-0010-0000. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow. Right now, the system even had the heart to die. The host has been in the falling star continent for so long and has yet to settle. I just opened my mouth and it can't wait to slap my face. Xianxia was happy. Xianxia's mission completion actually gave him 100,000 contribution points. He instantly felt that he had money and could be willful. Don't be agitated, don't be cocky. Goshen calmed down and thought to himself, there's still Xianxia to complete. To be honest, Xianxia was a little anxious now. After all, the main culprit was taken away from hell. The Starry Sky Fortress would definitely not let it go. Once their identity was exposed, they would definitely send patrol envoys over. The overall strength of the sect had become much stronger after Xianxia and the others joined. However, facing 12 void-piercing realm experts was a little difficult, not to mention. And this was only the patrol envoys. Who knew if there were other departments in the Starry Sky Fortress, or if there were stronger existences? Especially the fortress master who had not appeared. What kind of strength was this? There were too many unknowns, making Xianxia extra cautious. Patriarch. At this moment, Xianxia walked into the study and said, "Your disciple requests to go out for a period of time." Xianxia said in surprise, "Isn't the frozen heavens the best place for ice element cultivators to train? Is there a place stronger than it in the falling star continent? Your disciple is not going out for training. What are you going to do? Can your disciple not say?" "No." Xianxia clasped his fingers together and fell silent. He wanted to know the reason why Xianxia went out. The former directly told him about finding the second half of the Taishan Ice Heart technique. This news shocked Goshen. Because in the Starry Sky Fortress, the 9 great martial emperors had mentioned that the second half might be hiding a great formation that could seize the heavens and earth. It could ignore cultivation and forcefully ascend to the higher realm. The formation left behind by the Taishan Elder was very terrifying. Even if he didn't have the intention to ascend now, he still planned to find it. After all, it might come in handy in the future. Xianxia said, "You've cultivated the first half?" "Yes." Xianxia said. Xianxia said in realization, "No wonder Xiaoxuiyan's coldness is so different from yours, even though they're both disciples of the Taishan Xingzong. You can go." He paused and said, "But I'll follow you." Xianxia said, "According to the records of the first half, the second half is hidden in the cave where the Taishan Elder went into seclusion. It's very dangerous inside. If we go in, I won't ask and you won't say. Are you going to take the risk alone?" Xianxia interrupted. Xianxia fell silent. Xianxia said, "You still don't think of yourself as a disciple of the sect of all times. You don't think of this place as your home." "I just don't want to implicate the patriarch," Xianxia said. Xianxia looked at her and said, "The cave where the Taishan Elder went into seclusion, is it a mountain of blades and a sea of flames? Can't I deal with it with my strength?" After saving the 9 great martial emperors, Goshen was a little arrogant. In his opinion, he could do whatever he wanted in the falling star continent. On the surface, it seemed to be true. Xianxia said, "I know that the patriarch is very strong now, but, the Taishan Elder, no buts." Xianxia interrupted again, "I can come and go freely in any forbidden area on the falling star continent. There is no danger." He was very arrogant and domineering. The system complained, "How come I didn't see the host being this aggressive in the fortress?" "All right." Xianxia said, "Since the patriarch is going, this disciple cannot stop him." "Wait until I've settled the sect's internal affairs," Xianxia said, "then we'll go to Taishuan's Immortal's cave." Xianxia said, "Then this disciple will take her leave." Yes. With Xianxia's character, he would never take the initiative to ask his disciples about their secrets. But today, he still asked. With Xianxia's personality, she wouldn't say anything even if she had a secret in her heart. However, she still said it today. The system couldn't help but lament, did they take the wrong medicine? One never asked, but suddenly asked. The other never spoke, but suddenly spoke. There was indeed something unusual about this. There wasn't much to arrange for the Sect's affairs. After all, everything was as it was before Jun Changxiao came, and everything was as it was after he came. Host. The system said, I think it's better not to be careless. After all, Taishuan's immortal is a legend of the falling star continent. The Immortal's cave where Taishuan's ice heart technique is hidden may have many traps and forbidden formations. You're a toxic healer, so I have to go, Jun Changxiao said. I'm serious. Am I not serious at all? Of course. Jun Changxiao said seriously, I also want to go and see if the legendary Taishuan's Immortal's cave left any good treasures behind. I see. The system was enlightened. It turned out that this guy not only had his eyes on the great formation of seizing heaven and earth, but also had other ideas. He was really like Go Sheng. Actually, Jun Changxiao was full of respect for the Taishuan's Immortal. After all, to be able to create two divine martial arts, he was definitely a top expert in the mortal world. Now that he knew there was a Immortal's cave, even if it wasn't for the sake of finding the Taishuan's ice heart technique, he still had to go and pay his respects. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head. When can I become a legend of the falling star continent? The paper I leave behind to wipe my ass will become a treasure that the younger generation will fight over years later. Do the younger generation have a grudge against you? The system asked. A few days later. The ancient warship hovered above the main peak. Jun Changxiao stood at the bow, while Lu Qianxian stood at the stern. Patriarch. Li Fei, who was standing on the training ground, raised his head and said, This disciple can follow. Before he could finish, Su Xiaoma covered his mouth. This time I'm going out. All of you have to cultivate diligently. Yes. Whoosh, the ancient warship turned into a streak of light and disappeared from the main peak. Li Fei was puzzled. Senior brother, what are you doing? Su Xiaoma rolled his eyes at him and said, The patriarch and senior sister rarely go out alone. Why are you following them? As expected of someone personally taught by Elder Wei, his eyesight was very sharp. Yes, yes, yes. Li Fei slapped his forehead and said, Why didn't I think of that? Luckily, senior brother stopped me. I almost made a mistake. No. Yi Xingchen, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up from his dream. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was gradually becoming more and more ferocious. He was dreaming again. He was dreaming of the difficulties he went through when he obtained the Taishuan Sutra. Anyo was not afraid of anything except for the process of obtaining the sutra in his previous life. It could even be described as a nightmare. Whoosh! Yi Xingchen calmed down and looked toward the north. He thought to himself, Taishan Elder, since you left behind such a fortuitous opportunity for the younger generation, why did you leave behind such a terrifying trap? He looked in the direction of the ancient warship. It was flying to the end of Lu province in the northeast and merging into the endless sea. The Starfall continent had the East Sea, West Sea, and South Sea. Naturally, there was the North Sea. Jun Changxiao and Lu Qianxian were currently in the North Sea. The place they were heading toward was the abode left behind by the Taishan Elder. Unlike the other three seas, which each had a province, the North Sea did not have a complete continent. After the War of Emperors, the stars were densely covered with small islands. Are you sure the abode of the Taishan Elder is in the North Sea? Jun Changxiao asked. Lu Qianxian silently took out a yellowed manual with the words Taishan Ice Heart Arts and placed it on the table. She said, The last few pages have detailed records. This is the original? Correct. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, This should be the ultimate treasure of the Taishan Xingzong. How did it end up in your hands? The Grand Elder gave it to me. Lu Qianxian said, She said that only I can perfectly comprehend the manual. Jun Changxiao crossed his arms and said, I'm very curious now. Was it because of Feng Lingyu that you were expelled, or was there some other hidden reason? Because she didn't have any hidden reasons. Really? Really? Jun Changxiao took the manual and flipped to the last few pages without looking at the incantations. He said, Is it because I said earlier that I don't consider myself a disciple of the sect of all times that you took out the manual? Lu Qianxian was silent. After reading the detailed records of the abode's location, Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "You've cultivated this kind of mental cultivation method and turned your brain into a block of ice. Some of the things you do are easily misunderstood by others." "I don't care about being misunderstood," Lu Qianqian said. What else could Jun Changxiao say? The system complained, the first disciple has always held the bottom line for the sect. Otherwise, under the host's guidance, the sect of all times would have become the true sand sculpture sect of all times. Interstellar Fortress. The Z envoy and the ugly envoy stood with their heads lowered because the fortress master had just come out of seclusion. Trash. A bunch of trash. After brewing his emotions for half a day, this big shot whose face couldn't be seen finally exploded. He had gone into seclusion to recuperate because of the backlash, but when he came out, the 9 main culprits of the 9 levels of hell had all escaped. "Master," the Z envoy said, "I'll take all the responsibility." As the boss of the 9 levels of hell, he couldn't escape the blame. The fortress master said coldly, "We must capture all the main culprits as soon as possible. I've already sent people to investigate." The Z envoy said with a serious expression, "We'll have news soon." The escape of the main culprits was a big deal. He directly mobilized almost all the elites of the interstellar fortress to search the mortal universe. Unless the culprits ascended, they would find them sooner or later. "There's also the falling star continent," the fortress master said, "We can use this chance to investigate." Because he was injured, he had to put this matter on hold. Now, he could use the elites to investigate who killed the enforcer general. "Yes," the Z envoy ordered. The fortress master left. After he left, everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. "Everyone," the Z envoy said seriously, "Master is very angry. We must capture the culprits as soon as possible. As for the falling star continent, let's put it aside for now. There was a priority to everything." In his opinion, capturing the main culprits was more important than finding the enforcer general's murderer. Swish, swish, interstellar warships flew out of the fortress. The cultivators in the city were all very surprised. Just what had happened that would cause the fortress to repeatedly dispatch such a large number of people? Falling star continent, North Sea. The ancient warship floated in the sky. The sea below was covered with many islands. At first glance, it looked like a constellation in the sky. "It should be here." Standing on the deck, Jun Changxiao took out the Taishan Ice Heart secret manual and compared it with the introduction. His eyes were filled with certainty. "So," the system complained, "you don't plan to return the first half to me?" Whoosh whoosh, the ancient warship slowly descended and landed on the beach of a small island. Jun Changxiao's spiritual sense covered the island and said, "No one has been here for a long time." Lu Qianqian said cautiously, "There are many powerful spirit beasts here." "Yes." Jun Changxiao rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. "They're all martial arts resources." Roar, in the forest of the island. Jun Changxiao stood in place, still happily tasting the wild fruit he had just picked. With a flash of cold light, the beast's head flew off. Lu Qianqian withdrew her sword and landed in front of the sect leader. After breaking through to the martial sage realm, her strength had increased significantly. She had encountered many spirit beasts earlier, but they were all killed by her sword on the spot. Lu Qianqian walked to the beast's corpse and skillfully took out the crystal core with her sword. Then, she threw it to Jun Changxiao and said, "Patriarch, there doesn't seem to be a cave here. We have to find them one by one." The islands in this sea area had existed since ancient times, and there were hundreds of them. It would take some time to find the cave where the Taishan elder was in seclusion. However, in the past few days, the two of them had searched dozens of places, and even dug 3 feet into the ground, but there were still no clues. Jun Changxiao sat on a rock and carefully flipped through the last few pages of the secret manual. He held his chin and said, "Could it be that there is an isolation array?" Patriarch. At this moment, Lu Qianqian pointed to the sea and said, "Look." Jun Changxiao looked up and found that in the distant sea area, a wave gushed out like a spring and rushed into the sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Several waves appeared in other directions. They were separated by a certain distance and seemed to contain some kind of mystery. "Let's go up and take a look." Jun Changxiao and Lu Qianqian flew up. The two of them looked down and found that there were a total of 9 water pillars near the sea area, and a lone island was shrouded in them. Let's go. Whoosh. 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 The two of them cut through the sky and flew past the 2 water pillars. But just as they were about to approach the island, the surrounding heaven and earth attributes suddenly stirred and then converged into 2 palm prints. Boom. Boom. Jun Changxiao drew his left and right hands at the same time, breaking the pressure of the energy. He looked at the cold woman in front of him and said speechlessly, "Am I so weak that I need a disciple to block the blade?" Lu Qianqian moved aside. The 2 palm prints appeared too suddenly. She didn't think much and stood in front of the patriarch, preparing to freeze and then shatter, but she was not as fast as the other party. Let's go. Jun Changxiao was the first to fly over, but he ended up crashing into the invisible barrier with a bang. His entire handsome face caved in. Damn, how could there be an array? Goshing had been releasing his spiritual senses the whole time, but he didn't catch any aura of the array at all. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, the heaven and earth attributes became more restless and then converged into palm prints that pressed down from all directions. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the room. He remembered that he had bombarded the barrier for several hours before he broke the barrier that enveloped the island in the soaring 9 springs. What a scam. Night Emperor shook his head bitterly. As one of the 10 great martial emperors, he had almost exhausted all his strength to break the outer barrier defense. If this spread out, luckily, it's me. Xianxia comforted himself. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to break it. Boom. Jun Changxiao, who was in the soaring 9 springs, used his powerful ability to break the barrier on the spot. It took him 1 minute to break the barrier. As for the various palm prints pressing down on him, they were all dealt with in the time he took to break the barrier. As a result, Lu Qianqian, who was responsible for protecting him, was in a passive state the whole time. Xianxia was still thinking about the past. He remembered that after breaking the barrier, he landed on the island shrouded by the 9 springs and was besieged by hundreds of huge creatures made of sand. It took him a Herculean effort to deal with them. Those creatures are extremely powerful. Only I could destroy them after expending a lot of energy. If it were the Spirit Emperor and the others, they would have died long ago. Night Emperor's eyes were filled with pride. However, he didn't know that Jun Changxiao had landed on the island and was leading Lu Qianqian deeper into the island. The hundreds of huge creatures that appeared had already been beaten back into sand. It still took him 1 minute. That door. Xianxia's expression suddenly turned serious. He clearly remembered that when he entered the inner area from the beach and walked to the central area, he saw an ancient stone door covered in vines. There were strange words engraved on it, and it exuded an unfathomable aura. The first 2 dangers were dealt with by force. However, Night Emperor was worried about how to open this door. He paced back and forth for a few days before it suddenly opened by itself. So. Night Emperor thought to himself, I went early back then. In fact, I could have waited a few more days for the soaring 9 springs phenomenon to weaken. Then, I could have easily entered the inner area. If someone didn't know this law, they would have died in vain. Boom. At this moment, Jun Changxiao, who was also in front of the stone door, raised the glowing Taishan Ice Heart secret manual. The seemingly indestructible door gradually opened. He said with a surprised look, "It's that simple?" Xianxia touched his face subconsciously and said in confusion, "Why does it hurt a little?" Night Emperor had been to the North Sea in his previous life and entered the cave of the Taishan Old Man. After experiencing all kinds of hardships, he obtained the Taishan Bible. That was definitely a difficult past to look back on, and it even brought about a psychological shadow. However, today, thousands of years later, Jun Changxiao brought Lu Qianqian to the place he had been to before. Facing the same crisis, it was easily resolved. Fortunately, Xianxia did not follow, otherwise, he would definitely vomit blood on the spot. Although he did not want to admit it, the fact was that only Jun Changxiao, who was Wuxing's great perfection realm, was stronger than Xianxia. The various restrictions left by the Taishan Old Man could hardly bring him trouble. Even the closed door of the cave, because of the Taishan ice heart technique, did not need to be forcefully cracked, and did not need to wait for time to enter. The system roared, "He's just here to play." Jun Changxiao not only slapped Anyo's face, but also its face. After all, it had previously asked the other party to take it seriously. Lu Qianqian, who was walking in the dark tunnel, did not speak, but looking at the back of the person walking in front, she could not help but think, how strong is the patriarch. If it were her, she would not be able to contend with the two groups of obstacles outside, but in front of Jun Changxiao, it was not worth mentioning. Boom! Snake-like spirit beasts in the tunnel rushed in, but they were directly obliterated by a punch. Jun Changxiao took the crystal core and smiled, "This place is dangerous for you, but it is not dangerous for me." Lu Qianqian was silent. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! At this moment, more snake beasts rushed in from the inside, and the number was so large that it felt like entering a snake's nest. Ta! Jun Changxiao took a step forward, opened his hands to both sides, stretched his head forward, and spat out billowing flames. Hoo-hoo! The hot flames rushed along the tunnel, and the attacking snake beasts were all burned into nothingness. Lu Qianqian's eyes were filled with shock. The patriarch's flames were much stronger and purer than before. Was this considered very strong? One had to know that Goxing did not even use the fire spirit. "Don't just stand there," Jun Changxiao said, "hurry up and pick up the cores." Lu Qianqian came back to her senses and collected the crystal nuclei that were scattered all over the ground. She was still thinking about the fire-spitting scene just now. Ice elementalists were more sensitive to fire elementalists because each of them countered the other. In the past, Jun Changxiao's flames had completely suppressed Lu Qianqian's flames. Now, they were still suppressing her, and the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. After the snake beasts were dealt with, there were no other dangers. The two of them walked for a few minutes until they reached the end of the tunnel. They stopped in front of a cliff, and there was only a suspension bridge connecting them to the other side. Roar! The angry roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from below, and extremely violent waves of air blew over. Patriarch! Lu Qianqian frowned and said, "This bridge may be dangerous, come over quickly." Jun Changxiao stood at the other end of the bridge and shouted. Although Lu Qianqian was expressionless, her heart had already collapsed. Swoosh! She tiptoed and walked along the suspension bridge. The hair-raising aura below was even more intense. Roar! Suddenly, 3 huge snake beasts rushed out from the bottom of the cliff that was like a dark hell. Their faces were ferocious and they were roaring. Yi Xingchen, who was in the Sect of all times, recalled the scene when he came to the cliff and fought with the 3-headed snake beasts. He said with lingering fear, "Who would have thought that the extinct ancient 3-headed snake would be in the abode of the old man from Taishan? Although I didn't win. But they can't do anything to me." From Night Emperor's words, it wasn't hard to tell that the trip to the old man's abode of Taishan was always a win. After all, he had to save face. After all, he was beaten to a pulp and only barely managed to cross the suspension bridge. He couldn't tell anyone about this. When Lu Qianqian crossed the bridge again, she was already rooted to the spot. Jun Changxiao had appeared below at some point, and evil energy even more powerful than evil energy appeared on his right hand. He placed it on the head of one of the snake beasts and said, "Be obedient." The 3-headed snake beasts were terrified. The aura emanating from this human's palm carried an evil aura that caused their minds to tremble. They were extremely fearful. Whoosh! At this moment, a 3-year-old child appeared from the evil energy and said with a burning gaze, "Dad, can I eat them?" "Yes." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Little Xia released a majestic evil energy that instantly enveloped the 3-headed snake. Roar! A miserable cry sounded. Whoosh! After a while, the evil energy returned to little Xia's body. The originally huge and ferocious 3-headed snake had been reduced to a bag of bones. The evil energy in its body and the energy in its core had all been absorbed. The ancient snake beast that had caused so much trouble for Night Emperor had become a tonic just like that. Because of its ugly appearance, Jun Changxiao wasn't interested in making it a contract beast. Lu Qianqian was stunned. She wasn't stunned because the vicious beast had been taken care of. She was stunned because a child had suddenly appeared and called the patriarch dad. There's no danger. Let's go, Jun Changxiao said. Lu Qianxian walked along the suspension bridge to the other end and thought to herself, so the patriarch has a child with her. Although she was shocked, she was still able to maintain absolute calm. If it were Su Xiaoma, he would have jumped up already. Dad. After digesting the evil energy, little Xia patted her little belly and looked at Lu Qianxian with a smile. Is this my mother? Boom. The cliff wall shook and the little guy's head caved in. There was a tunnel at the other end of the cliff. Because of the eerie evil energy that occasionally blew out from within, Jun Changxiao brought little Xia with him. The little guy became obedient. He would occasionally glance at Lu Qianxian and think to himself, if she's not my mother, then who is? After a short while, the three of them arrived at the end of the tunnel. They found themselves in a stone cave that was several dozen square meters in size. There were stone chairs, stone tables, and stone cabinets for storing items. Dad. Little Xia pointed at the wall in front of them. There are words. Jun Changxiao looked over and saw the words Night Emperor was here carved into the smooth stone wall. Since the late Night Emperor was here, it means that this is really the cave abode of the Taishan Elder. Jun Changxiao learned from the 9 Taishan emperors that the Night Emperor obtained the Taishan Bible before his death. This and the Taishan Ice Heart Art were both created by the Taishan Elder. Now that the guy with the grass on his grave left his handwriting here, it was enough to prove that he had found the right place. Judging from the slightly messy handwriting, Lu Qianxian analyzed. This person, who was once one of the 10 great martial emperors, must have paid an extremely high price to get here. Yeah. Jun Changxiao said, just the defensive barrier outside and the sandmen that we encountered. If it were the Spirit Emperor and the others, they would have been defeated long ago. The fact that the Night Emperor was able to get here shows that he is quite capable. What a pity. He shook his head and said, such a powerful person was defeated by a woman and even helped her ascend to the upper realm. Whoosh, suddenly, the ground in the empty area in front of them suddenly cracked. Then, 3 stone platforms slowly appeared. 3 exquisite boxes were placed on each platform. 2 of them were open, and the last one was tightly shut. I have left 3 types of opportunities in the cave abode. Those who enter can choose one of them. An old voice that seemed to be able to pierce through the void sounded. Jun Changxiao's expression turned solemn. The voice that suddenly sounded could penetrate the soul and shake the soul. Very strong. Jun Changxiao said to himself, very strong. Whether it was the patrol envoy or the Dark Demon King, they did not give him much pressure. Now, just the voice alone made him feel pressured. Could it be, the Taishan Elder? The system said, the martial emperors who fought against the soul race in ancient times were very strong, right? But they were only respected as top powerhouses by later generations. Only the Taishan Elder was called a legend. This is enough to show how big the gap between them is. Swoosh, Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said respectfully, it is one of the biggest regrets of my life to not be able to live in your era and see your face. Kid. The deep voice that penetrated the soul sounded again, if you ascend to the upper realm, we will meet again. Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. He knew that. There was a formation in the cave, and the voice was left in advance. It would be triggered when someone came in, but it actually replied to him. I left a trace of spiritual thought in the cave. Although I have transcended the mortal world, I can still maintain contact with this place. The deep voice said. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. Even the usually calm Lu Qianxian was dumbfounded. Leaving a trace of spiritual thought in the cave and being able to communicate with the person who came in, what did it mean? It meant that he could speak to a legend. F***CK. F***CK. Jun Changxiao showed his uncultured characteristics incisively and hurriedly cupped his hands. Senior, do you have some treasure that you need to tell me personally? He had watched many TV dramas. As long as there was a powerful person who appeared in the form of voice or video, he would definitely teach the male lead a peerless secret technique, the old voice said, no. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes. If there was nothing left, what was the use of a voice call? The Taishan Elder said, you are the most powerful and talented among the 3 fated people who entered the cave, so I have high hopes for you. I also hope to meet you in the upper realm in the future. Senior, you flatter me. Jun Changxiao said humbly. Of course. The Taishan old man continued, if one day you ascend to the upper realm, you can come to Fengqi Celestial Mountain to look for me. Senior, are you going to protect me? Jun Changxiao asked. The Taishan old man said, this old man has ascended to the upper realm for a long time. I barely made a name for myself. It shouldn't be a problem to protect someone like you who has just ascended. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, if I ascend to the upper realm in the future, I will definitely look for you. Although he could tell that the legendary battle pet warrior was bragging, he was still grateful that the legendary battle pet warrior had protected him because they were both from the falling star continent. Baby. The Taishan old man said, I hope you won't make this old man wait too long. The last few words gradually faded, indicating that the other party had turned off the voice call. After all, there was a data limit between the upper realm and the lower realm. He left? Jun Changxiao looked disappointed. Lu Qianqian said, if the Taishan seniors knew about the patriarch's death-seeking personality, they definitely wouldn't want you to look for him. Why? I'm afraid you'll be implicated. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Qianqian, you think too much of me. Lu Qianqian didn't say anything. It's not a thought, it's a fact. If the patriarch ascends to the upper realm, I can already imagine how the Taishan seniors would cry and beg you not to look for him. Jun Changxiao looked at the only unopened box and said, could it be that the second half of the Taishan Ice Heart technique is hidden? It should be. Lu Qianqian said. Jun Changxiao said, the first two fated people were the founder of the Taishan Xingzong and the late Night Emperor. The former obtained the first half of the Taishan Ice Heart technique, while the latter obtained the Taishan Sutra. Lu Qianqian had already walked over. Don't move. Jun Changxiao stopped her and said, be careful of traps. Lu Qianqian stopped in front of the stone table and said, Patriarch, I heard from the Grand Elder that only those with the Taishan Ice Heart physique can open the box of the Taishan Ice Heart technique. Oh? Jun Changxiao had also walked over. His spiritual sense permeated the exquisite box, and he immediately felt an extremely cold aura, so he said, then give it a try. Lu Qianqian raised her hand and placed it on the box. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura emerged, and then extended from her finger to her palm, and quickly froze it. Jun Changxiao said in shock, stop. It was too late. The cold aura had already spread from her finger. Not only could Lu Qianqian not withdraw her hand, but her right palm was also completely frozen. The cold aura even entered her body first, causing her to frown. As a professional ice cultivator, she was unexpectedly disturbed by an external ice element. It was enough to show how terrifying the cold aura in the box was. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. The freezing aura spread all the way, and half of Lu Qianqian's arm was frozen. She couldn't stop the cold aura from spreading, and she couldn't break free. She could only endure the pain of the cold and raise her left hand to push the patriarch away, so that he wouldn't be affected. Pa. Jun Changxiao grabbed her wrist first and said, this pure ice energy, can you absorb it for your own use? Lu Qianqian was stunned. Pa. At this moment, Jun Changxiao grabbed her frozen right wrist with his other hand and said, I'll help you suppress the cold aura, you refine them all. Lu Qianqian was speechless. The cold aura emerging from the box was too terrifying. She, a Wuxing-level ice cultivator, couldn't even withstand it, so how could she refine it? Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a scorching flame erupted, dispelling the cold aura that permeated the cave, and Lu Qianqian's almond-shaped eyes widened. Because the flame released by the patriarch this time was even stronger than before. Drip, drip. The ice on her wrist melted, and then turned into water droplets that splashed down. Refine. Jun Changxiao said. Lu Qianqian hurriedly suppressed her shock and took the initiative to absorb the cold aura suppressed by the patriarch's domineering flame. It was strange. The spirit of the fire spirit could obviously suppress the cold aura, but the other party still surged up along her fingers, completely unafraid of death. If it was the original strength, not only would Lu Qianqian be unable to absorb it, but she would also be frozen long ago. Now, under the tempering of the flame, the attribute changed from ice to freshness mode, and it was the best time to consume and refine it. Therefore, the scene that appeared was Jun Changxiao holding the eldest disciple's wrist and using the scorching flame to help offset part of the cold aura. Standing in the distance, little Xia covered her eyes and muttered, "Not suitable for children, not suitable for children." 2 hours later, all the cold aura that gushed out was absorbed, and Lu Qianqian sat down cross-legged. At this moment, she was controlling the cold aura gathered in her dantian, and gradually condensing it into an ice core with the Taishan ice heart technique. Obviously, the cold aura in the box was some kind of high-level ice attribute. As long as it was completely integrated, there would be another kind of ice seed. Lu Qianqian divided her attention to look at Jun Changxiao, and a trace of melancholy flashed in her clear eyes. "Grand Elder," she secretly said, "I'm afraid I can't be as calm as still water in this life." Pa. Creak. Standing in front of the stone platform, Jun Changxiao's fingers gently moved, and the box slowly opened. Inside was a yellowed manual with the words Taishan Ice Heart Technique second half written on the leather surface. "You found it?" Taking it out, he shook his head and said, "It's not difficult at all." He thought it would be difficult, but after killing a bunch of Sandman snake beasts, he got the second half of Taishuan's Ice Heart formula. The whole process was too easy. He could not let Anyo know, or it would hurt his pride. Because Lu Qianqian was still refining the ice element, Jun Changxiao took the secret manual and sat on the stone bench, reading it first. He was not interested in the mantra, so when he flipped to the last few pages, he found the layout of the array. It was introduced as the Heaven and Earth Creation Array. There really is one. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. As long as he could set up this array that ignored the realm of ascension, he would not have to worry about breaking through the void. As long as he was happy, he could go on a trip whenever he wanted. However, the array was very complicated. Jun Changxiao looked at it for a while and felt dizzy. "Forget it. I'll read the introduction." He turned his attention to the text introduction of the array. After reading it, he realized that this array not only needed the conventional array, but also the 5 elements or treasures to support it. "I have the 5 elements body, so it's not a big problem." What Jun Changxiao was struggling with now was how to set up the array and how to teleport to the upper realm without being discovered by the Starry Sky Fortress. "Why should I be afraid of being discovered?" He smiled and said, "If I really want to ascend one day, can't I just destroy the fortress that is in my way?" If this idea was heard by the masters of the mortal universe, they would definitely give him a thumbs up and say, "Jun Patriarch, you're awesome." Jun Changxiao did not have the intention to ascend, and he could not set up the array. So he put the second half of the book into the space ring and started to walk around the cave. Senior Taishuan's cave should have more than 3 boxes, right? Wait, Jun Changxiao thought of something. He came to the stone platform and forcibly put the exquisitely crafted box into the space ring. He said, "Let Master Fan see how the material is. Maybe he can break it down and make equipment." Because the 3 opportunities had been taken away, the array that connected the box to the stone platform had lost its function. Lu Qianqian sat cross-legged on the ground, still refining her ice attribute. Jun Changxiao began to stroll around the cave until he saw the words "Night Emperor" was here written on the stone wall. He immediately spat and said, "Bah, Martial Emperor, you have no manners at all." The system roared, "You have quality." Clang, Jun Changxiao took out his jade dragon asks the heaven's sword. He first erased the word Yi, then carved the word Jun on it. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction and said, "Just take it as a souvenir." The system was speechless. Just a moment ago, he was still criticizing Night Emperor for his lack of manners. Now, he was spitting and destroying public facilities. As expected of Jun Gobiao. 4 hours later, Lu Qianqian finally stood up. The cold aura around her was even stronger than before. It could be seen that the ice seed extracted from the box had improved her overall strength by quite a bit. "Let's go," Jun Changxiao said, "let's return to the sect." He looked depressed because he had wandered around the cave for a long time, but in the end, he found nothing. The legendary battle pet warriors of the Starfall continent were really stingy. "Thank you," Lu Qianqian whispered. "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear you." Jun Changxiao tilted his head and said. Lu Qianqian was silent for a moment, then bowed her head and said, "Thank you, Patriarch, for helping this disciple to refine the ice attribute." Xianxia stopped and looked at her with a serious expression, saying, "What I need is not thanks. What I need is that you can bear the responsibility of being the eldest disciple. This disciple understands," Lu Qianqian said. Xianxia was a little surprised. This woman clearly looked colder than before, but her tone was warmer than before. "Let's go." The three of them went back the way they came. When they reached the stone door, Xianxia shook his head and said, "Senior Taixian, you left behind only 3 boxes in such a big cave. Since you're so stingy, don't blame this junior for tearing down the door." Whoosh! 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 Green dragon crescent blade, jade dragon asks the heaven's sword, and all kinds of other weapons were brought out. He skillfully and nimbly tore down the 2 ancient stone doors. Lu Qianqian was speechless. Only the patriarch would tear down the door after obtaining the fortuitous encounter left behind by others. The Taixian old man. "Did you see that? If you dare to protect such a person, you'll have to wipe his ass every day." Actually, it couldn't be said that Xianxia was too shameless. After all, the 3 fortuitous encounters had been taken away, and the Taixian cave had completed its mission. There was no need for it to exist anymore. Wouldn't it be better to tear down the stone door and use it to refine equipment? Whoosh! The ancient warship dragged a streak of light and merged with the sky and the sea. Xianxia took out the second half of the Taixian Ice Heart technique. Then, he took out a pen and paper and engraved the formation diagram. Only then did he pass the first half of the technique to Lu Qianqian. He had no interest in learning this kind of ice-type mental cultivation technique. "Patriarch, after I memorize the second half of the technique, I can place the Taixian Ice Heart technique in the technique pavilion for my junior brothers to cultivate," Lu Qianqian said. Xianxia said, "I'm very gratified that you can think this way. However," Lu Qianqian added, "it requires a specific ice-type physique to cultivate. Otherwise, it will backfire. A top-notch sect doesn't just exist for tens or hundreds of years. It will exist for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. During this long period of time, generations of outstanding disciples will emerge. Therefore, our ancestors can leave all kinds of martial arts for them to inherit," Xianxia said. Lu Qianqian said, "Patriarch thinks very far. As the leader of a sect, your vision must be far-sighted." Xianxia turned around and said jokingly, "Now, do you still want to meddle with my patriarch's position?" When Lu Qianqian first joined the Sect of all times, she once said that it would be better to pass the position of sect leader to her. In fact, she had already approved of him after the sect competition. "I still need to develop the sect and rely on you disciples to make the Iron Bone sect famous in the continent. How can I be lazy?" This was what Xianxia said. Today, when Lu Qianqian thought about it again, she understood that he wasn't lying or joking. In just a few years, he really turned a nameless sect into the strongest sect in the continent. Qianqian. Xianxia, who was standing at the bow of the ship, put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. He said heroically, "This is just the beginning. There is still a sea of stars waiting for us to conquer." Li Qingyang wasn't here. Xiao Ziji wasn't here. Paige wasn't here either. Otherwise, one sentence from the patriarch would definitely make one's blood boil. However, Lu Qianqian was beside him. She responded with an "oh," which didn't make the scene that was supposed to explode. Instead, she pulled the atmosphere down to the lowest point. At the beginning of the month, the Sect of all times was recruiting disciples as usual. Because the patriarch reminded them in advance, the Ning brothers lowered the requirements. Therefore, after a few rounds of screening, at least 5,000 new disciples were recruited. This was the highest number of recruits in recent years. "We're still short of 10,000. Xianxia, who was on an island in the North Sea, heard that the number of people had reached 90,000. A smile appeared on his face. "Grandpa." The bandit leader, who had been trampled under his feet and made a living by killing people and robbing people, begged with fear in his eyes, "Please. Please let me go." Whoosh! The blade flashed, and a head rolled. Xianxia put away the green dragon crescent blade and said, "Let's go." Whoosh whoosh. The ancient warship set sail again. The bandit stronghold that had occupied the island for decades and robbed and killed innocent people was burned to ashes by the fire. Sect of all times. After the Ning brothers recruited new disciples, Jun Chongxiao brought Lu Qianxian back from the North Sea. They didn't gain much from this trip. The only valuable things were the second half of the Taishan Ice Heart technique and the formations recorded in it. As for robbing the bandits, they only earned a small amount of money. Patriarch Li Qingyang came to see him. There are more and more disciples now. Many of the sect's facilities can't support them. It's fine. Jun Chongxiao said, I've already prepared a lot. He bought a few 9 transformation spirit cleansing pills from the epic quest reward before heading to the North Sea. He spent the rest on the sect's facilities. Li Qingyang left with the various facilities. Jun Chongxiao began to think about how to complete Shirshan's quest. First, he needed to recruit 100,000 disciples and become a first-rate sect. There was a fixed number of disciples and their strength had to meet the requirements, so it was easy to complete. Second, he needed to gain the recognition of the various sects and top experts of the Falling Star continent. This was more difficult because there was no hard standard. Who knew if he could complete it? It's simple. Jun Chongxiao interlocked his fingers and said, pick an auspicious day and hold a martial arts convention in the Falling Star continent. Invite all the forces and top experts to participate and let them elect me as the Martial Arts Alliance leader. That's a good idea, but... The system said, a martial arts convention can't be held just because you want to. Many sects must jointly announce it. It's not a big problem. Jun Chongxiao stood up and said, I'll go to the Taishan Zone now. Taishan Zone. Jun Chongxiao sat on a chair in the main hall as a VIP and explained his purpose. This, acting Patriarch Yu Linyun said in shock, why does Jun Patriarch want to hold a martial arts convention? Jun Chongxiao said, to elect me as the alliance leader. The mouths of Yu Linyun, Xiaotie, and the other higher-ups twitched. Everyone wanted to be the boss of a plane, but Jun Chongxiao was so direct and straightforward. He was not tactful at all. This was the first time he had seen someone like that. You can't? Sure. Yu Linyun hesitated for a moment, then said, but we still need to obtain the agreement of the other first-rate sects, and then announce it together. Your esteemed sect only needs to agree. Leave the rest to me, Jun Chongxiao said. At this point, Yu Linyun had no choice but to agree. She said, Jun Patriarch, when will the martial arts convention be held? 2 months later. Goodbye. Jun Chongxiao gave the time and arrived at the Radiant Light Sacred Sect. He stood on the martial stage and stated his intentions. Looking at the Patriarch and the upper echelons in front of the hall, he said indifferently, I'm done speaking. Who agrees and who disagrees? Because of the relationship between Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun, he was more polite when he went to the Taishan Zone. When he came to the other sects, he revealed his true colors. This kind of attitude of beating up whoever opposed made the Patriarch of the Radiant Light Sacred Sect say, I agree. As a result, in a short period of time, Jun Chongxiao visited all the first-rate sects, and the answer was that they all agreed. No one dared to object. World-defying sacred sect, martial arts practice field. Ao Wushuang, who had just started cultivating, stood with trembling legs. Because Jun Chongxiao was standing beside him, the aura he emitted made him feel fear. I agree. The Patriarch in front of the hall hurriedly said. Jun Chongxiao's serious face was replaced by a smile. He patted Ao Wushuang's shoulder and said, to be able to stand up again from a setback, you're pretty good. The once arrogant young Patriarch, who was later tyrannical by Yi Xingchen, didn't even dare to breathe in front of Go Sheng. It was only after the other party left that he powerlessly collapsed to the ground. Father! Ao Wushuang's 10 fingers fiercely dug into the stone floor. He raised his head with difficulty and roared with tears in his eyes, can I participate in the Sect of all times' examination? When he was recuperating, he had thought about it a lot. Later on, he understood that he lost to Yi Xingchen not because of his aptitude or cultivation, but because he had a good patriarch, and he didn't, not willing, until today, when Jun Changxiao appeared, until he felt that he was insignificant, he finally decided to participate in the Sect of All Times' examination. My son. The patriarch said solemnly, you will lose your status as a young patriarch and lose everything you have. I don't care. Ao Wushuang cried and shouted, I just want to become stronger. The patriarch was silent for a moment, then he swallowed his dantian and said, Jun Patriarch, can my son participate in your sect's recruitment examination? Patriarch Ao. Jun Changxia's voice came from the sky, regardless of whether you are a member of the royal family or a commoner, you can participate in the Sect of All Times' examination. The prerequisite is that you pass. Thank you, Jun Patriarch. Ao Wushuang stood up with difficulty and clenched his fists, saying, I will go to southwest Yangzhou now. Jun Changxiao didn't reply because he had already flown far away. Because Ao Wushuang cultivated the sect's mental cultivation technique, he was arrogant. However, he was still very young. After all, he had only become enemies with the Sect of All Times because of the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. He hadn't committed any major mistakes, so he was qualified to participate in the Sect of All Times' entrance examination. Jun Changxiao couldn't just accept all of these people who had joined the sect and were already very strong. He would definitely set up a more difficult moral, intellectual, and aesthetic test. Some people were allowed to participate in the examination, but some weren't. For example, Morong Xian from the Lily Holy Sect because she had hurt Xiao Ziji. Of course, she wouldn't participate because she had a different status from Ao Wushuang. A few days later. After the news of the 9 Thearch's return gradually died down, another shocking piece of news spread. 2 months later, the continent would hold the highest standard martial alliance conference in history. The venue would be the Sect of All Times, as long as one was from a sect, as long as one was from a clan, as long as one was from an organization, regardless of cultivation level, they could participate. They only needed to provide proof of identity. Big news! Big news! Martial artists from all walks of life fought to discuss the news. This so-called Martial Alliance Conference is led by the Patriarch of the Sect of All Times. Not only are there sects and clans, but there are also famous rogue cultivators. Oh my god! All the reputable people in the continent are going. It's definitely going to be a big event. Just as the martial artists were discussing, the formation masters from all the cities were actively repairing the projection array because the Martial Alliance Conference in 2 months would be broadcasted live. How big was the scale? The cities and towns that were a grade lower than the cities were also starting to build projection arrays. When the time came, they had to cover the entire continent. In order to complete the epic mission, Jun Changxiao was going to play a Martial Alliance conference that would go down in history, of course. The Evil Sect and Evil Sect were also invited. Even the Demon Emperor's Gate Sect Master had received the invitation and was considering whether to go or not. Go, if you don't go, you'll be in trouble. The Deicide Temple and Demon Fiend Sect that were invited also started to prepare. As for the sects, clans, organizations, and rogue cultivators that received the Martial Alliance Conference invitation, they also started to become active. Miaohua Palace. Zhang Sun Fenghua held the invitation and said with a conflicted expression, should we tell the palace master? Ever since attending Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyan's engagement, Shi Jingxian returned to the sect and went into seclusion. She had yet to come out even now. There are still 2 months before the conference begins. We'll see how it goes, Leng Xingyue said. Alright. Actually, the upper echelons of Miaohua Palace all knew that the palace master went into seclusion because she hoped to become stronger. However, the gap between her and the person she cared about was getting wider and wider. There was no helping it. Who could compare to a hack? Invitations to the Martial Alliance Conference were being sent to the various provinces and cities. The scale of the conference and the number of invitations received could be said to be unprecedented. It seemed to be jointly issued by all the major sects, but in fact, it was because of the Sect of All Times and Jun Changxiao that they decided to go. After all, this man had made the 9 great martial emperors thank him in the sky. They could ignore others, but they had to respect him. Even being invited was a supreme honor, to be honest. Jun Changxiao's current prestige was not inferior to the 9 great martial emperors. However, while the world was discussing the Martial Alliance Conference, Goxing was already on his way to the southern sea crossing state. Don't misunderstand. He was just there to deliver the invitations. After all, the 3 overseas states and the mainland had the same roots. Naturally, he wanted them to participate. He had no other intentions. Couldn't he leave this matter to the Sect's higher-ups? Did he have to do it personally? He had no choice. The ancient warship was fast. Moreover, they needed time to travel from the southern sea crossing state to the mainland. They might not be able to make it in 2 months. Therefore, Xianxia decided to pick them up personally. This was definitely an extremely high treatment. If it was a mainland martial artist, they would not be able to enjoy it. Southern Sea Crossing State. Qixing Palace. The ancient warship stopped steadily at the martial arts arena. The surrounding disciples all widened their eyes and were shocked. A ship, it could fly. This was not the main point. The main point was that Xianxia smiled and said, "Palace Master Qiu, are you touched that I personally came to pick you up on a ship?" The Qixing Palace Master, who had the green dragon crescent blade on his neck, had an ugly expression. He was touched, but he did not dare to move. At the edge of the martial arts arena, the 7 grand elders all fell to the ground in pain, holding their stomachs. Obviously, they had a conflict with Goxing and were beaten up. They could not be blamed. The main reason was that Xianxia came to the Qixing Palace and directly asked the palace master to go to the mainland. Anyone with a temper and courage would not be able to resist. Therefore, the 7-person formation was instantly broken. The disciples of the Sect of all times had shown them what true strength was. The patriarch of the Sect of all times had shown them what true invincibility was. The formation that he was so proud of was not only broken, but also his temper and unyielding character. After all, those things could not be eaten with rice. "Please." Xianxia withdrew his saber and said indifferently. "Ai." Palace head Qiu sighed and walked towards the warship. "Of course." Just as he boarded the ship, Xianxia added, "You don't have to pay for my journey here, but you'll have to pay for my departure. 100,000 spirit stones per person. Since this is a small business, no bargaining is allowed." Palace head Qiu's mouth twitched violently. This guy must be here to blackmail my Qixing Palace. He couldn't say that. After all, the ship also consumed energy, and it was only right to charge for it. Although it was a little expensive, it was worth it to reach the continent so quickly. 7. Xianxia said, "You guys can go up as well." "Jun Patriarch, I alone am enough to represent the Qixing Palace." When the green dragon crescent blade was placed on his neck again, Palace head Qiu immediately changed his words. 7 grand elders, please board the ship quickly." Therefore, the palace head and 7 grand elders of the most powerful sect in the South Sea Crossing State were invited onto the ancient warship. The total fee for 8 heads was 800,000 spirit stones. My ship can accommodate at least 1,000 people. On the way to the other sects, Xianxia thought to himself, 100,000 per person, doesn't that mean it's over 100 million? The system said, this is a real robber. Xianxia would not be so greedy. He had always pursued a rational fee, so he charged according to the level of the sect. For example, those ordinary martial artists only charged 10,000 spirit stones per head. Swoosh, after circling around the South Sea Crossing State, the ancient warship carried hundreds of elders and higher-ups of various sects to the West Ocean spiritual state. What a fast speed! I never thought that I would one day cross the endless ocean on a ship in the sky. The 10,000 spirit stones are worth it. The elders of various sects gathered on the deck and looked at the vast ocean below. Feeling the extreme speed, they were all shocked. Palace head Qiu and the 7 grand elders were also shocked and even realized that the speed of the ship was much faster than their flying speed. However, they thought that it would be a great loss if they did not have any special experience after paying 100,000 spirit stones. The super performance of the ancient warship shocked the major sects in the South Sea Crossing State, and they no longer cared about the spirit stones. This was Xianxia's brilliance. He was clearly extorting money, but in the end, it made the people who were cheated feel that it was not a loss. West Ocean Spiritual State, Union of 10,000 Immortals. When the ancient warship once again hovered above the martial arts field, Alliance Master Han hurriedly led a group of higher-ups to welcome it. When they learned that they were going to participate in an event on the continent, they immediately agreed and even obediently handed over the spirit stones. Their familiarity and self-awareness was because Xianxia had been there before. As the saying went, unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. When Goxing went to the South Sea crossing state again, the Qixing Palace would definitely be as enthusiastic as Alliance Master Han, and there would not be any conflict. After receiving hundreds of influential elders in the West Ocean Spirit State, the ancient warship sailed to the East Ocean's Fishery State and invited the emperors of the three empires and powerful martial artists onto the ship. There were many people, almost 3,000 of them. These martial artists represented the entire three states overseas. Everyone. On the way to the continent, Xianxia said seriously, because the Martial Alliance Conference will be held in 2 months, after arriving at the Sect of all times, I'll arrange for all of you to stay in Iron Bone Town at the foot of the mountain. Please take care of your own food and accommodation. Everyone's expressions became interesting. This warship was so fast that it would probably take less than a day to reach the continent. Are you purposely tricking us into spending money in that Iron Bone Town? Whoosh, the ancient warship traveled at high speed from the Sky Ocean Line and arrived at the Qingyang County of the southwest Yangzhou in a few hours. Dear guests, there's a situation inside. Auntie Wang stood at the entrance of the Yunlian to welcome them. She only said after all the elders of the three states had entered, "Brat, why did you go out to get guests for me instead of taking care of the faction?" Auntie Wang. Xianxia said in a low voice, "These are all important figures from overseas, and they will be staying here for more than 2 months." He paused for a moment and made a gesture of rolling up money. Do you understand what I mean? If the experts from the three states who entered the inn saw this, they would be sure that this guy was purposely tricking them into spending money. Fortunately, Auntie Wang was a serious businesswoman and did not raise the price. She charged them according to the normal standard and even provided them with breakfast for free. The Iron Bone Town was now the most prosperous market in the southwest Yangzhou because it sold all kinds of high-quality resources related to martial arts. Since the experts from the three states who had lived overseas for a long time were here, they would not be cooped up in their rooms all day. Therefore, when they had nothing to do, they would walk around together until they could not control their money after entering the Tang Pharmacy. Patriarch. The next day, Yuan Feng came to report, "The people you brought are really generous. They spent tens of millions of spirit stones in the Tang Pharmacy alone yesterday." End of chapter 1284. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.